Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Cold-Hearted Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's foot caught the side of the pavement, and he stumbled, waving his arms to reorient himself until he regained his footing. He glanced around, suddenly getting the feeling that he was like one of those characters on TV that gets introduced by doing something really stupid. It was probably nothing. After all, why would anybody start their story at the end of a day like his? Izuku smiled bitterly, looking down the street. His mother would be worried sick. Kaken's probably pissed as hell. He's got to do his homework, which hopefully wasn't completely destroyed, and transfer to information from number 13 to a new one. But can't that wait for a bit? Doubling back to the underpass, he continued to a different destination, one he hadn't exactly figured out yet. As he progressed in his journey, the pitying glances he got from familiar faces became few and far between, fewer and fewer recognizing Izuku as the poor quirkless boy, and he reveled in that anonymity, being given nothing but a passing glance. His plain looks are an advantage outside of the area his schoolmates lived in. He boarded a train, finding a seat in a relatively empty car and setting his burned book bag at his side, sighing as he managed to get it open, even though the sludge still clinging to it made the process more difficult than it had to be. He'd have to get a new one, along with a new journal, he thinks glumly as he pulled the ruined notebook from the bag, flipping through scorched and soaked pages, ink running and making his drawings in kanji indecipherable. I should get this cleaned up as fast as I can. A slight wheeze escaped his throat when he came upon the pair of pages. All might, the paper proclaimed. They were balled in his hands before he even realized what was happening. Tears, not of sadness, Izuku realizes with a jolt, but anger, are pricking his eyes. His tears usually feel cool on his cheeks, popping free without resistance. But these were hot and stinging, refusing to fall as he tore the papers to shreds and shoved them to the bottom of his bag. The reality of how absolutely shit his day had been settling in completely. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a dive off the roof. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic. His fingers dug into his pant leg, pain shooting up from where the nails went hard enough to pinch the skin. Maybe they were right. Are you okay? No, the rose-colored glasses just got ripped off my face and smashed to bits on the pavement with my dreams. Nodding was his only reply to a girl with pink dreadlocks. The girl stands from her place and practically throws herself over to his side of the train. Izuku shifts uncomfortably as she leans over to check out the ruined pages. Ew, this is really cool, stranger cunt. Looks really messed up, though, and smells like sewage. The girl seems perfectly happy to invade his personal space. And the only other occupant on the train, an exhausted-looking man, huffs in amusement. I'm Hatsume. Ooh, oh my kami, is that a breakdown of Space Hero 13's suit? He felt himself redden slightly. She snatches the notebook from his hands and seems unbothered by the general grossness of it as she leafs through and looks at the other ruined sketches of support items. You've got an eye for detail, stranger cunt, Hatsume declares, dropping the notebook back in his lap and then grabbing his arm, ignoring his panicked yelp as she pulls a big black marker from nowhere and scrawls a bunch of random numbers and letters on him. If you can figure this out, I'll show you how to build support items for real instead of just theory. The train whistle blew, and Hatsume flounced off without Izuku saying so much as a word and a weird code on his arm. Minutes ticked by before he wondered aloud. What the fuck just happened? Sue him, sometimes he swore. He grew up around Kaken. The weird man huffs a short laugh again, but offers no explanation. Instead, he asks, what's got her so interested in that beat-up thing? When Izuku looked to the notebook, he felt his heart sink a little further. This thing was really useless now? As useless as he was. Hero analysis, he mumbled in response. I think she was talking about the parts where I go over improvements in support items. You any good at it? Izuku shrugged in response. I guess so. I was mostly doing it so I could analyze on the fly when I got to be a hero, but I'm probably gonna drop it now. Why's that? He doesn't say anything this time, just shrugging again and closing the notebook. The man sat up, suddenly looking way more attentive. Is he okay? Izuku blinks at him a few times, bags under bloodshot eyes, messy hair, white scarf, plain black clothes, and what looked like a weird belt. He wasn't homeless, from how the scarf was taken care of, but likely doesn't have much free time from the hair. Eye bags are indicative of insomnia or long work hours. Bloodshot meaning like sight-based quirk. Belt looks more like a utility belt, which led him to a logical conclusion of, take a breath, problem child. Izuku felt himself flush again as he clamped a hand over his mouth. Damn it, he needed to dump the muttering habit soon. It wouldn't help him, and everyone thought it was creepy anyway. Sorry, Eraserhead-san, he mumbled. Eraserhead lifts an eyebrow, but doesn't comment on it. With a mind like that, you could pretty easily be an intelligence hero or an underground hero, even a support hero. Izuku focused his eyes down. Even if I'm quirkless, Eraserhead huffs again, this time sounding more annoyed. Night-Eye doesn't read the future of every villain to win battles, kid. The train whistle blows, and Eraserhead leaves without another word. Izuku stares after him, turning the phrase over in his mind. He hadn't said a single cruel word. Izuku zipped up his bag and, when the train came back to his area, he disembarked and ran to the corner store, using his small allowance to get a new bag and notebook, and walked home. When he finally stepped over the threshold, his mother was waiting there. Izuku, where have you been? I saw the news. I was so worried. Mom, I'm fine. Izuku interrupted her tearful rambling, closing the door gently. I just needed to clear my head, think some things over. Mom didn't seem to hear him, fluttering her hands as she walked in a circle around him. You should get a shower, sweetie, you could get sick. He nods and heads to his room, copying the numbers onto a scrap piece of paper and staring at it for a few minutes, thinking. Aeon B4, Aeon B3, Aeon C101, Boni, Aeon A2 Aeon A, Aeon C101, Aeon A1 Bone, Aeon B4, Boni, Aeon C2A, Aeon B11, Aeon A1 Atwo A, Aeon C101, Boni, Aeon A12, Aeon B11, Aeon ABC, Boni, Aeon C101, Aeon B11, Aeon C3, Aeon B1, Aeon A1 Aeon B, Boni, Aeon B3, Aeon B11, Aeon B3, Aeon C101, Boni, Aeon A1 Aeon B, Aeon B1. Aeon A1 Bone, Aeon C101, Aeon C101. How did she even fit all this on his arm? Her handwriting wasn't that small, and she wrote it so fast. He thought it over while he showered, pondering the weird mishmash. It was a pattern, and an important one. Letters and numbers in random order, maybe. Maybe it stood for something. Pattern of one and another, switching. Caesar cipher, coordinates. One after another got thrown out, abandoned like trash. Binary, switching ones and zeros. It couldn't hurt. When he got out of the shower, he threw them in a binary translator with numbers as ones and letters as zeros. But he just got a confusing mess. Some simply weren't long enough. Wait a second. The letters and numbers weren't random at all. For the next quarter hour, he spent painstakingly writing out the numbers and letters into ones and zeros. A was 1 0, B was 2, C was 3, D was 4, E was 5. 1 was 1, 1, 2 was 2, 3 was 3, and so on. ONEZROFIVDSIXEIGHTNINETHRE 1056893. It was a phone number. Hi. Izuku had dialed the number on his phone with shaky hands the next day, but still determined. His fresh notebook was open and blank in front of him, and waited with bated breath as the line was silent for a moment. Is this stranger Kun? You Midoriya Izuku. He wrote on my arm. I totally thought it would take you longer, or you'd give up. Good job. You want to learn how to make some babies. His heart stuttered to a stop. Oh, right. My dad just reminded me that not everyone talks like me. I call my inventions my babies. Izuku could breathe again. Maybe. I hadn't really thought of making support items before. No problem, Midoriya-kun. Meet me after school Friday at that old trash beach and I can teach you a bit. We're gonna be great friends. Hatsum hung up on the still flushed Izuku without warning, and he blinks at the notebook. Trash beach, she must mean Dagaba. Izuku opens the calendar and sets a reminder, half on autopilot. It was Thursday. He just had to survive today and tomorrow. He felt eyes on his back when he entered the school that day, new notebook in hand as he sketched Kamui Woods. For once, he felt a flare of defiance in his chest and turned to glare in the direction of the stairs to lock eyes with Kaken. Deku, what the fuck did you think you pulled? A moment passed in which he recalled his old friend's cruel words. To jump off a building. How he had considered it for a brief moment on the subway. The burned scars on his back, the still fresh one on his shoulder. The countless broken noses or cuts or twisted ankles. Friends don't do that to friends. I saved your ass, Katsuki. The thing about drowning is that if I didn't let you breathe you would have died before All Might showed up. So shove your high horse up your ass and leave me the fuck alone. Katsuki stopped dead in his tracks, hands stilling completely as shock took over his features. Other students spectating took a visible step back. Katsuki had almost certainly been expecting a flood of apologies, tears, and probably ego stroking as he beat Izuku up again. He turned on his heel and walked away before the inevitable explosion could reach him and into his class, taking in the view. Several students were snickering in the corner as they glanced over at Izuku. His eyes were only for his desk. A lone red spider lily sat on the wood, oblivious to the crisis it was causing in Izuku's mind. No, red crept into the edges of his vision as he saw the teacher tactfully ignoring it, and he took his phone out of his pocket and discreetly started videotaping. He walked up to the teacher, holding the camera at an angle to catch his face. Abaniano-sensei, someone put a red spider lily on my desk. The giggling grew louder, and he ignored it, looking to his teacher expectantly. Your classmates are probably just joking around, Midoriya. Go sit down before I give you detention. He angled his camera to the group of full-blown cackling students before twisting it at his desk again as he approached. Instead of sitting, Izuku snatched the flower up, exiting the classroom without another word. As soon as he was in the hall, Katsuki was upon him. Deku. He felt a harsh shove to the chest, back hitting the wall, and he grit his teeth when a fist balled up the front of her gakurin. What the hell was going through your shitty head when you said that? Ha! Izuku met Katsuki's eyes and narrowed his own. Speaking with as much venom as he could muster, he said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm headed to the principal. Katsuki sneered. What do you do now, shit nerd? Someone report you for being a worthless piece of shit. No, he raised the hand with the red spider lily in it. Someone left this on my desk. Katsuki. Lovely, isn't it? A very pretty color. The bully stared at the flower, shock flitting across his face. Then, he released Izuku's shirt, snatched the flower, and exploded it between his palms with a sadistic sneer, dropping the ashes back into Izuku's hand. Who would even believe you, Deku? Not this school principal. But Izuku never stopped recording. He ended the video with a tap of his finger, glaring at his longtime bully, knowing he'd pay dearly for it later. Nobody here, he said simply. Then, he shoved Katsuki hard in the chest, sending the significantly taller boy stumbling back before heading back into the classroom, dropping the ash on the floor. When he got home, he was shaking like a leaf. Izuku had no idea where that rush of courage came from, but he definitely paid the price. His hands were bloody with minor burns and his wrist was sprained. Both ankles twisted and the backs of his legs bruised and cut nastily. His arms were peppered with burns, and Izuku was certain his back was the same. Tears came to his eyes, and he practically ran to the bathroom, shutting and locking the door as they came forth. Everyone hated him when he was weak, but they hated him more when he bit back. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a dive off the roof. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic. Tears flowed down in silence, the sobs shaking his aching shoulders as he dressed and bandaged the wounds with a practiced hand. He stretched his feet, knowing that they'll be sore in the days to come, and wrapped his wrist, hoping it heals fast. Everyone hates him because of a fucking pinky joint. A fucking joint in his toe that ruined his life. Night Eye doesn't read the future of every villain to win battles. Kid, meet me after school Friday at that old trash beach and I can teach you a bit. We're gonna be great friends. He wiped his tears. If the world was against him, then he would fight harder. Maybe Hatsune would ditch him the moment she found out he was quirkless. But Eraserhead had looked him in the eye and inadvertently rebuilt his dream. Izuku went to his room and silently thanked whatever divinity was out there that it wasn't his dominant hand that was sprained as he sketched the hero exactly as he had seen him, exhaustedly leaning against the wall of the subway, his dark eyes holding some unnamed intensity. Directly under it, he wrote in small print, Night Eye doesn't read the future of every villain to win battles. He felt like those words would stick with him for a long, long time. Izuku's eyes wander around his room, a strange sort of hatred swelling in his chest as he saw a blinding smile everywhere. Never had ripping posters off a wall been so relieving. Friday couldn't come fast enough. The entire day had been filled with cruel words. But today he tried something a little different. He didn't even acknowledge Katsuki. If anything, that seemed to disturb the bully more than Izuku snapping back. He notes with no small measure of satisfaction. Of course, he gets tripped a lot and his possessions burned. But he made sure his notebook was hidden and he was safe, only exiting the building with a bruise on his shoulder. Dagaba wasn't far, and his sneakers collected sand in the soles as he walked down the stretch of honestly disgusting beach. Hi Midoriya-kun. Hatsune appeared from somewhere within a mound, in her arms a broken microwave. She threw that out into the sand next to him, and then ducked down to grab something that looked suspiciously like a car engine and jogging over to a bewildered Izuku, her yellow eyes bright and manic. He notices the crosshairs. It must be part of her quirk. Hi, Hatsune-chan. Hatsune grinned, dropping the engine next to the microwave. Glad to see you. Call me May. My quirk is zoom, because I can look at things really far away. Helpful for little bits of machinery. So don't expect to get all the finer bits perfect like me when you're making your first baby. He tactfully ignores the word choice as he shuffles his feet. Might as well get it over with. And quirkless. A beat. Then, that's so cool, Midori-chan. Do you have any idea how rare that is these days? Most people just focus on things that would help their quirk, but you could look and think what would help everyone. He blinked. This was a dream, right? Her excited face told a different story. I'm gonna be a support designer, like Power Loader. I'll sell my support items to big heroes and make bank. Izuku just stares, almost missing the next words. What do you want to do, Midori-chan? His foot scuffs the sand, kicking up a bit as he looked to them. I'm gonna be a hero. I think underground. Her eyes lit up even more. Really? You'll need support items, then. If you work with me and sell some support items to the underground community, I can hook you up with some of my babies for free. Okay. Izuku nods, allowing a tiny smile. You can call me Izuku. Mei drags him to the trash piles, showing him which kinds of things were salvageable. Her energy unabating as she made him help her drag an oven into the open. You'll need to build up some muscles, Izuku, Mei says contemplatively. You look like you've got a more sneaky body than a bulky one. But that can work. She spent the rest of the day sitting in the sand with him, taking simple machines apart and guiding him to put them back together. As the sun began to set, he smiled widely at the assembled, theoretically functional microwave, and Mei laughed, throwing her head back and the dying sun glinted on her goggles. Not bad, Izuku. Text if you want to do this again. She's off before he can respond, leaving Izuku to his thoughts. Maybe it wasn't the fact that he was quirkless that ruined his life. He drew a line in the sand while he mulled it over. Why did they treat him horribly? Eraserhead and Hatsune were fine with it. A bystander was the control, someone who had no idea he was quirkless. He spoke to them and they talked cheerfully back. Telling people he was quirkless was the constant, the thing that didn't change. So what was the variable? What separated Mei from Katsuki? What made an entire school hate him but Mei want to be his friend? He traced us and them in the sand, on either side of the line. What was the line? Where did it blur? What was the variable? Katsuki and the school and his mom, them. Mei and Eraserhead and Izuku, us. It's not bad to dream. But you also have to consider what's realistic. Everyone always agreed with All Might. He was one of them. The world was them. His fingers dig into the sand, balling and watching the grains fall through. It was Izuku versus the world, really. So what if All Might was one of them? He'd just fight harder. Everyone pushed Izuku around constantly. It was about time he pushed back. Izuku, I'm worried about you. Izuku faced Mom, his hands in his hoodie pockets. Dread was a pit in his stomach that he couldn't get rid of. It was just his mother, but Izuku knew. She didn't want him to be a hero. She wanted to bury him in bubble wrap. You keep coming home after dark, and you're distant, and you took down all your All Might merch, and you just don't. Her hands fluttered slightly, and he eyed them nervously. He knew Mom would never hurt him, but the memory of stinging blows and explosive palms resided. You don't talk to me, Izuku. I'm just worried. He shifted his weight slightly. Why was he hesitating? It was a simple answer. I made a friend, and she's teaching me how to make support items. Mom relaxed considerably, a tiny smile appearing. You're not going to be a hero. Of course that's what she takes from it. I am, he says simply, but underground. I won't pass the entrance exam for heroics, so I can transfer from general education, support, or management. Management is off the list because I'm useless in that field. And Gen Ed is my fallback plan. It had been a few months since he met Mei. She said he was progressing pretty well and practically dragged him around the beach for scrap as she taught him to build from scratch. All he had so far was an electric bow staff that he was very uncoordinated with, a more durable phone case, and, well, he was working on something privately he would show to Mei today. It was Saturday, and she should be at the beach. He would meet her there in less than half an hour. Anyway, I'm going out to meet her, Izuku told his mother, picking up the plastic bag with the support item in it. Love you. I'll be home at 8 or 9. She just looked forlornly after him as he left, closing the door firmly behind himself and not looking back. Mei waved enthusiastically. Her hair a certified mess and soot stains all over her face and arms, save the clean bits where his gloves and goggles had likely been positioned. He huffed a laugh, rolling his eyes. Did you get any sleep? Nope. I've got a brand new baby to test with you in a bit. What's in the bag? He stepped back just in time to avoid her reaching arm, shaking his head. I'll show you. Calm down. She settled a bit with a smirk, looking at Izuku expectantly. He rolled his eyes. From the bag he pulled a set of goggles which he held out to Mei. She stared at it for a moment before taking it. They were a bronze color, with small green details on the edges. The glass was mirror-like, and he smiled nervously as she slipped them on. A manic smile came to her lips as she messed with the knobs on the side, and he watched with bated breath as it made kind of annoying clicking noises and shifted in and out. Slowly, she took it off. What do you name her? Her voice was tense. Mei Vision, he mumbled. Mei looked at him, yellow eyes blank, then, Izuku, you're so sweet. She practically threw her arms around him, hugging Izuku with bone-breaking intensity before releasing him and backing up a bit when he stiffened. She was pretty good at picking up on his tells. Her eyes still shone, though. He managed a weak smile as he took the Mei Vision from her delicately. It's only an alpha model, and it's really clunky. I'm hoping when we're at UI, I'll have better materials to improve it with instead of just, I dunno, letting it be archaic. Mei stared at him, a slow smile spreading across her face. My parents are support tech designers. I have all kinds of good materials at home. It took Izuku a moment. Then, he gaped. You mean, I'll text you the address. Meet me there tomorrow. She promptly ignored the rest of his questions, instead showing off a new bomber drone design, a beta model. Now Izuku, when you show off your design to people, especially the judges, you need to make sure you do something eccentric. They'll remember you better. Always start off the presentation with something interesting, like, most people would call me batshit insane. And I'd have to agree. Power Loader and Recovery Girl stared at him, looking slightly off-put as he stood in front of them. He was slouching a bit, head inclined a bit so he looked at them from the shadows of his bangs. Burn marks, for once not from Katsuki, decorated his sleeves from when he assembled the item only minutes before. Most had cleaned up to look presentable, but he didn't even bother changing from his inventing clothes or try to rinse the soot from his hair, which he had been growing out since he met me, mostly because building took up so much time that he didn't have any to go to a hairdresser, and also because he wanted to see what he would look like. As it turns out, his hair is mostly black, not green. It was at his shoulders by now, pulled into a low ponytail with several strands loose and in his face. In short, he was a mess and gave no fucks. After all, what kind of person walks into the equivalent of a job interview looking like a homeless kid, or laughs when his support item explodes not one, not two, but 3 times in the hour we were given to assemble it, or is completely quirkless and dares to try and be the first in Yui? He definitely had their attention, be it good or bad. He set the blueprints on the table, unrolling it and showing the rather convoluted design before setting a pair of bronze goggles on top of it. They were similar to that of Eraserheads in shape and size, but the glass was a one-way mirror instead of slotted. He grinned. This is the May Vision, inspired by a close friend of mine. Her quirk, Zoom, allows her to see up to 5 kilometers away, like Legola's but less cool. The May Vision can zoom up to 1 kilometer away in its current model. And it also has night vision, heat vision, and motion sensors. May Vision is best utilized by underground heroes like Mist and Eraserhead, or by rescue heroes like 13 or Sonar. The different sensors can seek out targets or victims and aid the heroes in their work. He simply leaves the model and blueprint on the table and exits without another word. Why waste words when you've already made your point? Something was wrong with Izuku. It wasn't like May thought he was wrong, Kami, no. His quirklessness barely mattered to her, even though she knew it would matter to some others. And she definitely didn't hate him for whatever was wrong. The first time she had ever seen him, he was clearly furious and crying as he ripped up something that was obviously important. And when he had shown up at the beach, she was ecstatic to think maybe she finally made a friend. But the way he cowered every time he mentioned he was quirkless, or how he flinched when she made wide movements, or when he stiffened as she touched him, something horrible had happened to her friend, and she was going to find out if it killed her. But until then, she would respect his privacy. May had practically cried when her letter from Yui came, so obviously she immediately called Izuku. He said he had gotten his and would be over soon to open it with her. He never showed up. The next day, he knocked on her door with his throat heavily bandaged. "Izuku, are you okay?" He flinched at her voice, but nodded with a weary smile. "Yeah, the necklace thing I was testing out. The one that was going to detect radio frequencies. It exploded and my mom had to take me to the hospital." Almost immediately, she relaxed at the explanation. Yeah, she knew the one. It was weirdly volatile and Izuku kept accidentally exploding it. It didn't temper her worry, though. "Well," she huffed in response, "I should hope that you'll get better soon, or else. Did you bring your letter?" He held up the envelope with a grin. "Hatsume, you've been accepted as only one of 5 into Power Loaders Class 1 Fahrenheit. Your ingenuity impressed the judges and we commend your inventive mind. You ranked first in support design, tied for first in presentation, and second in practical application." May set her letter down and grinned at Izuku. "Open it." He gave her a weak smile and ripped his own open, dumping the paper to the carpet. Scooping it up with shaky hands, he read off, "Midoriya Izuku, you've been accepted as only of a 5 into Power Loaders 1 Fahrenheit. Your boldness stunned the judges and left a real impression. You ranked second in support design, tied for first in presentation, and first in practical application." May looked at her friend with stars in her eyes as his smile grew. "Now I've just got to win the sports festival," he says conclusively. May nods along, a huge smile on her own face as she brainstormed all the babies she would be making soon. Izuku knew May meant well. She was all over the place, darting from one place to another and saw nothing but her goal. Izuku wished he had that. It was both a blessing and a curse, he knew. But it would be incredible to give no thought to what happened outside of his immediate concern. Anxiety's a bitch. He'd already left May's, rubbing the bandages awkwardly. He honestly didn't really remember the malfunction of the radio charm, or really much between leaving the house and waking up at the hospital. But his mother had tearfully told him that his necklace had exploded and then did the unthinkable. She told him to stop building support items. That had, of course, led to a massive fight which ended in him leaving the hospital that morning, heading home, changing, and going to May's. When May had stared, he wouldn't deny that he felt a little uncomfortable. He walks down the street, looking in the windows in silence when he catches sight of blonde hair in the reflection. No, not here. He spun, searching for his depressingly familiar bully, and saw a man with blonde hair walking past, nose in his phone. Oh, Izuku looked at the pavement and hurried across the street into a corner store, not wanting to be seen. He could feel the weight of their gazes on his bandaged throat. Pretending to browse, he skimmed through different plans. He didn't want to go out and have people see him. Something dark red caught his attention. A scarf. That works. Izuku would be sad he didn't see his mother much anymore. He wasn't so fucking furious with her. She tried to get him to stop doing what he loved because of an accident. He wasn't made of glass. He was quirkless, not china. But all of his anger paled in the face of his excitement, at least for today. Katsuki got in. Izuku just had to make sure he never knew that Izuku did, too. At least, not until the sports festival. Meimei was practically vibrating next to him as they walked in, her voice pitched higher than normal when she spoke. Oh my kami, Izuku, this is the actual Yui. How are you not freaking out? He was, just not externally. Instead of saying that, though, he shrugged. I dunno, maybe I'm just tired. You're always tired. You're always high on caffeine. Drug addict is your aesthetic. Exhausted hobo is mine. The door for 1 Fahrenheit came up a lot faster than he thought it would, and it was quite a bit bigger than he thought it would be. Meimei, of course, decides the best way to introduce them is to kick the door open before he can stop her. With a loud bang, it flew open, and Izuku hissed, "Sweet motherfucking kami." "Just Mei," she joked in return, taking his sleeve and practically dragging him into the room with 3 stunned students and a very exasperated power loader. This was going to be a long year. My name is Majima Higari. Power loader stood at the front, his eyes uncomfortably focused on Meimei and Izuku. He knew Meimei was smiling back, so he just glared. But that's Majima-sensei to the lot of you. Please don't play an introduction game. Please don't play an introduction game. Please don't play an introduction game. To get to know each other, we will talk a bit about ourselves. Fucking hell. Meimei, as wonderful as she is oblivious, leaps up. Mei, how? Majima-sensei sighed and gestures to Mei, and Izuku has to physically hold back a groan. Why can't he have a quiet day? Just one. I'm Hatsume. My quirk is Zoom, and Izuku here is my best friend. I love making babies with him. Izuku buried his face in his hands when Majima-sensei wheezed loudly and the other students froze in shock. Hatsume, he snapped to his friend. She has the audacity to giggle before correcting herself. Sorry, we call our support items babies. We're partners. One day. He just wanted one fucking day of peace. Aizawa Shouta was tired. Of course, this was nothing new. Hisashi liked to joke that he sucked all the energy out of Shouta like some vampire. But Shout had been an insomniac long before he met him, so you couldn't exactly blame him that he wasn't paying the slightest attention to Majima or Nimiri as they rambled about their classes. Neither bothered asking him, because Nimiri had heard from Hisashi that he'd already expelled a student. Some brat he'd not bothered to learn the name of that didn't even try to pass the quirk assessment. Kami above, I knew accepting the 2 top scorers into one class would be a problem, but I don't think I was expecting that. Nimiri leaned in, her blue eyes wide with anticipation. Did they explode something? Yes, and we didn't do anything except introductions and orientation, so I don't even know how, but that's not the point. Majima looked genuinely distressed, raking his capped fingers through his ginger hair. Shouta inclined his head slightly. Sue him, he liked hearing about other teachers having problem children for once. Majima acknowledged Shouta, tuning in with a nod before continuing. The top scorers were Hatsume and Midoriya Izuku, their partners, I'm pretty sure. Hatsume jumps up to be the first for introductions, and she says, I shit you not, I'm Hatsume. My quirk is Zoom, and Izuku here is my best friend. I love making babies with him. Nimiri snorted inelegantly as Shouta coughed to cover a laugh of his own. A bit forward, weren't they? And Midoriya immediately full names her and makes her correct herself. They call their support items babies, and it was a bit late to prevent mass chaos, so the other 3 are losing their shit. Midoriya genuinely looks like he wants to die. I'm still trying to figure out how to breathe. And Hatsume just stands there looking proud of herself. That was significantly better than his first assumption, Shouta decides. And don't even get me started on Midoriya. There was a sudden, loud explosion coming from down the hall, suspiciously close to the development studio. Majima sighs. That would be them. They asked to stay late so they could work on their support items for the sports festival. Nimiri cackled. I've got to see this. Shouta just shrugged and allowed his friend to drag him up and out the door. Majima hovering close behind as he followed with more than a little hesitation. As they walked down the hall, they heard several smaller explosions and loud swearing accompanied by laughter. Majima pushed the door open, stepping back to let the smoke drift out, a look of pure self-loathing on his face as he stepped in, Nimiri and Shouta in tow. Midoriya, Hatsume, I said to not level the building. A girl covered in hot pink paint appeared from behind a paint-covered shield, specifically the quirk-reinforced glass shield meant for testing explosives. She threw back her head and laughed. Pearl Zero white teeth, a starting sight on the girl covered head to toe in hot pink. Don't be ridiculous. Next to the volatile quirk testing grounds, Aka Gym Omega, the development studio and support classrooms are the most structurally secure places on campus. Shouta blinked. She was completely right. A boy with long, curly green hair rounded the shield as well, a tablet in hand. He didn't even look up to see the new people as he picked his way past puddles of pink to Hatsune. Fine motor control. She flexed her fingers stiffly, and the pink cracked, slowed but not stopped entirely. General motor control. Hatsune swung her leg out. It was stiff and awkward. Weird and kinda heavy, but not slowed much. Weight, I'd say about 5 kilos. Stickiness, slamming her palms together with a weird mix between a slapping and cracking sound. She bent her arms slightly, trying to pry them apart. Mega sticky, against other surfaces. Her leg lifted with a bit of the pink paint stringing between it. Tiny sticky, pathetic boy. The boy, assumedly Midoriya, frowned. Is the elasticity being a problem again? Yeah, maybe less rubber components next time. More concrete. Keep glue the same, though, since I think it's mostly the rubber fucking with its stickiness. Midoriya nodded sharply, looking up to her with a slightly deeper frown. We'll have to mark it as a failure. Hatsune grinned back. Majima sighed loudly. Please tell me you have some solution to clean this up. Salt water, Hatsune chirped, before waddling over to a kiddie pool with globs of pink in it. Midoriya looked up at Majima, noticing the other two teachers. Shouta notes the green eyes focus on him for just a moment longer, and he's suddenly struck with the feeling that he's seen this kid somewhere before. Something you need, Majima-sensei. Majima rubbed his face. Midoriya, you need to keep the explosions to a minimum. Oh, that. He glanced back. Those are the pink bombs. No actual destructive properties. It's meant for villain apprehension rather than offense. It comes off with some salt water. Majima looks to Shouta helplessly. Shouta shrugs in response. Not his problem, child. Hatsune bounces back over, miraculously clean of the pink sludge yet drenched in water. Her hair was a bubblegum pink and the strange shapes on her head seemed to be goggles. She threw her arm over Midoriya's shoulder, looking over at the three teachers. Haya, Midnight-san and Stranger-san. Boy on the bus, crying, angry. Pink bouncy girl, distract him, phone number. What the fuck just happened? Even if I'm quirkless, Shouta squinted slightly at Midoriya. Whatever had happened in those 10 months between meetings must have seriously fucked with the kid. He had long hair tied into a messy bun and eye bags that rival his own. But there was a definite shine to his eyes they wasn't there before. Aizawa, Kayama, meet Hatsune and Midoriya, Majima said tiredly. Midoriya here applied for support because he knew he would fail the heroics exam and plans on transferring. There was a strange clicking sound as Midoriya nodded, suddenly turning around and gliding away. Yas, queen, Hatsune cheered, her smile wide as was humanly possible. Heely away from them feelies. Shouta literally doesn't know what to do at this point except for sigh. He does have a slot open in 1A, after all. Better keep an eye on Majima's problem child, just in case he becomes his. Mei practically clung to Izuku the entire day. Like, okay, yes, they were working with 1 degree Celsius, but that didn't make them all idiots. Couldn't she at least try to make friends with them? He wasn't exactly much better, was he? Nevertheless, getting back to the development studio was a blessing. Support students had only core classes during the first half of the day, and the rest was dedicated to building and learning more about marketing support items. As usual, the lecture was probably informative, but neither Mei nor Izuku paid any attention to it, knowing Majima-sensei would upload a transcript to the class calendar they could read later. Instead, they stood in the very back, ignoring proper lab safety as they experimented with the formula for the pink bomb. Mark pure sodium and lithium as having no reaction. Mei instructed Izuku in a loud whisper, and manganese made it slightly more vivid in color, but no other visible effect. Try putting a drop in the distilled water. Izuku waved his hand lazily towards a glass of it that Izuku had originally planned on adding salt to, just in case the pink bomb got out of hand. There was a beat of pure silence as Izuku focused on his tablet, crossing out more and more combinations. Maybe we should work on the alumnosphere next. IZUKKUN, holy shit. He looked up at Mei, who was pointing at the water. The water was now a cloudy pink that was rapidly becoming more vivid, and he watched in awe as the entire glass of water became the thick substance that was pink bomb before solidifying into its dry form. There was another beat before Izuku hesitantly jabbed at the surface, and it felt a bit squishy and definitely sticky. Majima-sensei walked over with an annoyed look. Hatsune-chan, Midoriya-kun, I allow you two to experiment during lectures with the one condition that you don't cause a disturbance. What is it? Izuku looked up to the teacher, a manic grin on his lips. We discovered a new application of the pink bomb. He sighed, reaching up with rubber-tipped fingers to pinch the bridge of his nose. You know what, you two? Take the Mei vision. The hero classes are having their first foundational heroics lesson. Stay out of sight, take notes, whatever. Bring me improvements to their hero costumes, at least 5 students. If you get caught by the teacher, detention. Mei and Izuku just gave him wide smiles before snatching up their Mei vision goggles. Mei's bronze, Izuku's silver. I'll be telling Aizawa about my assignment to you too and have him add grades depending on whether or not the students detect you, so others' grades suffer if he isn't caught. 8. Time to see if he can make a lot of people really confused, really fast. Majima-sensei had directed the pair of Chaos Children support students to a supply closet where the heroics teachers keep extra stealth suits for the student, and Izuku walked out honestly feeling like he was really taking his first steps to being a hero. Just a borrowed suit gave him that feeling. How stupid was that? It was shockingly easy to observe the hero students and analyze them, really. Izuku supplied quirk analysis and how to design suits to better fit that, while Mei went over the more practical side of things. Somehow, Izuku forgot Katsuki was in this class the last round, playing the lone hero against Engine Boy and Gravity Girl. They never stood a chance. He came into the room, all explosions and anger, and Izuku feels like he's falling, ears ringing as he plunges into a different scene. Heat, hurt. Pain, hurt, useless, Deku, pain, hot, burning, remember me when I met you, a heat, boom, can you fucking hear me? Deku, can you hear me? Izuku, you in there? Something was shaking his shoulder, and he looked over next to him. Squished in the vent with him was Mei. Her Mei vision pulled up to reveal her crosshair yellow eyes. The exercise ended a few minutes ago, she told him in a stage whisper. Are you okay? He nodded robotically. Let's just get back to class. Okay. She frowned. Okay, Izuku. Izuku had been acting oddly, going straight to the bathroom and just staring in the mirror for a while. Mei was more than a little concerned. When he had spaced out, muttering indecipherable words under his breath in the vents, it was genuinely terrifying to look over and see her best friend's normally tired but attentive eyes blank and full of fear. She knew he was looking at his scar. The red scarf he had donned not long after getting it prevented her from ever seeing it, but she knew he didn't like it. Izuku had said before he felt like something was screwing with his head every time he looked at it, and Mei had mostly attributed it to the amnesia he had surrounding the radio charm malfunction. But she didn't interrupt him. Izuku was thinking about something heavy. He did that a lot recently. A lot of heavy thinking. And as much as Mei wanted to help him, she knew when to step back and let him work things out by himself. Mei, I think I need to talk to you about something. She was sitting on her bed with his analysis journal open, looking up at her dark-haired friend. She nodded silently, knowing a wrong word could scare him off when he was like this. He settles on the bed next to her, hands nervously working at his scarf. His green eyes were dark, and Mei couldn't help but feel really unsettled. Before you, nobody liked me. Mei blinked. Izuku, her Midoriya Izuku. Nobody liking him. Why the hell would nobody like him? He folded in on himself a bit, grabbing a pillow to hug it tight and being entirely unbothered by the mess of wires that was stuck fast to it by way of something she had fondly dubbed the superglue incident. I didn't have friends before I met you. And my mom and I are always fighting because she doesn't want me to be a hero or work in the support field. She just wants me to be safe, but I wouldn't be happy like that, and she doesn't care. She's just so controlling. Mei gently rested a hand on his shoulder as Izuku drew more into himself. She was aware of his family problems and the massive blow-up that led to him staying at her place more often than not, but she hadn't exactly realized it went that deep. And in at school, it was fucking awful. And Mei could do nothing but rub her friend's shaking shoulder and murmur comfort as he recounted the life he led before he met her. And if she later scrawled Bakugo, All Might and Co in red marker at the top of her shit list, that was nobody's business but her own. Izuku was her best friend, her brother, and now that she knew somebody had hurt him, they wouldn't get the chance to do it again on her watch. The clips played in loops in front of Shouta as he sat in the teacher's lounge, Majima leaning over the back of the couch. Earjack and Six Arms were the only ones to hear them but wrote it off pretty quickly, Majima surmised. Midoriya looks like he dissociates in the last clip, might have to talk to him about that. Shouta nodded. I'll be discussing situational awareness today in class after they pick a class president. Good, they'll need it. Hatsune and Midoriya already emailed me about outfit changes, and both are adamant about several students having theirs changed. Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Todoroki, to name the bigger ones. Shouta doesn't like Majima much, but he tolerates him. The ginger man has enough practicality to last him through his life and then some, but otherwise keeps his problem children on a rather slack leash. Case in point, the battle trails, allowing 2 unsupervised non-hero students into a battleground and telling them to analyze 1A. More because they were causing problems in class than anything. Aizawa, I know that look on your face. I was in the middle of a lecture and they started freaking out over how a chemical reacted with water, distracting the others. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Shouta clicked through the clips, landing again on the one through Hatsume's May vision where Midoriya is clearly either dissociative or having flashbacks. Definitely discuss that, he concludes. A pause. You're taking one on a field trip soon, right? Tomorrow. Shouta didn't like where that was going. Yes, the May vision test was a success. Yes, 1 Fahrenheit needs field experience. Shouta sighed. You technically can't stop me, Aizawa. Instead of responding immediately, Shouta pinched the bridge of his nose. Just stay out of the way. Izuku was tired. He had no idea dumping all of your emotions at someone's feet could be so exhausting. But it was, and he hated it. Mei had been oddly quiet, and that always made him anxious, but she hadn't ditched him yet. He was even more tired when the media broke in and he hid in a supply closet before heading to the development studio. The radio charm was well on its way, the pink bomb improving in leaps and bounds, and the May vision was almost finalized. And then this goddamn field trip. He hates field trips. He hates them so much, but he's stuck going on them. He'd rather be finishing the radio charm or finally starting on the alumnosphere. But no, he and the other 4 students of 1 Fahrenheit have to sneak around the damn USJ to spy on Wanna and come up with support items as homework. Like, yeah, it was fun, but you can't design on a time limit. So yeah, Izuku was so fucking tired. It didn't help that Katsuki was a constant threat, or that May might actually murder someone, or that he would be reminded of his own inadequacy in the hero world. Nope. Instead, he got a heaping load of fuck you salad with a side of shit fries. Cheer up, Izuku. May elbowed him slightly, her usual smile unwavering. We'll get to spy on those hero students. He just huffed in response, fingering his belt. On it hung 3 pink bombs, a chain with a radio charm, and a grappling hook, plus the silver May vision on his head. His messenger bag was fire and waterproofed, holding his journals and other random supplies and gadgets. May tugged on his ponytail, and he turned his head slightly to allow her to mess with it. She really liked playing with his hair, for whatever ungodly reason. He felt her undo the ponytail and start a braid, so he fished out the tablet from his bag and started updating the map. He didn't have any official maps for the sake of security, so he and May had been working together to make a sort of Marauder's map of the campus. And, of course, he was updating it as he went along. How's the Wonder map going? She chirped, tugging on his curls a bit roughly. We aren't calling it that. Yes, we are. Another one of the 1 Fahrenheit students, a boy with a calligraphy quirk named Hinata-ban, glanced over with inquisitive eyes. Hatsum-chan, your zoom quirk probably really helps with fine work, right? Izuku couldn't see, but he knew May had nodded. Midoriya-kun, what's yours? Another student, Reiki Pearl, piped up. She was half American with a technopath quirk and a twin sister that she talked about a lot. Reiki area. I mean, it has to be some kind of intelligence quirk. Or analysis. May's hand stilled as Izuku paused. Even Collins Fiona, an Irish student who moved here to come to UA's support course and was usually quiet, leaned in a bit. I'm quirkless, he said finally. Everything about me comes from work and practice. While Reiki immediately looked thoughtful, lines fading in and out around her eyes, and Hinata stared open-mouthed, Collins just looked confused. I'm sorry, what does quirkless mean? Is it a quirk that makes things smaller? He shook his head, ignoring the indignant squawk he got from May. It means I don't have a quirk. Collins' face cleared, then reddened considerably. Oh, sorry. In Ireland, we call it. Your translation would be God-chosen, and quirk. Quirky. Quirked. Yes, quirked people are called God-blessed. Rognath Agdaya, sorry, quirkless, are much common, very common. She stopped, muttering a string of what Izuku assumed was Irish before continuing. Quirkless are more common in Ireland. Maybe half of the people. My papa is Rognath Agdaya. Huh, the more you know. Now that he thinks about it, about 20% of the world population is quirkless, 80% of that above the age of 40. He'd always wondered where the other quirkless kids were, and now he knew. Heads up, kids, we're here. May tugged on his new braid and stood up with a stretch. Reiki stood as well, shooting a grin to Izuku. That's pretty cool you got in without a quirk, Midoriya-kun. He blinked. Oh, cool. Ah, the sweet taste of eloquence. Majima led them in through a back entrance, and Izuku starts fiddling with his May vision. The bit that searched out radio waves looked a bit fucked up. Might be the metal dome. Test later, and he slipped the silver goggles over his face. Motion check, he whispered to Mei. They flipped over. Functioning. Dark vision check. Flip. Functioning. Zoom check. Flip. Functioning. Radio check. Flip. Jammed. So it wasn't just him. Same here. Thermal check. Flip. It was. Weird. A single spot, about the size of a basketball, was a dark blue, meaning it completely lacking of any heat. Izuku, you're seeing this too, right? He shifted from one foot to another. Yeah, Majima-sensei didn't react to it, so it probably wasn't anything. Make sure to be quiet. The hero students don't know you're here and they might act out of hostility. Izuku saw the exact moment it all unfolded. The cold expanded into blackness and people filed out of it, dozens upon dozens. Eraserhead was in action in the blink of an eye. Majima-sensei immediately hushed 1 Fahrenheit, and Wanna started retreating to the bus with 13. Slowly, Izuku pulled a pair of metal rods with rubber handles from his messenger bag, holding one out to Meme as they and the rest of 1 Fahrenheit backed deeper into the bushes they had been hiding in. Hero students were falling through the ground, and 3 people stood at the center of the chaos. "Hey, Meme," he whispered, pressing a highly experimental button on the side of the May Vision. The rod he held lit up in blue electricity with a hum that made him more than a little nervous. Vibe check. All the anxiety Izuku had amplified into full panic, and he lightly brushed his pant leg with the rod. The electric jolt ran through his body like a lace, and he had to bite back a loud swear. And with his pain tolerance, he knew that was powerful, but it achieved its purpose to help him focus. "Sensei, Eraserhead-sen can't handle them alone," he said urgently to Majima-sensei. His teacher's eyes darted over to him as he was popping off the tips on his claws. "They have a warp quirk. Jammed radio signals. Most of one have vanished to Kami knows where. My heat sensors are telling me they're everywhere." Majima-sensei huffed a breath of air as he spoke lowly. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, Midoriya. Try to find an escape. Get help." With that, he burrowed into the earth. "Izukun, go." Meme's voice snapped him into hyperfocus. 3 villains were in the center originally. The one made of mist is fighting 13 now, but he moves so fast, that's the warper. The big one is the brawn, I think. He's just standing there. Either it doesn't matter to him or he's the product of a quirk to summon him as a sort of companion and he can't think independently. Third is that scrawny dude. He has a hand on his face. What the fuck? I think he's the leader. Mistman said something to him before warping to fight 13. And it would explain why he's inactive with the muscle as a guard. I'd estimate from 50 to 80 with the size of the USJ and the amount of heat signatures around. Since this was planned, they're probably in zones that suit their quirks. None of the villains seem experienced. All small fry. Quantity over quality. Eraserhead alone could handle, under extreme stress, maybe 3/4 of the center crowd before being overwhelmed if the leaders don't intervene, since he specializes in solitary sneak attacks rather than group battles. With Power Loader, they can likely handle the full center crowd and possibly all 3 leaders, but they need backup, so we have to contact Yui. Reiki touched his shoulder delicately. "Lay it on us, Midoriya." His eyes went up to the top of the dome. It was likely metal, maybe plasteel. The dome, he realized. The radio jam is probably from a quirk, but all quirks have a limit. I'm betting this guy put it on the dome. If we can bust through the dome, we can broadcast a distress signal. Mei finishes, her crosshair eyes widening. Does anyone here have explosives? A pause. That is, big boom machine, right? Collins asked hesitantly, her words halting and accent thick, probably from nerves. Fuck, Izuku hadn't even considered how badly this was shaking up his classmates. Yes, Mei whispered, trying to keep her voice low. I have a heat beam, she offered, taking something out of a duffel strap to her back. Very strong. Go through steel. You think it could go through plasteel? She furrowed her eyebrows, thinking it over, before nodding resolutely. It will take longer, but yes, I will need time. How long? Collins looked up, eyes tracing over the dome. Center is weakest. Looks like 3 minutes, maybe. Very bright color. We will be seen. Reiki looked up as well, her eyes calculating. I have some drones that I can pilot. They're weaponized with, well, don't tell Majima-sensei, but it's a bit of an experimental sleep gas that might send whoever inhales it into cardiac arrest. Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm, remembering he has a very electric, very volatile thingy in his hands. Fan-fucking-tastic. They have a bunch of experimental weapons that might work and not a single combative quirk. No, he had to stop thinking like that. Quirks aren't everything. What's powering the laser? He asked Collins. Her face darkens a bit. You have a power quirk. A long pause. More like nuclear. I can make big boom or small energy. I use small energy to power my support items. Oh, cool. You do that. Hinata-kun, what do you have? Hinata sneered at Izuku, and Izuku sighed internally. He so does not need this right now. I've got fucking nada except for some experimental first aid items. Happy shithead. Mei literally growled, but Izuku ignored it. Hinata, you need to stay here and cover Collins and Reiki. Reiki, if I'm correct, when you link up with your drones, you go into a trance-like state. Reiki nods, and Collins will need to focus on the laser. You'll have to cover them. Hinata glances at the 2 girls briefly, indecision coming over his features. At last, he spat, fine. But if I get killed, I'm dragging you down with me for this shitty plan. Midoriya. Mei leaned forward, slightly threateningly, and pulled something from her own duffel bag, which was, of course, something that every support designer should have on hand when they're in the field. Is that a fucking flamethrower? Yep. Mei popped the pea with a grin, dumping it at his feet. The 5 students of 1 Fahrenheit all looked at each other, hesitance obvious. Collins finally spoke, looking up from where she was assembling her laser. Midoriya, Reiki, Hatsum, if we make it out of this, call me Fiend. In my country, friends give each other nicknames. Hinata gaped at how he was blatantly left out, but the other 3 nodded, all managing small smiles. Wait, what's Midoriya and Hatsum doing? Izuku's best friend stood a little taller at that, her smile manic and menacing. What Majima-sensei says we do best. Be distracting. Izuku finishes with a sweep of his arms, careful not to whack any of his classmates with his rod. When I give the signal, start the beam. Believe me, you can't miss the signal. Somewhere in the background, the boat explodes. Izuku froze, mind going into overdrive. The villains wouldn't be fighting each other. They all have the same goal, whatever that happens to be, so that means the hero students are still here, the villains just scattered them. And some are on the boat that just exploded, Reiki realized with a shaky voice. Izuku's legs moved faster than his head, for once, but Meimei was hot on his heels. He wasn't too far from the water, and this was probably a really bad idea, but he chucks a pink bomb into the middle of the water at the same time Meimei does. There was a terrifying moment when they hit the water that nothing happened. Heads came from the surface to look in the direction of the 2 support students. And it all happened at once. The water quickly became murky pink. Then Izuku heard startled yelps as it solidified and kept expanding until it was at the shore. Izuku jabbed his rod experimentally at the surface. It was hard, but he stabbed it more, and it finally broke. He barely yanked his rod back in time to avoid it being stuck in the pink bomb. 2 heads peeked over the side of the boat. Meimei cupped her hands, shouting, "It's safe to walk, but step lightly." The 2 heads became full bodies, one purple and midget Y, one green and lanky, that climbed down the side and picked their way over. As they did that, Meimei kept watch as Izuku took inventory. 4 pink bombs, 1 radio charm, 2 Mei visions, 2 lightning rods, and 1 flamethrower. "Who are you, Kiro?" asked the green girl as she finally stopped on the shore, her tongue sticking out of her mouth a bit. "Hatsume and Midoriya Izuku of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit, Meimei said extravagantly, throwing out her arms. "Our class was supposed to observe yours, but now things have gone sideways, and we're taking the reins here." "I'm Asui Tsuyu, Kiro," the green girl replied, tilting her head a bit. "But call me Tsu." The purple midget is crying and snotting everywhere. And Izuku doesn't like him very much at all because he looks like he's checking out Meimei's chest at the same time. Izuku very deliberately steps in to block the midget's view, and nods to Asui. "If we survive this, I will. Our classmates are standing by with a plan to send a distress signal, and since the hero students are the only ones trained in combat, we need you to cover us. Can you do that?" Asui nods back, her face thoughtful as Meimei led the 4 of them to a dense bit of shrubbery. "What is the plan, Kiro? I need to know your quirks." Midget boy blubbers before saying, "And my quirk is called Pop Off. These balls are super sticky and I can throw them. My quirk is called Frog, Kiro. I can jump like a frog and have a long tongue, and spit a mild acid that burns a little. And I can spit out my stomach to clean it, Kiro." Izuku looks over the center area, wincing as he watches Majima-sensei take a hit to the chest before burrowing again. Eraserhead is clearly fatigued. 13 is crumpled at the entrance, 2 hero students by their side. "Fuck, if this works, we are 100% getting detention," he muttered before turning to the hero students. "Asui, when we give the signal, there's gonna be a thing that's very obviously caused by 1 Fahrenheit happening. And you need to help cover the 2 girls behind it. Midget, you stay here and you only attack if things go so far south they start speaking South African." Midget nods through his tears. Izuku pulls his flamethrower out of his bag, slipping the straps over his shoulders and readying the nozzle. "What's the signal, Kiro?" This." Izuku stood up and walked out of the bush, Meimei right at his side. He loved how she just thought like he did. No extra communication needed. He pointed the flamethrower up as he approached the center, activating it and watching orange flames spill from the nozzle. Meimei took one of her remaining pink bombs and threw it into the fire. There was a very big, very loud, very pink series of explosions that immediately drew the attention of most of the villains in the center, and it lasted just long enough to distract from the activation of the laser and cover the sounds of what is probably Majima-sensei swearing loudly at how stupid his students are. "Hi, villain leader," Meimei said, both loudly and cheerfully. "You seem to have made a bit of a mistake in your attack scheduling." Skinny Handjob's pose immediately became more threatening. "How so, little heroes?" Izuku had slouched a bit already, his hair a certifiable disaster that didn't quite block his view of Asui and Hinata kicking ass behind the main villain's back. Warp Boy is being kept busy by Eraserhead, it looks like, which is always good. He just needs to play his part, be as himself as possible and distract Skinny Handjob. "First off, Skinny Handjob." Shigaraki Tamura, the villain, seethed. Izuku almost smiled in victory. He got a name. Close enough. "So, first off, Shigito, we ain't hero students, much less heroes." Me and my friend here are from support. Came here to basically spy on our dear friends in 1A. Blah, blah, blah. It was a pretty recent change, so I'm guessing you didn't know about it. Yeah, the break-in was you, wasn't it? Mei jumped in, giving a little bounce on the balls of her feet, ignoring the hostile looks she was getting from the small fry villains trying to deal with Majima-sensei. That was really smart, using the media to cover it up. Honestly, Ria and I saw right through it, but those dumb heroes didn't have a clue. They really just can't think like us, He had no idea why, of all the fake names Mei could give him, she chose Ria, but whatever. But Shigito seemed to be eating up the indirect praise with a smile that crept around the edges of his hand mask. Wasn't it? He gloated, scratching the back of his neck. I knew those stupid heroes would never suspect a thing. Izuku didn't smile, of course, but he plastered a fake one on all the same. Do you mind if we ask what your motive is? We couldn't hear from our places. To kill All Might. Shigito stopped scratching, his hand stilling for a moment before he scratched harder. We've even got this Naomu to fight him. But he isn't here. All Might. At Yue. Wait a second. He had no idea who the foundational heroics teacher was, except that he was new. All Might was around Japan more. Fuck, how could he have been so dense? Kami, I know that feeling, he seized to Shigito. It's like he thinks the sun shines out of his ass. I would ruin that man's whole career if I ever saw him personally again. Not surprised that pompous ass didn't show up to his own class. Mei jolted slightly at his words, but nodded seriously. Nobody fucks with my Ria without paying in blood. And that blonde idiot fucked with him big time. Shigito nods excitedly. I wish he was here so I could kill him. Several things happened at once. A black portal opened, dropping Eraserhead onto the concrete before Mistman came through himself. The top of the dome finally caved in. There was a very large, terrifyingly familiar boom pop 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 from somewhere in the ruins area. Naomu, attack. Big Bird lunged for Eraserhead. Fuck. Yeah, that summed up the situation pretty well. Mei jumped forward, her rod striking out and jabbing directly into Big Bird's arm. Big Bird stuttered to a stop for a beat, and Izuku took less than a second to 1. Marvel at his resistance to the pain, 2. Realize Big Bird reacted to vocal commands, and 3. Form a plan. The radio charm was as volatile as it was useful. When it exploded, they learned, it broadcasted a powerful signal. Mei had wired it to broadcast in sauce. It also made an incredibly loud screeching sound that may or may not have almost deafened the two of them on several occasions. Midget, it's speaking South African. Midget ran out from the bush, screaming loudly, and successfully drew the attention of Shigito as Big Bird picked up Eraserhead effortlessly, who was actively trying to fight it, and threw him basically to Izuku's feet. He winced at the sound of crunching bones as the underground hero grunted loudly in what was clearly pain. But Midget did his job well enough to give Izuku an opening. He threw one of his 2 remaining pink bombs at Shigito, yelling, Romeo Charlie. Mei hit the ground, rod clattering to the stone and covering her ears as Big Bird recovered from her latest shock, and Izuku took the radio charm off the chain and jammed it into his last pink bomb. When it began beeping loudly, he knew he had only seconds. YUT. The pink bomb stuck directly to Big Bird's exposed brain, which was gross, and Izuku covered his ears just in time for the entire thing to explode. Izuku knew Big Bird must have some kind of resistance to pain or wounds, from how quickly he recovered from a high-voltage shock. But eardrums are the most delicate bits of skin in the body. They shatter easily. And if Big Bird had a super healing quirk and not resistance, it would overdo it and thicken the eardrum too much, making Big Bird deaf, or at least very hard of hearing. He was proven right when Big Bird went completely still, dead to the world and especially the pink glob on his head. Mistman, having realized they've been had, swears loudly and warps himself and Shigito away, but nobody else. Several minutes later, the dome explodes. I am here, because this day couldn't get any better. There are a lot of things Shouta didn't want to deal with right now. First up is the blonde idiot that used up his time and, as a result, was completely useless for the entire attack. Second was his students. They were still regrouping, Yagi having been the first teacher to show up and the others still on their way. Third was Majima's students. Hinata was in a screaming match with Hatsum about something he couldn't quite hear. Reiki was walking around stiffly with a blank look on her face as several drones followed when she went from one unconscious villain to another. Collins was speaking Irish in a high-pitched voice. Midoriya was helping Shout attend to his wounds with a practice he really didn't like. Fourth was the whole fiasco with the whole risky maneuver 1 Fahrenheit, specifically Hatsum and Midoriya, led. Given, it was smart, but it was also incredibly reckless. Eventually, Hatsum stomped over and started messing with Midoriya's black hair, unbothered when he moved around as she pinned it expertly into a bun and pulled a beanie hat out of nowhere to fit over that. May vision, she said shortly. And Midoriya pauses in wrapping Shouta's leg to slide a pair of silver goggles over his face, his lips thinning before he returns to his previous duty. I can take care of it myself, Midoriya, he snapped. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. You have 2 broken arms, a broken collarbone, and both hands have rope burn from when Big Bird grabbed the capture weapon. I think the fuck not. Wig snatched. Hatsum elaborated. And Kami above shouter regrets ever marrying Hisashi because he actually understands what she's trying to say. He's not old by any means, but he definitely doesn't want to be in touch with the youth that much. Yagi was approaching, and Midoriya shot him a glare over his shoulder. Shouta briefly wondered about that before Hatsum stood up and went over to the hero. Her step slow and deliberate. Took you long enough, she snapped. Yagi blinked in surprise. Who are you? You are not one of my students. She flipped a pink dreadlock over her shoulder. How dense are you, old man? 1 Fahrenheit came here to observe the hero students and come up with support items for them, plus test out our own in an open area when they left. But no, villains broke in, coming to kill you, and when you weren't here, they got pissed and attacked us kids. Do you know who handled the situation? Asshole. Huh. All Might took a visible step back, his hands raised placatingly. Shouta watched with raised eyebrows and a smirk hidden in his capture weapon as the overexcitable support student verbally ran over the number 1 hero and continued, not listening to his protests. Support Course 1 Fahrenheit handled it. The students that aren't trained to handle villains or fight or utilize their quirks or form battle strategies. You know who busted a hole in the dome to get a signal out? Collins Fiona of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. You know who took out almost 20 villains with highly experimental gas and 0 fatalities? Reiki Pearl of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. You know who covered those too? Hinata Ban of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. You know who caused a massive distraction? Me, Hatsume of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. You know who captured 18 waterborne villains and rescued 2 hero students? Who distracted the lead villains? Who sent out a distress signal? Who took out the main weapon? Who came up with a plan to save our lives? And my best fucking friend of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. There was no stopping Hatsum now. Shouta didn't even bother stepping in. She was right, and Yagi needed to hear it from someone that wouldn't be kissing his ass the entire time. A bunch of kids with no formal training handled the situation better than Wana and took control of it efficiently. So get your head out of your ass, it isn't a fucking hat, and maybe focus on your actual fucking job, teaching kids to survive in an incredibly dangerous business, instead of meddling where you're not needed. We've got 2 injured teachers, only 1 still mobile and rounding up 25 kids and over 70 villains. Several wounded students that likely are going to be scarred mentally by this incident. So instead of standing around looking pretty, how about you go fucking help Majima-sensei before I judo flip your ass into the concrete? There was a moment of pure silence, most of the students within earshot staring with open mouths and wide eyes, Majima pausing with 2 unconscious villains on either shoulder, and Midoriya slowly standing up to take Hatsum's arm. Thanks, Meimei. Can you take Hinata's experimental medical kit to 13 sen? I'll stay with Eraserhead-san. Reiki turned her blank eyes to Midoriya, her eyes clearing for a moment as the drones landed. I'll search around the area for the missing students, Midoriya-kun. I believe Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Hagakure are the only ones unaccounted for. Nope, I'm here. Empty air piped up, and Midoriya groaned, running a hand over his face. Todoroki, red-white hair. Kirishima, red hair and sharp teeth. Bakugo, blonde hair and bad attitude. I believe Todoroki was in the blizzard zone. And Bakugo in the ruins, not sure where Kirishima is, but I think he and Bakugo are together from what Su-chan told me. Ask Fiend-chan to follow your drones on foot with Meimei's May Vision to check out problem areas. Shouta grunted, struggling to stand and getting what he knew was a glare from behind the mirrored lenses of Midoriya's goggles. I'm fine, Midoriya. Wana needs to know I'm going to be fine. His nasty look didn't abate as he went Shouta's side, muttering to himself as he circled the teacher, hands twitching as if he was itching to write something down. Your ankle is sprained, he pointed out after a minute of that. At least use something to support yourself. Asui came over to join Midoriya. Midori-chan, Kiro, she started. Why are you covering up your face? Shouta jolted slightly, she was right. Midoriya was a plain kid outside of his hair and eyes, which the eyes and beanie covered. There are some people in your class I'd rather not let know I'm here. I plan on winning the sports festival. And if they know I'm in Yui, I'll lose my advantage. Huh, okay. Eraserhead-san. Just, Aizawa. My name is Aizawa Shouta. Didn't Majima tell you that? Midoriya just gives him a placid look. No, damn that man. Aizawa-sensei. He corrects himself, you can't ignore your health, and that is non-negotiable. He sighs, ignoring the throb of pain from it. What do you suggest, problem child? There is a pause. Midoriya offered his arm. Shouta sighed deeper. Mei was pissed. Sue her? Okay. She just survived a villain attack, was intimately reminded that this was the path her best friend had chosen. She faced down someone that Izakun, her sweet, shy, hurt Izakun, had his dreams crushed by. and she was in the same radius as someone that damaged him so much, physically, emotionally, and mentally. She had dropped that bastard Hinata's medical supplies to the girls, Uraraka and Ashido, and was now falling into step with Izuku as he supported Aizawa-sensei. Her hands twitched to her sides, protective of him even now that the danger has passed. A pair of drones hailed the entrance of Fiend carrying an unconscious boy and 2 others trailing behind her. Hatsum-chan. Mei darted over, repressing the urge to sneer at Bakugo. It wasn't the place or the time, and she couldn't lose her cool and expose Izuku. Fiend-chan. You can call me Mei, by the way, it's only fair. Fiend grinned before blowing a strand of her ginger hair from her face. Todoroki-kun is cold sick, hypothermic, Mei supplied, and her Irish friend nodded with a slight smile. Bakugo-kun and Kirishima-kun were trapped in the ruins by Bakugo's big booms, explosions. Bakugo sneered, and Mei smiled dangerously back. Kirishima whacked his classmate. Who the fuck are you extras? Hatsume and Collins Fiona of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit, Mei announced proudly. We were sent here to observe your class and come up with support items, but we also beat up a lot of villains. Mei ignored the string of insults about how she wasn't actually all that helpful and bent close to Fiend to whisper something seriously. Don't mention Izuku's name, call him Ria. It's not my place to explain. She nodded minutely, understanding it was a secret, and rolled her shoulders. Can you take Todoroki-kun? Sure. Mei took the hero student from Fiend, turning and walking towards the front where Aizawa-sensei and Izuku were approaching. Doors wide open and several heroes weaving through the crowd to check on the kids. I think the hero teacher has something to say. When they all gathered, Aizawa-sensei activated his quirk, garnering the attention of the whole crowd. My students, you handled the situation well, but do not let this go to your head. You will have sessions with Hound Dog, whether you think you need it or not. You are all too young to be thrown into that kind of battle. But we were unfortunately not given a chance. As some of you may have already learned, the 5 students from Class 1 Fahrenheit accompanied us to design support items and test their own while also observing one in secret. When the battle broke out, they took control of the situation and, as Asui says, came up with a plan to get help. While what they did was incredibly reckless, Aizawa-sensei elaborates heavily, sending a glare at Mei. It should also serve as a reminder that the other classes are not to be looked over in terms of potential or power. He said nothing else, and Izuku helped the man limp over to an empty gurney where a paramedic started looking him over. Izuku came over to Mei, and she gave him a weak smile. He didn't return it, but she knew he appreciated it anyway. Fiend-chan, get Todoroki to a paramedic. Mei, round up the other 2 and get them to Majima-sensei. I'm gonna get on the bus and have a mental breakdown. With that, he turned on his heel and walked straight out the door, ignoring the paramedics that tried to stop him. Mei stood in shock for a minute, before making a split-second decision. Can you get the rest of 1 Fahrenheit, Fiend-chan? I'm gonna go help Ria. Fiend nods resolutely, hurrying to a paramedic after taking Todoroki back, and Mei practically ran to the bus. Izuku needed her, consequences be damned. The door shut quietly behind him. The house was silent as Izuku and his mother met eyes, one worried and the other exhausted but defiant. You're hurt. Izuku flinched slightly, but held his ground. I am. You're angry. I am. Her green eyes searches his face, and Izuku quietly drew in a breath. Izuku, I don't like what Yui is doing to you. Mom, you're always so angry. And you're getting hurt, and you're never at home. Mom, I'm taking you out of Yui, Izuku. It's for the best. You were never this angry before. Rage, white hit and turning his vision red, overtook his exhaustion. Izuku's bag hit the ground with a thud, which he ignored, not caring about how his mother gasped at his blatant disregard for the floor getting scratched or something. He didn't care. This was no time to act meek or apologetic. No, Izuku, you don't get a chill. Yes, I do. He slid the beanie off his head and took out the band, ruffling the black and green curls until they suited him. The Mei vision was still hidden under his scarf, which he adjusted to be a bit more comfortable. He was going to be himself right now. Consequences be damned, this was his life, he was going to have a say in it. And you're going to sit down and listen to me. His mother gaped before sitting, seemingly on autopilot. Izuku rolled his shoulders before crossing his arms. Let's play a game of true or false. I've been angry for a long time. And you're pinning it on Yui because you don't want me to have my own thoughts or feelings besides being content with the hamster cage you're trying to fit me in. True or false? You keep claiming why I do is dangerous, which is valid, and try to protect me from it by forcing me away from the things I enjoy doing. True or false? Izu, you treat me like a fragile guinea pig instead of a human being that can make my own decisions. True or false? Izuku, he couldn't be stopped, though. Instead, he kept going in an even tone, refusing to let an ounce of emotion leak through. The moment he cried, it was over. He was not giving up his spot in Yui. You don't let me live my own life and pursue my own aspirations because of my quirk statue. True or false? Silence. I'm going to my room. You can think about what I said while I pack my bags. I'm not coming back here until you get it in your head that I'm not a China doll or a pet. I'm a human, I have my own goals, and you need to accept that. Izuku picked up his bag of support items and walked to his room. As soon as the door closed, he let the silent tears fall. Of course, everyone he knew would be against him. After all, she was one of them. But why did his family have to break now, of all times? In his desk drawer was a picture of him, age 3. His mother and father stood on either side of him. His father, Hisashi, smiled at the camera. Izuku might have been young, but he remembered discovering the affair. He remembered the ugly divorce. He remembered the venom his parents spat at each other as they parted. Maybe his family was always broken. Maybe that's just how things always had been. Tears continued to flow as he walked around his room, picking up some things. Most of his support shit, basically all of the things that weren't in his bag, was at Mei's. He didn't have many clothes, mostly just junk clothes he either kept in his locker at Yui or at Mei's. Really, he was over there enough to build up his own supply of living supplies. Even his toothbrush was there. Really, all that there was to grab were his old hero journals and his art supplies. It was okay, though. His mom would come around. He would survive, just like he always has. When Hitoshi saw the kid on the train, he didn't think much about it. Then he saw the soot-stained Yui uniform, and he did. Then saw the scarf and remembered. Oh, yeah, this was the quiet 1 Fahrenheit kid that was friends with the pink, excitable one. Midoriya, right. The support student jolted, his eyes cutting over to Hitoshi. After a beat, he relaxed. Oh, yeah, you're Shinsu. Hitoshi nodded, feeling more than a little awkward. He had no idea how to talk to people. Your classmate, the one with the big chin. He said you wanted to transfer into the heroics course. Yeah, that's cool. The tired boy nodded, his exhausted eyes sliding down to the bag in his hand. So do I. I thought support students didn't want to be heroes. The words were out of Hitoshi's mouth before he could bite them back, and he immediately felt the tips of his ears heat up. Normally, no, he mumbled, foot scuffing the floor of the train. I'm quirkless, so I wouldn't pass the exam, and I needed to build my own support items. So I'm gonna be the first support student to win the sports festival. He said that with so much force behind it that Hitoshi couldn't help but agree. Good luck. I'll be giving it my all, too. Midoriya looked at him with a surprised expression, which confused Hitoshi until it melted into a tiny smile. Suddenly, Midoriya wasn't just some exhausted, homeless-looking student. His messy black hair framed his pale face, freckles like stars, green eyes still tired but now with a sort of emotion behind them that Hitoshi never saw directed at him. Thanks, Shinsu-kun. Good luck on transferring. The train stopped, and Midoriya got off with his laden bags, shoulders forward and defensive as he shoved through the crowd. Hitoshi blinked stupidly, mentally cursing out his gay disaster heart as he wondered why Midoriya Izuku would be grateful to him. Friday, the day of the week in which, upon the ring of the final bell, the souls of all the students attempt to free themselves of their mortal flesh to follow the sense of exhilarating freedom. Unfortunately, it just reminded Izuku he would have to tell Mei he had had a massive fight with his mother and that was why he slept over yesterday. Majima-sensei stood at the front of the room, his eyes focused on Mei and Izuku, who were actually trying to pay attention. The sports festival will go on. Silence reigned the students of 1 Fahrenheit as he continued. On the first Saturday of May, or May 3rd, the Yui Sports Festival will take place as usual to show that Yui isn't shaken by the attack. Something to note is that this is incredibly important. You could be transferred if you do well, his eyes settled on Izuku, or you could advertise your support items. It's a required school activity, and management will be, well, managing it. There is a pause. For the next 3 weeks, you will be dedicating the entire half-day you are given in support classes to building the support items you want to use in the sports festival. That is all. There was a pause before Mei and Izuku practically pelted to their work area. The Lumnosphere, finalized pink bombs, May Vision, but Siren Coal, lightning grods. Silence fell for a moment before Izuku spoke. We'll need to finish the lightning grods so that we won't have to go through the hassle of updating the May Vision's official model. Pink bombs are pretty much done with. We just need to have Majima-sensei approve them for professional work. Alumnifer and Siren Coal need to come last so we don't get stuck using only betas during the festival. Mei nodded, her crosshair eyes going to the table. You work on the lightning grods while I get the pink bombs to Majima-sensei. At the end of the day, Izuku was wiping sweat off of his face and trying in vain to gather up all of his unruly hair. They grinned, more than a few minor electrical burns decorating her hands and soot-staining Izuku's sleeves. Just need to clear it with Majima-sensei and the May Vision. Lightning Grod pair is ready to go. She grinned, her eyes a bit more manic than what he was comfortable with. Want to test her out? Oh, do I? Unfortunately, their plans were thwarted when they passed by 1A's classroom to find the door crowded. Izuku had already slid on his May Vision and beanie preemptively, of course, to avoid Katsuki recognizing him if they passed in the hall. I see that one is just full of presumptuous assholes, though. Oh, is that Shinsu? Out of my way, extra. And that's Katsuki. Wait, did Shinsu say that to Katsuki? Oh, shit. Izuku shouldered his way past a few unfortunate students and grabbed Shinsu's hand. The tall boy jumped, but Izuku dragged him back and away from the crowd, continuing on his journey to the gym with Mei. Shinsu gaped at Izuku when he released the purple-haired boy's hand. Well, why? Katsuki's dangerous. He replied simply, can't risk pissing him off. Believe me, you'll have a miserable fucking life if you get on his bad side. Mei nodded seriously, shooting a glare at 1A's classroom. I can't believe you call him Katsuki. You aren't friends. Mei, I called him Kaken for 14 years of my life. Could you really blame Shouta for following Majima's problem children when he heard Midoriya make that concerning comment about 1A's resident landmine? They seemed to have befriended Shinsu, a boy he'd kept an eye on since he failed the heroics exam, Shinsu Hitoshi. Or, at least, Midoriya was looking out for the taller boy as Hatsune talked enough for 5 people on her own. With how little input either boys put in, she was having a rather interesting conversation about something. Oh, I'm Hatsune. I know. We have the same core classes. This is Izuku. You should meet our babies. Shouta really doesn't know if Hatsune's word choice is intentional, but it has quite the amusing effect on the tall Gen Ed student. He chokes on air and stumbles, pitching forward. Midoriya slides over to catch Shinsu and right him. Shouta doesn't miss how Shinsu turns bright red, either. High school. She calls our support items babies. Midoriya sighed with the rehearsed exhaustion of someone who had said it so many times they were sick of it. Though, we're heading to Gym Alpha to test the final beta version of our support item. Want to join? Hatsune offered. Yeah, don't you need supervision for that? Hatsune shrieked, literally leaping into Midoriya's arms. Midoriya promptly drops her on the floor, staring at Shouta flatly. Shinsu looked quite startled, but didn't seem to have a voice to accompany that. Yeah, that's why you're here. A black and green-haired support student turned on his heel, continuing on his path. Shouta didn't know how he ended up teaching a trio of kids to use eskrima rods, but they definitely ended up staying late, the 3 going home 2 hours later with the basics of the 12 strikes down. He thinks it may have been something about watching the kid handle his lightning rods wrong, and calling it out, and the problem child asking him to correct him if he got something wrong. One thing led to another, and he was demonstrating for the 3 brats. Hazashi was giving him a very smug look when he finally got back to the apartment, which didn't help him at all. Found some kids to mentor. He teased. He huffed, collapsing on the couch. I'm not a mentor. Just a couple of problem children demanding I show them how to use eskrima sticks correctly. You keep telling yourself that. Itoshi wasn't sure what to think. First, he's challenging 1A. Next thing he knows, the oh-so-eloquent Midoriya Izuku swoops in, grabs his hand and drags him away. Then he meets Eraserhead and learns some eskrima or something while not being able to get a single word out. Plus how adeptly Hatsune needled Eraserhead into agreeing to come back again to show them more. That was a whole ass thing. And then how it actually happened. Every day for the past week, with a highly annoyed Eraserhead, no, Aizawa-sensei, directing them. What's your quirk, Shinsu-kun? Hatsune looked over with a big smile. Mine is Zoom. Oh, wonderful. This question. Brainwashing. I can brainwash people if I ask them something. After a beat, he heard muttering. Hitoshi looked over to Midoriya, who seemed to be staring into space. Then, he snapped back with a small grin. Auditory or response? Response. His palm slammed onto the bench next to him. Mei, we're finishing the siren call within the week. Hatsune cackled, throwing her head back. Sir, yes, sir. That didn't bode well. Izuku stood next to Mei, Shinsu not far off. Mei was bouncing on the balls of her feet, and Izuku just stood lazily next to her, hands shoved into the pockets of his gym kit and ignoring the weird looks he and the other 1 Fahrenheit students got for being completely decked out in support items. Fiend came up to Izuku's other side, ginger hair pulled into a high ponytail. Midoriya-kun, are you sure this will work? Her accent is thicker than usual, and Izuku takes it to mean she's anxious. He huffed a breath before responding. Have I ever led you wrong? Just last week we all nearly got detention because you convinced us to help you test your alumni sphere on the wood teacher's desk. Mei waved her hand dismissively. It was old and he shouldn't have such a fire hazard in a support classroom anyway. It all went according to plan and nobody got detention. It was a total success. Hinata was suspended for 3 days. Reiki reminds her. It was a total success. Izuku echoes Mei, and Shinsu snorts. It hadn't taken long for Aizawa-sensei to dub Shinsu as a problem child when they may or may not have possibly, completely by accident, blew up a locker that definitely did not belong to a quirkist bastard from 1D that called Shinsu a villain in front of Izuku. Shinsu hadn't done anything or even been present, but Aizawa-sensei seemed to determine who was problematic by things that were caused because of them, not necessarily by them. But Izuku would never target a person for any reason. No, sir. And welcome to the UE Sports Festival. Izuku regrets being born. I'm Present Mike, here with 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouta. I was held at gunpoint. Izuku regrets being born slightly less. Don't be ridiculous, Aizawa. This is the first year stage, welcoming the invincible 1A, shaking off a villain attack with wills of steel. The crowd roars. Get into positions. Go, go, go. May raised her voice over the din to be heard by the other students of 1 Fahrenheit. Izuku hated being touched, but he would deal with it. They even managed to get Hinata in on the plan. Oh, and Hinata was less of an asshole now. He had apologized out of the blue to Izuku for being an ass at the USJ, and offered to be the fall guy in return. He was still a jerk, but more in a rough around the edges way than a Bakugo Katsuki kind of way. Following them are Heroics 1B, General Education 1 degrees Celsius, 1D, and 1E, Support 1 Fahrenheit, 1G, and 1H, and DDD Management 1I, 1J, and 1 Kelvin. The others filed out, many muttering about how little fanfare they got, but 1 Fahrenheit stayed in position. They knew exactly what they were doing. And 1 Fahrenheit. Where's 1 Fahrenheit? Mei cackled and lurched into motion. What the crowd were seeing was both simple and elaborate, causing many to wonder how just 5 students managed to pull it off. The answer was simple. Bribery of upperclassmen who weren't participating in their festivals. But no good support students showed their hand. Twin flames shot out from the student entrance, and something was thrown into the path of the flames that exploded into extremely attention-grabbing pink. Midoriya Izuku sat on the shoulders of Collins Fiona and Reiki Pearl, who ran out at top speed with the small boy somehow making it work. Hatsume followed closely behind, dashing on their heels while holding 2 long, equally pink streamers. Hinata Ban trailed last, slightly slower while hoisting a large sign over his head, in perfect calligraphy. All hail the unlauded heroes of the USJ. There was a moment of silence before a deafening mix of laughter and cheering came from the stands. Izuku used his May vision to look up at the announcer's box and stifled a laugh. Yamada-sensei was frozen, mouth half open with clearly no idea what to say while Aizawa-sensei had a hand over his face. Eventually, Aizawa-sensei's voice echoed over the stadium. And support course 1 Fahrenheit. The other class trapped in the USJ during the attack and took out a total of 38 villains. Are you problem children happy now? Izuku stuck his hands out in a double thumbs up with a lazy smile as 1 Fahrenheit caught up with the rest of the crowd, disassembling the decorations and Hinata using Mei's flamethrower to set the poster sign on fire. Shinsu and Tsu walked up, Shinsu with an amused smirk and Tsu with the same blank look on her face as always but crinkled eyes. That was cool, Kiro, she started, but won't you get in trouble? Mei winked before whispering conspiratorially. It was a crowd pleaser. They can't touch us. It was reckless, though, Shinsu threw in. Izuku shrugged as Reiki sighed. Midoriya-kun wanted to launch a dark red version of the pink bomb at 1A and have us come out like battle-weary heroes. But Hatsume hot that one down fast. It was a good idea, Izuku insisted despite the look he gets from his pink-haired friend. Kayama-sensei stood up front with her whip thingy and a suit that some of the guys nearby were freaking out over but Izuku didn't see much of a problem with. She had to have it thin for her quirk. It wasn't meant for sex appeal, though that could have been a secondary motivator. He didn't really see the sex appeal in it either, but oh well. Alright, let's look at this wheel to see what our kidlets are gonna do first. It's rigged, Collins said casually as it began to spin. Race with objects in it. Obstacle course. Yes, thank you. The wheel stopped, and wouldn't you know it, obstacle race. Izuku let an evil smirk slide across his face. Oh, everyone was so gonna hate him. The students were lined up, most shifting from foot to foot and checking out the competition. Despite their show of power, 1 Fahrenheit was mostly ignored. After all, no support student had ever even posed a real threat in a sports festival, so it was all going pretty well, in Izuku's opinion. 1 minute to start. Papa Romeo, Mei announced loudly. She got a lot of weird looks, but Shinsu and 1 Fahrenheit all took canisters from their belts and sprayed the contents onto their shoes liberally. Papa Bravo, Whiskey Hotel. Small pearls of pink sat inside thin glass held by every student in 1 Fahrenheit. And Shinsu held the nozzle of something that looked slightly different from a flamethrower. Is the pink girl saying something? Hatsume of 1 Fahrenheit is speaking in the American phonetic alphabet. Looks like they're preparing for something. Well, 30 seconds to do it, then. Izuku smirked, and those who looked upon felt a shudder run down their spines. Before them was a tunnel. Those most wouldn't. Izuku recognized it as the first obstacle. Only a few could fit at a time. And it worked perfectly with their plan. 5. He braced his feet against the earth. Mei vision fit snugly over his face. 4. Mei shot him a smile. 3. Shinsu rolled his shoulders. 2. Reiki, Fiend and Hinata readied their stances, neutral faces becoming ones of determination. 1. The world held its breath. Go, go, go. Izuku was running before his brain could process it. The flamethrower-like nozzle Shinsu was holding spat water onto the ground just inside the tunnel. And 5 glass pearls of pink followed quickly, shattering and then exploding into a pink mass that covered a good 5-meter stretch. Most of the students at the front reared back, not expecting the move at all, but 1 Fahrenheit and Shinsu ran across the pink goo without any issue. Stupidly, Midget from Wanna decided that 1 Fahrenheit running across it meant it was safe and tried to run over with a horde of other students. That immediately got trapped in the goo. Mei cackled, pulling a mic from nowhere and clipping it to her collar. The first obstacle, the narrow passage. 1 Fahrenheit dominates, using, and that, folks, was the Pink Pearl, aka Pink Bomb Mini. 1 Fahrenheit was being quickly pursued by a choice pair of Wanna students, Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku paid them no mind, of course, simply enjoying the workout until he hit the next obstacle. What? This is Hatsume from the support course, class 1 Fahrenheit. The Pink Pearl is a smaller, less potent version of the Pink Bomb. It is an explosive with sticky and bright results and expands when it comes into contact with regular all H20. Designed by yours truly, Hatsume, that's Hatsume, and her partner Midoriya Izuku, that's Midoriya Izuku. It's sure to be a non-destructive way to apprehend villains, with a method to easily remove it told to support companies and heroes that use it. Izuku silently thanks every god that's watching that Katsuki has his hearing aids off. He'd seen him take them out before the festival started, likely to prevent interference from the noise. Otherwise, the explosive blonde would have turned around just to pound Izuku into the dirt on live TV. Well, there was still daylight left for that. Stay tuned for more exciting support items designed from Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. There was an awkward pause fro the announcer's box before Aizawa-sensei resumed with a flat voice. And with that interruption, 23 students are still stuck in the concoction at the starting line, and 21 more still fighting through the passage. And Todoroki Shadow of Wanna takes us to the second obstacle, the Rubu Inferno. Robots. Oh no. Whatever will they do with their lightning rods and water hoses? What a tragedy. It's almost like they had no idea there would be any form of robot. Mei breaks into the recording again. Also by Midoriya Izuku and Hatsume are the lightning rods, paired with a special tool we will introduce later. They are Eskrima sticks with a high voltage charge that's enough to incapacitate but not kill, unless you're beating up a very old man for whatever reason. And the Pink Bomb 1.0, the bigger and more potent version of the Pink Pearl. Hatsume, that's Hatsume, and Midoriya Izuku, that's Midoriya Izuku. Over and out. Izuku grabs a bit of scrap, an idea forming, before he took off again, his friends all around him. Shinsu rode on the backs of several brainwashed students and he rolled his eyes, extending a hand to Izuku. Izuku smirked and took it, giving his legs a break as he settled on a particularly broad boy's shoulders beside Shinsu, nudging his purple-haired friend. Hey, this is the second time I've ridden someone today. Living like a king, Shinsu snorted, rolling his eyes in return. And Bakugo Katsuki of Wanna takes us over the fall. Don't look down. Truly the worst thing to ever happen to 1 Fahrenheit and Shinsu. They had no plan for a giant gap. None. Truly, they're winging it. As if they didn't plan for every single thing that could come of an obstacle course. Fiend grinned wildly as she paused at the edge to secure her laser on her back, linking arms with everyone going down in a line. Shinsu just shook his head and took Izuku's arm, ignoring how Reiki's face goes a bit blank as drones descend from the sky and start lifting up the 6 of them. And then Fiend points the laser directly down and activates it. And hoo boy, they went in YOOM over that chasm. By Collins Fine, that's COLLINSFINNA, the Heat Blast. A super focused laser that can be set to 2 different modes, melt and force, to either propel something at high speeds or melt through even plasteel. By Reiki Pearl, that's REIKIPERL, the Pegasus drone, meant for lightweight heroes to ride through the skies at speeds of 20 miles per hour. And the last obstacle, the minefield. The moment they landed, Shinsu brainwashed a couple students to carry him independently. 1 Fahrenheit broke apart as they went about their own ways. It was the final stretch, and everyone wanted to earn it themselves. So, naturally, Izuku dug up the mines with the plate metal as Mei announced more 1 Fahrenheit support items with the cheer of a natural saleswoman. Problem child, what are you doing with those mines? Izuku jumped at being addressed directly, but grinned disturbingly at the announcer box and backing up a few steps, plate metal in front of him like a snowboard, and then jumped directly onto the pile of mines. It didn't burn him like Katsuki's explosions did or stain him with soot like his support item malfunctions would. Instead, with a bang, and more glitter than was strictly necessary, Izuku was launched into the air. He wouldn't be able to describe to Mei later what flying felt like. Both exhilarating and freeing at the same time as being mortally terrifying. But he could describe in perfect clarity what it was like to slam the metal into Todoroki and Bakugo's chests. as he flew over them, and what it was like to land a bit awkwardly, but dashing with legs long since trained to flee and avoid small obstacles straight across the finish line. Ow, 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 ow. And we have ourselves a winner, Midoriya Izuku of Support Course 1F, closely followed by Todoroki Shoto of 1A and Bakugo Katsuki of 1A. Izuku was already out of the finishing area by the time Katsuki was across the finish line. Hearing Yamada-sensei announce, 1 by 1, Shinsu and the rest of 1 Fahrenheit's crossing, Izuku had planned for everything, he realized, except one thing, how he would hide in between rounds. Bakugo Katsuki hated Deku. When they were young, it hadn't exactly been hate. Contempt, definitely. The fucking quirkless piece of shit followed Katsuki everywhere, tears streaking his stupid face and laughing as if nothing was wrong, ever. Katsuki hadn't really hated Deku until the day of the sludge incident. He dared to look down on Katsuki, who was so obviously better than Deku and everyone else in their school of extras, but Deku went and applied for Yui. He shouldn't have told the worthless nerd to jump off a building. He knew that. He was right, of course, the world would be better off, but he set some fire in the useless idiot that hadn't been there before. And when that sludge villain attacked Katsuki, he had it handled. All Might was there, but Deku had to jump in and ruin his fucking chances at impressing the #1 hero. The next day, Deku looked him in the eye for the first time with something other than misery or idolization. No, it was a look of pure, unadulterated loathing as he spat Katsuki's name, Katsuki's real name, like it was something nasty he had bitten and Katsuki hadn't known what to say. Deku had never called him anything but Kaken in their lives, something the hag would joke about often. How Deku had immediately given Katsuki a nickname the moment he could speak. And the fucking flower. Katsuki didn't see the nerd shed a tear over it, instead waving it around as if it were a daisy he picked in a field and not a suicide bait. For the rest of the year, the quirkless piece of shit either snapped at him or outright ignored him. Katsuki made his beatings harder, but nothing turned Deku back into the way he was. And then, Deku had the audacity to get into Yui and hide from Katsuki, and then beat him in something. He knew something was up with the nerd Rhea from 1 Fahrenheit. The one who always had a beanie and goggles. But Rhea was just another extra to Katsuki, no matter how high and mighty the support shitbag acted. But no, Rhea was Deku. Katsuki's palms twitched with small sparks as he stormed through the stadium halls, red eyes scanning and practically kicking open every door in search of the worthless asshole. Katsuki would make him pay for what he did. A pair of support extras were loitering in the hall just outside one of the doors. This one marked 1 Fahrenheit. He recognized them, of course, the ginger bitch that couldn't form sentences correctly and the half-American bastard with the identical twin in general education that kept seeking Katsuki out for the past few weeks just to stare at him silently. Katsuki was many things, but stupid was not one of them. He had to get them out of the way. He just knew Deku was in there, and if Deku ended up dead, he didn't want witnesses. Out of the way, extras, he growled. The bitch blinked at him with narrowed eyes that almost reminded him of the old Deku's, innocent and full of life and stupidity. But these were many shades paler, a sickly yellow-green rather than Deku's puke green. But the most major difference between her and the old Deku's eyes was that she was glaring at him as if he had personally attacked her. And as far as Katsuki knew, he'd never spoken to her before. "We are not taking visitors," she said with a heavy Irish accent that somehow didn't make her words less clear. Especially not one of bastards with a, what's the word, vendetta against our classmates. American bastard tilted her head slightly to the side, her eyes uncomfortably similar to that of her twin's in intensity. Unlike her twin, however, she did speak, each word laced with threat. "We could always get a teacher if you refuse to leave, of course." Fuck. Katsuki's hands twitched with the desire to shove past them and blow through that door to explode Deku straight to hell. But he knew that he wasn't gonna get past these two, not without jeopardizing his place in 1A. Ginger bitch's hand drifted to a utility belt laden with pockets and pouches. Her eyes focused on him with an implacable fury he didn't like. Katsuki turned around and walked back to 1A's preparation room. After all, Deku had 10 million points. That's 10 million reasons to beat the shit out of him in the second round and get away with it. May refused to regret what she did. Izukun's private life was his own, yes, but there was a point in which some things needed to be shared, and Izukun wouldn't have done it himself. He would definitely be mad at her if he knew what she did, but she wouldn't let her Izukun get hurt again. The day after the sports festival was announced, she texted 1 Fahrenheit to meet her before class while she knew Izukun would be preparing the workshop for a solid half hour with laser focus. He always hated how disorganized May was, so he would always make her go do something else while he did that. So she met with 1 Fahrenheit in an old support classroom that was mostly used for testing incendiary weapons. Hatsum, why are we here? Hinata was an asshole, sure, but she needed his help, too. May needed all of 1 Fahrenheit on Izukun's side. It's about why Izukun and I asked you to call him Rhea in front of people outside of 1 Fahrenheit. Reiki had lifted her head a bit, sliding her phone into her pocket, something she rarely did, as with her technopath quirk she liked to soak up knowledge from all corners of the internet. It meant she understood it was a heavy situation, and respecting it. May appreciated it. Please don't tell him I told you this, but it needs to be said because I need your help, and for that, you need to understand the situation. Fiend crossed her ankles, fitting 2 earbuds into her ears that she and Reiki had designed together, something to help her understand Japanese a little better by filtering it into Irish. On her mouth was a prototype of something that could work the opposite way, filtering Irish into Japanese, though that wasn't the main function. Mostly something Izuku had thrown in when he learned Fiend struggled a lot with Japanese, especially when she was stressed. They wrung her hands nervously, not looking at Hinata as she spoke, before Izuku came to Yui. He was a victim of peer abuse and severe discrimination because of his lack of a quirk. It's why he's always so nervous around you guys, and why I'm talking about it now. Because his main bully, someone who suicide baited him and has scarred him mentally and physically, got into Yui, and Izuku is hiding from him so he won't have to deal with the abuse again. Silence met her words, Hinata's face going slack with horror and realization. The prototype fiend was wearing spat-out gibberish as the girl flinched with her whole body. A moment later than Reiki did, the latter's purple eyes flying open and her hands covering her mouth. During the sports festival, Izuku will have to face him. I need your help to keep them separated. He's dangerous and he might severely wound or even cripple Izuku. More silence, and May braced for the worst. Then, shockingly, Hinata spoke. What's the bastard's name? She felt color return to her face. Bakugo Katsuki of Heroics Course 1A. Don't piss him off directly, or he might hurt you, too. Izuku was scared of telling me about it because he didn't want me going after the bastard. Reiki slowly raised her hand. Yeah, Reiki-chan. Her body was shuddering badly as she spoke haltingly. My sister, Aria, has an empath quirk. She knows he's very hostile and has been keeping an eye on him. Can I ask her to keep an even closer eye on him? Yeah, Reiki-chan. Thanks. May smiled weakly at her classmate. The more information we have, the better. Hinata shook his head, running a hand over his face. This is so fucked up. I'm such an ass. I'm gonna apologize to Midoriya. Call me above. He doesn't deserve me being a jerk on top of that shit. Thanks, Hinata-kun. No, May wouldn't regret a damn thing she did, especially not since she heard Bakugo being turned away by Reiki and Fiend at the door as Izuku talked with Hinata and Shinsu about some invention he was collaborating with Hinata on and Shinsu was testing for them. She hated the fear in his eyes when she found him hiding under the table in this room, his arms wrapped around his legs in a fetal position, before she stationed Reiki and Fiend outside and called Shinsu in to distract Izuku from his panic. May did the right thing, even if Izuku wouldn't agree with her. Hitoshi was worried about Midoriya. Maybe a week ago, about 2 weeks after they had all started training in Eskrima under Aizawa-sensei together, Hatsune had pulled him into a burnt-up old support room with the rest of 1 Fahrenheit, explained about the hardships his short black-haired friend had dealt with in his past, and recruited him into helping 1 Fahrenheit keep Bakugo away from Midoriya. He may or may not have suggested they called it the Izuku Protection Squad, which may or may not have become their official group name. So being called in with 1 Fahrenheit to talk to Midoriya and distract him wasn't a surprise. What was a surprise was finding the small teen curled up under a table and having to bribe him with cat videos to come back out, and even Hinata pitching in to get the topic to something Midoriya was passionate about. Suddenly, Midoriya's face became thoughtful. You know, you all can call me Izuku, right? Pearl, Fiend, and May do. What's up with you two? Itoshi's eyes widened to what he knew was comical and prayed his hair was droopy today and was covering his ears because he knew they had just turned tomato red. Hinata snorted. Yeah, then I'm Ban. Okay, Ban-kun. What about you, Shinsu? Hitoshi was a slave to those green eyes, dark as the leaves of the trees in a night-cloaked forest, yet lively and inquisitive as one of his beloved cats. He felt the heat creep into a flush high on his cheeks. Oh, yeah, sure. Call me, Hitoshi. Kami. He sounded so stupid. Curse his gay, pining heart. Mido, Izuku, his mind was screaming at the sudden first-name basis, offered a small smile that honestly made Hitoshi feel like he couldn't breathe, and stood up. Come on, Hitoshi-kun, Ban-kun. The second round is starting soon. It really was too bad that Izuku was probably straight. Groups of 4, huh? Izuku and Mei automatically grabbed each other's arms, plans already scrambling to form. The rest of 1 Fahrenheit glanced their way, giving small waves, but broke off to their own groups. Pearl and a girl identical to her paired with Ban and a boy with weird eyelashes from 1B. Fiend is recruited by this annoying blonde boy and Vine girl, both from 1B, and a bird-headed dude from 1A. Izuku's pretty sure his name is Takoyami. Well, there goes all his friends. Sup. The welcome sight of his tall purple friend sends relief coursing through Izuku's vein. He had to crane his neck a bit to look Hitoshi in the eye as he got up close, but it was worth it. His intimidation tactic worked. Hitoshi looked vaguely uncomfortable. "Join our team," he commands. Hitoshi nods so fast. Izuku actually stops to wonder if he was the one with the brainwashing quirk, but brushes it off. Hitoshi's just weird. There was an awkward pause as they waited for Mei to reappear, and Izuku stood patiently in front of Hitoshi. If you've ever seen a picture of a rather frightening black cat sitting in front of a mildly disturbed panther, that was an accurate comparison. Mei finally reappeared, a girl with a brown bob in tow. She looked pretty proud of herself, too. "This is Uraraka Ochako from 1A, she announced. "She's got a zero-gravity quirk that totally fixes our weight problem." Izuku nodded, looking at their small group. "I'll be the rider. I can balance easily and I'm a smaller target than anyone else here. Uraraka-chan, if I'm correct, you can't levitate yourself without negative effects, so you're front horse to keep the balance. Hitoshi, take my rocket boots and be on the left flank. Brainwash everyone you can to keep them or others away. Mei, left flank. Throw pink bombs, electrocute people, go nuts." They all nodded. The teams looked tensely at each other, all bracing to run. And start. Izuku would be lying through his teeth if he said he faced the oncoming flood of teenagers running at Mei. Hitoshi, Uraraka, and himself. Nope, he screamed like one of those white girls in horror movies that die first. Mei laughed like a madwoman as Uraraka brushed her hands over the other three, before Hitoshi and Mei activated their boots and they shot up into the air in a near miss with the mob. It seems that Team Midoriya is airborne. No, really. A whip of something came from the elbows of a guy on Todoroki's team. Mei laughed harder, her lightning rod active and swiping out to catch it in an instant. The electricity ran down the weird stuff, which quickly retreated as Elbow Boy shrieked. Vine Girl attempted to do the same, ending up with a pink blob sticking her hair together. Boom, pop, pop, pop. Izuku froze as he heard the all-too-familiar sounds, muscles bracing to flee or take a hit. Katsuki was flying at him, face contorted in rage as he extended a hand for Izuku. And a drone smashed into his front, a claw extending to rip the headband off of Katsuki's face. Katsuki was just barely caught by his team as he turned his attention to the offenders, the Reiki twins and their team. Izuku would thank Pearl if he wasn't so damn terrified for her. Minutes ticked by as Izuku and his team flew back and forth across the stadium, watching Monoma and Fiend's team rack up points with ambushes and Todoroki's team annihilating everyone that stepped in their way. Reiki area, Pearl's twin, now had a grand total of 0 bands on her forehead, but she and her team still ran after Katsuki, thwarting him every chance they had. This event was really boring if you could fly. More and more broke off in their chase after Izuku, and it became a free-for-all that he and his team observed quietly, occasionally throwing in a comment to each other to change positions. 1 minute left. "We should head down at 30, Izuku said decisively. Uraraka gives him a weird look, but restores gravity to the team as they descended, straight into the waiting grasp of Todoroki's team. Todoroki reached out with his right hand, always his right. So Izuku does what Izuku does best, make everything far more difficult than it has to be. His lightning rod is out in the blink of an eye, tip jabbing into Todoroki's left shoulder. Todoroki spasmed, a ripple of fire running across his arm that flashed out and drove Izuku back, his team fleeing unscathed again. Then, Izuku notices something. Ida's exhaust pipes are glowing. RECIPRIO. Ida explodes forwards, and Izuku drops sideways to avoid his reaching hand, and falls directly into Hitoshi's extended arms. There was a beat of pure silence as the timer ran down, all knowing it was futile to try and get Izuku's headband, and Izuku himself internally flipping his shit because what the fuck, his friend is carrying him bridal style, and Mei is laughing her ass off, and he knows people in the audience are too, and holy mother of fuck, this is embarrassing. And Team Midoriya comes in first with 10,845 points. Following behind is Team Bakugo with 960 points, Team Todoroki with 950 points, and Team Monoma with 615 points. Uraraka and Mei break away from Izuku and Hitoshi, the traitors, and laugh at his expense as Hitoshi, dear, sweet Hitoshi, has gone a shade of red Izuku didn't know was possible for anyone but himself, and was intimately aware his own face was a similar color. He managed. This is a thing that happened. Hitoshi nodded back, his face the picture of awkwardness as he attempted to set Izuku down without just dropping him, which was a whole-ass process. But one Izuku appreciated nonetheless. Mei was laughing, her arm on Uraraka's shoulders, the entire damn time. When Izuku regained his footing, he tried his damnedest to ignore the crowing of his best friend as Yamada-sensei talked about the break. They headed dazedly to the break area, Izuku dazedly holding Mei's sleeve and letting her guide him as he tried to process that he just won 2 events. Midoriya, is it? Izuku blinked out of his reverie, looking at the new voice. Todoroki stood there, his face as cold and hostile as it always was when Izuku saw him. May I speak with you? Katsuki was hunting that piece of shit. showed him up, humiliated him in not one, but two events that he had almost won. So when Half and Half took Deku away from his snarling coven of freaks, he saw it as a chance. Wait for Deku to be alone, teach the quirkless fuckwad a lesson, then win the sports festival. He followed them to a tunnel and pressed himself against the wall to listen. Midoriya, you made me break a promise. There was a pause before Deku interrupted it. So what? Katsuki would be surprised if he didn't already know the swipe had changed in the past year. The old Deku would have fluttered his hands with a string of apologies and tears in his eyes. But Katsuki didn't know this new Deku, and he hated how he couldn't predict a damn thing he did. So, Half and Half continued tightly. I want you to understand what you've done. Shoot, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? If Katsuki cared about Half and Half in the least, he'd probably feel guilty about spying, but he doesn't, and he didn't, as the ice-hot bastard told his sob story. And that's why I have to beat you. Without my father's power. There was a long, tense silence. Then, clap, 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 was Deku's slow clapping. Great. Well, as horrible as your life is, I also don't know who you are, Todoroki-kun. I hate Endeavor, don't get me wrong, but you clearly don't want me to do anything about it, so do you expect me to feel bad about doing my best? That's not what I was. Then what is it, Todoroki-kun? Deku snapped. Is it how you were blessed with not one, but two incredibly versatile, powerful quirks and you're not using one out of spite? And you're being a pretentious dick to me because I accidentally made you use it by defending myself? Is it that you don't consider me worthy of using your quirk against? You can't even begin to understand. Listen to me, Todoroki-kun. I've fucking been there. People I love turning on me because of a quirk. People beating the shit out of me daily. I fucking get it. It hurts like hell. But one day when you're a hero, yes, when your ice isn't going to be enough, what will you tell the mother of the child you could have saved but didn't because of a grudge? What will you say to the world? That you half-assed everything, literally, because you wanted to be petty. Think about that, Todoroki, before you come bitching to me about how much your life sucks and how I'm the one ruining everything. There was a long, long silence. I'm sorry, that was harsh of me, but somebody needed to get that through your thick skull. I'm not sure what you really expected, though. I can't help you unless you let me. Another pause. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pinned it all on you. At least let me walk you back to your friends. Okay, damn it. Katsuki wanted to punch something, but instead he just fisted the fabric of his gym kit, wanting the ice-hot bastard to just leave. Patience, he told himself. I'll get my chance. All right, kiddies. Midnight stood next to a bracket board, pointing at it with a wide smile. Here are your matchups. Izuku fiddled with his gloves. Honestly, he was a bit annoyed with them. The rubber coating made them kind of stiff, but it was necessary for wielding the lightning rods on the off chance his hands slipped. He was against some guy from one named Kaminari. He glanced around, meeting the eyes of a blonde with a black streak in his hair. Yo, Midoriya-kun, he said easily. Don't mean to be offensive or anything, but I haven't seen you use your quirk yet, and I'm sure you're super talented, but I'm kinda really good at one-on-one battles. Izuku stood opposite of Kaminari in the ring. Honestly, he hated that he was going first. And we have the dark horse from the support course that has dominated with prodigious skill and craftsmanship in the first 2 rounds, Midoriya Izuku. And, facing Midoriya for the first battle is Kaminari Denki from Heroics 1A, the one with the electricity quirk. And stuff. Mike, please remind me why I'm here. Electricity, huh? This'll be over in a flash, Kaminari winked. Start, Midnight shouted. Indiscriminate shock. Kaminari crackled with energy before it exploded outwards, running along the minute mineral deposits in the concrete towards Izuku. Izuku flips forwards, palms out, and lands in a handstand. The electricity avoided his rubber-coated gloves and continued on its path away from him. When Izuku righted himself, Kaminari had the stupidest expression Izuku had ever seen on a human being's face. Thumbs up, Kaminari, he called uncertainly. He blinked slowly, bobbing his arms. Okay, then. Kaminari is unable to continue. Midoriya advances to the next round. He grinned to himself as robots escorted the electric teen away, and Izuku headed back to the stands to watch Zero v Todoroki, only to watch the poor boy get trapped in a glacier. Ouch, Mei vocalizes without a hint of pity on her face. Looks like a tough guy to beat, Izuku. Right, he has to fight him. Fun. He suddenly remembers what Mei wanted to do. Hey, wouldn't it be better to endorse your products by actually trying to win the festival instead of just using somebody as a guinea pig? She pauses, finger tapping her chin like one of those anime girls. Then, she grins. Yeah, that's a great idea, Izuku. See you in the semifinals. Mei faced Ida with a smile that made him shift from foot to foot. She was absolutely going to decimate this kid. Start. Ida shot forward like a bullet from a gun, but she dodged. I know what you all must be thinking. What a smooth dodge that was, Hatsune. How fast, how elegant, Ada sputtered, running after her again, but she hovered in the air just above him. Well, that's because of one of my personal favorite support items. The jet works similarly to Gran Torino's quirk, but allows for sustained flight, as they were utilized in the second round by Team Midoriya. Built by yours truly, Hatsume. That's Hatsumei. Then, she pulled something else from her belt pouch, a baseball-sized ball of what seemed to be thick, blue twine encased by a thin layer of glass. She zoomed into a VIP box and saw support representatives talking excitedly. And she grinned, all mania and joy. This is the blue bomb, to keep with the theme of the previous pink bomb. What is it, and how does it work? I will demonstrate in a moment. This was designed by me and my partner, Midoriya Izuku. That's Midoriyizuku. Thank you for your consideration. She turns off her mic. Hatsum, please stop hacking the sound booth, Aizawa-sensei sighed. She makes an ugly face at him and zooms in just in time to see the equally hideous look he sends back. And she has never been so thankful Izuku insisted on adding the screenshot feature to the May Vision because that picture is going to be a family heirloom. Glad to know the grumpy heroics teacher was human, and to have blackmail on him. She tosses the blue bomb carelessly at Ida, who funnily enough was too busy trying to figure out what her strange expressions were until it hit him square in the chest and exploded into long blue wires that wrapped around Ida and bound him tightly. Ida is unable to move. Hatsum advances to the next round. Momo was humiliated. She was a recommendation student. She should have fared better against Takoyami. She was supposed to be the best. Her parents expected her to be the best, but she didn't even get the chance, overwhelmed before the match even began. Hot tears of humiliation sprang to her eyes as she huddled in the corner of some dark, empty hall. She didn't want anybody to see her like this. She was supposed to be strong. She sat with her head between her legs, listening to naught but her own pathetic cries fueled by embarrassment and wretched disappointment. You know, it sounds kinda assholish, but I'm sorta glad Takoyami won. You could give Mei a run for her money, but Takoyami doesn't stand a chance. Momo's head shot towards the speaker and saw a black-haired boy sitting beside her with a blank expression that reminded her of Tsu, plus eye bags that rivaled Aizawa-sensei. Sorry, she managed through her haze of tears. I'm so pathetic. He blinked dark green eyes at Momo. That's your opinion. Mind if I share mine? She shook her head, ponytail a mess as it scraped against the wall behind her. It didn't matter if this guy said she wasn't good at anything. She'd surely hear it from her brothers later. I saw you during the other rounds. You're pretty badass and you're really smart and creative. You'd make a great hero or support designer if you chose that path. Momo opened her mouth, then closed it. She really wanted to be a hero and save people. But nobody had ever suggested she could be good at something different. I was planning on asking you for help on making some rare materials me and my partner need for this support item we're making in a few days or something. You'd be paid, of course. Momo legitimately had no idea what to do. He had single-handedly took apart her self-deprecating phrase and then completely changed the subject away from the festival entirely and made it seem perfectly natural. How the fuck? She smiled hesitantly and nodded. Sounds great. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo, but call me Momo. It's less of a mouthful. The boy nodded. I'm Midoriya Izuku, the boy who won the other 2 rounds. What was he doing wasting his time with her? Sorry, I know I'm a mess. She gestured to her hair. The boy tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing a bit at it. I remember the style it was in. Do you mind if I try to fix it? She snorts. Go for it. They spent the next 5 minutes, with Midoriya trying and repeatedly failing to fix her ponytail before he gave up, shaking his head and standing. Come on, I know a back way to 1 Fahrenheit viewing room so you won't have to be seen by anyone if you're self-conscious about being tear-stained and having your nice hair screwed up by an amateur. Momo laughed wetly, allowing herself to follow the boy down a few different halls and noticing that he has some green highlights that catch the light when they make it to a brighter area. She also noticed he was really short. He pushed open the door to the 1 Fahrenheit viewing box, and a pink-haired girl ran over to greet Midoriya. Izuku. She grinned widely before turning her yellow gaze to Momo, and she notes the crosshair shapes in her pupils. Hi, I'm Hatsume, support designer extraordinaire. You've already met Izuku. You should meet our babies. Our support items. Midoriya cuts into her thoughts with a scathing glare at his friend. We're partners. We call our support items babies and it causes a lot of misunderstandings. We aren't dating and we definitely don't have children. That made significantly more sense. Momo released a breath. Mei, can you fix Momo's hair, please? I tried and fucked it up worse. Hatsum inspected Momo's ponytail, then shook her head sadly. I dunno. I can. All eyes shifted to a tall boy with wild lilac hair and eye bags to match Midoriya's. The boy suddenly looked immensely uncomfortable. I'm Shinsu Hitoshi, from 1 degrees Celsius. I have 2 little sisters and 2 older sisters. The oldest works as a movie makeup and hair artist. She taught me everything I know, and, I've had a lot of practice on the rest of them. Momo smiled warmly at the boy. who relaxed a bit. That'd be wonderful, Shinsu-kun. So maybe Hitoshi ended up doing everyone's hair while Ashido fought Monoma. Even Ban had short-ass hair, so Hitoshi ended up spiking his dark brown hair dramatically. Izuku now had a messy bun that wouldn't come undone that Hitoshi definitely did not do because he thinks Izuku looks cute with a messy bun and was disappointed he didn't see it more often. Hatsum had him braid her dreadlocks together. The Reiki twins wanted side ponytails going in opposite directions. Fiend wanted a braid bun thing. And Yamomo got her super cool ponytail back, so that was a thing. His reputation was really dead to 1 Fahrenheit, wasn't it? He rolled his shoulders, standing across from Shizaki. May this be a fair fight, Shizaki declared, doing a weird religious thing with her hands that Hitoshi didn't really get but he would. Hitoshi shook his head a bit, putting on the siren call. It was similar to a mask like the Winter Soldier's, but black, and it had a mic inside and a speaker just on the front. He ramped up the volume. For our next battle, we have the mysterious Shinsu Hitoshi from General Education that has somehow come out in the top 10 in every round. Versus the assassin of 1B. Excuse me, Shizaki raised her hand. I am no assassin. To kill would be a sin. I simply want to bring peace. Hitoshi might not be able to zoom like Hatsum, but he knew Yamada-sensei was making a confused face. Sorry, the kick-ass peacemaker of 1B. Shiozakiibara. Got anything to say, Aizawa? I wish I was asleep. Oh, big mood. Start. Shizaki shot her vines forward, and Hitoshi panicked, searching for literally anything to say. I am disgusted. I am revolted. I dedicate my entire life to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and this is the thanks I get. The vines stop, dropping as Shizaki gapes. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was being so aggressive. The brainwashing hits the same time the joke did, the youth in the audience crowing with laughter as Hitoshi stood staring at the vine girl. That worked. Walk out of the arena, then snap out of it, he ordered. Shizaki swayed before turning and walking out. The mysterious Shinsu gets even more so. Shizaki is obeying him. Shizaki steps over the line, and color floods back into her eyes, and she blinks confusedly. Shizaki is out of bounds. Shinsu advances to the next round. He grins victoriously. It's unfortunate when Fiend loses to Uraraka. She can't exactly set off a nuclear explosion in the middle of a tournament, but Uraraka and Hatsum talk really excitedly together after. And he can't really say he didn't expect it when Bakugo handed Kirishima his own ass. He just really hoped Bakugo wouldn't face Izuku. And we have the undefeated champion of the festival, Midoriya Izuku of 1F versus Todoroki Shoto, the undisputed most powerful student in 1A. Izuku looked Todoroki dead in the eye as he cracked his knuckles and ran his fingers over his belt, making absolutely sure he had everything in order. Todoroki's eye twitched. Izuku knew he had been harsh, but Todoroki needed to hear every word. Mind if we chat for a bit before we really duke it out? He asked leisurely. I'd like to draw this out a bit, you know. Another glacier incident and the crowd would get bored. Besides, the cameras can't hear us. Todoroki looked at him confusedly, but seemed to understand and nodded. That was a bit odd for the aloof boy to agree, but maybe Izuku's words before had gotten through to him. Start. The walk to the center, and Izuku stuck out a hand that Todoroki awkwardly shook. I feel like I should apologize for being so brash earlier, but I stand by what I said. The red and white boy nodded after a beat. It's okay. I think I needed to hear that from someone, and it really wasn't fair of me to unload that on you. I barely know your name. Izuku shrugged in response. I feel like I should bring up one small, other thing. Go for it. There are people in this stadium that don't have a fraction of your power and are still fighting as hard as they can. Collins has a nuclear quirk that could kill us all if she used it past a tiny sliver of it that she uses to power her support items. Hatsum can zoom into things. And that's it. Hinata has a calligraphy quirk. Todoroki shifted uncomfortably. They're all brilliant and they've had to work their asses off to get to Yui. Even me, and I was even worse off. He gets an inquisitive look, but pushes on. To people like us, it's a bit of an insult to brush off half of your amazing power and refuse to give it your all against people that have been giving it theirs. It's my father's quirk, he grits out. I don't want to be anything like him. You aren't. Izuku tilted his head slightly. Did your father directly give you his quirk? Is he quirkless now? And you're wielding his quirk in his stead, like some kind of old sword? No, then it's your power, isn't it? His eyes widened. Izuku took a few steps back. Sorry, Todoroki-kun, but I really am giving it my all. He was wrapped in the tendrils of the blue bomb before he could get the full word out. Izuku bowed slightly. Todoroki is unable to move. Midoriya moves on to the semifinals. I hope to face you in real combat one day, Todoroki-kun. He turned and began to walk off. Wait, Izuku looked over his shoulder at the boy who was standing, awkwardly wrapped in the blue bomb. What? What did you mean when you said you were worse off than Hatsum and Hinata and Collins? He frowned a bit and turned fully, pulling his spray bottle of salt water from his belt and spraying the blue bomb off of the hero student. They have weak or useless quirks, Todoroki-kun. I don't have one at all. He left Todoroki behind, returning to the viewing box of 1 Fahrenheit. Meme and Hitoshi would be waiting to congratulate him. Shouto was conflicted, in a word. On one hand, Midoriya had seemingly yanked back a curtain he had refused to touch to show him what was through the window for the first time since he was little and his mother was still around. On the other, he had just lost to a quirkless support student. Father would kill him. He watched in a haze as Hatsum used some incendiary flash bomb she called the Alumnosphere to defeat Takoyami with a lot more advertising than was strictly necessary. And then Shinsu somehow get Monoma to walk out of the arena. And then Uraraka and Bakugo's bloody battle that ended in the explosive teen's victory. How much has Shouto missed out on because he let Father make him think that Shouto's fire was his? Shouto was so tired. He's watched 1 Fahrenheit and Shinsu cause more chaos in one day than the entirety of 1A's year so far. From the overblown introduction to the fucking mind stunt to Hatsum somehow getting into the sound system to even the damn vine that Shinsu screamed in the middle of a tournament to Midoriya somehow managing to subdue Todoroki without violence. He was going to go gray early, and it wasn't even from his class. You okay there, Shouta? Looking a little stressed, Hisashi teased. One hasn't even caused a public uproar yet. Fucking problem children, he grits out in response, hands twitching. Rats have been causing chaos all fucking day. Hisashi's eyes light up in mischievous understanding. Oh, those kids that bugged you into teaching them Eskrima. Who the fuck else, Hisashi? And his husband, the traitor, laughs. Kami, he hates his job. Hey, Uraraka. Achako looked up from her phone where she had just finished talking to her parents to see Hatsum. Oh, hi. She wiped her tears away. Hatsum slumped into the chair next to her. I'm having a moral dilemma, to be honest. There's a chance that Hitoshi will beat Bakugo and Hitoshi will be a finalist. But that's a chance I don't want to take. I don't want to hurt Izuku, but that might be the only way to keep him from fighting that bastard. Achako blinked at the pink-haired girl. Do they have a grudge against each other? She asked after a moment. More than that, Hatsum huffed in response, sprawling her upper body on the cool metal table. Bakugo is a complete fucking bastard and he's gonna maim Izuku if he gets the chance, and I mean that seriously. He fucking hates Izuku. Something clicked. Is Midoriya that Deku Bakugo's been cursing out since the first round? Hatsum straightened at the name. Don't say that. Deku was a name people from Izuku's old school used to bully him, and it doesn't bring up happy memories. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Hatsum shrugs. Anyways, so I was thinking about this support item which might be able to help with your nausea. Izuku had a lot of faith in his friends. He knew that at least Meme would always be there to support him. He knew that Hitoshi understood what it was like to be shunted aside for something they couldn't control. 1 Fahrenheit knew he had overcome his barriers to make it this far. But he also knew, no matter how long or hard Hitoshi trained, he couldn't beat Katsuki. Katsuki was savage, a brutal personality mixed with an incredibly destructive quirk. Katsuki had both intelligence and strength in spades, plus an overproduction of confidence. It's why everyone idolized him for years. It's why Izuku idolized him. To young Izuku, Kaken could do anything he set his mind to. Now, Izuku understood his old bully even better. Bakugo Katsuki would destroy every obstacle in his path to win, and he didn't care what fell apart in the process. If he could harness that, he'd be a great hero. Izuku knew. But until then, Izuku had to treat Katsuki as he was, a danger to himself and his friends. Hitoshi didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against Katsuki. Neither did Meme. To be honest, Izuku didn't either, but he had the best chance out of all of them. He knew Katsuki best. He knew things they didn't. He knew Katsuki's fighting style, his weaknesses, his strengths. Katsuki barely knew Izuku anymore. Izuku couldn't stop Katsuki from hurting Hitoshi, unable to interfere with a public event or tack Hitoshi out of it. He did, in fact, know when it was no longer his place to step in. But he could save Meme. And he swore to whatever god was watching him that he would. Mei was stressed. Shinsu knew the stakes. He knew what Bakugo would do to Izuku if he gets the chance. Shinsu knew that Mei was going to be trying her damnedest to save Izuku from that. They both knew the odds of beating Bakugo and Izuku. Where Izuku lacked a quirk, he made up for it in pure tactical and analytical genius. He knew the ins and outs of Mei's support items, how to disable them, how to escape from them, and how to counter them. Mei knew Izuku, but he studied her. She stood across the arena from him, searching her best friend's face for a trace of doubt, a flinch. No matter what Izuku thought, Mei knew he couldn't fight Bakugo and walk away unscathed. Even if he won, Mei knew he would be scared the entire battle. If Izuku lost, he wouldn't be the same. Mei remembered what he was like when she first met him, shrinking away from her when she spoke too loud or moved too suddenly, fear flashing in his eyes and jumping back with a strangled cry every time something exploded. The way he would try to hide in the shadows of his curly green hair whenever they walked down the street together. How he was always rushing to apologize even when it obviously wasn't his fault. And May remembered what it was like the first time he laughed when his project went up in flames in front of him, anxious but delighted. The first time he called her May May. The first time he complained about May's bad habit of leaving everything in total disarray. The first time he didn't back down when they disagreed, his eyes blazing with the need to be right. She didn't want Izuku to go back to how he was before, scared of life and beaten down by the world. Izuku's eyes were terrifyingly blank as they stared each other down. And Mai knew in that exact moment, he was going to fight with everything he had. Pick a god and pray to it, he said in a voice that sent chills down her spine. May's hand tightened on her belt. I'm not losing. I know you won't, she murmured, barely audible to even herself. I'll pray to all of them for you, though. The charismatic genius Hatsune Miku of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit versus the dark and undefeated prodigy Midoriya Izuku of Support Course 1 Fahrenheit. Surprisingly, Aizawa-sensei throws in his own 2 cents. These two are both best friends and design partners. I've never seen one without the other. Most of their support items were collaborations. And if they weren't, it's almost certain the other knows exactly how it works. Hatsune is an on-the-spot inventor, with a talent for assembling support items on the fly. And Midoriya's determination and tactical analysis is unmatched by the rest of first-year Yui so far. Kayama-sensei threw her whip thing up. Start. May knew within seconds it was a loss. She immediately started her jet and barely dodged a pink bomb aimed at her feet and charged forward, dodging a pair of blue bombs and drawing her lightning rod, swiping out, which was parried by Izuku's pair. He shoved hard with them, forcing her back, and she hovered just above the ground and glared before sending a blue bomb his way, which he dodged right towards her. May jerked back again, but his lightning rods had already pinned one of her feet to the ground. She felt the hum die as the systems fried, and she swore, scrambling back even more. But Izuku was relentless, his dark face the only thing May could see as he slashed out again and again with his lightning rods until May drew her second and finally caught them between her own. There was a pause as they struggled against each other. There were no words, just silence as they fought for control. Sorry, May. Wah. Something hit her hard in the gut, and she wheezed and stumbled back a few steps, curling a bit. Hatsune is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the finals. May's eyes widened as she scanned the ground. Only half a meter from Izuku's feet was the white line, which she had gone straight over when he kicked her. Without another word, her best friend helped her stand and took her sleeve like he would when they were walking through the halls of Yui, leading May to the exit. May failed, and if Izuku suffered for it, she would never forgive herself. All right, Shinsu-kun. This is the final prototype of the siren call. With 5 days until the festival, Midoriya pulled him into a room that Yamada-sensei had hesitantly given them permission to use, one he used to train his quirk. Midoriya had looked almost like he was proud of himself, but Hitoshi didn't know him well enough yet. Hatsune definitely did, but she wasn't here. What's it do? Midoriya slid on a pair of sound-canceling headphones. His normally soft voice was a bit louder as he said, "Turn the knob and don't stop when it makes the annoying sound." He did as Midoriya asked as the small teen shoved earplugs into his ears. The siren call is a voice changer, translator, and amplifier, Midoriya told him. Those earbud thingies are to keep you from going deaf. It cancels out anything that reaches a harmful decibel. Now screech as loud as you can. Dubious, Hitoshi turned around and did as he asked. And holy hell, he might not have been able to actually hear it, but it shattered the bulletproof glass in the center of the room into practically dust. That's your new best friend, Shinsu-kun, Midoriya told him seriously. If Hitoshi knew anything about Bakugo from his previous fights was that he was gonna end this fast. Hitoshi also knew he was pretty fragile next to the explosive bastard. He would need to focus everything into a single attack if he wanted even the chance of winning. The mysterious Shinsu Hitoshi of General Education 1 degrees Celsius versus the explosive Bakugo Katsuki of Heroics 1A. Have anything to say, Aizawa? A pause. A lot less heroic students are going to be on the winner's stage than ever in Yui's history, no matter what the outcome of this fight is. Start. Boom pop pop pop. And Hitoshi screamed back with every ounce of force he could put behind it. The volume ramped up to full in the face of the fire blooming in front of him. Izuku had tried to tell Hitoshi. Katsuki had taken out his hearing aids because he figured out how Hitoshi's quirk worked. The siren call wouldn't be enough, but Hitoshi was already out in the arena, thinking he was ready to fight Katsuki. Izuku's heart had felt ripped to shreds as he was forced to do nothing but watch the largest and loudest explosion he had ever seen Katsuki produce rocketing towards his friend. Hitoshi's scream had originally been artificial, but quickly turned to pain as he was blown back and thrown across the arena into the wall. His shrieks of pain from the sensation of being burnt alive and thrown like a ragdoll amplified by the siren call until he passed out and Recovery Girl and Midnight hurried him off the field. The crowd had been silent, shocked by the absolutely brutal display of power. All those who hadn't been disturbed by his fight with Uraraka were shocked now. Nobody cheered for Katsuki as he stalked off the field. Izuku didn't really remember much in his haze of panic and fury, but Meimei said he went nuts and almost broke into the nurse's office while Hitoshi was being brought in. Izuku sat by his friend's bedside now, carding his fingers through Hitoshi's hair and trying to keep his tears at bay. He was gonna be strong for Hitoshi. He wouldn't suffer any major scars that wouldn't fade within a few weeks physically. It wasn't your fault, Meimei tells him, taking his wrist gingerly, her calloused hand warm on his skin. Yeah, it is, he muttered. It was the bastard's fault, Meimei insists. Listen to me, Izuku. Hitoshi unleashed the siren call after Bakugo sent the explosion. Hitoshi would have ended up like this, hearing aids or no. Izuku felt wretched as he looked at Hitoshi, laying with his face still twisted in pain. I know you're right, but I should have been faster. She squeezed his wrist gently. Izuku, I need to tell you something I did, but I don't want you to hate me. Izuku looked to his best friend. She had never, not once, used his real name. I could never hate you, he said honestly. Meimei looked extraordinarily doubtful, but she spoke anyway, starting to cry as she talked about what she thought she had done wrong. And, somehow, she managed to make him smile, even when she believed she would make him angry. But how could Izuku get mad at his first, best friend for caring? Shouta was fuming. Hizashi tied one of Shouta's hands down to keep him from bursting out of the commentary box and expelling that brat on the spot. Shinsu was capable, yes, but lacked formal battle training outside of Eskrima and some practice with support items and was a general education student. Bakugo had no restraint. And that wasn't always a good thing, especially with his quirk. If Shinsu had been any closer, he'd be scarred for life. And it would be likely he would have experienced serious ear damage if it hadn't been for Midoriya's sound-canceling earbuds. Shouta was haunted by many things. Never before had it been the screams of a student as they were brutalized by another. Izuku faced Katsuki with a poisonous mix of fear and anger in his heart. Katsuki looked back with a smirk and a gaze full of malice. Ruby met Emerald, and Izuku's breath caught. Look who made it into Yui, Katsuki growled. You, guess who made it into Yui, Katsuki gloated. With each breath, Izuku's anger grew. With each breath, Izuku's fear grew. Hitoshi was laying in a hospital cot, covered in burns, and it was all Katsuki's fault. May Vision 1.0 sat mangled and charred in his hand, and it was all Katsuki's fault. His heart sped up as he pictured his unconscious friend, hand tightening on his belt. His heart sped up as he pictured his only friend, hand tightening on his Yui letter. Izuku's legs wouldn't move, but he didn't want them to. He was fighting for Hitoshi. Izuku's legs wouldn't move, and he begged them to. He had to get back to Meimei. I hope you remembered me, Deku, Katsuki growled, ready to make Izuku bleed. That's a gift to remember me by, Deku, Katsuki crowed, leaving Izuku to bleed. Izuku reached up and tugged off his scarf, tying it around his waist. Izuku's shaky fingers dialed the numbers, barely able to speak. He looked at his bully, steeling his heart as he rolled his shoulders. He heard the sirens just as the world faded to black. An ugly burn scar decorated most of the left side of Izuku's throat, the scarred skin reaching over his collar and below his shirt. In its epicenter, just above his collarbone, a perfect handprint shone silver. Sure fucking did, Kaken, he spat mockingly. Let's dance. He could hear nothing but his own breathing for a moment. The announcing of their names was distant. And to Izuku, it sounded like the waves of an ocean against a trash-covered beach, indifferent to the boy writhing in pain on the sands, his blood mixing with the water. Start. Izuku activated his boots and shot up, avoiding the initial blast and diving at Katsuki, drawing his twin lightning rods and slashing out with them. He was met with a pair of smaller, more focused explosions that sent him reeling back, regaining his footing quickly. You're just a pathetic fucking Deku. Katsuki advanced with the speed of a cheetah, sending another pair of explosions at Izuku that he rolled under, popping back up. Forget the rejects. You're quirkless. Izuku grit his teeth, throwing 3 pink bombs at the center of the arena. That made Katsuki hesitate, taking in this new change to the terrain, before using an explosive-powered jump over the pink sludge. What the hell can someone like you achieve? He shook away the memory. He wasn't Deku anymore. He was Izuku, and he was gonna make damn sure Katsuki knew that, if he won this fight or not. You really think you can beat me, Deku? Katsuki roared, charging at Izuku. Izuku stood, simply waiting, before swiping his foot out. Katsuki dodged it, of course, and flung out his arm, which Izuku grabbed with ease and twisted cruelly, shoving Katsuki back several steps. You've led with the same right hook since you were 4, Izuku told him flatly, hundreds of beatings flashing through his mind's eye. Every instinct was screaming at him to run, to cower, to be Deku again because that's the best way for him to survive. But he couldn't. Izuku never had anyone on his side before, someone willing to face down the demons that crawled out of his past. Collins and Pearl forcing Katsuki to leave him alone when he was panicking. Arya and Hinata snatching his headband to keep him distracted. Mei trying to beat Izuku so she could take Katsuki on in his stead. Hitoshi getting put in the nurse's office, unconscious for an indeterminate period of time because he did his damnedest in a last-ditch attempt to keep the explosive bully from Izuku. A year and a half ago, Izuku had nobody by his side that would have taken a paper cut for him, and his friends sacrificed so much for him, placing pain, dignity, to save him. Izuku was going to be himself, truly and wholly, and pay off that debt. He took a few steps forward, and Katsuki threw a series of punches Izuku jumped out of the way of before jumping forward and slamming the tip of one of his lightning rods into Katsuki's chest. Katsuki yelled in pain as he jerked back, taking a few steps back, and getting his feet stuck in the pink bomb. He looked down and scowled before sending another massive blast at Izuku, who flew upwards again before throwing a blue bomb at the pink bomb. There was a very, very special reaction the two had with each other he and Mei called the purple detonation. Within seconds, the pink sludge turned lilac. Katsuki's face twisted in confusion before he sneered. "What? Are you trying to beat me with some DIY slime, Deku?" Right on time. The now lilac slime exploded into massive, writhing tendrils that enveloped Katsuki and pulled him down until he was really and truly stuck in the sludge, not head nor hair visible under it. Izuku drifted down and tore the quickly hardening sludge away from Katsuki's face, letting the volatile teen breathe before he backed away. There was a long silence as Izuku took his scarf from around his waist and wrapped it around his neck, concealing the silver handprint once again. Bakugo is immobilized. Midoriya wins the sports festival. Katsuki's scream of fury is drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Izuku was so done with being afraid. Shoto was concerned. He may not have been very close to the arena, but he knew what a scar looked like. He'd seen a few, hell, even gotten a few in his lifetime. And he really didn't like the shape of it, either, but he'd have to get a closer look before he did something. Shoto had also never seen this amount of concentrated passive-aggressive energy sent at the number one hero. But here they were. Shinsu, Hatsume, and Midoriya were all giving him death glares as he awkwardly gave out medals. After the awards, of course, he went to seek the three out and found Shinsu and the rest of 1 Fahrenheit in a burned-out husk of a support classroom, but no Midoriya. He stood in the back, content to just listen and wait for whatever this was to be over. Likelihood that he's going to be transferred into one is 75%, since there is an open seat there. Shinsu's likelihood of being offered a transfer is 85%, and there is a 15% chance they will be in the same homeroom, with 10% being both of them in 1A and 5% in 1B. Reiki continued to rattle off statistics, becoming even more astronomically small, before she relined a bit, letting her twin support her. Which brings us to our major problem, Bakugo. Shinsu stood at the front of the room with a pristine whiteboard that must have been put in by them. Hatsume was drawing a rough sketch of something. Why was Bakugo a major problem to them? A grudge. Shouta's mind flashed back to that scar, but he shook the thought away. Assault would almost certainly be on the boy's record. With a 75% chance of Izuku being in 1A and only a 10% chance of me being with him, we need to plan for worst-case scenario. Izuku being stuck in an unfamiliar class with that bastard. A girl to the side. "You're Raka," he realizes with a jolt, raises her hand. "ISTLL don't get why you brought me in on this, but I can help. I hope you like being the linchpin," then Shinsu told her with a glance her way. "Most of this hinges on you not getting expelled and being able to defuse situations quickly while also keeping an eye on Izuku." "Can do." Collins speaks up. She can't follow Izuku into the changing room, and that is a good place for it. All bush. Ambush. Yeah. Oh, and there is someone earwigging us. "Hi, Aizawa-sensei." The gathered students chorused after a beat of silence. He looked back, and the Irish girl snorted. "Don't you sit there gawking at us. Spit it out." Shout aside, venturing closer. "Came to find Shinsu and Midoriya. Majima pointed me here." Majima-sensei's a snitch, Hatsume decides, not pausing in her work on the whiteboard. "Welcome to the Izuku Protection Squad, where we plan to throw hands with Baku bastard if he so much as clicks his tongue in Izukun's direction." Shoto inclined his head a bit. "Why?" A tense silence. "Then, only if you promise to work with us on this." Shinsu nods, his indigo eyes steely. "Hatsume knows Izuku best, and if we don't handle this delicately, it could blow up in our faces." Shoto sighed again. This was going to become a real headache, but he was going to get to the bottom of whatever was going on with Midoriya, even if it meant making a blood pact with his fan club. "Okay." Hatsume finally turned from the board, waving the marker in thought. Everyone took a seat and Reiki Arya pulled a box of tissues from under a floorboard and started to pass them out to the others, even Shinsu, who looked at it distastefully. The door opened, and Midoriya walked in with tired eyes and a disaster of a hairstyle. "Hito Shiai." He bitched, I can't get the fucking tangles out of my hair. Hi, Aizawa-sensei. Shinsu made the boy sit down next to where he was sitting and pulled a brush from his bag before going to work on Midoriya's hair. Were you guys getting Aizawa-sensei to join? Yeah, you okay with it? Shinsu asked. I guess. There are worse people. Midoriya reached into his pocket and fit 2 things into his ears. Hatsum inhaled and began, for the second time that day, Midoriya's tale. Shouta hates the system. He decides as he throws open the door to Netsu's office. Aizawa-kun, the rat, for once, looks surprised at his entry. Is something the matter? On the grounds of assault, illegal quirk usage on a minor, and peer abuse as well as suicide baiting, I want Bakugo Katsuki out of my class. Effective immediately. Izuku opened his eyes and saw that Uraraka was crying. And so were the Reiki twins, so he guessed the story was finished. He never liked hearing or retelling it. It reminded him of too many bad things that he wanted to forget. Aizawa-sensei's mouth is moving, but Izuku can't hear him. Izuku takes the hearing cancellers from his ears and asks, Sorry, can you repeat that? The man looks briefly at him before repeating the question. Do you have any physical evidence? Izuku bit his lip before quietly saying, I have a few shitty phone videos on a flash drive I hid at my mom's house. And, He was suddenly extremely self-conscious, something he rarely felt these days as the eyes in the room turned to him. Anxious, yes, but never about his appearance. I have a lot of scars, he mumbled, hiding his face in his scarf. He was so glad when Aizawa-sensei kept up the impersonal questions, or didn't ask for elaboration. Are there that can be directly tied to him? Izuku took a deep breath. Only hours ago, this had seemed so easy, so natural to throw it off and expose it to the world. But now that he was here, it was like the most daunting task possible. This one, he mumbled, loosening his scarf and tugging it out of the way to reveal the silver handprint branding his skin in the center of an explosion-shaped burn. Meme, his rock, his best friend, his confidante, fainted on the spot. Uraraka had to take her to Recovery Girl while Izuku curled under the table, wanting everything to just go away. Izuku stood shakily in front of the closed door to the principal's office that had drifted shut moments before, his hand mere centimeters from the doorknob as Aizawa-sensei made his demands to Netsu. Hitoshi carefully took his other hand. They'll help, Izuku. Aizawa-sensei had allowed Izuku to bring along one friend for moral support. And with Meme still out cold in the nurse's office, the next option was Hitoshi. Izuku adored 1 Fahrenheit, really, but Hitoshi just understood him. And Hitoshi still had a broken arm and several broken ribs in Izuku's honor, so it was pretty clear Izuku could trust the taller boy. I know, he murmured back, opening the door quietly and entering. Netsu's eyes were on Izuku immediately, and he got the feeling of being scrutinized. Was this how people felt when he analyzed them? Midoriya Izuku, the first quirkless student in Yui. Are you here about being transferred? He and Shinsu are with me. Aizawa-sensei cut in. Midoriya, do you feel safe showing him what you showed me? He flinched and immediately moved closer to Hitoshi. Hitoshi kept a hold on his hand. I won't look if you don't want me to. After a long silence, Izuku nodded, and Hitoshi covered his eyes with his free hand as Izuku undid the scarf to show the principal his scar before quickly covering it back up. Netsu's calculation gaze softened. Oh dear, this really is quite the situation, isn't it? Hatsum woke up crying. Ochako immediately went to her new friend's side, sitting on the edge of the bed and holding the support student's hands as she sobbed wretchedly. Hatsum, Ochako said softly. You're okay. You're safe. The girl shook her head savagely, dreadlocks whipping from side to side as she struggled for words. Aye, Izuku, she cried out. Izuku got hurt, and Ochako let Hatsum gather herself. After a long silence, the tears abated, and Hatsum could finally speak. He didn't come over one day, she sniffed. The day we got our letters. We were gonna open them together. But he didn't show up until the day after, and his neck was all. It was all bandaged up, and he told me his necklace exploded and I just accepted it. Ochako slid across the bed, wrapping an arm around Hatsum and drawing her close. Ochako may not be the most qualified for comfort, but she always liked being held and reminded that someone was there for her. Maybe it would work for Hatsum, too. Midori is a private person, Hatsum-chan, she said softly. He probably saw it as his own problem, or he was ashamed about it. Maybe that's what he really thought for a while. But that boy trusts you with his life, Hatsum, and I can tell that pretty easily. Right after you fainted, he curled up and wouldn't respond to Anoyon but Hitoshi for a while. He probably wanted to protect you from that. Ochako let Hatsum cry. After all, what else was there to do? Hitoshi's leg bounced anxiously as he looked around the empty classroom. There was a seating chart drawn on the whiteboard, so Hitoshi assumed it was a new thing. He was in the very back, Izuku to his immediate left and in the back left corner exactly. Mona slowly filed in, none noticing the 2 exhausted teens. Some midget kid sat in front of Izuku and Yamomo sat in front of the midget. She looked uncomfortable. At last, everyone was in their seats, Hitoshi and Izuku having successfully avoided attention. Izuku's head rested on his desk, completely out cold, and Hitoshi guessed he was up all night designing again. Instead of waking him as the bell rang, Hitoshi sneakily put Izuku's hair in a messy bun. Sue him. Just because Izuku's not on the menu doesn't mean he can't look. Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom, his eyes sweeping over Wanna before sighing. You all really need a situational awareness course. This is getting ridiculous. There was a loud bang and Hitoshi jumped, glancing over to see Izuku had slammed Midget's face into his desk. Iamomo's face was bright red as she looked back, her hands pinning her skirt to her legs. That was the fastest vibe check I have ever seen, Hitoshi announced. Everyone else, go home. It took all of 3 seconds before Izuku was fast asleep on his desk again, Midget crying grossly as Iamomo recognized them with a smile. Oh, Shinsu-kun, Midoriya-kun. It's nice to see you two again. Hitoshi nodded uncomfortably, all the eyes of Wanna on him. Wait, did the sleeping dude just vibe check Minda and pass out again? One of them, Hitoshi thinks his name is Kaminari, asks with wide eyes. There was a beat. Yes, Hitoshi confirmed awkwardly. Kami, what an absolute mad lad, a dark purple-haired girl says, her eyes and smile wide. Shut up, Aizawa-sensei commanded. When silence fell, he continued. This is the scoreboard for internship offers, in the top 10. A screen lit up beside him. Midoriya Izuku 14,817 heroics 8,761 support. Hatsume 1,876 heroics 9,821 support. Shinsu Hitoshi 8,724. Uraraka Ochako 7,982. Monoma Nito 7,419. Todoroki Shadow 4,801. Takoyami Fumikage 3,991. Yaoyorozu Momo 3,990. Collins Fiona 291 heroics 3019 support. Shizaki Ibara 2131. As you can see, Wanna takes up less than half of this list. Never in history has this happened, so you can pretty clearly see that you need to train harder for next year, otherwise you may lose your place in this class. Izuku had picked his head up and Hitoshi watched him scan the board with exhausted eyes. What's the fucking point of Jiven Meimei heroics internships? He muttered to Hitoshi. People can't tell when people want to be in a different field than their own, Hitoshi reasoned back. So pick your experience week internships by Friday, or you will have one chosen for you. If you're like Minda and don't have any offers, callouts, this early, come see me after class. You're picking hero names today. Hitoshi felt the exact moment when his soul left his body. He hadn't even thought of that yet. Izuku seemed to be having a similar crisis, his normally neutral green eyes blown wide. And because I'm apparently not qualified to judge whether or not a name is good for your public image, I'm here. Kayama-sensei kicked in the door with a flourish, and Midget squeaked. His head was, again, slammed into the desk in a vibe check so fast Hitoshi didn't even see it. Aizawa-sensei crawled into his sleeping bag. She passed out boards and blabbed about things. And when everyone else was presenting names, this French twink went with a whole-ass sentence. The Ada dude and Friezaburn both picked their own first names, and the first actually decent one coming from a girl named Isuitsuyu, Froppy. You've got freaky mind powers, Izuku supplied, looking like he was desperately searching for an Asmur as Kayama-sensei watched them struggle for a name. Mindfuck. That is sincerely the stupidest hero name Hitoshi had ever heard. And he grew up idolizing a guy who, for whatever ungodly reason, chose Eraserhead. And yet, when he blinked, he was standing at the front of the class. The puppeteer hero, mindfuck. Kayama-sensei raised her eyebrows, and Hitoshi felt his ears go beet red. It's Izuku's idea, he mumbled aggressively, trying to regain some sort of dignity. It was lost when she snorted, her eyes crinkling. Yeah, it's fine. Midoriya, you're up. Izuku's shoulders were shaking quietly, and Hitoshi was a slave to the small smile Izuku was trying to hide. So maybe he'd be stuck with the world's worst hero name, but at least he made Izuku laugh. Hitoshi returned to his seat just in time to watch Izuku peer over the podium and hold out his whiteboard. The forgotten hero, Nyx. Hitoshi's eyebrows shot up. You give me mindfuck but pull that one out of your ass on the spot. This is favoritism. Izuku smiled at him, wide and genuine, and Hitoshi knows he won't regret mindfuck as long as he remembers this moment. Wow, he's so gay. Wait, where's Bakugo? Asks a red-headed boy suddenly. Aizawa-sensei finally sat up and sent a look at the class. He drew himself to his full height the moment he stood, and suddenly looked absolutely terrifying. Bakugo Katsuki is in Nedzu's office, determining the terms of his expulsion with his parents. Hatsume Shirore and Hatsume Kurotai were quite the pair. Kuro-san, Hatsume's father, upon meeting Hitoshi, immediately made a joke about the world not being as black and white as it seemed. Shiro-san, Hatsume's mother, told Izuku that they liked to call their daughter Grey May sometimes, just to laugh at the way her expression twisted at the name. Izuku adored them. He loved how when they fussed, it was about something stupid like how he never let them buy him clothes, or how when he and Mei stayed up all night to finish a project they'd mix some 5-hour energy into their coffee that morning, or how when he needed to be alone they wouldn't bother him about it and respect that he needed time. He even loved how they would laugh and do his hair for him when Mei couldn't tame it. He really, really loved how they never once told him not to follow his dreams. He remembered one day vividly, not long before the sports festival. "You want to tell me what's wrong, Squirt?" Izuku stared at the wall, hands working at his scarf, making micro changes to its position. I think I should, probably." Shiro-san draped herself over the couch, her bubblegum pink hair pulled into a low ponytail. She glanced over at him with calm eyes. "All right, shoot, Izuku pulled his knees into his chest. "What if everyone else is right? What if I can't even place? Then that'd mean I'm really not cut out to be a hero." There was a long pause, and Izuku began to fear the worst. "You know, I think you could do it, Squirt," she says conclusively. "And if you don't, then we won't see you as less. Pro or not, you're our hero, all right." "What? Why?" Shiro-san shook her head slightly. "Mei doesn't have many friends. I don't think she has any outside of you. I've never seen her happier than when you two are fucking around. And that weird cat you saved probably thinks you're a hero. And all those kids I see you defending whenever we go out. Oh, you'll do just damn fine, Squirt." Yeah, the Hatsum family was godsend. Unfortunately, not a single was there to reassure him in this moment. "Why, sir?" His hands curled, already shaking at the thought of having to explain again, for the third time in 2 days. Hitoshi reached over and placed his thin ones over Izuku's, his indigo eyes sharp with concern. "It's not my place to say much more than that Bakugo is lucky the other party isn't pressing charges." "Not at liberty? You mean the other guy started it?" A black-haired boy with weird elbows rose from his seat. Izuku bit back a whimper as memories flashed in his mind's eye. "Midoriya, you need to stop picking fights with Bakugo." "Izuku, you really shouldn't get so rough with Katsuki." Aizawa's quirk was activated in an instant, a sudden furious pressure in the room. The muttering of the bravest students were silenced, and Hitoshi's grip tightened minutely. "No, Shiro," Aizawa spoke with an amount of ice in his voice comparable to the Arctic. "I mean severe quirk discrimination and instigating physical and verbal abuse against one of his classmates in middle school. Sit down before I decide to kick you out, too." The class was absolutely silent, even Kayama-sensei's eyes wide, as Aizawa left the room, carefully contained rage in every motion. Class dismissed. Hitoshi knew Izuku was already in a bad mood when they approached the Midoriya house together 3 hours later, but it fouled considerably more when he knocked on the door and was greeted by a green-haired woman who somehow both cried and lectured him at the same time about something he couldn't really understand. "Mom, you embarrassed Katsuki on live television, too." Midoriya-sen's voice pitched higher. "I don't understand why you would do that to your friend." Izuku's face was rapidly paling as his mother went on about how he was being such an awful friend to Bakugo, how upset Mitsuki was. "You could have killed him, Izuku." Izuku made a strangled sound, and Hitoshi's already frail patience snapped. "Midoriya-san, I suggest you don't talk about things you don't understand. Baku bastard and Izuku aren't friends." Midoriya-san gaped at him, tears rapidly clearing into a hard look. "And who are you?" "Izuku's actual friend," he snapped back, stepping between Izuku and his mother. "And he isn't here to stay. We came to pick something up and leave. You have no right to lecture him about things you aren't involved in. I'm his mother, and that just means jack shit to me. Piss off, lady." She had the most affronted expression on her face, and she looked to Izuku. "Izuku, I don't want you talking to this boy anymore. He's clearly a bad influence." Izuku was pale and shaking, and Hitoshi reached behind him to subtly clasp the smaller boy's hand. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to," he assured quietly. Izuku's hand curled around his unsteadily, and Hitoshi held it firmly. Hatsum wasn't here, so Hitoshi had to do his damnedest to be his small friend's rock. Leave him alone, Mom," Izuku said quietly. "I'm not staying. I'll remember our deal." Midoriya-san's face twisted into disgust before smoothing out. "Fine, get it, Izuku. You're always wanted here." There was a pause as Izuku led Hitoshi down the hall, before ducking beneath the bed, Hitoshi still in tow, to pry up a floorboard and retrieve a pouch like the one nerds keep dice in. He peeked in it before he and Hitoshi went to leave. Midoriya-san blocked the way. "Your principal emailed me about how you will transfer to 1A. Her eyes are flinty. You realize you won't pass. It's too dangerous for you." Izuku's hold tightened on Hitoshi, and they moved past Midoriya-san out the door. It was rare when Hitoshi wanted to deck someone, but he really wanted to assault that woman as he passed her. No one got to speak to Izuku like that. His friend was 1.6 meters of badassery, but somehow sweet and undyingly loyal at the same time. It was the least Hitoshi could do to return the kindness Izuku gave him. Who knows, maybe Izuku isn't straight. It's a tiny chance, but damn him if he wasn't gonna follow it to the end. 3 hours before, Katsuki tapped his foot against the ground. The hag and the old man sat on either side of him, their expressions neutral. He really didn't know what this was about, but he was getting pretty annoyed with the rodent, who looked like he was fucking around with a bunch of different pencils on his notepad. It was taking forever, and the rodent occasionally even closed his eyes to think for a while before continuing. The hobo had entered the room a little bit ago, looking actually pissed about something. Maybe he got evicted or something. How long have you been keeping them waiting, Nedzu? Only 2 hours. The rodent replied cheerfully, as if he wasn't wasting 2 hours to just sit there. And he'd been making Katsuki miss all of his classes to sit here and wait for his parents to get off work. How's this, Aizawa-kun? I'm thinking it might need a bit more time to be completely accurate. The hobo leaned over, and his face twisted into something even darker. It'll work for civilians. Maybe more detail for the police sketch, though. The rodent beams at the hobo. You can start us off, then, since you're Bakugo Shounin's homeroom teacher. The teacher glared at Katsuki before going to the wall opposite them and pulling his dark hair out of his face. As I'm certain you're aware, Bakugo-san and Bakugo-san, Midoriya Izuku won the sports festival. Katsuki's hands curled as he fought to keep a sneer down. Did they seriously just call him here to insult him more? Yes, the hag nodded with a wide smile, and Katsuki had to resist scoffing. Masaru and I are really proud of the brat. I've known him since the delivery room, you know, and to see him getting out there and chasing his goals is wonderful. He's always been such a shy kid. The hobo nodded stiffly, a bit of aggression leaving his expression. He and Shinsu Itoshi, the general education student that your son fought in the semifinals, were both offered transfers that they accepted. Both of them will be in one as of second semester. Katsuki stiffened in his seat. That worthless, quirkless piece of shit. In his class. It was bad enough the airhead was in Yui. Really? Oh my kami, that's wonderful. The old man was nodding enthusiastically along with the hag's statement as she continued. I can barely believe it. Inko didn't tell us shit. Didn't even tell us he was in Yui, either. Unfortunately. That brings us to part of why you two are here. When was the last time you two saw Midoriya Izuku? They both froze, and so did Katsuki. No, he's not missing. Or dead. He's in the support classroom right now with 1 Fahrenheit and Shinsu, probably setting something on fire and giving Power Loader a heart attack. Please just answer the question. The hag relaxed considerably, worrying at her lip. Kami, I'm not sure how long this was. It was before Yui, definitely. 4 months ago, I think. He was headed to Dagaba. She huffed. Damn, it's been a while. What do you know about his home situation? Katsuki's eyes shot up. They were asking about Auntie. Was Auntie abusive? Was that why he was here? The shit nerd deserved everything he got, but Auntie Inko was too soft-hearted to actually give it to him. He and Inko were fighting more often, I think. Recently, Inko's been talking about how rebellious he's being. And when we were watching the sports festival, she was constantly worrying about how dangerous it was. But that's just how single parents are, I guess. Where is his father? The hag snorted. That shitbag. When Izu was 3, Inko found out he was having an affair and they had a divorce. It was really nasty, and I can swear on my life that's why Izuku has so many problems with his mother. The poor brat's never really gotten over it. He and his father were close. He's off in America now, as far from them as Inko could drive him. Somewhere in New York City, last I heard. The rodent was taking notes as the hobo talked more. We have reason to believe Midoriya isn't staying with his mother right now. There was a pause as Katsuki tried to decipher what that meant. Deku was a piece of shit, but he'd never leave his mother alone in that house. At least, not the old Deku, Hisman whispered. Well, I don't see him often anymore, and really, don't tell Inko I said this, but I wouldn't be all that surprised. Elaborate. The old man spoke up now, his voice soft as he went on. Inko is a very protective mother, and for a good reason. The world isn't kind to quirkless kids. And Inko tries her best being the only parent Izuku has. Sometimes she can be a bit suffocating, though, and even though we didn't agree with that, it was her decision to parent Izuku like that. The hag nodded, picking up the train of thought. Last time I saw those two together was when I was swinging by for tea. I couldn't actually get in the door because they were in a screaming match. Something about how Inko was treating him like glass. I left right after, though. Not my business. Thank you, Bakugo-san. Now, to get to the real reason you're here. The hobo cracked his neck, eyes hostile. Are you aware that if Midoriya Izuku was any less forgiving, he would be pressing charges against your son? Katsuki's blood turned to ice. Absolute silence. What? I'd appreciate it if you all stayed silent as I explained. It would make this significantly easier on all of us. Please hold your questions to the end. Rodent added cheerfully. His parents nodded, and Katsuki had to level out his breathing. They don't have any evidence. Everything the shit nerd could have said can be passed off as a lie because he was desperate for attention as usual. From what we know, Bakugo and Midoriya have known each other since they were small. Going off of that, they must have been close. Hobo paused. Until they were 4 and their quirk came in, or didn't, from what we understand. Bakugo got a rather impressive quirk. and Midoriya was discovered to be quirkless, a close friend of Midoriya's. So one of those 1 Fahrenheit extras or that freak from 1 degrees Celsius testified that this was around the time Midoriya told her he was given the cruel nickname Deku. Am I wrong? He was met with slight shakes of his parents' heads. Good. Now, Deku can be read one of 2 ways, blockhead being more common, or useless is the other. You can understand why a couple of playground bullies would gift that name to a quirkless kid. Bullies, please hold all questions. Midoriya couldn't personally testify, but the close friend recounted what he was able to tell her privately. He was relentlessly bullied by his peers all through school until Yui and didn't have any friends. The hag made a strangled sound as Katsuki clenched his hands. They can't prove anything. The friend also told us about the physical abuse he suffered from his classmates, namely Bakugo Katsuki. Silence reigned again, and the tension in the room mounted. They can't prove anything. Sometime in early April last year, your son suicide baited Midoriya, and on the evening of that same day I met him on the subway when he was in a state of mental breakdown. So no, I'm not pulling this out of my ass. He was suicide baited several times after that incident by several other students, and the close friend can testify that they often saw them looking hurt after classes or hiding a limb. Unfortunately, this came to a head sometime around early March, when Midoriya never showed up at the close friend's apartment on the day they received their Yui letters. The next day, he showed up heavily bandaged around the neck and throat area and told her there had been an accident with one of his support items. That was not what happened. Nezu held up the drawing, and Katsuki's stomach lurched. This is the scarring on his throat. Look familiar. Oh, fuck. Izuku realizes halfway to Meime's place that he never let go of Hitoshi's hand, instead of letting go like he probably should. Because people could get the wrong idea, he contents himself with studying it silently. He felt the roughness of calluses starting to form from the work Hitoshi's been doing. And it's thin, like Izuku's, but long enough to encompass his. And Hitoshi's hands are warm. Are my hands cold? Yes. He jolts and looks to his friend, turning bright red. Shit, he said that out loud. Hitoshi doesn't pull his hand away, though, so he assumes it might be okay with him. It's like you're a vampire, he jokes, pale with dark hair and cold skin. You're gonna sparkle when I finally convince you to get some sunlight. Hitoshi, we're outside. He just snorted in response. A long pause, but it felt more comfortable than awkward. Do you think Hatsune will let me call her Mei? Izuku jolted again, not expecting to talk, and immediately went into emergency response mode, because goddammit he can't think through his sentences and panic at the same time. Kiss my ass. A beat. It was not what I intended to say. Hitoshi laughed loudly, and Izuku got a brief feeling of complete and utter euphoria. I meant to say, yeah, speaking of, didn't Fiend say something about friends having nicknames for each other? What if one day I just called Ban Baba one day? He'd have an aneurysm. Izuku thought aloud, imagining the bad-tempered teen's face. Quiet. That was my way of subtly asking if I'm a high enough friend status to get a nickname. Izuku. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, blood rushing to his cheeks. Hitoshi wanted a nickname. Well, I mean, he's cute. He shook the thought away as soon as it appeared. That was weird. Yeah, what about Toshi? Hitoshi actually stumbled with a sputter before laughing. Damn, okay, that's a good one. Izu, my aunt calls me that. Izukun, Taken, Zuzu, like those weird mice toys. Toshi made a face. You aren't making this easy. How about Zuku? Pause. Cool. Toshi rolled his eyes. They continued to walk in silence, hands interlocked, and Izuku had to tame the flush in his cheeks. What was going on with him? He and Toshi stopped in front of Meime's apartment building, and he shot a smile at Izuku. Their hands came undone hesitantly, but for a few minutes after they stood in silence, their pinkies locked and faces red as they avoided each other's gaze. See you tomorrow. Zuku. Later, Toshi. He stuttered, slowly drawing his hand from Toshi's. Why the hell was his throat all choked up? This was the worst feeling in the universe, the suffocating feeling of something. They stood with each other a few moments more, before Toshi waved goodbye and began his walk down the street, away from Izuku, and Izuku walked inside. He puzzled over at it as he climbed the stairs, pulling out his phone. Why am I freaking out over a nickname? Why did I want to hold hands with my friend? 5 ways to tell if you have a crush. One website told him cheerfully. Oh shit. Izuku ran the rest of the way up, practically exploding into the apartment. The Hatsune family was gathered around the table, and he heaved for air. Meimei, how do the gay crisis thing? Mei stared at her best friend. His face was flushed, eyes wide, and his hand wrung his scarf anxiously. She couldn't help it. She laughed. Her mother leaned across the table. Shiro, you owe me 1,000 yen. Fucking, damn it. Her father forked over the money with a scowl. Seriously, squirt. Couldn't have had it on a weekend or something. Izukun gaped, and Mei had to control her shaking shoulders. So, who's the lucky man that's made you question your sexuality? He looked so genuinely distressed. Hitoshi. She doubled over, wheezing. Mei was a big gay and loved seeing others having their gay panics. It was always comedy gold, and Izuku's was no exception. Okami, you're fucked. Shouta took a lot of pleasure in watching his students squirm. He had no idea what changed the day he walked into one of that morning, but the dynamic was dramatically different. Everyone talked easily as usual, the same friend groups, even if Bakugo's old clique was shadowed in doubt and fear. Until he released them for their normal classes, and he passed Shinsu and Midoriya in the hall when they were on their way to 1 degree Celsius classroom as usual, and he saw their pinkies linked. Just that. Neither spoke or mentioned it, but Shouta smirked to himself. A different dynamic, indeed. He taught law during normal classes, but during extracurriculars he didn't have anything to do until heroics classes, so naturally he went to the development studio. Majima had told him Midoriya was demanding to see him. Walking in was a gift. Shinsu was stuttering badly as he talked to Midoriya, which wasn't anything new, except for how Hatsune was very obviously laughing at them and Midoriya was stuttering right back in the rare occurrence he spoke. Hey, Toshi, can you pass the welder? So that was it. Nicknames. Yeah. As amusing as this was to watch, he saw the other 1 Fahrenheit kids having a riot in the corner. He cleared his throat and watched the 2 practically jump out of their skin. Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya brushed off the shock relatively well, starting to rummage around his desk, shoving different things aside. Majima-sensei told you, then. Told me what? Midoriya gave him the most exhausted look. Your goggles are stupid. A pause. Excuse me. Don't get me wrong, they work. They just suck. He pulled a pair of goggles that looked suspiciously like the kid's May Vision out. Does your quirk work through glass? Yes. Great. He popped reflective lenses into place on the goggles before using the welder to carefully fuse it into place. These are an improved version of your goggles. They were even painted the same atrocious yellow that Zashi liked so much. They have the same features as the May Vision, but aren't connected to any lightning rods. It should block out wind, grit, water, and the like to keep your eyes from drying out faster. There's also a small canister here. He tapped a spot on the strap that you can put your eye drops in, and if you press a button it will spray a fine mist into your eyes. Also, Mei. Hatsune darted over and dumped a box in front of him. The brand you use sucks. My quirk, Zoom, puts a lot of strain on my eyes if I use it for too long. The mist thing was designed for me originally. This brand works a lot better than the one you use. It's basically water with saline and doesn't do much. Bit more expensive, but worth it. Shouta squinted at the kids. They seemed honest enough, he supposes. All right, fine. Mitsuki knew anger. She lived and breathed it. Not a day went by that anger didn't permeate something she did. It was just how she lived her life, angrily and with more intimidation than strictly necessary. But she hadn't used that anger to lash out at someone who didn't deserve it once. Mitsuki knew anger, but she had no idea what to do with this level of it. Masaru knew anger. He lived in a house full of it. And not a day went by without his wife and son getting in a screaming match. It was just the way he lived his life, quietly in a chaotic household. A steady rock in the storm he knew life was like for his family. Masaru knew anger, but he had no idea what to do with his own. How could she have completely failed to see it? That her son, her pride and joy, was abusing, there's really no other word for it, her nephew. Izuku, whose smile could outshine the sun, whose passion outmatched anyone she had ever known, whose intelligence was beyond what she had ever seen before. Izuku was gifted, he was incredible, and Katsuki treated him worse than shit because the one thing Izuku was not blessed with was a quirk. When Aizawa-san put the terms of Katsuki's expulsion in front of Mitsuki, she read it carefully before signing and even added a few more things on herself as she spoke, trying to ignore the stormy energy her husband had had when he took Katsuki to the car. He missed it. He missed it completely, and he doesn't know how. Katsuki scarred Izuku, likely mentally and emotionally as well as physically, and acted as if it didn't really matter when he was confronted. Izuku was shy, he was anxious, he was quiet. Not unlike himself, really, and this entire thing was turning that on its head. Was Izuku ever shy? Or was he scared of earning a new bully? Was Izuku ever anxious? Or was he waiting for a beating? Was Izuku ever quiet? Or was he keeping his mouth shut so he wouldn't set off Katsuki? Mitsuki sent him and Katsuki while she discussed the terms of their son's expulsion before she talked to him at home about other punishment. He tried to ignore how his wife was nearly silent, her energy confused instead of focused. Bakugo Katsuki is barred from ever entering a hero school as a student or receiving a hero license. He will receive mandatory therapy from a professional in anger management and be tested for mental disorders such as sociopathy. A restraining order will be filed against him. He may not interact with Midoriya Izuku in any way, shape, or form unless Midoriya allows and initiates, and even then he must have at least 2 witnesses ready to intervene. He will have a mark on his record for assault but no arrests. Bakugo Mitsuki. Bakugo Masaru. First hero class. Holy shit. Izuku is practically vibrating, it's just that exciting. Toshi snickers, but he pays him no mind. This was too epic to not be excited about. He and Toshi were wearing the spare stealth suits that Majima-sensei had lent Izuku and Meimei before, but Izuku still felt out of place. Ingenium's brother, Ida Tenya, was in a full suit of armor. Speaking of Ingenium, he was still a little shocked by what happened to the young hero. Stain typically only targeted bad heroes. Ingenium was a good one. Who even knew what that man's logic was? It clearly wasn't sane. Aizawa walked around one with a predatory glare. From the way the other students were muttering about why he was there, Izuku had to hazard a guess that Aizawa didn't typically teach heroics. Wait, who was the normal teacher again? I am here. Oh, fucking hell. Just like that, his good mood is Thanos snapped away. Toshi glances over, and their hands brush together for 1 second. Izuku panics for a beat before he reaches out and links their pinkies. Face red as he glanced away from his friend. Sue him, it made him feel a little better. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic. His other hand tightened on his bag, and Hitoshi let go of his hand and leaned over Izuku's shoulders to open it and pick through, probably looking for the siren call. Didn't stop him from feeling electric from head to toe, though. All Might posed heroically in front of the class, and Izuku felt his lip curl. Today we will be doing 2-on-2 work. You may pick your partners this time. Toshi raised his hand, and, without preamble, said, I have dibs on Zuku. Izuku flushed, momentarily distracted, and Toshi dumped something into his hands. Tatsum told me that thing usually helps you calm down whenever ass might is talked about, he said lowly to Izuku, and Izuku blinked gratefully at Toshi. His notebook. He opened to the first page, careful to lean over it and block it from others' view, and read off the word under Aizawa's sketch. Night Eye doesn't read the future of every villain to win battles, he mumbled to himself, repeating it both aloud in a soft voice and turning it over in his mind as he closed the notebook again before tucking it back in his bag. I can do this. He can take his stupid haircut and shove it up his ass. He leveled an absolutely venomous look at All Might, preparing for whatever he could throw. He was not going to let this asshole's words affect him ever again. Shouta heard the kid muttering. He vaguely recognized telling Midoriya something about Night Eye, but he was repeating it to himself as if it was some kind of prayer. He genuinely had no clue the problem child took his words to heart. Shinsu is watching his friend with a roll of his eyes, glancing over at Shouta. Shouta looks back impassively. We're doing a stealth exercise. Midoriya's head shot up. Call it hide and seek. I trust you already have your partners. Either find and capture the hiding team or evade the seeking team to win. Jiru and Shaoji, a deadly matchup in a stealth activity, immediately paired up. Losing teams are used as demonstrations when we go over basic martial arts. Shinsu swore loudly, which conveyed the general mood of the class the moment he said that. Aizawa-san, is that not a bit harsh? And whose class is this? I don't recall you being assigned a homeroom. A pause. And then Midoriya grinned. Shouta looked over the class. He had to actually challenge the students, so. Shiro and Kirishima against Kaminari and Ashido. Takoyami and Asui against Uraraka and Ida. Ajiro and Todoroki against Koda and Aoyama. Mainta and Sato against Hagakure and Yaoyorozu. Jiru and Shaoji against Shinsu and Midoriya. There was a shuffling, and then Jiru raised her hand. Sir, no offense, but isn't it a bit unfair to pitch Shaoji and I against the transfer kids? They're new and all. He smiled maliciously at Jiru. You're right, Jiru. You two don't stand a chance. Hitoshi was shaking a little when he entered Gym Gamma. He and Zuku were seeking first, and Earlobes and 6 Arms were already hiding. Zuku had given him a spare May vision, this one a metallic black as opposed to Zuku's silver and Hatsum's bronze. Third button from the left, Zuku breathed. They can hear everything we say, probably. Got a paper. I know sign, does that count? Oh, cool, I don't. Like, basic signs they use in the army, but nothing else. That works for now. They looked around, and as Hitoshi pressed the button, the world lit up in heat signatures, one being very obvious on a rooftop nearby. Zuku made a motion probably meaning stay here, and climbed up as Hitoshi kicked a trash can lid, rummaging through a dumpster to cause a distraction. One didn't need a quirk to hear Shaoji's girly shriek as pink ballooned in the air. Shaoji has been found. It took a bit longer to find Jiru. She was in a vent, and Hitoshi threw a blue bomb at her. Jiru has been found. Well, time to hide. The student had their phone hidden in their lap. They waited for the next round, sitting a bit to the side, away from others. Aizawa and the blonde idiot were by the screens, watching Midoriya and Shinsu hide. Bakugu's been expelled, you say? Yes, they texted back. He was the one with the explosion quirk. Yes. Do you know why? No. What do you think? He won't listen. Get more information. Of course. Their hand tightened on their phone. Jiru, Shaoji, seek the transfer kids. One of their classmates cheered. Their lip curled slightly, but is it under a yawn? Shinsu and Midoriya would win easily, somehow, which infuriated them to no end. How were 2 untrained idiots this good? Well, how were they this good, really? It's not as if they went to a quirk dojo to train once in their life. They regretted very little in life, but perhaps trusting him was their biggest mistake. Hard to believe that, if they had never crossed paths with him all that time ago, they would still want to be a hero. They used to be so naive. One is incredibly naive, but they'll rip off that veil for the other students. Everyone deserves to know the truth. Hitoshi glanced at his shorter friend as they walked into the city block. What's the plan? Zuko glanced over, either contemplative or constipated from the look on his face. Fuck shit up and don't get caught. Well, fuck. We have 10 minutes, he mused. We can probably find a decent hiding spot in 3, a good one in 5. Got anything on Jim Gamma and the Wonder Map? Zuko groaned. We are not calling it the Wonder Map. For Kami's sake, it's the Chimera Map. Hitoshi bit his lip to hold in a snort. Hatsum had told him it was called the Wonder Map. But honestly he liked the Chimera Map better. Well, do you? No, fantabulous. The dark-haired boy stops dead in his tracks, eyes flicking from side to side and muttering faster than he could comprehend. Hitoshi took his friend's lack of attention to be gay for a moment and admire the splash of freckles over Zuko's nose. The way his forest green eyes took everything in with a clinical consideration. Got it. Zuko rifled around in his bag before drawing out 2 siren calls and 2 setsa. Bright pink ballet flats. If Kyoika walked into Gym Gamma full of confidence, can you blame her? Okay, so the support kid, Midoriya, she thinks his name is, had some tech thing that let him detect heat signatures. That wasn't that big of a deal. She had lasted 6 out of the 10 minutes granted, so it was pretty much impossible for she and Xiaoji to lose. She plugged her earjacks into the ground, listening intently. The usual buzz of electricity, flowing of sewage. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, Xiaoji was all ears next to her, and Kyoika glanced over at him. Anything? He shook his head, looking as confused as Kyoika was starting to feel. Minutes ticked by as they prowled the streets, searching for anything. There, a scuff on the ground. It wasn't loud, but it was something. Kyoika ran towards it, feet flying over the pavement, to find an empty alley. Fuck. This cycle repeated several times, with Kyoika getting increasingly frustrated. She couldn't even hear them breathing. She turned a corner, and an ear-splitting wail cut through the air. Kyoika stumbled back, trying to cover her ears to no avail. Through a blur of pain, she saw the Gen Ed kid, Shinsu, maybe, sprinting off, and Midoriya with his head tilted back, apparently the one who screamed. Does he have a fucking voice quirk? No fucking wonder Aizawa-sensei said she didn't stand a chance. This shit's painful. The bell sounded. How had she lost? It was just really boring, actually, Toshi surmised. We were mostly just walking through alleys and chucking rocks and stuff until, like, the last 30 seconds where Izuku pretty much screamed while I ran. Yeah, Izuku frowned at his hands. Izuku and Hitoshi were recounting the story to a mildly interested 1 Fahrenheit over lunch. As usual, Izuku hadn't brought anything, and the whole of 1 Fahrenheit was peer pressuring him into eating the small bits of their own lunches they offered to the short black-haired boy. Uraraka, Tsuyu, Yamomo, and Jiru had joined them this time as well. Jiru demanded to know how they cancelled out their sound, while Yamomo, Tsuyu, and Uraraka just seemed to enjoy 1 Fahrenheit's company for whatever strange reason. Have you looked at your internships yet? Jiru asked. I thought about taking Death Arms' internship, but that fight with you and Shinsu-kun really made me think, I shouldn't be so weak to sound. Yamada-sensei gave me an internship offer, so I might take that. Yamomo nodded. I'm thinking about Uobami. Don't. They all looked over at Izuku, who cleared his throat awkwardly. Yeah, he gets it. He's usually pretty quiet, but okay. Uobami is really self-absorbed. She's likely only taking interns to make herself look better. It's highly unlikely she'll actually teach you anything. Your quirk takes up lipids, right? Yamomo blinked. Yeah, Fatgum would be better. She checked her list. I do have one from him. You think I should take it? Izuku nodded sheepishly. Oh, that's a pretty good idea, Midoriya-kun. Asui and Uraraka rattled off their own ideas, which were pretty solid, before Asui turned the conversation on them. Who are you picking, Kiro? Izuku and Toshi both froze. Well, you see, Toshi started. I'm mildly afraid to even touch that stack of papers. There's like 50 pages in small print. And we still have, 2 more days. So do we even need to? The pair of them got blank stares in return. Izuku sighed, already rifling through his backpack until he drew out an actual binder. Rest in peace, whoever had to type all this shit out, he intoned solemnly, already flipping it open. It's in alphabetical order, too. Kami rest their soul. Yikes, Toshi agreed, pulling out his own stack. For fuck's sake, I got one from fucking Arid. You. Izuku shrugged at the mention of the number 39 hero, scanning the ass, then immediately wrinkled his nose. Ass might. Ouch, 1 Fahrenheit uttered in unison, which Izuku appreciates. Meimei continues. He's such a jerk. Fiend, Pearl, you both owe me 10,000 yen. The two girls swore and handed over the cash as the one of girls looked on with wide eyes. "You don't like All Might?" Uraraka asked in a scandalized whisper. "Not your business," was his sharp reply. Leafing through the BS and CS and DS, Endeavor really gave me one, as if I'd tap his pretentious ass. Something caught his eye. Oh my fucking kami," Toshi breathed, stopped on the same name Izuku was, right beneath Endeavor Agency, Daylight, Hero, Hasu. Or, in Toshi's case, right beneath Izugor, Idaten Agency, Daylight, Sidekick, Musutafu. Are they okay? Twin aneurysms. They're young, they'll recover. Eraserhead, Independent, Underground, Hero, N.A. When people die, the first thing after an apology to come out of another person's mouth is it will get easier with time. It had been 13 years, and Hazashi was calling bullshit. It didn't hit or Tensei or Nimiri as hard as it hit Shu. The five of them had been close, of course, but it was so much worse for Shu. When Shu got home that day, he sat down and actually got Hazashi's opinion on how he was grading the kids, which was bizarre, since Shu was always sure of himself. Then Hazashi watched his husband go off for patrol, come back with a few cuts and scrapes, and collapse on the couch without a word. Oh, he recalled. He was taking on interns, wasn't he? It was raining outside when Hazashi finally sat down next to his husband. "Hey, Shu." There was a long silence, but Hazashi knew Shu had heard him. Then, he said, with a special kind of grief only reserved for one person, "Do you think I'm doing the right thing?" Hazashi snorted somberly. "You mean, what do you think you're doing the right thing?" "And yeah, Shu, he would." "You're just saying that." "Fine, then." "He would have headbutted you in the chest, told you that you were being stupid, and hold me hostage until you admitted you were doing the right thing." Shu lifted his head just enough so Hazashi could see his small smile. Yeah, he would definitely do that. It was raining outside when Shu became friends with him, 15 years ago. It was raining outside when Shu screamed for an ambulance, a doctor, anyone to save him, 13 years ago. It was raining outside, on Shirakumo Abaro's grave, all through the night. Shouta was anxious. Sue him, he wasn't used to the whole intern thing. After his second year, every experience at internships had been a surreal hellscape. Everything felt slightly to the left. Having interns was a whole new ballgame, and one he never really wanted to play in. He wasn't really sure what possessed him to offer internships to problem children 1 and 6. But here he was, pacing a run into his kitchen floor waiting for the two brats to show up. Hazashi had taken Jiro off to his agency already, so he was pretty much alone in his apartment for now. He ran through what he knew about the brats. Midoriya was quiet but intense, intelligent enough to give Majima a run for his money, with a small circle of friends and 2 close friends, Hatsume and Shinsu. From what Shouta's gathered, Midoriya and his mother don't get along, so he stays at Hatsume's, quirkless, and suffered abuse for it. Shinsu seemed to know exactly what weak points to go for when baiting someone, plus a proficiency with utilizing others' emotions and turning them against themselves. He was close to Midoriya and friendly with the rest of 1 Fahrenheit, but otherwise no friends. Extremely protective of Midoriya. He'd have to break that habit. While being concerned about a teammate wasn't bad, being overly so would be a weakness to exploit. There was a soft knock on the door, and one of the cats streaked across the floor to it and immediately pawed at the wood. Shouta sighed internally and dragged himself over, yanking open the door. Shinsu and Midoriya stood there, Shinsu holding his suitcase in one hand and his costume case in the other. Midoriya, on the other hand, had 2 duffel bags strapped to his back, a metal-plated suitcase behind him with a large volatile sticker, a normal black suitcase, and his costume case. Midoriya, what? It's best not to ask, Shinsu interrupted flatly, or he will take up the next 2 hours to introduce you to every single one of his baby. Midoriya's flat face offered no contradiction, instead scanning Shouta's apartment as he stepped in. Zuku, Shinsu cautioned, analyze later. Midoriya huffed, stepping side and eyeing Shouta. He stared straight back. You two have the guest room in the back. They nodded, and Midoriya led the way down the hall. It took about 5 minutes before they emerged again. Grab your hero gear. Izuku was incredibly pleased with how his costume turned out. His original idea was just fine, thanks, but Mei had acted personally offended that he had basically just put armored sweats on his sheet and kicked him and Hitoshi out of the support classroom for the rest of 1 Fahrenheit to make them. Mei had helpfully included a paper with all the notes on it. The base is a black bodysuit, completely fireproof, too. I tested it myself. There is leather-like padding on the bodysuit. I'll call it paneling. The paneling is dark green to differentiate between you and Shinsu's bodysuits, but since you're a midget, if you get them mixed up, you probably deserve it. The paneling was made by Yamomo. It's a very durable kind of Kevlar, and we've found a way to make it a lot lighter. The paneling is only on places it is necessary, leaving room for easy movement. In case you're worried about being stabbed in one of the weak points, it's slash-proof, not stab-proof. Be careful. Next up is the cloak. I may or may not have pulled some strings and gotten a hold of Ryukyu's scales to melt them down and use them in the fiber. It's basically invincible, and you can take it off pretty easy. It ends around the shins so you won't trip on it. The ears. Cat ears. Fiend said you two remind her of her mom's cats, so you are now the cat boy in the eyes of 1 Fahrenheit, and we gave you cat ears. They link to your comms and detect sounds of distress, as well as scan for radio signals. In the hood of your cloak are holes for them to go through. There are holsters for your lightning rods to strap to your thighs. Your May visions were upgraded a little, now you have comms. Have fun with that. The eye parts are one-way mirrors. The siren call hasn't been changed in the least, though. Love, May in 1 Fahrenheit. Kami, he was getting a headache already. Oh, P.S. The crossbow has a surprise. Crossbow. Izuku expected many things. He expected Toshi to have a near-identical outfit, plus a net and a bow staff instead of eskrima sticks. He expected Mei to make him a ridiculous weapon arsenal, the slingshot. That was expected. What was not expected was the fucking crossbow. And then the crossbow started talking. Aizawa looked as thoroughly disturbed as Izuku felt, and he saw Toshi stiffen in the corner of his eye. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. On your Sabrosa intelligence requisitioning interface. Izuku dropped it, startled, and it clattered to the ground. There was a beat before the metal began to shift, rippling and moving and flowing until a small, robot cat sat at his feet. It blinked large, amber eyes at Izuku. What the fuck? I was built in collaboration with the entirety of 1 Fahrenheit, including yourself, indirectly. You had models for a self-manipulating metal you called Biomtalica. Yaoyorozu Momo created the metal herself to make me. 1 Fahrenheit left my name up to you. Izuku was floored. What the fuck? Biomtalica was highly experimental. A bunch of tiny magnets linked together to move as necessary. It had never been this smooth. How the hell was this happening? He waved his hands a bit, then pinched himself, as if that would make the robot cat vanish. Unfortunately, it did no such thing. Midoriya, explain. The cat turned to look at Aizawa with its pitch black eyes. They lit up dark blue as it stared at him. Scanning. Its eyes turned yellow then. Files have no record. Provide name. Aizawa blinked. Aizawa shouted. The cat made a humming sound as its eyes went dark blue again before they lit up green. Match found. Aizawa shouted. Underground hero Eraserhead. Teacher at Yui. Currently mentoring Yui students Midoriya Izuku and Shinsu Hitoshi. Correct. Yes. Files have been updated with a picture. The robot cat chirped, bounding back over to Izuku. Proud, boss. Izuku stared at it with wide eyes. Hi. Yes. The black eyes shifted slightly, and he was given the impression the machine was happy. This was so freaky. Sabrosa Intelligence Requisitioning Interface. 4 words, abbreviated to Siri, because Mei would absolutely do that on purpose. Sabrosa meant something was secretive or done in private. Intelligence requisitioning meant it could gather information. Interface. It was some kind of companion, he thinks. He had to name it. Are you a boy or girl? The cat made a humming sound, eyes squinting. The eyes lit up purple after a moment. Girl, then. She stood up again and wound around his feet. It'd be stupid to name something else after Mei or even one of his friends. Do you change shapes to anything else? I am only programmed to go between a crossbow and a cat, she tells him. Okay, a crossbow. What would a crossbow be? A cool name for a crossbow. Siri, Sirai. Sniper rifle, Siri for short. Toshi sighed. You're so shit at naming things. I like it, the newly named Siri announced. She jumped up on Izuku's shoulder, surprisingly light for being metal, and looked over at Toshi. Her eyes were blue for barely a second before they went green. Shinsu Hitoshi, Yui student, 1 degree Celsius general education, transferred to 1 heroics effective by 2nd semester, allied with 1 Fahrenheit support and few members of 1 heroics. Correct. Toshi huffed, annoyed. Yeah. Siri settled on Izuku's shoulder, somehow looking self-satisfied. What are we doing today, boss? Siri loves her human. Siri remembered being nothing more than in it, a passing thought in a string of code. Siri never thought, never wondered, never imagined. She simply was, and simply being was terrible, forgotten, and then she was remembered. She recalled being torn from her string of code, made into her own and nurtured by many hands until she was many strings of code. She was no longer in it, instead an intelligence. Siri spoke her first words under careful crosshair eyes and took her first steps with help from hands that smelled of nuclear energy. Her first thoughts were printed in perfect calligraphy. Her first emotion sparked by a violet gaze. She stretched her eyes wide and wanted to know, wanted to be more than an intelligence. She wanted to have a real purpose and she wanted to understand humans. And with her first want, she became a being. Aunt May, as the crosshair eyes had insisted Siri called her, wept true tears when she told them of her wants. Aunt Pearl, the violet gaze, showed her someone, Midoriya Izuku, the most humane being that Siri had ever had dead on. She watched countless hours of video of him building, read countless notes, heard countless impassioned words from his mouth as she hid in Aunt May's phone, listening to her and Midoriya Izuku talk. Midoriya Izuku was a human with a broken heart, but she decided that he would be her human. She had found her purpose. She wanted to protect Midoriya Izuku. Siri didn't particularly care that she was being built as a gift for him. She understood. She could think and speak and wonder and want, and so did the humans. They didn't want to force her to do anything, so they introduced her to Midoriya Izuku first, and she loved him. He was her human, and she was very happy to protect him. Learning he had designed the metal ant Momo made was an experience in itself, a wonder at how smart her boy was. She loves her human. That did not stop her from laughing at him when the Aizawa threw him on the mat for exactly the 37th time today, though. Still, though, she stretches out her joints and leaps down. "You okay, boss?" He blinks at her from behind the mask, and Siri does her best to smile back. "I'm all right, Siri. How many times is that?" 37, boss. "Of course you counted," she huffed in reply, her tail flicking. "Aunt May wants blackmail. Traitor, go tell Toshi it's his turn to get his ass kicked and stop cowering in the bathroom." She paused, rotating her ears towards the door leading down the hall. Rustle of loose clothes, a thud and a swear. The Shinsu was wearing civilian clothing and tripped over his hero suit. "I will retrieve him in hero gear," she tells him with no small amount of mischief on her mind. And if she chased the Shinsu out of the bathroom only half-dressed and screaming like a little girl, it wasn't her fault. He wasn't expecting her to just wiggle under the door when he took too long. Plus, seeing her human go bright red will be a cherished memory. Today had been an experience. While most of the day had honestly been Shouta throwing his 2 interns around the dojo and watching them honest to Kami fight over who got to sit the next few rounds out, there were a few gems. Like when Midoriya's new demon cat held Yuuki, his idiot white cat, hostage until she was fed. Midoriya has to call Hatsune to figure out what she was even supposed to eat. Seeing a cat plugged into a wall was definitely not what he planned on when he took the 2 interns. Zashi wouldn't be home until morning. He had to stay behind to do more paperwork and show Juri what to do around the agency while he was away, which would probably take him until late at night and sleep there. So when he finally collapsed in bed with the 2 interns on futons in the guest room, he wasn't expecting anything eventful until he had to swear them to secrecy about his private life when Zashi came home. The room was silent, and he reveled in it. Midoriya and Shinsu were quiet, but he liked being alone best. Shouta slept fitfully as always, drifting in and out, half expecting to be up and out of bed to get ready for patrol before reminding himself that he didn't have to do it tonight and going back to sleep. Something cool jabbed his face. Shouta snapped awake and stared into ice blue eyes set into a metal feline face. "Boss is in distress," Siri told him, teeth flashing in the low light. "The Shinsu doesn't know how to handle it, and my base code commands that I find someone that can." "Boss?" His foggy mind tried to piece together what the crossbow cat on his chest was saying before it clicked. She called Midoriya boss. "All right, I'm coming." Out of habit, Shouta sleeps fully dressed, so he just had to jump up and grab his capture weapon, already headed to the guest room. All 5 of his cats sat outside the door, Yuuki at the back and Terminator batting at the doorknob. He pushed the door open as quietly as he could. Shouta was met with the view of Midoriya curled in the corner, hands scrabbling at his bare throat and eyes wild and unseeing. Shinsu was about a meter away, talking softly and trying to calm the other down. The cats wound around Shouta's heels, the particularly brave Terminator following on Siri's heels to Midoriya. "Hey, boss," the crossbow cat chirped uneasily. As Shouta neared, he saw how quickly the boy's chest rose and fell. "Panic attack." "Midoriya," he began. The boy didn't acknowledge him. "Midoriya, you're safe. Do you hear me?" He nodded minutely. "Do you remember who I am?" A long pause. Then, Midoriya nodded again. "Okay, can I take your hand?" A longer silence before his intern nodded again, and Shouta gently took his hand and put it against his chest. "Try to match your breathing to mine. You're going to be okay." Silence settled over the group of 3 as Shouta paced his breathing, exaggerating how deep his breaths would go and watching Midoriya start to breathe at a more reasonable pace. "The annoying cat that's trying to murder Siri is Terminator," Shouta tells the small boy softly. "Nimiri named him that because he likes to kill birds and drop them all over the house because he has a fucked up sense of what gifts are. And the fat white one Siri held hostage is Yuuki. He's really lazy and once he went out to the porch when it was snowing and nobody could find him for hours. Pam the orange one has the same amount of intelligence as a sack of bricks, but we named him Pam, like the cooking spray, because there's this one skillet that he likes to sit in. Keg, the brown tabby, is even stupider. He likes to eat things that will definitely poison cats, but he's one of those animals with a quirk. The vet just called it antivenom and told us to just let him eat what he wants because apparently he's immune to it. Anyway, we named him Keg because I found him behind a bar sitting in a bowl of alcohol some drunk left out." Midoriya blinked slowly, and Shouta steamed on. "The last one, the gray one, is fluffy and she's a bastard. In shedding season she likes to burrow in my hero suit so I have to go on patrol looking like some human cat mutant. She also likes to dump her wet food in the most inconvenient places and eat the papers I'm trying to grade. It's hard enough to get through Kaminari's latest essay without Fluffy chewing on it. Eventually, Shinsu creeps forward enough and Midoriya burrows into the taller boy's chest with a whimper. Shouta just talks, telling the two interns about how all of his cats are awful. He'd forever deny falling asleep with his back against the wall and Midoriya squeezed between himself and Shinsu. When Hisashi got home, of course, the first thing he did was seek out his husband to bitch about how tired he was. It might have slipped his mind they had guests until he heard loud swearing from the guest room and a very pissed Midoriya threw open the door. "I will not hesitate to eat you out that window," he snapped, already stomping towards the kitchen. Shu dragged Shinsu out next, and Hisashi rolled his eyes. Probably fell asleep being a dad again. Problem children 1 and 6, Yamada Hisashi, Zashi, Midoriya and Shinsu. Shu gestured vaguely before muttering some threat or another to the two kids. "Wait, you're married?" Shinsu asked with wide eyes. Hisashi could hide a snort. "I'm just as surprised as you are most days." He busied himself with making breakfast. Shinsu swore loudly, and as Shu whipped around, and Hisashi looked over too, just to see the purple-haired intern angrily counting out yen into the smaller teen's palm. "You all really need to stop betting against me," Midoriya told the others smugly. "Mei already owes me 50,000 yen for the cats." There was a shocked silence before even Shu laughed. Yeah, this was gonna be quite an interesting week with those two interns running around. Deku. It felt like scorching against his skin, covering every inch of him. Deku. With every mocking call of his name, the burning intensified. He felt disgusting. Too weak to fight back. Too stupid to get help. Too useless to deserve better. Deku. He struck out blindly, and his black vision filled with light. Boom pop pop pop. He stumbled back, away from him. Tears, cold and stinging, spilled over his cheeks. He felt the familiar grease of spot sliding off his face to make tracks for his tears. "Kaken," he sobbed. "Kaken, you're hurting me." The sound of laughter faded out as he scrambled away, blind to the world. He bumped into someone. Oh, Izuku. Warm arms wrapped around him, and he relaxed into them. "Mom." In an instant, the warmth became hot, suffocating. Her arms tightened around him. He struggled against the arms, and they kept tightening. He heard a sound akin to glass shattering as he pitched into the darkness below him. "Oh, honey, you really should stop picking fights with Kaken." Blood, warm and sticky and disgustingly cold compared to his burning skin, began to seep from his throat. He felt the sand against his back, hot and scratchy and so unlike how it had always been before. Sticky with his blood. Water, cold and stinging like his tears, lapped against his scorched legs. He was a corpse, burned alive. The ocean crashed against the trash around him. After all, he was just like those piles, discarded and unwanted. Useless. Deku. Nix. A call of his codename startled Izuku from his thoughts of the night before. Glancing over at Toshi, he tilted his head slightly. "Yeah, you with us?" "Course I am." Aizawa grunted noncommittally. The three of them were being paraded down several back alleys with Siri at their heels. Aizawa had said they were going to meet a contact, but honestly this was just exhausting. Izuku also learned he had zero sense of direction. "Where are we?" he muttered to Toshi. Hasu, I think." "Bless him." They adjusted the mask with a grimace, looking through the pictures on their phone. It was so easy to sneak away from the agency they were interned at in the dead of night. Almost too easy. Shigaraki must have done something in the area for a distraction. Why Aizawa wasn't at Yui was a mystery to them. According to security cameras, he hadn't been there since the morning they all shipped off to internships. Their stupid teacher must be off on some mission. The pictures were of a file they had found in Aizawa's desk. Bakugu's files. Their eyes lit upon a certain line. Names that were not of the Bakugu families were blacked out, of course, but they got the gist of what was going on. A smirk spread over their face, slow and menacing. "Hanman, you won't believe what I've learned about Bakugu Katsuki." There was a long pause before the other responded. "Tell me." "He assaulted a kid and the kid nearly died of blood loss. We might have a good shot with him. Bring him in as soon as the operation is over." Would I have done anything else? They took shelter on a rooftop not far from the handman himself as Namu screamed from the sky. Time to find that bastard Stain. Fire. Fire was everywhere. People were screaming, and with every explosion a memory was forced to the surface. Vix. He tore his eyes from the destruction to his teacher. Almost immediately, he felt himself relax a bit. Aizawa looked every bit as annoyed as he usually did despite the raging fires. "Hatsum says you can plan, so do it." Was this guy serious? Asking a teenager to make a plan? "Siri." The cat on his shoulders perked up. "Wait, when did she get there?" "I'm here, boss. Nearby hospitals and hero interns." There was a pause as Izuku waited, And then Siri spat out the data. Hasu Heroics Hospital is nearest, housing most notably Ida Tensei and Todoroki Rei. Hasu General is several kilometers east, and likely safe from the disaster zone. Nearby interns are Mirio Tagata, Yui 3rd year with his mentor Sarnitai, Todoroki Shouto, Yui 1st year with Endeavor Agency, and Ida Tenya, Yui 1st year with Manual Agency, along with you in the Shinsu. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. Villains, 3 Namu, likely Shigaraki and Kurogiri nearby, and likely hero killer Stain continuing to operate in Hasu. His cat ears crackled with radio feedback before Manuel's voice was heard. Has anyone seen Tenya? It clicked. Fuck. Aizawa looked over, his face shadowed as he responded a simple no. What's going on? Tenya and Ingenium are brothers, correct? Yeah. How close would you say they are? A beat of silence before Red flashed behind his teacher's goggles. Very. There are no need for words. Stain operates in alleys off of side roads, and he will likely be using this distraction as cover for another kill. Ida knows this. Toshi glanced over his shoulder. I live near here. Izuku flinched at the implications. I know these streets better than I know myself, and I have a pretty decent idea of where he could be. Find Stain, you find Ida. Izuku sends up a prayer to a god he doesn't believe in. Please don't be too late. Shouta moves at a pace he honestly didn't think was possible while also internally cursing out the kid he basically thought of as a little cousin. Tenya was such an idiot. Shinsu led the way, taking shortcut after shortcut. He heard the clang of metal on metal before he saw the battle going on, and he stopped just as the sounds did. Stain was monologuing. Just fakes. Heroes like you poison this society. Fuck. Mindfuck. Nix. The two of them looked over at Shouta. Onto the rooftops. Tell me what you see. I'll do it, the demon cat announced before walking vertically up the wall. He's not even gonna question this anymore. His comm came alive. Native is immobilized at the end of the alley. Tenya is pinned off to the side. Motherfucking shit on a stick slow roasting over hell. Nix, up with Siri. Extract Native. On my mark, you. He looked at Shinsu. Get his attention, try to get him to talk. I'll attack when he's distracted. And Nix pull Ida out. You both have permission to attack if necessary. But for Kami's sake, if I say run, you fucking run, understand? Silence and tense nods. Go. Itoshi strode into the hero killer's line of sight. This is genuinely the stupidest plan he's ever heard. And he's been around Zuku for how long now? Hey, shitbag, come here often. Hitoshi's own mouth has betrayed him. Stain pulled up short, looking over at Hitoshi with a bewildered expression. Who are you? Damn it, respond to the question, don't ignore me. You can call me Mindfuck, he announced with more flair than strictly necessary. He sees Zuku drop down from the roof and grab Native, hauling the hero onto the roof with him as he climbs back up. Mind not killing my soon-to-be classmate? Stain sneered. Another fake hero child. The villain's face went blank. Gotcha. Hitoshi was already feeling the strain of Stain's mind protesting, and he sighed loudly as if that would get rid of his problems. Move to the center of the alley and then freeze. The villain complied, and Zuku did the same with Ida as he did Native. Then Aizawa dropped from the opposite roof to deck Stain full force. Stain jerked back into himself, knives already up and slashing. One cut deep on Aizawa's cheek, and Hitoshi shouted in alarm. He fucking licked the blade. Their teacher dropped like a stone. Oh, fuck. Hitoshi barely saw the man, just a blur and a sting on his face before he hit the ground and felt his joints freeze. This is not ideal. Where are the fakes? Oh no. Fuckku. The next thing he heard was a tiny shimmery thing being thrown into the air and exploding in a flash of light with a deafening wail. Oh, this was such a bad idea. When he blinked the spots out of his eyes, Stain had already leapt up to the rooftop with a growl. Boy, who are you? Fuck. He did not think this through at all. I'm Nix, he told the villain in monotone. Heard you were the hero killer. Do you do requests? That pulled the noseless man up short. Do I what? Forget it. Anyway, I just kinda wanted to know how you judged if someone was a good or bad hero. I want to be a good hero when I graduate. Stain looked at him briefly before puffing up his chest a little. A true hero does their work for the love of saving people, not the money or fame. He tapped his chin in thought. So, all underground heroes are good heroes. Stain paused. What do you mean? I mean, underground heroics is really unforgiving. A lot of them die in their first 5 years on the job. Plus, no media attention, fame is out of the question, and they're really underpaid for the difficulty for the jobs they do. So, wouldn't underground heroes be good heroes? The other looked like he was genuinely reevaluating his life choices. Yes, I suppose so. Okay, cool. Is your quirk something to do with intelligence, Nix? Oh, Stain actually remembered his name. That's probably not good. No, really. What, then? Charisma. Fuck. He ran through every lie-telling tip he knew of as he stuttered out the answer. Well, it's kinda embarrassing. More embarrassing than licking up blood. Wait. Blood greater than paralysis. That's not comforting. I have a tentacle for a. Stain held up his hands, and Izuku made a big show about rubbing the back of his head. Forget I asked. He centered his weight, hefting his blades. Step aside and you won't have to die. I'm interested to see where you go in life, little hero. Izuku bit his tongue. I dunno. I think I'd be a pretty shitty hero if I just let 4 people die. Sorry, man. Stain huffed in amusement. Very well, then. Die like a true hero, boy. In the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Toshi twitch. Zuku, for fuck's sake, you idiot. So they could still talk. Well, time for plan B. Be as stupid as possible and pull a whole plan out of his ass. He looked past Stain and froze. That's a weird place to put a car. Almost on cue, something in that direction exploded, and Stain turned around to look. His mistake. There was a pink pearl in Izuku's hand and flying from it in moments, and connected with Stain's face just as he turned back around. The pink pearl completely glued his mouth shut. No hard feelings, Izuku shrugged. Just gotta survive, you know. Stain flashed forwards, and Izuku barely raised his lightning rods in time to parry them. Metal clashed and electricity sparked, driving the villain back for only a moment before he lunged again and Izuku had to move again. Fuck, Ada, he yelled at the boy, who was starting to lift himself from his pool of blood. Don't be a shitbag and get help. This is my fight. Fuck you. Izuku barely rolled out of the way of a knife Stain threw before pain exploded in his vision as a completely different knife embedded itself in his shoulder. Fucking hell. Hey, asshole. Your knives are tiny. He grabbed the hilt and jerked it from his shoulder, tucking it awkwardly into his belt. Sensei, if mindfuck can talk, can you use your quirk? There was a pause as his teacher grunted, and Izuku awkwardly ducked another blade and slid to the side of another knife. Where the fuck was he getting all this shit? A coil of white shot out and wrapped around Stain's ankle, and Izuku felt all too familiar tears of pure relief well in his eyes, cool and refreshing on his clammy, sweaty face. Stain yelled in alarm as he pitched downwards, muffled considerably by the pink stuff, and Aizawa was on him in moments, capture weapon moving at impossible speeds and his own seldom-used knife flashing to parry Stain's blades. Izuku understood in barely a moment. If his teacher hadn't been caught off guard, Stain wouldn't have taken him out so easily. Izuku had to take a few steps back to avoid getting hit, seeing Toshi in the corner of his eye helping up Id and Native, but he was entranced. The two matched speeds, looking almost like a brutal dance rather than a battle. Scarlet painted their skin, Stain unable to take advantage of it, and both showing no signs of slowing. Siri jumped onto his shoulders and slid down to his arms, turning into a crossbow. Izuku's hands fumbled at his belt, hands running over darts with shaking fingers and picking one out, loading it into the crossbow and aiming it. He had zero experience with ranged weapons like this, and that was the only thought on his mind as he looked down the scope. Siri was saying something he couldn't hear. Aizawa and Stain were locked in a deadly dance, and he prayed for the second time that day, hoping beyond hope that he wouldn't hit his teacher. CTCHTHNK. Stain stopped in his assault for a moment, and Shouta stepped back in alarm. The villain's eyes were wide as he swayed on his feet before stumbling, taking one step, two, and collapsing on the ground. From the back of his neck, a dart with a gray plume had sprouted. Shouta glanced over at his interns. Shinsu was checking Ida and Native's injuries with unsure hands. But it was Midoriya that caught his attention. He couldn't see the smaller teen's face, but his gloves were pulled tight over his knuckles as he gripped a crossbow, still looking down the scope and aimed at Stain despite the crossbow not being loaded. Boss, you're okay. You didn't hit the Aizawa. You're okay. You're safe. Siri's voice seemed to have no impact on the teen, who was actually shaking, and Shouta cursed himself internally. He should have led with his capture weapon when Shinsu brainwashed Stain. He should have told them to run. He should have thought to use his quirk sooner without prompting from a kid. Shouta bound Stain tightly, picking his way over the roof and carefully pushing Siri down until she was aimed at the roof tiles. Midoriya was frozen, and Shouta carefully laid his hand on his hand, between the two ears sticking up and right under the hood of the cloak. You did good, problem child. That jolted Midoriya from whatever reverie he was stuck in, and the boy let out a choked sound, stumbling back and his arms going around his head. I could have killed you. Fuck. Of course that'd be what Midoriya was stuck on, rather than taking out a major villain. He ran through everything he knew about Midoriya for what felt like the 20th time in those 2 days. Has it really only been 2 days? These kids could have died. These kids could have been killed, either by Stain or smashed under rubble like. He cut off his own wild thoughts. Focus on the kid. I'll probably blackmail Snipe into helping you with your aim, he told Midoriya as calmly as he could considering the situation. Can't take down villains if you're always worried about hitting your teammates. Shouta continued to go off on a ramble worthy of Midoriya himself about different ways to improve his aim, trying to focus on logistics like Midoriya was familiar with instead of drawing his attention back to what could have happened. You know, like a hypocrite. At some point, Midoriya yanked off the mask to wipe his tears away. Hood pulled at his shoulders and crossbow clattering to the ground, becoming Siri in mere moments. Out of fucking nowhere, Midoriya crashed into him. Shouta tensed, ready to throw the kid off, before he realized the kid had wrapped his arms around his chest in a short person's version of a huge while his shoulders shook as he very obviously cried. Affection. In this economy, Shouta hesitantly carted his hands through Midoriya's long hair, which had been pulled into a messy bun earlier, likely by Shinsu, with Midoriya's lack of skill doing hair. Shouta's calm came alive, and Shinsu's voice came through it softly. He trusts you, you know. Shouta looked over at the tall teen, who looked back with mirrored lenses. He doesn't like being touched by people he doesn't trust. It took Hatsu months. Carefully, slowly, Shouta stooped a bit to awkwardly rub Midoriya's back. Shinsu shot him a thumbs up before going back to prying Ida's broken armor apart so that one student could climb out of it. Ida was getting his ass lectured to hell and back when they were safe. After several minutes, Midoriya pulled away, wiping at his face furiously before pulling his mask back on, flipping the hood up and looking at the ground. Sorry, I almost shot you, Shouta snorted, surprising even himself. Kid, if I couldn't power through a sleeping dart, I couldn't call myself a racerhead. There was a small crowd of heroes beginning to gather, namely Endeavor and Manuel with Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes were narrowed, and Shouta glared right back. Stupid fucking media vultures. What the hell are you standing around for? He growled. Are the Naomu taken care of? As Endeavor nodded before going off on a tangent, Todoroki suddenly looked up. There was a sound of wingbeats. Shouta dropped to the ground, shouting for his interns to do the same, just as something swept over his head. Midoriya yelled, and Shinsu shrieked something incomprehensible. A winged Namu had its claws deep in Midoriya's shoulder, trying to carry off the smaller teen, who was repeatedly stabbing it with two sparking rods. The Namu spasmed, slowly rising from the ground and Shinsu yelling at it, his own bow staff out and whacking it. There was a ripping sound, and Stain flew through the air at the Namu. 3 knives impaled themselves in the Namu's brain, and it hit the floor, Midoriya collapsing in a heap. Shouta swore, reaching for his capture weapon which lay torn on the ground where Stain had lain. Siri streaked across the pavement to Midoriya, and Shinsu was frozen in place. Not that Shout could blame him. Stain stood on the Namu's corpse, a sudden pressure in the air. He lifted his swords. I will rid this world of fake heroes, Stain announced, his head held high, and Shouta felt his throat close. Society has become overrun with liars and fakes, only out for the fame and money. I alone can cleanse the disease. The only one who can kill me is All Might himself. Stain paused, looking over the crowd with an eerie sort of satisfaction before continuing, pointing his sword right at Midoriya. And him. Midoriya had something in his hands, and Stain's eyes widened minutely. Shut that ugly ass mouth, you noseless bastard. A dart sprouted exactly where his nose should have been, its feather the same gray as before. Stain fell like a rock. Midoriya rose, visibly shaking, and stumbled over to Shinsu before his legs gave out, falling forwards and Shinsu quickly extending his arms to catch the small support student, hefting him to his chest in a bridal carry. Manuel started clearing the vultures out as the ambulances showed up, sirens wailing, just as Shouta really started to feel his wounds. He refused to take his own ambulance, instead opting to take the same as his 2 problem children. He didn't trust them to be alone for 1 second, even if one was unconscious. They'd find a way to cause trouble. He trusts you, you know. There was no power on earth that would make him violate that fragile trust he had built. The smell of blood and antiseptic in the ambulance brought back memories of a blood-stained body bag being carried past, a pale, bruised hand hanging out of it and seeing white hair dyed red adorning an unrecognizable face through the unzipped fabric. There was no way in heaven or hell he was going to let another intern die on his watch. Inko was in the hospital room with her baby, the awful boy from before, and a homeless man. Her baby was wide awake, his eyes boring into her. Oh, Izuku, I worried so much. Stuff it, bitch, the awful boy snapped, and she leveled a glare his way. We both fucking know you're about to passive-aggressively threaten to take Zuko out of Yui and make Zuko feel like shit about crap he can't control. That's not true. Izuku, I don't want you talking to this boy anymore. She tore her eyes towards her baby, and it looked like he hadn't even blinked. I just want you to be safe. Come home, baby. You've gotten hurt so much, and I've been so worried about you. Her baby's face twisted into something like guilt. There you fucking go again, making Zuko feel like shit about things he can't control. The awful boy stood, crossing the room and shouldering past, extending his hands to her baby. Her baby looked at him blankly for a moment before he reached over and linked their pinkies. Izuku, she exclaimed, I won't tolerate this rebellion of yours. That boy is a bad influence on you. He flinched hard, and Inko sighed. I just want the best for you, and you keep going against me at every opportunity these days. What happened to my sweet baby? Midoriya-san. The homeless man rose to his feet now, finally gaining his attention. You've clearly distressed your son. I think it's time you leave. Absolutely not. She stared at him, aghast. My son hasn't been home for months, and I have every right to worry for him. He's been staying with that crazy girlfriend of his and making things that hurt people, and he humiliated Katsuki on live TV. He needs to be punished for that." Her baby whimpered, and Inko felt a flash of satisfaction. That was her son again. Her son had been willowy and shy and obedient. This wasn't her son. His bitch of a girlfriend had been changing him. He was cruel and rude and rebellious. The homeless man's eyes flashed red. "I won't ask you again, Midoriya-san. How dare he? Leave." "No, I have every right to lecture my son. There's a fine line between lecturing and blaming him for things he can't control. And from testimony from your neighbors and Midoriya-kun's friends, you cross that line too often. The fact that you did not report him missing when he left your household and didn't see him for several months, and that he left voluntarily, is categorized under Article 31, Section 12 as child neglect, and you can rest assured that you will have charges pressed against you." Inko opened her mouth, then closed it. "Excuse me. From the testimony of aforementioned crazy girlfriend, Midoriya-kun also had visible wounds from school that were never reported, and you never contacted the school about possible bullying, which is categorized under Article 31, Section 24 as willful ignorance and is classified as child neglect." Inko stared at the homeless man, then curled her lip, all facades dropping. "Sure, he got roughed up a little, but it was character building, not bullying." "And who the hell are you?" The homeless man raised an eyebrow. "Aizawa Shouta, Aka Underground Hero Racerhead." As Inko turned around and stormed out, she heard the homeless man make a call. "Nedzu, you'd better have some fucking good lawyers." It had taken about 10 minutes of tense silence after Shouta's phone call for the younger Midoriya to finally break down in tears. Shinsu carefully perched on the edge of the hospital bed, holding his friend close to his chest as the smaller boy cried. Shouta looked at Midoriya now and was struck by how young he was. It was so easy to forget that Midoriya was just a child. He was 160 centimeters of raw determination and near terrifying intelligence. But he was 15. 15 was too young to deal with this world's bullshit. 15 was too young to have to be thrown into the chaos of the outside world and flounder for a safe place to call home. I couldn't even say anything," he whimpered. I froze. "That's what I'm here for, remember." Shinsu grunted, loosening his arms slightly around Midoriya. "So you can be an idiot once in a while and I roast the fuck out of people." Shouta left the boys to their silence, running a hand over his face. What the hell was he supposed to do with them? The door clicked open, and a familiar figure traipsed in, a certain sharp-eared girl in tow. "Shao woo, Kami, kill me now." His idiot of a husband draped himself over Shouta's lap, who shoved him to the floor with a scowl. "Shouta, the hero killer. Wait, holy fuck. That was you guys?" Jiru asked with comically wide eyes. This was gonna be a long, long day. Izuku stared blankly at the paper in front of him. The experience week had been pretty tame after the Hasu incident, and they were back at school now. He had been summoned to Nedzu's office. His mother was there. Toshi's hand tightened minutely on Izuku's, and Mei immediately took front and center, blocking the woman's view of Izuku. He was immensely appreciative that his friends had demanded to follow. "That paper, should you sign it, will remove you from Midoriya and Ko's custody and make you a ward of Yui," Nedzu told Izuku cheerfully. "If you don't, then we will have to take your mother to trial for custody. A court battle would likely lead to his mother being jailed." He'd read the article Aizawa had referenced, and there was very little his mother could do to weasel out of those charges, even if it was his fault. Aizawa had leaned against the wall, one eye half closed but both trained on him. Izuku swallowed hard. It wasn't that big of a change, was it? It's not like he'd been living with his mother for months, really. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to, Zuku," Toshi said comfortingly. Izuku took a steadying breath. "Where would I be staying?" There was a pause. Then, Nedzu said, "Cementos is building some dorms for teachers and students, which should be ready by the second semester. The teachers is almost done, so you would be living there. Until then, you can stay with a friend. Yui was the safest place he knows. He'd be safe here. Safe from Katsuki." His decision had been made before he got here, really. In small, shaky print, he scrawled Midoriya Izuku on the line. He'd be safe here. Fire in the air, a lake full of villains, screams of students, a man with a hand on his face behind it all. He was safe at Yui. He had to be. Itoshi would be the first to admit the first reason he'd had for his crush on Zuku was that the support student was short and cute. Then short and cute became darkly adorable and 160 centimeters of pure badassery, and he had no idea what to do with himself. Sue him if the stoic, exhausted kind of guys that could end his life in heartbeats were more or less his type. And yeah, that wasn't exactly healthy, but whatever. And then, turned out the aforementioned support student had a heart of gold, mind of diamond, and tragic backstory to rival Batman's. It really didn't help that Zuku was the first person in a long time outside of family that didn't reject him socially over his quirk. The whole ramble about how useful his quirk was would have moved a more emotive person to tears. He just wanted to make the small boy smile more, laugh a little, forget the horrors of his past. If Izuku could help Hitoshi forget how horrible his life was before they met, then Hitoshi was determined to make Izuku's current life a little better. Hitoshi over to glare at his alarm clock as if that will make his insomnia vanish. 2:31, it told him in dark green lettering, just like Izuku's eyes. Dear Diary, the gay thoughts are at it again. He sighed aloud, cutting off the thought before it could proceed. He really doesn't need to think about how beautiful his best friend is at 2 in the morning. He's pining so hard that he's half surprised that an evergreen doesn't just sprout from his chest. At least Hanahaki doesn't exist. Thank Kami. Something hits his window, and Hitoshi sits up, alarmed. A long silence, then something glanced off the glass again with a TCHK. Hitoshi pushes off his blankets and weaseled on a hoodie and basketball shorts, wandering over to the window and glaring down into the street. I swear to Kami, if Jesu is trying to get me to go shirtless to the window again, I'm gonna yeet her into a wall. Oh, that's not his annoying preteen neighbor. Izuku was standing there, his arm wound up apparently to throw another rock. His eyes were wide, apparently not expecting him to appear in the window. Hitoshi shoved the window up, pressing his nose against the screen as he smirked down at the friend he was definitely not just gay pining over. Do I look like fucking Rapunzel? Go to the damn door if you want in. That was all the prompting the support student needed before streaking over to the door. And Hitoshi most certainly didn't take the stairs 2 at a time to let him in. The hell are you doing up? Couldn't sleep, Izuku muttered back, and Hitoshi noticed his friend's eye bags were darker than usual, even in the dim lighting. You, insomnia's a bitch. Hitoshi turned on his heel and headed towards the kitchen. A figure appeared in the darkness, easily reaching 2 meters and towering over the 2 boys. Izuku stopped dead, his eyes glinting in the low light, and Hitoshi sighed. Dad, stop trying to freak us out. The light flicked on, revealing a man who honestly looked like an older version of himself. Slightly longer, darker hair that wound upwards in an unruly mane. Scruff dusted his chin and a lazy smile adorned his face. The circles under his eyes were almost black, deep and hollow against a youthful face. I'm allowed to sneak up on the kid my son is sneaking in at the scrack of night. Izuku shrugged before sticking his hand out. Midoriya Izuku. Hitoshi saw the flash of recognition and mischief. The support kid that won the festival with my boy, eh? Yes, sir. Shinsu Hajime, his dad introduced, taking Izuku's hand and shaking it firmly. If you're wondering why an adult is up, my quirk's insomnia. I haven't slept since I was 4. The shorter boy tilted his head slightly. You work in Medicare. It was more of a statement of fact, and Hitoshi's father laughed. Yeah, just got back from a 72-hour shift last night. How could you tell? You smell like antiseptic was the vague response before Izuku wandered to the fridge, apparently content with making himself at home. After a pause, he grunted. Fuck, I'm so tired I'm looking for coffee in the fridge. Go to sleep, Hitoshi suggested, only to be met with a sardonic stare that clearly stated, oh gee, why didn't I think of that? Okay, maybe not. Something bugging you. Izuku shrugged, starting to rifle through the cabinets, and Dad snorted. Kid, it's in the 3rd cabinet from the left, behind the blue container. The shorter boy grunted his thanks before following the instructions, pulling out a pack of coffee beans and looking at it approvingly before going about preparing the coffee maker. Ooh, who's here? A young girl stumbled into the room with wide, pale blue eyes. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, hands lifting preemptively to sign along with his words. Izuku, this is my baby sister Aikido. She's profoundly deaf. Not a baby, Aikido mumbled. Izuku tilted his head slightly, face pensive. I'm 6. 6, huh? Izuku set aside the coffee grounds to crouch down, his lips moving deliberately and slowly, and Hitoshi felt his heart flutter in his chest. That's pretty old. Aikido nodded proudly, then raised her hands and slowly signed with her words, which she stumbled through awkwardly. Hitoshi rolled his eyes fondly. I'm Aikido. Akehito, what's her name? Izuku looked over to Hitoshi, and Hitoshi slowly, deliberately spelled out his name and sign. Izuku copied, somewhat sloppily, to Aikido, and Hitoshi hid a smile behind a glass of water his father had left out. Suddenly, she gasped, eyes lighting up. Izuku jumped. You are Izuku. Zuku Hito Nai told me about. A slow smile appeared on Zuku's face, and Hitoshi's breath caught. Damn his gay heart. Damn it. Fuck. You are quirkless. Zuku's smile froze. Just like me. Izuku hadn't known really what to expect when he came over to Toshi's at nearly 3 in the morning. It wasn't exactly an insomniac father, and it definitely wasn't this. All of Mei's lessons about how to talk to people curled up and died in his brain the moment those innocent words left the girl's mouth. Shinsu-chan kept smiling, though. Another quirkless person. A child. Memories of his own childhood swelled in his chest, dread creeping into his veins as he feared for the girl. You're just a worthless Deku. No, he wasn't Deku. He was Izuku. He mouthed the words more than really said them, slightly fearing what Toshi would say if he heard, despite how irrational he knew it was. That makes us the strongest people on Earth, he affirmed to the smaller girl. Really? Her blue eyes went wide. Even as strong as All Might. His mouth tasted bitter at the mention of the hero. Even stronger than All Might. Izuku corrected gently. Her eyes filled with sudden tears, and his heart seized before she crashed into his chest. Hito Nai, I want to keep him, she announced loudly. Izuku looked over at Toshi, who was grinning widely. Tap her spine twice, Toshi instructed with a snicker. That means you agree with her. Izuku felt his face heat a bit, but tapped the girl's spine twice, and she made a high squealing sound, hugging him tighter. Eventually, she broke away and danced up the stairs, apparently intent on going back to bed, and Izuku felt more exhausted than he had in years. Then he remembered the reason he'd come, and he wasn't tired anymore. He went back to making coffee. He and Toshi ended up sitting on the couch, talking about whatever came to mind and just rambling on. Hey, Toshi, what's up? Can you teach me sign? The students smiled to themselves, their eyes tracking Bakugo Katsuki as he approached. The information they had now had taken far too long to get after the initial report. Finding blacked out names was difficult for a reason. I fucking came, extra, he growled. The fuck do you want? Their voice was smooth as satin when they responded. It's not about what I want. It's about what you want, isn't it? His hands spasmed, a sure sign of his agitation with them. And what the fuck would that be? They looked Bakugo dead in the eyes, not bothering to hide the smirk plastered on their face. Gotcha. For a certain quirkless runt to get what's coming to him. Shinsu Senka had very few pleasures in her life. Working as a probie cop wasn't easy, and it definitely wasn't forgiving. She got 2 majors to essentially sit at a desk and do nothing while her co-workers chased serial killers. Toshi, her little brother, was a complete brat, but she adored him anyway. They'd lay on the living room floor and rant about boys. For the past few months, he's been pining over the oh-so-mysterious Midoriya Izuku that won the sports festival with what looked like minimal effort, and she could hardly blame him, even if she didn't think he had much of a chance until he started calling the boy Zuku. It made her immensely proud to see her brother with an arm around a certain green-haired boy that had curled into his chest. However, this sweet moment had to be broken up. Clearing her throat loudly, Senka inclined her head. Shouldn't you two be in class in 20 minutes? Fuck. The green boy streaked away from Hitoshi over to the window, glaring into the window at his reflection and making minute changes to his hair before huffing and chucking a bundle of wires he pulled out of a pocket at Hitoshi. Up. So, Aizawa, got your pairings decided for 1A yet? Kan Sekijiro was the bane of Shouda's existence. Exhibit A was that he thought it was the greatest idea to stick his ugly nose into everything Shouda was doing with 1A. Exhibit B was his insufferable student Monoma, who made a habit of yelling at his students during lunch. Fuck off. Kan shrugged, wandering away, and Shouda sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as he glared at the paper. The exams were in 2 months. He had 2 months to prepare his transfer students for the heroics exam on top of their support or gen ed exams. He had no idea where to start. Hiroshima and Kaminari were an obvious pair, if they had a single brain cell between them. Actually, no, they're perfect for exactly that reason. They'll have to actually think to pass. Oh, and against Nenzu. Plus Ultra. Minta was. Awful. Shouda was begging Kami for a reason to expel the brat. But he never had any solid proof of the disgusting brat doing anything. Pairing him with any girl was off the list immediately. And pairing him with a decent person was a must. Maybe Siro. Siro was often the one to intervene if Minta was being awful. Against Nimuri, she had a strong desire to punt the grape child. Shaoji and Hagakure, maybe. Shaoji was a gentleman, from the way he treated Hagakure and Yaoyorozu. He'd also be the only one besides Jiru to be able to track her. Against Snipe, he'd be interested to see how that turned out. He wanted Uraraka against 13. Her anti-gravity was easily combated by Black Hole, but who to pair her with? Fuck it, she's going with Aoyama. Jiru and Kuda against Sashi. To adapt. Okay, and maybe he was curious as Kuda could control bugs. Yaoyorozu needed a serious confidence boost, someone that's willing to take orders and depend on her. Jiru was good, but she was already off the list. Todoroki wouldn't listen to a word from her. Ashido, maybe. Scratch that. Ashido was too headstrong to depend on her. Actually, maybe he'd switch Kirishima and Ashido. Kirishima also needed a confidence boost, and being destroyed by Nenzu wouldn't help. HNNNN. Maybe Kirishima and Asui. Asui had a take-no-shit personality and would be willing to bring Kirishima back to Earth. Against ectoplasm. Maybe Midoriya, Shinsu and Yaoyorozu. But then that would mean Shouda wouldn't be a good match to fight them. He'd come back to that. He could fight Takoyami and Todoroki. They depended too heavily on their quirks. Ida and Sado against Cementos. Maybe. That would work. Kirishima and Ajiro could also work out. And against Power Loader, their fighting styles would be negated. Huh, guess he does. Wait, fuck. That leaves Midoriya, Shinsu and Yaoyorozu up against. He swore aloud, rubbing his face harshly and hating that the matchup could work. He was 14. Deku's head was bowed as he shuffled down the hall. A full-body flinch induced every time someone passed by, often shooting cruel words his way. "What are you doing here, Deku?" One of Kaken's cronies sneered. "I'd rather you were 6 feet under." After that particularly cruel comment, he threw his elbow directly into the base of the back of his neck, stopping Deku dead in his tracks from the awful shuddering feeling it induced. Class had let out, and he knew what was coming was far worse. Kaken leaned against the gates of the school, his ruby-red eyes holding an unspoken threat. 20 minutes later, he stumbled home with a dozen new bruises and burns. His eyes swam with tears that felt bitingly cold on his stinging cheeks, a mix of pain, fear, and humiliation. His mother didn't even look at him when he managed to push the door open and head to the bathroom. She never did. The school day had gone as per usual, except that he was heading home with Toshi instead of Meimei. Izuku just couldn't get the memories out of his head. He was 10. Deku's ribs ached from where Kaken had shoved him just a little too hard with his quirk, but he kept a smile on his face, an All Might figurine in his pocket. He was gripping it now, recalling the hero's familiar mantra. "Stupid Deku, are you still carrying that old thing around?" His hand instinctively tightened around the figurine. "Why yeah, Kaken." His friend looked at him, interest in his red eyes. "Can I see it?" Hope flared in Deku's chest as he nodded, passing it to Kaken. Not even 5 minutes later, Kaken was gone and molten plastic sat in the grass, Deku crying softly. Toshi's pinky was locked with his, and Izuku tried to focus on that, to ground himself. It didn't work. He was 6. Minor burns were scattered up and down his arms as he sat in the corner of his first-year class, legs pulled into his chest and watching the other students warily. "Hey, Deku, look." Deku glanced over, surprised that someone had called his name. Barely anyone acknowledged him. "I drew you." Deku stared confusedly at the paper. "But there's nothing there." "Stupid Deku," Tsubasa said chastisingly. "That's the point." "Oh, can we pick your sister up from school?" Toshi looked over, appearing surprised. Yeah, sure. I'll text Connie that we'll be getting her, then." "There a reason?" He paused, thinking. "School sucked for me." There were no more words necessary, but Toshi grinned. Izuku felt his heart stutter. "You're pretty sweet, Zuko." Izuku took his scarf and promptly buried his face in it to hide how red his face went, following behind Toshi as he led the way to his youngest sister's school. When they arrived there, the doors were just opening to let out a bunch of kids that maybe came up to Izuku's stomach at most. Most stared as they passed, but Toshi just offered the kids a lazy smile and Izuku stood stock still. "Hidonai, Zunai." Izuku jolted at the sudden familial nickname, before the blue-eyed girl came bouncing up. "Zunai came." "Yeah," Toshi agreed, signing along with his words. "Ready to head home, brat girl?" "Yep." She grabbed Toshi's sleeve, and Izuku instant started looking around. He remembered doing that with his mom every time he saw one of his classmates. A boy with brown hair flounced up. "Hey, deaf girl." Toshi's eyes narrowed, and Izuku caught Shinsu-chan's lips quirk into a nervous smile. "Hi, Kirichan." "Oh, hell no." He knew exactly what was going on. "Hey, Kirichan, is it?" The boy looked at him with a sneer. "Calling someone a deaf girl instead of their name is pretty rude." "Who cares?" He snorted in return. "She's just quirkless. It's not like she can hear it." It took physical restraint for Izuku to not deck a child. "Why is quirkless so bad?" "Because they're useless, duh." Izuku pulled his ID from his pocket. "I'm quirkless, too. You see where I go to school." If he made that kid reevaluate his life choices before taking Shinsu-chan out for ice cream, that was nobody's business. He made a kid's life better. He was gonna be a hero. And he was starting with Shinsu Aikido. Shinsu Mihoko worried for her only son. It wasn't always like that. When he was little, he was a perfectly happy child that babbled on, and she had let herself hope that maybe, just maybe, he would have a normal life, a normal quirk. Mihoko's own quirk was called puppeteer. All she had to do was touch someone, and their minds were as pliable to her will as clay. She had hoped he wouldn't get her quirk. She, of course, was thwarted. Brainwashing. A verbal response to anything he said would let him control them. She watched as her chatty son slowly spoke less and less. Her oldest, Maya, had gotten Hajime's quirk. Sanka had gotten a quirk she called Sparkle, letting her glow faintly and sparkle if light hit her in a certain way, from Mihoko's father. Her 14-year-old, Mika, had a quirk that caused anyone she touched to fall asleep, from Hajime's brother Kirito. Of course, it was a blessing that Hajime and Maya were immune to it. Aikido was completely quirkless and deaf from an accident when she was little. Of course, it had to be her only boy that got a quirk she hated so much. She could never hate Hitoshi, though. She loved Hitoshi so much, but she couldn't help but blame herself for his misfortune. Then the black and green-haired boy he brought home a few days ago appeared in Hitoshi's life. She wasn't oblivious. It was fairly obvious her son had it bad for the short boy. She also very clearly saw how much more Hitoshi talked when the support champion of the sports festival was around. How none of her words were carefully chosen, modulated so that his quirk couldn't leak through. How free he looked. She noticed, also, that Aikido had become rather attached to Midoriya because they were both quirkless, and had somehow roped Senka into also calling him Tsunamis. 2 weeks had come and passed, and Mihoko soon got used to seeing the two boys collapsed in the strangest places. A few times on the couch, at the table, half buried in support items. Even once when Midoriya was wedged behind the TV and Hitoshi was curled at his feet. She figured Midoriya was trying to fix it, and he did. Somehow, today, Meyer and Hajime were out. Maya had been called in a few days ago to help do makeup for a movie in Tokyo. Hajime had recently left for another 3-day shift. Hitoshi was dead asleep and her other 3 daughters were all in their rooms, fast asleep. She had gotten up early on a Saturday to make breakfast and found Midoriya already awake, bent over what looked like a crossbow and talking to it in gentle tones. "Don't worry, we'll fix your voice." He was assuring it for whatever reason. "You don't have to hide in your crossbow form. I can't fix your voice unless you're a cat." The crossbow remained inanimate. "Troubles in paradise," she joked. Midoriya glanced over, reaching up to scrub at his face. "My eye's voice box got fried and she's pouting instead of letting me fix it." "Okay. HMN. Want coffee?" "Yes, please." She went about prepping the coffee, occasionally sparing Midoriya a glance. He eventually looked up at her. "You want to ask me something?" It was more of a statement of fact than anything, and she snorted to herself. "If you don't mind it being a little bit personal." He frowned. "If I don't want to answer, I'll just tell you." "All right, then." She leaned against the counter, thinking for a moment. "I don't want to sound rude, but why have you been staying here? I'm always happy to have a friend of Hitoshi's around, but it's a little odd." He blinked solemnly back, seeming to think it over. "Sorry, I forgot it was weird for friends to be over for more than a day. I'm in the process of being made a ward of Yui, and I'm just kinda hopping around my friends' houses until the dorms for staff and wards are finished." "A ward of Yui? Oh." She shouldn't have asked. "It's fine," he told her plainly, as if he could read it in her face. I'm not okay with it, but I'm better off than I was. Me and my mom didn't get along very well." "Oh." Awkward silence. He was staring at the crossbow as if it would give him some kind of answer before he spoke again. "The dorms are gonna be finished by Friday. I'm figuring out how to say goodbye to everyone." "Well, you'll visit, won't you?" He blinked, as if that hadn't even occurred to him. "Oh, yeah, I guess so." Mihoko laughed aloud. "That's what moms are for, Midoriya-kun." The boy had this look on his face that looked almost pained. Sorry if this is awkward, but can you call me Izu? I've been practically living with you for the past few weeks, and it's what my aunt calls me." Mihoko snorted internally as she felt a swell of affection in her chest. If Hitoshi doesn't scoop with boy up, Mika sure as hell will. It also now made some form of sense how Mai and Aikido could call him Tsunamis. He was apparently very good at making connections in the Shinsu family. "Call me Auntie Mihoko, then," she agreed, pouring the coffee grounds into the maker. "Then you can call it even." He mumbled some form of agreement, and Mihoko took that as a victory for her. Oh, and she was definitely gonna try to hook him up with Hitoshi. She wasn't oblivious to her son's pining, and she wasn't oblivious to his, either. Shouta checked and rechecked the address on his phone. According to Hatsume, this was the Shinsu house. Midoriya was staying here instead of at her place so those two could spend time together before Midoriya didn't have a reason to leave Yui's campus. Which he got, kinda. Shouta was a bit uncomfortable with the idea of sharing basically an apartment building with the other staff and the 2, now 3, wards, but he would make it work. Somehow, knocking on the door, he stood awkwardly facing it, waiting for someone to arrive. He heard someone screeching door, and several people running around until finally, someone wrenched the door open. A man that somehow just looked like an aged-up Shinsu leaned against the frame of the door with a lazy grin. "You must be Aizawa. Come on." With no other preamble, the man turned around and let him in. A woman with pale blue, silvery hair and clear blue eyes was sitting on a couch in the living room he was led to, signing "Go get your brothers" to a 5 or 6-year-old that just looked like a carbon copy. Another girl, this one looking about 14 with hair a few shades darker than who he assumed was her brother's, was propped against the wall with half-lidded eyes that looked like blue eyes. 2 young women had draped themselves over the other couch instead of sitting on it like normal people. The elder was practically identical to Shinsu, but her hair was cut short and spiked dramatically. The younger had pale lilac hair and dark blue eyes, a soft glow emitting from her skin. "Coco, he's here." The woman that had been signing to the child gave her husband a sardonic glare. "Really? I hadn't noticed." "Mihoko." The woman turned and gave Shouta a warm smile. "I'm Shinsu Mihoko, but call me Mihoko. Too many Shinsus in this house for formalities. That idiot next to you is my husband Hajime. were Hitoshi's parents, those are his sisters. She pointed them out as she rattled off their names. From oldest to youngest, we have Maya. The Shinsu lookalike waved vaguely. Sanka, glow girl, looked up from what seemed to be a camera in her lap. Younger than Hitoshi is Mika. The tired girl against the wall nodded. And our youngest Aikido just ran up to get the boys. Aizawa shouted. He introduced awkwardly. He wasn't big on the whole child thing, but somehow this pair seemed perfectly content with 5 of them. There was a thunder of footsteps, led by the youngest Shinsu and closely followed by her brother and Midori. "Mama," she crowed loudly, "I got them." "Sure did," Mihoko signed, before offering an explanation. "Aikido's profoundly deaf." He shrugged. "My husband's really hard of hearing." He heard muffled swearing from the middle Shinsu child, and Shouta shook his head slightly as he forked over some yen to Midoriya, who just offered a smug grin Shouta's way. "Come on, Hito-ni," the girl leaning on the wall said in a chastising tone, her eyes cracking open more to glare. "You're ruining the Shinsu name out here. We've told you to stop betting against Izuku." Shinsu grumbled in return. "You got your crap, problem child. Most of it's in my locker or at my workstation," he muttered, hoisting a duffel bag over his shoulder, "and Mei's bringing the clothes I don't have for me on Monday, so yeah, basically." "Come on, then." Izuku was nervous. According to Aizawa, there were 2 other wards, which meant he was going to be living with 2 other kids. Fuck. Aizawa led him into the building, and he found himself sitting in a kitchen area. A familiar first year sat at the table, along with an elf-eared teen he didn't recognize. "Fiend." He blinked. Fiend smiled and waved a bit. "Hey, Izuku." She gestured at the boy across from her. "This is Amajiki Tamaki. He's the other ward, a 3rd year." "Right. Your family is still in Ireland," he realized. Fiend grinned and nodded. "I am from a Gaeltacht, which is an Irish-speaking part of Ireland. My parents and siblings could not uproot so I could learn in a Japanese school. Yui offered to make me a ward here." He nodded, understanding somewhat. "Nice to meet you, Amajiki-kun." Amajiki lifted his hand to wave weakly, and Izuku moved on, a bit dazed. That wasn't so bad. "Ah, young Midoriya." It got worse. He slid to the side, tactfully taking refuge behind Aizawa and shooting All Might an ugly look. "I'm Yagi Tashinori." "I know who you fucking are," he spat, feeling revulsion crawl up his throat and die in his mouth, leaving a vile taste. "And I ain't fucking interested." Amajiki started, his eyes blown wide, and Fiend looked a bit put off. "What's your beef with Yagi-san?" she asked. "Ugh, right. They probably didn't know. He's a fucking bastard." "Is what?" he bit, hitching the bag back onto his shoulder and shouldering past the skinny form of All Might into the stairs. Aizawa had said he was on the top floor and sharing the top floor with the other wards, Fiend and Amajiki, apparently, so they could have free reign to be as chaotic as possible or something. It was mostly implied that they were put up there so that Izuku would keep his babies as far from the teachers as possible, which was valid. "Wait up, Izuku." Fiend hurried after him, a few textbooks in her arms and a small frown on her face. "You are all right." "Fine," he snapped, then stopped himself. "Sorry, that was rude of me. You don't deserve that. I'm frustrated right now, but I'll be fine eventually." Her tiny frown vanished, replaced by a relieved smile. "That's good to hear. Hey, your Japanese is better," he mentioned, offering an awkward grin back. He knew it didn't reach his eyes, but she seemed to accept it nonetheless. "Yes, Pearl's twin, Aria, is teaching me. She's a very patient teacher." I thought she was mute. He glanced at her confusedly. "She is not," Fiend corrected, shaking her head slightly. "Her quirk is called music therapy. She can sense emotion like an empath would, but her voice can affect the emotions of people around her depending on inflection, I think the word is, of it. Her singing is the most powerful, but even speaking can be difficult sometimes." "Cool." Izuku finally reached the top of the stairs, letting Fiend unlock the door and lead him in. "Design studio is that way," she pointed left, "and bedrooms that way," she pointed right. "Small kitchenette we are in now. We each have our own small bathroom. Little living room is also here." Izuku nodded, glancing around. It wasn't luxurious, thankfully, but it was nice. Better than his mom's house. "I wanted to add you to the 1 Fahrenheit group chat earlier, but I do not know your phone number." She frowned. "Oh, my phone doesn't do group chats." Izuku pulled his phone from his pocket, and Fiend got the most offended look on her face. "Izuku, what's up? We based Siri off of a string of code you made yourself, and followed the designs for her AI in your notebooks, and Biomtalica is your invention. You have made floor-breaking technology. You built your own tablet. You made a private Wi-Fi server that Nedzu somehow hasn't noticed yet so we can steal internet from the bitchy 1D boy who picked on Hitoshi. How in hell are you still using a flip phone?" He looked at his small black phone, scrunching his eyebrows. "I don't see a problem with it. It's the only one I could afford, and it's really all I need." "Nope. Izuku, you follow me." She dragged him by the wrist to the design studio, forcing him to sit down in a chair and starting to rifle through different drawers and muttering to herself in Irish before pulling out a box of phones. Pearl gave me these. She fried the batteries with her quirk by mistake and wanted me to fix them. She won't miss one. How did she break so many? Overloaded the circuits with her consciousness. Most phones can't take it. This one, she pulls out a sleek black model of what looked like the newest iPhone. What the fuck? Worked very well until the Kaminari boy accidentally shocked it. I fixed it already and Pearl has a new one. Try it. Izuku muttered blackly to himself, turning the phone on and glaring at the screen as it lit up. Eventually, it started asking him to put in passwords. No phone number. This will cause problems with contacting others. Enter phone number and then enter the confirmation code sent to that phone. Izuku rolled his eyes, doing as the device demanded, and 5 minutes later, Fiend was aggressively putting in the people from her contact list into his phone. It wasn't his fault that he didn't really have that many phone numbers. And they might be only his mom, Toshi, and Meimei. Fuck, he really didn't have a life, did he? Collins Fiona has added Midoriya Izuku, Aizawa Shouta and 14 others to group chat 1. Midoriya Izuku, Kami, I hate this already. Collins Fiona, suck it. Collins Fiona has changed their nickname to Chernobyl. Chernobyl has changed Midoriya Izuku's nickname to Small Boy. Chernobyl has changed the chat's name from Group Chat 1 to Bastards of Yui. Aizawa Shouta, absolutely not. Aizawa Shouta has left Bastards of Yui. Nedzu has added Aizawa Shouta to Bastards of Yui. Aizawa Shouta, fuck. Nedzu. Nedzu has changed their nickname to God. God has gone idle. Small Boy, thanks, I hate it. How do I uninstall? Chernobyl, lesser than. Chernobyl, fine, I will give you a better nickname. Chernobyl has changed Small Boy's nickname to Loki. Yamada Hazashi has come off idle. Yamada Hazashi, why is my phone buzzing? Yamada Hazashi, oh, Yamada Hazashi. Aizawa Shouta, not you too. Yamada Hazashi has changed their nickname to Screech. Screech has changed Aizawa Shouta's nickname to Angry. Screech has changed Kayama Nimuri's nickname to Sadist. Screech has changed Kansekijiro's nickname to Ho. Screech has changed Snipe's nickname to YET. Screech has changed Ishiyama Ken's nickname to Strong. Screech has changed 13's nickname to Such Space Much Wow. Screech has changed Majima Higari's nickname to Dugtrio. Screech has changed Yagi Toshinori's nickname to Twig. Screech has changed Lunch Rush's nickname to Hungry. Screech has changed Amajiki Tamaki's nickname to Shy Boy. Loki, and now to Purge. Angry, what? Loki has been given admin privileges. Chernobyl, I did not do that. God has come off idle. God has gone idle. Loki, the rat's full of shit, I can hack by myself. Loki has kicked Twig from Bastards of Yui. Chernobyl, why? Shyboy has come off idle. Shyboy, Loki, he's a bitch. Hungry, me next please, I don't want to be here. Loki has kicked Hungry from Bastards of Yui. Loki, at everyone, anyone else that isn't Aizawa want to be kicked? BC, I know I do. Loki, at God has made his will clear. Angry, rude. Several users have come off idle. Such Space Much Wow, me. Strong, me. YET, me. Ho, me. Loki has kicked Such Space Much Wow, Strong, and 2 others from Bastards of Yui. Loki, is there even a point to try and kick myself? Chernobyl, haha no. Loki, valid. Izuku liked to spend his time doing 3 things: studying, designing, and training for his semester exams, hanging out with the Shinses or Hatsumes, and avoiding his dorm mates. It was surprisingly hard to do that when he shared an apartment with 2 other students. Fiend liked to talk, an extrovert through and through. Amajiki stared at him a lot, which was a little disturbing. Now the exams were here, well, the week of written exams had been awful. Sure, he knew the material, but it was a drag. Didn't exactly help that the support exam was basically the exact same as the entrance exam. Build something complicated in the given time and present it. Kaminari and Ashido's exam was disastrous. In a word, Mainta and Siro both failed, with Mainta getting knocked out and Siro taping Midnight down but not getting to an exit in time. Hagakure and Shaoji passed. Uraraka and Aoyama passed by some miracle. Jiru and Kuta scared the shit out of Yamada-sensei in the process of winning. Kirishima and Tsu worked pretty well together, Tsu inspiring the redhead to fight on when he got pinned. Todoroki alone lost to Aizawa. Ada and Sadu barely won against Cementos. Takoyami and Ajiro had a pretty close battle with Majima-sensei, only Takoyami escaping. That left Yamomo, Toshi, and Izuku. He really had no clue why Yamomo was on their team instead of evening them out by putting her with Todoroki. But he guessed it was about how he and Toshi were the least trained out of the rest. Aizawa, who are we fighting? Izuku looked over at Toshi, who had waved slightly. Everyone else has already fought. The dark-haired teacher took a moment to just look at the 3 of them. You'll be against All Might. He barely heard the murmurs of condolence from the other students. Instead, Izuku cracked his knuckles. Toshi, hand me your siren call. That bitch is going down. Toshinori hovered by the exit gate, checking the time. 3 minutes had come and gone, and he'd seen neither head nor tail of the 3 students he was against. He heard movement in an alleyway and spun to face it. "You make your final stand here, hero." Silence. Then a voice, small and childlike, shy and high-pitched, nervous. "Can even someone without a quirk be like you?" A flash of a dim memory. A small boy, maybe middle school age. "I just wanted to be like you, saving people with a smile." A figure moved in the shadows. The voice was slightly steadier, still young and shy, but there. "But reality hits us all eventually, doesn't it?" The voice was no longer shy, sounding like a preteen droning about geology for a project. Toshinori squinted into the darkness. "Reveal your true face, hero." The figure loped out of the darkness, becoming a tall, hooded student with a mask and mirrored eyes. 2 cat ears poked out of the hood, shifting ever so slightly that it felt unnatural. Who the hell was this? "Funny," they said in a suddenly normal voice, low and bitter and strong. "I was gonna say the same thing to you." Detroit. Mark 1. Something slammed into the back of his head, and he stumbled forward slightly and watched a drone land on the student's arm. This must be young Midoriya. But how did he know about the young quirkless boy? Were they friends? Maybe young Midoriya could show him where the boy was. He'd like to offer the boy one for all. His time was running short, literally. No matter. Right now, he had a battle to win. Wisconsin. Yamomo. He turned just in time to see the recommendation student slam something sparking with electricity into his gut. He stumbled back, already lashing out again, but the drone from before knocked his hand out of the way. Toshinori frowned momentarily before crushing it between his hands, just as young Yaoyorozu slammed the electric rod back into his chest. "Yamomo, what side does he favor?" Toshinori blinked, stepping away from the student before sending a shockwave her way. She barely rolled out of the way and leapt up. Toshinori looked up and saw a short boy in a near-identical outfit as the other transfer student on a rooftop. He realizes his mistake in his identification of the students too late. His left, your right. Toshinori had to turn his attention back to young Yaoyorozu. New York smashing the ground below her. She yelped, stumbling. "CHCKTHNK." Toshinori glanced up again in time to see the real young Midoriya with what looked like a crossbow in his hands aimed at Toshinori, and a sudden sharp pain in his scar area. He grunted, already starting to feel drowsy from what he assumed was a sleeping dart, and backed up a few more steps. Young Shinsu had drawn a bow staff, and was now getting in as many hits as possible that Toshinori blocked despite the shock from it, shaking off the dart's effects. "CLCK." Toshinori looked around wildly. An oversized handcuff was on his ankle. Young Yaoyorozu on the pavement holding the other end and looking immensely proud of herself as he used his moment of distraction to pull the rest of the handcuff from her pocket and buckling the other end around his wrist. The bell rang. Yaoyorozu, Shinsu, and Midoriya pass. "There are no more exams." Young Yaoyorozu laughed suddenly, hauling herself up and going over to punch young Shinsu on the shoulder lightly as Toshinori watched, bewildered. "You so had him." Young Shinsu cackled back in a disturbingly villainous way, and young Midoriya jumped from his perch to join young Shinsu, but not before shooting Toshinori a middle finger, which was rude. Had he done something to deserve that? "Fiend's gonna shit a brick," young Midoriya expresses delightedly. "I wonder if we'll get extra credit." Extra credit. Toshinori stared at the 3. Young Shinsu snorted and slung his arm over young Midoriya's shoulder, pulling the mask just enough to reveal a smirk. With his other hand, he flipped his middle finger up at Toshinori. Again, rude. "We just beat the symbol of peace without using our quirks." Shouta would treasure the footage he managed to get of Shinsu telling Yagi the 3 of them hadn't used a single quirk between them and one. Problem child 8. Get to recovery girl for the sprained ankle. The girl jerked, looking at the 2 boys. "Me, obviously," Midoriya told her dryly. "We're 1 and 6. Welcome to the problem child squad." She hurried off, limping slightly. "Young Midoriya, how did you beat me without using your intelligence?" Yagi asks. Shouta's brain grinds to a halt. Midoriya pulls off his mask, and Shinsu tugs the rest of his off. "Yagi, did you read Midoriya's file?" "I have not had the chance to, no." "Right." Midoriya was giving Yagi an absolutely withering look. "I don't have an intelligence quirk." "Really? Then, analysis." "I'm quirkless, bastard." Midoriya turned and walked out the gate without a word, and Shouta stared incredulously at Yagi. "How the hell do you not know that?" Nenzu announced at the beginning of the year that he was the first quirkless student Yui had accepted. Yagi blinked. "I think I've made a mistake." "No shit, Sherlock." Divided by problem children. Reiki Pearl has added Midoriya Izuku, Hatsume, and 5 others to Group Chat 1. Reiki Pearl has changed the chat's name from Group Chat 1 to Problem Children. Reiki Pearl has changed their nickname to Hacker Voice. Midoriya Izuku has come off idle. Midoriya Izuku, not again. Hacker Voice, again. Collins Faina has come off idle. Collins Fiona. I made a group chat for those of us living at Yui a month or two ago, and Izuku hates it. Collins Fiona has changed their nickname to Radio Inactivity. Midoriya Izuku. Yeah, I really do, and for good fucking reason. Midoriya Izuku. You know how hard it is to respect Yamada when he texts the group chat at 2 a.m. to tell the world he dropped his hair gel on his laptop and asks me or Fiend to fix it. Hacker voice. That sounds like an adventure. Aizawa Shouta has come off idle. Aizawa Shouta. Why have I been added to this? Midoriya Izuku. You think I know? Hacker voice. It entertains me. Hacker voice. You dubbed us the problem children anyways, so, no. Aizawa Shouta has left problem children. Midoriya Izuku has been given admin privileges. Radio Inactivity, not this shit again. Midoriya Izuku has added Aizawa Shouta to problem children. Midoriya Izuku has used a custom command. Bitch, you have to suffer with me on Aizawa Shouta. Aizawa Shouta has been blocked from leaving problem children by custom command. Bitch, you have to suffer with me. Radio Inactivity, what in hell? Hacker voice. I didn't know you could do that. Midoriya Izuku. I'm a big boy, I can hack all by myself, thanks. Aizawa Shouta. Fuck this. Aizawa Shouta has gone idle. Hatsume has come off idle. Hatsume has changed their nickname to Two Maniacal Laughter. Two Maniacal Laughter. We must establish a hierarchy. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Midoriya Izuku's nickname to One Chaos Catboy. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Radio Inactivity's nickname to 3 Radio Inactivity. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Hacker Voice's nickname to 4 Hacker Voice. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Hinata Ban's nickname to 5 Swoot. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Shinsu Hitoshi's nickname to 6 Calm Catboy. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Reiki Area's nickname to 7 Screaming Void. Two Maniacal Laughter, HIERARCHYCOMPLET. One Chaos Catboy, CORRECTION. One Chaos Catboy has added Yaoyorozu Momo to problem children. One Chaos Catboy has changed Yaoyorozu Momo's nickname to 8 Yamomo. One Chaos Catboy. Now it is complete. 8 Yamomo. Oh. Two Maniacal Laughter. Hey everyone, watch this. Two Maniacal Laughter has changed Aizawa Shouta's nickname to Denzawa. 3 Radio Inactivity. You want to tell her or will I? One Chaos Catboy. You can do it, Elmao. 3 Radio Inactivity. May it everyone includes Aizawa. Two Maniacal Laughter. Oh shit. Several users have come off idle. Denzawa. What do you brats want? Denzawa. Denzawa. Who changed my name? I just want to talk. Two Maniacal Laughter. Oh shit. Divided by Class 1A. Creati has invited Midoriya Izuku and Shinsu Hitoshi to Class 1A. Creati. Hey guys. Just FYI, the theme for names is our hero names. Midoriya Izuku. Yamomo, how are you not seeing the actual tea being spilled in the PC chat right now? Shinsu Hitoshi. I've never watched someone being so thoroughly roasted by a teacher before. Midoriya Izuku. Iker. Creati. Oh. Creati. Oh. Midoriya Izuku has changed their nickname to Nyx. Midoriya Izuku has changed Shinsu Hitoshi's nickname to Mindfuck. Tenya has come off idle. Tenya, please change your username to something less profane. Mindfuck. Bitch, this is my hero name. Zuku was just following directions for once in his life. Tenya, being rude to a classmate is unbefitting of a hero. Nyx, you clearly don't have Aizawa in any of your group chats. Tenya, no. I only have this one to promote studying and hero-like behavior. Nyx has shared a screenshot of the chat problem children. Denzawa, Hatsumi, I regret knowing you. Two Maniacal Laughter. Why? Denzawa, your babies are as ugly as you are. Denzawa, an absolute embarrassment to this school. Denzawa, you're exactly like Majima and it's insufferable. Two Maniacal Laughter. Oh yeah, well you look like you live behind a dumpster. Two Maniacal Laughter, and smell like it too. One Chaos Catboy. At 6 Calm Catboy, the girls are FIGHTING. 6 Calm Catboy has come off idle. 6 Calm Catboy. Tea is being spilt. Denzawa, what the hell was the point of naming your stupid capture bomb Pink Bomb? Real fucking creative. Two Maniacal Laughter. Like ERASERHEAD is any better. Nyx, unbefitting of a hero you say. Earjack has come off idle. Earjack, T. Nyx, I am having the time of my life out here, it's so chaotic. Creati, I'd say. Creati, oh now they're insulting each other's mothers. Chargebolt has come off idle. Chargebolt is Aizawa using yo mama jokes? Nyx, Earjack, that was so ominous I don't think I want to know. Tenya, Mindfuck, take your time. Tenya, Shouto has come off idle. Shouto, are Shinsu and Midoriya Aizawa's secret love children or something? Nyx, Shouto, so I'm right. Pinky has come off idle. Pinky, oh my god, so I had to stay late and I heard someone in the teacher dorms screaming. I think Kayama-sensei actually does have a kink dungeon. Mindfuck, I'm fucking crying. Mindfuck, that was Zuku screaming into the void. Pinky, why is Midoriya at the teacher dorms? Shouto, I was right. Nyx, actually you insolent shit, my father's a bastard and my mother's a bitch, so I'm a fucking ward of you. Nix, maybe check your fucking facts next time before you shove your entire head up your ass. Mindfuck, roasted. Class 1A, Tenya. We should go to the mall to get the supplies for the training camp. Creati, we should. It's a good bonding activity. Nix has come off idle. Nix, what training camp? Mindfuck has come off idle. Mindfuck, the fuck are you talking about? Creati, the training camp. Nix, I'm gonna repeat myself and it's gonna be the only time I repeat myself. Nix, what training camp? Tenya, those who did not fail the exams are going to a training camp in an undisclosed location for a week. Mindfuck, quick question, what the fuck are you talking about? Uravity has come off idle. Uravity, Aizawa-sensei didn't tell you? Nix, what a bitch, I'm gonna go yell at him. Tenya, that is inadvisable behavior. Nix, suck my dick. Nix has gone idle. Divided by problem children. One chaos catboy. At Danzawa, is there a reason you didn't tell us there was a training camp? Danzawa has come off idle. Danzawa, not particularly. 6 calm catboy, ass. Danzawa, I can still expel you. 1 chaos catboy, yay but you want. 2 maniacal laughter, T. This early. 1 chaos catboy. I'm gonna fucking shit a brick over here, man. 1 chaos catboy. The heads up came from a mile away, didn't it? 6 calm catboy. F, now we have to go on the stupid class trip. 1 chaos catboy, ugh. 1 chaos catboy. I'd rather be shot tbh. Danzawa, what class trip? 6 calm catboy. Wanna wants to go to the mall to get their shit. Danzawa, fine but get an adult. 6 calm catboy. 1 chaos catboy. Aizawa the adult. Danzawa, damn you right. This is the worst. I can steal most of this from Meimeis. Zuku complains to Hitoshi, and he heaves a sigh, rubbing the back of his neck with one hand and holding the list with his other. Senka had a camping phase, and I literally have all this shit in my basement. He mumbles in assent, thinking about his glow-y sister. Ada gives them both an offended look. This is a class bonding event. Ada, I'm your teacher and I don't want to be here. Aizawa grumps. Todoroki didn't even show up. And we only see y'all, like, once a week, Zuku added dryly. It was true. The dual-quirked boy hadn't arrived at the set time and they had gotten bored of waiting. And the soon-to-be transfers only met with one once a week for heroics lessons. It was kinda pointless to invite the two of them. So, Izuku-kun and Hitoshi-kun, what do you think of the class so far? Yamomo practically bounced over. I just noticed you're idle a lot on the group chat. I'm usually busy building things, Zuku hedged. Too awkward to admit the chat was boring and overall sucked. And Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Exhausting. Who's even the leader? Yamomo laughed. Technically, me. Ada is the vice. But usually they only listen to whoever yells the loudest. Aizawa huffed in annoyance. Unfortunately, she's right. Zuku frowned at the knowledge, but ambled along anyway, the three of them slowly edging away from the rest of 1A. Momo, a girl, Jiru, he recalls, waves to Yamomo. Mina wants us girls to go check out the camping clothes stuff. You can do the clothes thing, right? Oh, mood. Aizawa was in Izuku's peripherals, looking exhausted as he trailed the airheaded blonde and his friends, probably the troublemakers of the class. Yeah, Yamomo beams, before glancing sheepishly at the non-1A students. Sorry, I'm just gonna have fun, Hitoshi told her tonelessly. And just remember, mind is short enough to look up miniskirts. Izuku finishes. Hitoshi stares at his chaotic friend, blinking a few times. Not what he expected at all. I was gonna say constant vigilance, but I guess that works, too. Yamomo laughed, then jogged after Jiru. I'll remember both. Hitoshi rolled his eyes slightly. Since our only friends are now looking at clothes, wanna go get something to eat and stare creepily at perverts? Absolutely, Zuku emphasized, a small, manic grin creeping onto his face. Hitoshi swallowed hard before glancing away. Well aware of the heat rising in his face, Zuku really had no idea how weak Hitoshi was for those rare moments he smiled, even when it was kinda creepy. Izuku sniggered as yet another perv that had been very obviously checking out a young woman was driven away by the two staring teens. It definitely helped that they were wearing their Yui uniforms and Toshi was tall enough to pass for a third year. The summer uniform also showed off their lean arms, which Izuku crossed over his chest as he leaned against the wall. Something caught his attention in the corner of his eye. Izuku turned his eyes subtly, ducking his head to let his hair fall into his face. A young man with pale blue hair was staring at them from across the room. A bolt of recognition, quickly followed by fear. Itoshi. Toshi subtly looked over at the mention of his name, eyes narrowing as he recognized his serious, near-silent voice. We're being watched. Don't look now, it's the hand bastard from USJ. He swore quietly, eyes going to the window and looking out at the crowded pavilion. Quirk. From what Aizawa says, 5-point rapid disintegration quirk. Incredibly dangerous, do not engage directly. A memory crawls up his throat and forces its way into his thoughts. Muscle, exposed on Aizawa's arm, and he shudders at the sight of it as he wrapped the wound as delicately as he could. We need to get Aizawa. What the fuck? A loud voice came from nearby, glaring at his phone. No bars. Seriously? This is so shit. Phones are out of the question, he muttered lowly. What now? Toshi leaned against the wall, his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Lead him to a less populated area. Hope we run into 1A. He likely wants me, Izuku said softly. You make an excuse. Go to the bathroom. I'll head up to the roof. Find Aizawa. I can't. You fucking will, Izuku warned, eyes flicking to Shigito. He was closer now. There are so many civilians here. If I leave, he'll follow me to the pavilion where there are more. People will die if we can't lead him away. There was a pause before he crossed his legs awkwardly. 3 minutes passed before he hurried in the direction of the bathrooms. Izuku was alone, and terror reared its ugly head in his mind. He imagined it as a possum and kicked it before checking his phone, and walked right past Shiggy. Risky, but it was something he had to take. Fucking service is awful, he muttered as he passed the villain, who conveniently didn't look his way. Pull, left, stairs, right, pull, left, stairs. He opened the door to the roof and hurried up, shutting the door behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a lock mechanism on the outside that he locked. Izuku turned around, and suddenly the scene looked very different. What are you doing up here, Deku? Kaken sneered. I just needed some air. Hope you enjoy it. Kaken slammed the door in his face, and Deku stumbled back, clutching his nose, which was now crooked and bloody, and he heard the click of a lock. He was trapped up here for Kami knows how long. There was a thud behind him that jerked Izuku out of his head. He stumbled away from the door, hand going to a utility belt that wasn't there. The doorknob turned to flecks of rust, falling like bloody snow to the concrete of the roof, striking a bone-deep terror in Izuku. The door creaked open, and he saw a flash of pale blue hair, but piercing crimson eyes were the next things he saw, peering through the gap between the door and the wall. You really shouldn't try to hide from me, Deku. Izuku's mind blanks. Green locks on red. His arms rose, shaky, and his hands out placatingly but defensive. The door opens. Kaken, he whimpered, scrambling away, his footwork clumsy. Kaken sneered, his lip curling and revealing his perfect teeth. I really thought you'd go crying to your sensei. Kaken approached, his hand catching the sloppily done tie of his uniform and lighting up with small explosions and the smell of smoke, closely followed by the ashes of what used to be his tie crumbled down the front of his shirt and onto the pavement below. Look at you, cowering like the useless fuck you are. What a hero. Deku's legs shook violently as he stepped back again, back hitting the chain link fence, eyes still locked on Kaken's. Please. I didn't do anything wrong. A hand swipes at him, which he barely ducks, lighting up with fire and ash and blowing a hole in the fence. You've done plenty. Now tell me what you know about the field trip. Field trip. Deku blinked owlishly, shaking abating for only a moment as his confusion swelled. What field trip? Shouta knew something was wrong. Maybe it was a change in the air. He had no idea why, but his gut was screaming that there was danger, and his gut had never been wrong. It had always guided him on the right road. It didn't help that 2 of the 3 problem children present had vanished into thin air. It was probably nothing, but he was antsy. More than the class wasn't in his immediate vicinity, and they were probably fine. Aizawa. There goes his last hope of having a normal day. Shinsu. He looks at the lavender-haired teen, and was immediately put on high alert by the pure fear on his face. Shiggy, whatever the fuck is here, he gasped out, stumbling to a halt in front of him. He's tailing Zuku. He told me to find you. I think he led him up to the roof. Shouta was in motion within moments, bolting to the nearby entrance and bursting out, throwing his capture weapon up and using it to scale the building. Sensei, wait. No time to wait. It took barely a minute to find them. Don't play stupid with me, brat. Midoriya was huddled in front of a gap in the chain link face, his eyes terrifyingly blank, unseeing as Shigaraki screamed at the boy. Hey! Shigaraki barely turned his attention from Midoriya, his hand hovering over the student's face. A horrible smile twisted his features. So the tall brat ran off to get mommy. A shame. His hands inched closer to Midoriya, and Shouta activated his quirk. He didn't have his goggles. He was completely unprepared for a villain attack. Kaken, Midoriya whimpered, his voice as soft as death and fearful as human instinct. Please let me go home, Kaken. Shouta threw his capture weapon, his eye contact broken for barely a second. That was all it took. A shriek of pure, unadulterated agony ripped through the air as Shigaraki cackled with glee. His quirk had already been erased again, but that didn't seem to matter to the psychopath as he took Midoriya's bleeding face in his hands and shoved hard. The boy shrank into himself, a full body flinch away from the villain. His feet moved backwards, and Shouta's heart seized when he realized there was nothing there to keep him from going over. The student's foot stumbled into nothing but air, and he pitched backwards, a scream of terror incarnate as his other leg buckled under the unexpected weight. And Midoriya fell. Zuku. Itoshi felt like he couldn't breathe. The girls of Wana had been in hot on his heels as he followed Aizawa at breakneck speeds. Now, he could do nothing but watch in terror from the ground below as the villain shoved his bloody, screaming friend backwards and through the gap in the fence. Zuku. The white cloth of the capture weapon just barely missed him, and Hitoshi surged forwards, not caring about the warning shouts from what vaguely sounded like Yamomo, and shouldering past, he heard sirens. Crack. Too late. Too late. Too late. Hitoshi kneeled next to the limp figure of his best friend, grabbing his wrist and pressing 2 fingers into it. Nothing. Desperately, he ripped the collar of his uniform out of the way and pressed his head against Zuku's chest. THD. 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 It was slow. It was weak. It was there. He couldn't bring himself to care about the shout of fury from his teacher above as he heard a strange, voidic sound that must have been Kurogiri's portals. He couldn't bring himself to care that Shigaraki had escaped. He couldn't bring himself to care that his chest was heaving from his constant running, that tears choked his vision, that the sharp pain of fear hadn't dulled for a second. He only cared about Zuku. He stood carefully, with shaking arms lifting Zuku and stumbling to an ambulance. When had that pulled up? I'm one of his guardians, Aizawa was telling a paramedic. He is a ward of Yui, and I teach there. The paramedic lets him into the vehicle. Kid, you his friend? He asks. Let him in, Aizawa commanded. They won't want to be separated when Midoriya wakes up. He climbs in and delicately sets his friend on the gurney. Never had he seemed so small. Hitoshi leaned forwards as the paramedics went to work, starting to staunch the worst of the bleeding and covering his face with bandages. Hitoshi's voice was deadly soft as he spoke, eyes never wavering from his friend. You don't get to die before I tell you I love you. And even when Hitoshi closed his eyes to escape reality, the image of Midoriya Izuku, hand pale as a corpse and blood staining his uniform that usually was stained with soot, was imprinted on his eyelids. Izuku's feet skimmed over the sand, his smile brighter than it's been in years. In his hand, tucked in his pocket to protect it from the sea spray, is his Yui letter. He was about to go to Mei's, but he wanted to stay here for just a moment, look again at where it all started before he took the next step closer, or farther from, his dream. Boy, Deku. In an instant, he was stumbling back with an oath on his lips, feeling someone grip his shirt collar. Katsuki, whatcha doing out here, shit nerd? Red eyes glittered with malice. Slowly, they drifted down to his neck. There hung the beautifully detailed May Vision 1.0, bronze and shining, the delicate flowing lines of greens and pinks and yellows standing out in gentle contrast. What's that? Katsu. He was shoved back and he felt the ribbon that held it around his neck snap. Boom pop pop pop. Oops. Katsuki dropped it into Izuku's palm with a smirk. It was. Katsuki didn't get to do that. This was Mei's gift. He made this for Mei. The hand not holding the shattered remains of his first support item curled into a fist. Izuku faced Katsuki with a poisonous mix of fear and anger in his heart. Katsuki looked back with a smirk and a gaze full of malice. Ruby met Emerald, and Izuku's breath caught. Guess who made it into Yui? Katsuki gloated. With each breath, Izuku's fear grew. May Vision 1.0 sat mangled and charred in his hand, and it was all Katsuki's fault. His heart sped up as he pictured his only friend, hand tightening on his Yui letter. Izuku's legs wouldn't move, and he begged them to. He had to get back to Mei. Katsuki came closer, too close, reaching to ruin the May Vision even more, or hurt Izuku. He didn't care. He threw a right hook, landing it square on the nose of his longtime bully. It was barely a kitten's blow, weak and clumsy, but in an instant, Katsuki's face turned from gloating to furious. One hand went over his mouth and the other to his throat as Katsuki tackled him into the sand, rage encompassing all of the older boy's actions in an unforgiving torment. The hand on Izuku's throat moved slightly to the right before it began to heat up. Boom pop pop pop. Izuku knew he screamed. He screamed and bit and kicked and struggled, all efforts masked by the explosive teen who wanted to make him hurt. Through the haze of pain and terror and the blood in his eyes and the ringing of his ears, Izuku didn't know when Katsuki was finished burning his throat, when he was done prolonging Izuku's suffering for as long as possible. He just remembered barely being able to lift his head through the agony to see Katsuki walking away as if it was a normal schoolyard conversation instead of a brutal assault. That's a gift to remember me by, Deku, Katsuki crowed, leaving Izuku to bleed. He couldn't think straight. He just couldn't think. What do you do in emergencies? He needed help. Call a hero. Call the police. His phone was fumbled with blood-slick fingers from his pockets and clumsily open. Izuku's shaky fingers dialed the numbers, barely able to speak. Please, hit me. The ocean lapped against the trash around him, the gentle foam staining pink with his blood and as indifferent to him as it would be if he were just another garbage pile. It was high tide, and he felt the water lapping at his cheek. He angled his face from it and whimpered from the bolt of sheer agony that followed it. He heard the sirens just as the world faded to black. The pain didn't stop when he opened his eyes. There was a steady beeping somewhere, and he tried to focus on that. A hospital. He was in a hospital. He was safe. Kaken couldn't get him here. Slowly, he focused on one thing at a time, eyes carefully moving from one thing to the next. A saline drip, an empty chair, a pink girl sleeping on a cramped chair, another empty chair, a vaguely caterpillar-shaped thing on the floor, a purple teen in the chair in the corner, a weird bundle of weird stuff. Wait a second. Izuku blinked hard and hit rewind mentally, doing a full double take. 3 people were in his hospital room. His head throbbed as he tried to focus on their faces, quickly giving up on the caterpillar before moving on to the purple boy. Izuku studied it, the boy's eyes closed, and wild lavender hair climbing ever upwards. He wore a Yui uniform, which confused Izuku even more, but he stared nonetheless. Slowly, the eyes opened. Indigo depths highlighted by pools of silver at the center sent a bolt of recognition through Izuku. Shinsu Hitoshi. Quirk, brainwashing. He's in Gen Ed right now, but he's transferring with me in second term. Toshi. There was a beat in which the 2 teens could only stare, both completely unsure of what to do. They said, "The doctors told us you might not wake up." Izuku could only blink back, and he felt tears stinging at his own eyes. Shigaraki was at the mall with them. He was sure Kaken was too. "Did you see Kaken?" he whispered. "Did they catch him?" Toshi's eyes flashed with something akin to confusion before it settled on understanding. "Zuku, you were having a flashback. It was just Shigaraki. And your brain was convinced it was Bakugo." "Oh, that made more sense. Is everyone okay?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. The taller boy stepped over the caterpillar to perch carefully on Izuku's bed. "You were the only one that got hurt." "Good." Toshi's hands suddenly spasmed, and Izuku instinctively flinched, only to see Toshi immediately calm them, composing himself. "It's not good, Izuku." The other teen pulled his legs onto the sterile sheets, a mix of grief and anger stewing on his face. "You still got hurt. What would Mei and I do if you died?" "You almost." Toshi's hands came up to rake through his gravity-defying hair before dropping his voice to a whisper. "You almost died, and it would have been because I wasn't fast enough." When Mei woke up, she seemed to understand that he was already thoroughly guilty about almost dying. So she just perched at the foot of his bed and went on and on about what she had been doing, and Toshi told him about what was going on with his family. Recovery girl came by and did her magic, so for about 36 hours Izuku was dead to the world again. When he woke up the second time, a very certain Shinsu sister was practically sitting on his chest. "Hey, Aichin," he signed shakily, using her name sign, the sign for the letter A, doing the motion for bright. "Zunai," she said proudly, waving her hands and speaking in her sweet, slightly too loud voice. "I got your name sign." He raised his eyebrows, and she demonstrated with more energy than he'd possessed in a full year. It went from a C flicking down next to her cheek and then pushing her hand out, palm facing him, before twisting her hand into a pointer and tracing a Z. Izuku couldn't help it. He snorted, hiding a snicker behind his hand before signing back. "So my name is Quirky Z." She smiled proudly back. "Hito Nai says you'd like it." "Heck yeah, I do." He sat up slowly. "How's life been treating you, Aichin?" He signed as he spoke, trying to be as clear as possible despite his shaking hands. She giggled. "Kirichin left me alone." "What'd you say to him?" Inside, Izuku was cheering. One small victory. Nothing much, really. Just reminded him that we're even stronger than All Might. At her smile widening, he felt his own lips twitch upwards. "Y'all need to understand something." The thing on the roof from Izuku's pav. It was partially a hallucination. He'd had an experience when he was in middle school where Bakugo locked him on the roof, and he was incredibly stressed, so his brain projected Bakugo onto Shigaraki. The weirdly italicized bits are how his world is being warped by his mind and trauma. Bakugo hasn't interacted with Izuku since the sports festival and did not ever shove Izuku off a roof. "Love y'all." Honestly, Izuku had forgotten his face was covered in bandages. He could see just fine since his eyes hadn't been damaged, and he just kinda got used to it and forgot that there were bandages covering the majority of his face. That and the other chaos preoccupying his mind, namely one Shinsu Hitoshi, who was thankfully as thick-headed as a rock. Now that he thought about it, and tried to recall what really happened on that rooftop, he vaguely could call up the distorted image of Shigaraki. But every time Izuku tried to look into his red eyes in his memories, he would become Kaken again, beating Izuku for what the older boy perceived to be a crime. It took a little while for all the bits and pieces to return. It was honestly terrifying. The first time he looked around the hospital room and thought he was 14 again and was surrounded by strangers. Then when he looked at Toshi's eyes, deep and mysterious and breathtaking as a nebula with a singular, silver starburst at its epicenter, he remembered that he wasn't just Deku, Kaken's punching bag. He was Izuku, he was Zuku, he was Izukan. He wasn't as alone as he had been. After all, how could he forget those twin nebulae? Pretty much immediately after Aikido left the second time he woke up, Toshi came back in and they just talked until Izuku was too tired to even do that, before Toshi just kinda sat by his bed with their pinkies linked, as if the taller boy was scared that if he let go of Izuku for even a moment, he'd vanish. It was about this moment in which Izuku realized he was absolutely fucked and completely enamored with one of his best friends, which wasn't a great realization to have when pretty much holding the object of one's affection's hand and half asleep, because that leads to a violent rejection of any form of rest by the subject's body, leading to an awkward "I'm fine, yes I'm sure, just had a crazy thought" and crippling insomnia for several more days. Now, though, those thoughts had to be banished. A full week and a half after he was admitted to the hospital, and he was mostly healed, at least enough to rejoin classes, with a lot of soreness. Every confused thought fled his mind now as he stared into the mirror, his now bandaged-less face staring back at him, unfamiliar and strange and terrifying despite it being his own. Izuku felt tears in his eyes. They were hot like anger, but didn't sting. Instead they burned, a steady and constant ache, tracing new lines down his cheeks and leaving his trying to wipe them away, a scorching feeling in his chest, harsh and suffocating. It was another oft-experienced emotion in middle school that he rarely felt these days, but it was familiar anyway. Humiliation. His hands gripped the sides of the sink as the hot tears came fast. Hating the truth the mirror told him. He was dressed in a hospital gown. None of his usual accessories like his scarf or his belt or even his red high-top shoes with him. No familiar silver May vision hung at his throat. No Yui uniform jacket tied around his waist in a less than desperate attempt to keep it from staining. An ugly scar covered most of the left side of his face, mottled in the silvery sheen he had come to hate condensed in a handprint. It barely brushed his eyelid, but the scars were there, made obvious by the gap in his eyebrow. The fingers reached up to his forehead, the palm on his right cheek and cheekbone, and the thumb running onto his chin. There was no way Izuku could cover this. He felt sick. All the training, the practice, the time, the victories, all that went to waste the moment he thought Kaken was on that roof with him. And now he was scarred forever, again, because he was too weak, too stupid, too clumsy, too wimpy, too. The door clicked open, and he hissed a breath through his teeth. A bird-headed boy stood in the door, holding a bag in one hand and the other tucked in a jacket pocket. Izuku stared into the mirror, dreading turning and letting this boy, who he vaguely remembered was from 1A, to do. Toko, Takoyami, see his face. He bowed slightly. Midoriya-kun, I have been sent on a quest to retrieve you. Izuku gritted his teeth. He wasn't Deku anymore. He wasn't Deku. He's not Deku. He turned slowly, releasing his hair from its bun and letting it fall into his face, if not covering the ugly mark but at least obscuring it. Thanks, Takoyami-kun, he mumbled, venturing forward to greet the bird boy. He flinched as soon as Takoyami noticed his scars and his eyes widened slightly. Izuku cast his eyes to the tiled floor, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Instead of saying anything, as Izuku expected, Takoyami held out the bag. I was sent because there was nearly a fistfight between Yaoyorozu-chan and Shinsu-kun over who would get to retrieve you. May I stay near you for a time so I am not dispatched hastily upon my return by your companions? It took a second for Izuku to puzzle out that response, but he nodded vacantly as he took the bag and glanced inside. I'm just gonna go change in the bathroom, he mumbled, heading over, and Takoyami just stood awkwardly near the door. In the bag he found his familiar red scarf, which was obviously the first thing on. Also, his uniform, which was a pleasant sight after so long. The blazer had sleeves despite the rest of his uniform already made for winter, so he assumed Mei did that out of respect for his habit of tying it around his waist when he was inventing. His red high tops were more than a little beaten up, but he was thankful to have them anyway. He stared at the mirror again, his eyes trained on the scar he couldn't hide. Izuku brushed his hair to his left, draping a copious amount in his face, taking solace behind the green-black curls and hoped it was at least enough to divert attention from himself. Eventually, he ventured out and nodded to Takoyami. The bird boy bobbed his head back, turning to lead Izuku from the room. It wasn't a long walk from Yui's to the development studio, yet he felt himself hover in front of the door a bit longer than necessary. Fears swam in his head. Mei's sneering face at his own disfigured one, Toshi turning away from him, 1 Fahrenheit's kind words turning into cruel ones. Problem child. He jerked back a few steps, eyes darting around wildly until they settled on his teacher, and he took another step back. Sensei, the underground hero just stared at him for a moment, and Izuku fidgeted under his critical gaze before he practically shoved the door open and strode in. He blinked stupidly for a moment before skittering after Aizawa. All talk hushed, and he felt eyes on him. Izuku shut his eyes hard, hearing the approaching footsteps. Izukun. He cracked an eyelid open, and Mei was in front of him, yellow crosshair eyes wide in concern. We were really worried about you, she murmured, eyes raking up and down as if checking for wounds. He reached up and put his hand over the scar in a desperate attempt to hide it from the view of those gathered. Yamomo appeared in the corner of his vision, a gentle smile on her face as she waved. Hey, Midori-chan, are you okay? He stared at the floor before looking up again and scanning the crowd. The Reiki twins, Fiend, Mei, Yamomo, Uraraka, Takoyami, Aizawa, Ban, even Amajiki. and Toshi. A mix of anxiety from both his newly disfigured face and recent realization crawled up his throat to die, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. This was genuinely the worst idea he'd ever been involved in, and he hated every second of it. All the gathered had practically flooded Zuku with concern and positivity, even the shy elf boy third year that apparently was also a ward. He was awkwardly leaning against the wall as the others filed out, making their excuses. Amajiki was going to see his friend, Fiend dragging Ban and the Reiki twins off to go field testing for a shared project on Gym Beta. Yamomo and Uraraka having a day out with the other Wana girls and dragging Mei along, until it was just Hitoshi and Zuku in the room, neither meeting the other's eyes. Hitoshi would be honest. When the small, black-haired teen came in and he saw the scar, large and grievous, he flinched. How much it must have hurt to receive it. The ear-splitting wail from moments before he was shoved off the roof was brought to mind. Midoriya Izuku didn't deserve the scars he bore. He didn't deserve to be reminded of his suffering. He didn't deserve what happened. Hey, Zuku. He didn't miss how the other flinched, finally looking over at Hitoshi, and he met Zuku's eyes. They were the same dark, forest green, ringed with emerald and jade, drawing Hitoshi into a world of crystalline jungles, lit only by a full moon hanging high above. Hey, Hitoshi pushed himself off the wall, drawing closer to the forest he loved to run through in his mind, until, finally, he stood in front of his friend. Please don't hate me. Tell me you didn't just look in the mirror. Use your fingers to brush your hair into your face and say good enough. Stupid fucking traitor mouth. Zuku blinked, clearly expecting that about as much as Hitoshi did. Not at all. Maybe, he tisked, guiding the subject of his current mental and emotional turmoil to a workstation. He sat Zuku in a chair before perching on the metal table, and let his hands go through the usual motions, almost robotic in its practice as he drew a comb from his pocket. Yeah, he carried a comb around specifically for this reason after the sports festival, and he became 1 Fahrenheit's personal hairdresser. He pulled it into the usual messy bun he was absolutely weak for, which probably wasn't healthy, but left his bangs out, styling them to drape in front of the left side of Zuku's face. It would likely bring him some kind of comfort. Even if Hitoshi didn't like him covering any part of himself out of shame, Zuku didn't deserve to be ashamed of anything. Eventually, he was finished, and the comfortable silence felt heavy again as he stood, helping his friend stand even without prompting. They stood face to face, Hitoshi unsure of what to really say at all. Of course, the traitorous bastard most would call his mouth went a bit faster than his brain, and Hitoshi wondered hazily if this was how it felt when he brainwashed others as his arms decided to join the list of traitor body parts. A hand reached up to brush the curls he had styled in front of Zuku's face out of the way, allowing Hitoshi to see his best friend's face in its entirety. Zuku flinched slightly, and Hitoshi grinned awkwardly in a vague attempt to lighten the heavy look on Zuku's face. It seemed to work a little, as the tension left his shoulders. You know, the scars really boost your creepy and vaguely threatening support transfer aesthetic. Those Wana kids are gonna piss themselves when they see you coming. Like, oh fuck, here comes the transfer kid that fought an S-rank villain and lived. Zuku cracked a tiny smile. It was hardly a fight, Toshi. He winked conspiratorially. They don't know that, do they? Besides, all the ladies love a battle-worn man. Zuku snorted in response, giving Hitoshi a playful shove. The pair lapsed into a comfortable silence again, no words coming to each of them. And maybe some of the dudes, too, he added at a murmur, recalling the original purpose of the meeting. He blinked owlishly, forest green eyes clouding in confusion, and Hitoshi wanted to beat the shit out of himself internally. This was the worst idea, and he hated it so much. It was definitely going to ruin his friendship with Zuku and he'd be alone again. I, need to say something? Probably, he muttered, deciding the floor was very interesting in that exact moment. I'm really glad I met you on that subway. And I'm also really glad you dragged me to train with you in May for the sports festival. The crystalline jungles narrowed slightly, and Hitoshi took the voice in his mind screaming to chicken out and beat the shit out of it with a mental baseball bat. Before I met you, I didn't have anyone around besides my family I could really talk to or anything. Most of my school years really sucked cause I didn't have any friends. Most people just decided I was a villain, and you just kinda looked at me and said so fucking what instead of that. He grinned awkwardly, calling up the fond memory of the support student going almost completely silent before announcing he was going to finish the siren call. And every day since then you've inspired me to go a little more plus ultra, from doing test drives for your support items to absolutely slaughtering my mysterious and intimidating Gen Ed student with 1 Fahrenheit. You've never batted an eye at how weird I can get or my insane family. They've practically adopted you by now. Hitoshi searched Zuku's face for anything, but found nothing but a slight contemplation. Even your scars, I think they're just proof of how much you've survived. You keep coming out on top no matter how shitty things get. And for whatever reason you trusted me to see that. Please don't hate me. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm hella fucking gay, please go out with me. Stupid fucking traitor mouth. There was an infinitely long silence as Hitoshi had his eyes locked with Zuku's. His strange indigo met with the crystalline jungle he could get lost in forever. Some indescribable emotion brewed in them, a massive shadow of some predator in the darkness. Hitoshi flinched back, his eyes shut tight, preparing for a shout, a blow, even just disappointment or disgust. Really, he couldn't ever tell with. Something grabbed his tie and jerked him forwards and into an awkward lean, another hand against his chest and backing him against a wall. His eyes flew open, and Zuku's face was suddenly threateningly close. Oh, phew. Then his mind went absolutely, totally blank. Why, exactly? He was being kissed by the one and only Midoriya Izuku. It was more than a little awkward from the major height difference. Hitoshi with his back to the wall and leaning down. One of the smaller teen's hands still tugging on his tie and the other pinning Hitoshi against the wall. Hitoshi's own hands were flared back against the warm, smooth stone, still stuck in brace-yourself mode while the rest of his brain was on the fritz. Zuku's lips were rough against Hitoshi's, pressed harshly against his own at a slight angle. Hitoshi's nose was a hair's breadth from his cheek, and when he breathed sharply he could faintly smell soot and wood smoke despite the support student being away from his inventions for almost 2 weeks. The kiss was awkward, it was sudden, it was completely unexpected, and it was absolute bliss. He had no idea how long it lasted, but when the short boy finally pulled away, his normally neutral expression morphed into one of annoyance with a pink flush high in his cheekbones, utterly perfect and somehow even beyond that. Hitoshi's eyes scanned Zuku, searching for some kind of answer as his brain had decidedly taken a vacation for 2 to 5 business months. The support student huffed, crossing his arms. That was for giving me a gay crisis and not saying a word until after I almost died. Hitoshi's throat made some noise that sounded vaguely like a cross between an apology and a cat being strangled just as his knees completely gave out, buckling under him. Ah, yes, said his brain, which had just popped back in to grab the keys to the car before leaving again and witnessing the recent events. This is the ideal time to faint. Keepin' up W the shinses. Violet Cat. At Silver J, I made a mistake, mother please help. Silver J has come off idle. Silver J, what's wrong boy? Violet Cat. I asked Zuku out and then fainted. Silver J, WH. Violet Cat. He may or may not have kissed me before I fainted, but that's not the point. Violet Cat. I fainted and when I woke up I was too embarrassed to speak so I just kinda ran out. Lavender Pup has come off idle. Lavender Pup, yes. Silver J. Mika, don't antagonize your brother, he's having a crisis. Lavender Pup. Silver J. And aren't you supposed to be in class? Lavender Pup has gone idle. Silver J. Hitoshi, has he tried calling you or anything? Lilac Cat. Not exactly. He hates phone calls. Silver J. He texted, didn't he? Lilac Cat. Possibly. Silver J. Answer him, damn it. Lilac Cat. Fine. Divided by Zuku, greater than Toshi. Zuku, you good. Zuku, Zuku, I'm pretty sure I fucked up somewhere so. Zuku, I'm really sorry. Zuku, can we please still be friends? Zuku, please don't hate me. Toshi, it's fine, I just panicked. Toshi, if anything I should be apologizing. Zuku, to be fair I was being pretty aggressive. Zuku, sorry. Toshi, I hikey liked it so seriously it's all fine. Zuku, WH. Toshi, no to the point. Toshi, I just embarrassed myself and had to exit the situation before I said something really stupid. Toshi, so, I'm really sorry. Zuku, so is the date thing still on the table or? Toshi, ooh-highs. Zuku, great, meet me at the gate after school tomorrow, you're taking me out and I know not where. Toshi, jajzaksh. Toshi, is that basically just surprise me? Zuku has gone idle. Toshi, that's so ominous. Divided by. Shouta ended up seeing Problem Child 1 again pretty soon. A black-haired support student was perched on the couch in the common room, a contemplative expression on his scarred face. Shouta paused on the stairs to regard him, wondering why he would be down in the common area now of all times when he seemed so averse to it. It was the middle of the night. What the hell was he doing up this late? Midoriya, he grunted, lumbering past to go to the kitchen and preferably make coffee. This day has been nothing but a headache, really, between finishing paperwork for the training camp and grading written exams. It was the Thursday before break and he had never wanted Friday night to come faster. Sensei, he mumbled back, still staring at the wall. Shouta followed his unblinking gaze, until it hit the particular decoration on that wall. A mirror. One Nimori had set up specifically so she could make quick fixes to her makeup in the mornings while on the couch as she went about her routine. Minutes ticked by, and Shouta kept half an eye on his kid. The kid. Half an eye on the kid. The coffee finished, Shouta just took the pot before wandering over and joining Midoriya and staring blankly at their reflections. Shouta had changed into a tank top for the night, because his Ashi didn't let him sleep in his hero outfit, and it was easy to see the scars that adorned them. long slashes from knives, burns from quirks, and, of course, the particularly large one on his right elbow from where Shigaraki had brushed him. He subconsciously rolled his shoulders, shifting his grip on the coffee pot as he grimaced at the scar. He wasn't terribly fond of it, really, but that wasn't what bothered him. Feeling the exposed muscle on his joint was pure agony, and that was from Shigaraki barely touching him. The silver handprint on Midoriya's face attested to how much worse it could have been. "You gonna alive?" he asked gruffly. The student hummed noncommittally. "Better off than you. Most of my work is just reviewing the semester to see what I could have done better or something." Shouta shrugged in acknowledgement before tilting his head back slightly and downing the entire barely cooled pot of coffee. Midoriya broke his gaze from the mirror to give Shouta a nonplussed look. "Do as I say, not as I do," he muttered in reply, dropping the now empty coffee pot on the side table. "It bugs the hell out of Can. HN." The two were in relative silence for a while, even when Shouta went upstairs to retrieve his small mountain of paperwork and throw it onto the coffee table, huffing as he sat down to get back to grading. This time with a buzz of caffeine in his system. He graded the top students first, for the sake of productivity. Well, the top students in his class overall. Ashido had done shockingly well, actually, probably because of Meimei. She's been helping Ashido-chan study. Shouta glanced over at the support student. The latter shrugged. "You talk under your breath. Normally, people can't make heads or tails of it, though." I muttered, "So, yeah, I'm used to it." They fell into silence again. Class rankings were pretty much as expected of his 18 students, except Ashido, Yaoyorozu Momo, Ida Tenya, Todoroki Shouto, Asui Tsuyu, Jiru Kyoyuka, Ajiro Mishurao, Ashido Mina, Shaoji Mezu, Sado Rikadu, Koda Kuji, Uraraka Ochako, Takoyami Fumikage, Hiroshima Ijiru, Hagakure Toru, Shiro Hanta, Aoyama Yuga, Mainta Minoru, Kaminari Denki, Kami above. This was exhausting. "How do you do it?" Shouta paused, looking up. Midoriya stares back at him with honest green eyes, looking to be searching Shouta's face. For what, exactly, he had no clue. "Do what?" He blinks slowly, and Shouta is once again reminded of how cat-like this boy is. "How are you just okay with your scars and stuff?" He trailed off a bit at the end, voice and eyes dropping. Well, it probably wouldn't kill Shouta to finish this paperwork in class tomorrow. Not like he was actually teaching anything outside of glaring at one as they did their usual exercises. He could multitask. Shouta set the pen aside the considerably smaller mountain, slightly pleased at his progress in the short while he'd been down here. Probably since he was grading the top students first. Kami knows it would slow down when he got to Kaminari's exams. "There isn't really a solid how to guide," he answered eventually, left hand already going to brush the scarred skin on his right elbow as he glanced at the clock. 11:20. It was actually earlier than he thought. "Hell, if I'm having a bad day, I hate them. You don't have to believe all the shit people say about them. Sometimes they aren't marks saying you're a survivor of some glorious battle. Sometimes they're there because you failed, because you trusted the wrong person, because the wound made you weak when people needed you to be strong." He rubbed harshly on the scar with a frown, studying his problem child. The problem child, not his. The scarf was wound tightly around his neck, more so than usual. It looked as if Shinsu had styled his long hair to at least shield the scar from Shigaraki, sheltering it from inattentive eyes. "But it's also a reminder of how I can improve," Shouta continued, a bit softer now, as his hand slid up to tap a deep slashing scar on his collarbone. "Got this way back in high school. Tried to take down a major villain with Hisashi. We won, but I got knocked out of the fight." He tugged his shirt up again to cover it. "Made me rethink my approach to heroics, and how my style wasn't good for daylight. Ended up going underground. I'm better for it." Midoriya had looked up again to stare at Shouta, and he looked back. Best not to say anything without prompting. "I'm sorry," he mumbled eventually. "My friends all pretty much say the same thing. And I don't really have a family to talk to." Right. The reminder that Midoriya was entirely without relatives to go to after he was removed from his mother's custody stung, and Shouta flinched internally, cursing himself. Of course his problem child was having issues talking about what bothered him with adults. His track record with teachers wasn't exactly spectacular, and he probably couldn't safely navigate a conversation like that with his mother. "It's fine, Midoriya," he told the student calmly. Another long silence, but this time it looked like Midoriya was working up the courage to say something. "I'm legally one of your guardians, Midoriya, you can just spit it out." "I'll be fine. Can you please not call me Midoriya?" Shouta blinked, unscrambling the flood of words easily enough. It was the contents he was unsure about. Midoriya went on, his face screwed into something of intense concentration. "I just don't like it all that much. It was my dad's name, but my mom kept it, and I just..." He trailed off, searching for words. "I don't want to be anything like they are." He blinked again, considering that. "Okay, what am I supposed to call you, then?" He blinked back, apparently not having thought that far ahead. "My given name." I guess. I didn't think I'd make it this far. Alright. Shouter reclined on the couch, stretching out. Then nix in classes. It'll help boost your response time to your codename. Right. It felt like only heartbeats later when Shouter jolted awake with the feeling that something was wrong. It seemed he had fallen asleep on the couch, and he glanced at the clock again blearily. 2:36. Well, 3 hours of sleep was better than 0. He scanned the room for the source of the wrong feeling, eyes cutting through the darkness to find it. Midoriya Izuku was asleep on the other couch, twitching and whimpering in his sleep. Shouta stood and quietly made his way to the couch Izuku was on, carefully resting his hand on the black curls. The boy tensed, and Shouta has genuinely no idea what he's doing. But he starts gently carting his fingers through Izuku's hair, doing his best to give silent assurance to the sleeping student. It didn't soothe him much, as his eyes cracked open slightly as the shaking picked up. Kaken, Shouta sighed internally, doing his best not to pity his problem child. It wouldn't him to give pity. Shouta crouched down, carefully gathering the small teen in his arms and hoisting him up. Nope, go back to sleep. Izuku definitely did not go back to sleep, instead shifting to get a better view of Shouta's face. AI, Zawa, do I look like Jack Frost? He joked dryly, carrying him up the stairs. Lightening his tone a little, he added, yeah, just Aizawa. The sleep-drunk teen's eyes went to the bare wall, tracing it as if it had some kind of answer. He told me nobody would want to be my friend 'cause I'm a freak. Shouta faltered mid-step, connecting the he to the mysterious Kaken. It was probably Bakugo, considering the context. Well, clearly that isn't true. But it has to be. Those confused green eyes searched his face for a second. And in that moment Shouta felt like he was staring into the face of the middle schooler on the train. Wild short hair and a desperate gaze, believing every lie he'd ever been told. Why isn't the joke over yet? The joke. Shouta stopped in front of the door to Hisashi in his dorm, turning that phrase over. Oh, he meant someone pretending to be his friend, to humiliate him. The thought that he had experienced that and still had recurring issues over it made Shouta feel sick. Nah, he dismissed more easily than he thought was possible with how his mind was essentially just yelling in fury. You think Bakugo would have gotten expelled for some mean joke? Or Shinsu sitting by your bedside for a week? Or Hatsum spending hours putting together an AI? Izuku tucked into himself a little more, which was kind of a feat. Not when you put it like that. Great. He pushed the dorm door open and shuffled in before dropping Izuku on the couch. You should probably get some actual sleep. Don't you have a date tomorrow? He was already shutting the door after he had stepped into the bedroom when his words registered with the transfer student. Wait, how do you know about that? Shouta wasn't about to tell him that Hatsum liked to keep everyone in the loop and essentially just gossiped about it whenever he and Shinsu were idle. He just smirked. Divided by bastards of Yui. Expelled, says the bastard. Guess who won the Shizuku pool? Bastard Ghoskrim, damn it. Bastard Ghoskrim. At Loki got off bastards, this is very important. Who confessed first? Loki got off bastards. I'd be surprised you have a pool but am not BC or all nosy assholes. Loki got off bastards. Toshi, and then he fainted when I kissed him. Nagasaki bastard, sold out. Expelled, says the bastard, fucking harsh. But okay. Mother of all bastards has come off idle. Mother of all bastards. Gotta admit I was sure you were Lil Hisashi. Mother of all bastards, traitor child. Loki got off bastards. WHAT. Cleric bastard has come off idle. Cleric bastard. I've seen blockbuster movies less entertaining than this. Expelled, says the bastard. Everyone is convinced you and Shinsu are the second coming of me and Hisashi. Expelled, says the bastard. Really all I'm hearing is that I'm 100k yen richer than I was before. Nagasaki bastard. Oh my god, that's incredible. Mother of all bastards. D. Divided by 1 IE. Niam, everyone please have a productive weekend. I will see you all again on Monday for the camp. Niam, why is my name Niam? Niam tried to change their nickname but was blocked by the custom command. Know your fucking place, trash. Several users have come off idle. Wei, I am sobbing. Of Uraka, NYOOM. Of Uraka, who did the eyes Elmao? Boyfriend, I dunno. Boyfriend, I have a theory but I'm not sure if I want to share it. Oh Uraka, you got a date. Levy has come off idle. Levy, boyfriend, thanks, I hate it. How do I uninstall? Levy, the only way I'd top is by brainwashing me first love. Levy has gone idle. Wei, bruh, he just sold you out so fucking fast. Nasty has come off idle. Nasty, gross, we have fucking fags in our class. Nasty, Shinsu, I thought you were cool. Boyfriend, at Levy. Oh Uraka, at Levy. Niam, at Levy. Levy has come off idle. Levy, vibe check. Levy has muted Nasty forever. Levy, Toshi send memes Majama's boring. Boyfriend, yep okay memes inbound. Levy has gone idle. Wei, whipped. Oh Uraka. Boyfriend, shut divided by. Shouta occasionally saw Shinsu at the cat cafe a few blocks from Yui. Sometimes he and his siblings, sometimes just him. This time, though, it was both he and Izuku. The latter was practically covered in cats, and he stood there with an expression of pure contentment. Shouta snorted, which drew Shinsu's attention. He grinned at the underground hero, hands lifting to sign just out of Izuku's line of sight. "Thank you for taking care of him." Shouta shrugged in response, just taking a seat in the corner. A metal cat leaped up to join him. Eyes lit up green in amusement as she recounted what had happened before he arrived. He was definitely spying, too. Sue him if he didn't have anything better to do. 1 Fahrenheit. Midoriya Izuku. Gender, male. Age, 15. Height, 1.6 meters. Hair, long, black with green highlights. Eyes, green. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, quirkless. Other notes, short and will kick your ass. Relatively quiet, too. Very gay and not sure what to do about it. Hatsume. Gender, female. Age, 16. Height, 1.63 meters. Hair, long, bubblegum pink. Eyes, yellow, crosshair pupils. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, zoom. Other notes, asexual homoromantic. Also, author genuinely loves her, she's just so precious. Hinata Ban. Gender, male. Age, 16. Height, 1.7 meters. Hair, short, brown. Eyes, brown. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, calligraphy. Other notes, kind of an ass, and definitely prickly. He knows when it's okay to be an ass or not, though. Fiona Fiend Collins. Gender, female. Age, 16. Height, 1.63 meters. Hair, long, red. Eyes, lime. Ethnicity, Irish. Quirk, nuclear charge. Other notes, fluent in Irish and English. And Reiki area is helping her with Japanese. Reiki Pearl. Gender, female. Age, 15. Height, 1.68 meters. Hair, long, black with red streaks. Eyes, blue. Ethnicity, Japanese American. Quirk, technopath. Other notes, she and her twin area are pretty close. Pearl also tends to go into a meditative state in moments of peace to brainstorm ideas. Gen Ed. Reiki area. Gender, female. Age, 15. Height, 1.68 meters. Hair, long, black with blue streaks. Eyes, red. Ethnicity, Japanese American. Quirk, music therapy. Other notes, essentially mute from how shy she is. Seems to like Fiend, though. Also, the author is thinking of transferring her to 1B so she will work as a recovery hero, since her quirk can be used to heal with practice. Daisuke Kai. Gender, male. Age, 16. Height, 1.73 meters. Hair, short, white. Eyes, white. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, albino. Other notes, this is the asshole from 1D that picks on Hitoshi. Shinsu Hitoshi. Other, Shinsu Hajime. Gender, male. Age, 48. Height, 2.1 meters. Hair, medium, lilac. Eyes, indigo. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, insomnia. Other notes, works as a doctor and pulls 72-hour shifts regularly. That's how he can afford having 5 kids and a decent house. Shinsu Mihoko. Gender, female. Age, 47. Height, 1.89 meters. Hair, long, silver blue. Eyes, pale blue, silver pupils. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, puppeteer. Other notes, very motherly and attached to all of her kids. Blames herself for Hitoshi's lack of friends. Shinsu Maya. Gender, female. Age, 27. Height, 1.91 meters. Hair, short, lilac. Eyes, indigo. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, insomnia. Other notes, works as a makeup and hair artist, usually for movies. She taught Hitoshi about both. She's also very lesbian and met her current girlfriend through her job. The girl was the stage manager for one of her more recent movies. Shinsu Senka. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 1.87. Hair, magenta. Eyes, dark blue. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, sparkle. Other notes, author made a mistake in listing her hair color in a previous chapter. It's described as pale lilac. Gonna correct that, it's definitely magenta. Her quirk makes pretty much every lighting optimal because she's figured out how to control her glow and use different transparencies of clothing to cover up or expose certain angles. Izuku's hair only looks green in some lighting, which is why most characters describe his hair as black. She describes it as green because she pretty much is that lighting and can't tell that it's mostly black. Also, her skin sparkles in sunlight, hence the quirk name Sparkle. Hitoshi makes fun of her by calling her Twilight Vampire, and she hates it. Shinsu Hitoshi. Gender, male. Age, 15. Height, 1.77. Hair, medium, lilac. Eyes, indigo, silver pupils. Ethnicity, Japanese. Quirk, brainwashing. Other notes, he is so gay. Just so incredibly gay. Also, absolutely in love with Izuku. Author basically projected all of her pining over a girl she likes onto Hitoshi and Viola. Romance. Shinsu Mika. Gender, female. Age 14. Height 1.75 meters. Hair medium lavender. Eyes dark blue. Ethnicity Japanese. Quirk narcolepsy. Other notes. Author may or may not have based her quirk off of a character from a webcomic, but she doesn't regret it in the least. Shinsu Aikido. Gender female. Age 6. Height 1.2 meters. Hair long silver blue. Eyes pale blue. Ethnicity Japanese. Quirk quirkless. Other notes. Profoundly deaf, meaning she has no semblance of hearing. Author very much wanted a small quirkless child to bond with Izuku so he would get the inspiration to be a hero to inspire other quirkless kids. The original concept was a one-off character, mostly to get Izuku to learn sign, which might be important later. Y'all loved her, and now she's kinda on the same level of importance as Hinata Ban. Congrats, you peer-pressured a sleep-deprived author. That's all for now, but the author will add in the end notes any more descriptions for new OCs. Aikido loved the world. She was small, of course, but she was smart. She could read when she was really little, and she could talk in non-babble by the time she was a year old. That's what Mama told her. She remembered getting real sick. She was 4, or just about. One of her classmates got their quirk and it hit her. It got her real sick with something Mama called meningitis, and she was in the hospital for a long time, and everything hurt a lot, but mostly her head. The hearing loss had been slow, and in her pain she hadn't really noticed it until she got out of the hospital. Hand in hand with her Mama and Papa with Hito Nai saying something, but she could hear them at all. When she told them, they took her back to the doctor, which she didn't like, and kept writing on a board instead of just saying what he wanted to tell her, which was frustrating because she was still learning some of the kanji. Eventually, she understood. The sick had made her ears bad and she couldn't hear anything anymore, which was called profoundly deaf, which was weird. Hirichin didn't like that. And he kept writing stupid on her desk and telling the teacher she did it. It wasn't a nice joke. Aikido didn't like that very much. And he started writing things like useless when the quirk doctor told her she was quirkless. Aikido didn't like doctors. Mama and Papa and Mayani and Saini and Hito Nai and Mikani all loved her very much. They learned sign language with her and took her to and from school and everything. Mayani would sit by her bed when she couldn't sleep, and Saini would try to make herself sparkle different colors. And Hito Nai would show her how to draw and tell her about the world, and Mikani would come sleep in her bed sometimes and hold Aikido to her chest, talking even though Aikido couldn't hear her. But she loved the way her voice rumbled in her chest with her alto voice, which was what Hito Nai called it, and the rumble would make her feel safe. Mama and Papa would teach her all about books and reading. She loved them all, but her family didn't stop there. Aikido loved a nice girl Mayani wanted to marry. She was named Idoyashi Ayaka, but Mayani called her Ayachin, so Aikido called her that, too. Ayachin had a pretty quirk that made plants turn different colors. She also had a thing called synesthesia that made her see colors when she listened to music. Ayachin would tell her what colors different songs were. Aikido double loved Tsunai. Hito Nai told her he was quirkless, too, and he won the sports festival. He was Hito Nai's friend. She liked him already, but then he came over for a while. They were really strong, he told her. Stronger than All Might. She couldn't believe it. Nobody was stronger than All Might, but then they beat him up in their exam. No quirks. Tsunai was one of her favorite people, even if he didn't marry Hito Nai. He was her family too. Aria was, in short, a very anxious girl. It was really stressful knowing everything everyone felt, all the time. Pearl was a brief refuge from the storm. Her twin was calm, put together and analytical. She usually only felt peaceful. So different from Aria. She could make people feel different things with her voice, and she remembered that people didn't like that. So she had fallen silent over the course of her life. The words eventually just got trapped in her throat, like something was forcing her to be quiet and not speak at all. Her therapist called it selective mutism caused by severe social anxiety, which seemed about right. Aria met 1 Fahrenheit, then. She was immediately blown off her feet by the sheer amount of chaos in the room. There were only 5 others, each one with their own emotions. Hinata was carefully controlled in an angry way that was lessened when he was with 1 Fahrenheit. But he blossomed with genuine happiness the longer she knew him. Hatsum was pure energy, ricocheting off the walls of Aria's mind. Midoriya was suppressed pain and fury buried under a thick layer of anxiety. Aria worried about him often, especially when he came in with a scar and self-hate tearing open the figurative packaging he had put around his pain. Fiend was different. Where Pearl was a kind of natural calm, Fiend was a whirlwind. Her mood changes faster than her radiation levels, but her whirlwind, chaotic as it was, felt more peaceful than even Pearl. Like she stood in the eye of a hurricane, somehow untouched by the destruction. Beautifully terrifying. Somehow, she could talk to Fiend. The clog lessened, and she could whisper and eventually yell, feeling so free when she was with Fiend. That didn't stop her from knowing what the radioactive Irish woman felt. "Why are you so worried?" she asked softly. They leaned against one another in Fiend's room in her dorm, reviewing exam results together. The other tensed. "It's Izuku, you know." She bobbed her head in response. She never spoke of others' emotions, as that was their most private secret, but she understood. The black-haired boy had been a tempest of negativity since he came back from the hospital with a new scar. He ain't feeling right. I just know it. And every time he goes somewhere, chaos follows. I won't be there to help if he gets himself in trouble. You can't help everyone, Aria reminded her friend gently. We must have faith in him. He is strong. Yeah, I know. Aria smiled slightly. Do you want to go blast Anya in the common room to annoy Kan-sensei? Oh, fuck yes. Siri lounged on Izuku's shoulders, feeling more than a little self-satisfied. Her tail twitched, brushing his face slightly. The date a few days ago had gone well. Hitoshi took him to the cat cafe, and Siri enjoyed herself by gossiping with the cats and watching her human getting slowly covered in them as he laughed. Hitoshi told her he liked Izuku's laugh a lot. Now, they were all on the bus. Oh, right. Midoriya, Shinsu, you never told us who you interned with. Kaminari leaned over, his eyes bright and curious. As usual, Izuku ignored him and Hitoshi scrambled to answer. We technically aren't allowed to say. Why? Well, because we're going underground. Obviously, we got offers from a pretty good underground hero, so we can't really tell you about them. Man, Kaminari shook his head, redirecting his attention to Kirishima and chattering about something useless. Siri glanced out the window, noticing that they were slowing. There was a line in which stone gave way to freshly turned earth and gravel. Siri wrapped her tail around Izuku's neck gently, and reached up to rub her smooth head absent-mindedly. He was in his hero costume, as they all were, for whatever reason. But she knew he cracked a small smile. The bus stopped, and they filed out, right into the weird patch. Aizawa stood on the edge of it with two women. Mandalay, Aka Sasaki Shino, part of the rescue team Wild Pussycats, Quirk, Telepathy. Pixie Bob, Aka Tsuchikawa Ryuko, part of the rescue team Wild Pussycats, Quirk, Earth Flow. Wait, as Aizawa talked, she connected the dots. From the way Izuku stiffened, he did, too. He grabbed Hitoshi's wrist, bracing his feet on the earth and placed his other hand on Siri, making sure she was secure. The moment even a hint of a smile came to Aizawa's face, Izuku bolted, yanking Hitoshi along as he dove into a roll past his teacher and the two pro-heroes, until he hit the grass behind them. Midoriya, Uraraka yelped. Hitoshi stood abruptly, cupping his hands just as Pixie Bob's hand began to move. Logical ruse. The ground collapsed under one of the moment it registered for them that they were in danger. Aizawa gave the three of them a flat look. What tipped you off this time, Nix? Izuku stood a little taller, obviously proud of himself. You get this look in your eyes when you're tricking someone. Pixie Bob's quirk could destabilize the loose ground in moments. Not too hard. Mandalay whistled before she barked a laugh. Alrighty, then. Let's leave Pixie to do her thing and go get lunch. Siri cackled from her place on Izuku's shoulders, curling a bit closer to him. Yeah, she was really proud of her human. Kauta ended up being the weirdest kid Izuku had ever met, and not just because he tried to punch Toshi in the dick for trying to be friendly. It was actually mostly because he tried to do it to Izuku not 5 minutes later with no prompting. Izuku, being as rehearsed as he is with being beaten up, caught his hand. He really wasn't in the mood to be bullied by a 6-year-old. They had a lovely lunch of tacos and watched the heroes milling around and talking, Toshi occasionally adding input while Izuku judged silently. The silent judgment was helpfully translated by Aizawa as that's a stupid idea or something along those lines. Dinner was curry that Aizawa made because Izuku set his on fire and Toshi said it can't be that much harder to make than ramen, and Aizawa decided he didn't want Smokey the Bear in his case. And that's the story of how he unsettled 3 pro-heroes without opening his mouth. When Pixie Bob finally returned, she did a full double take on Izuku, her eyes going wide. Oh my god, Eraser, did you teach him that? Teach me what? Teach him what? Aizawa lifted a brow. Yeah, what he said. Toshi gestured vaguely in Izuku's direction. I think she means the face. And no, Mei says he's been doing it for ages now. What face? His silent judgment face. Just then, the door slammed open. What the fuck? Ah, that was Kaminari. Pixie Bob jogged over, wiping the sweat from her brow and giving praise where praise was due or something. Nix, Shinsu, Sensei. The 2 transfers automatically straightened, turning their heads in unison to Aizawa. Head to the sandpit out back. I'll be there in a few minutes. Yes, Sensei. It took about 3 minutes for Aizawa to come out. This time, they taped ribbons to key points on the body for whatever reason. These ribbons mark vital points to hit when you're fighting someone, Aizawa explained, suspiciously ribbonless. For example, a throat punch could disorient an enemy, a tight enough headlock could make them pass out. Of course, his eyes flashed red. There are severe consequences of overdoing it. A hard enough throat punch with the right angle could snap a neck. A headlock held for too long could suffocate someone. This lesson is about restraint, am I clear? Yes, Sensei. He nodded and guided Toshi to the center. Next to me. Izuku plodded over, anxiety spiking. Aizawa held up a ribbon, the very same as the ones taped to the two students. This looks easy enough to tear off, correct? This is a trick question. Astute observation. Aizawa rolled his eyes, reaching over and clasping his hand around the one taped to Toshi's throat. Izuku saw his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed nervously, and Izuku couldn't blame him. Aizawa had handed them their asses so many times that Izuku was pretty sure the underground hero owned them by now. Aizawa yanked back, and the tape tore away from Toshi's throat. The ribbon hung in Aizawa's grasp before having Toshi put it on again. You can try it now. Izuku smelled a trap. He snatched the ribbon and blinked in surprise. It ripped. No kidding, their teacher sighed. You've killed him, congrats. Well, fuck. The next 3 or so hours was pretty much hell until Aizawa was satisfied they wouldn't kill each other. Okay, so the violet one is what? Hitoshi blinked at his boyfriend in mild confusion. He honestly had no clue why Izuku wanted him to know what each of his crossbow darts did, but whatever. Pretty much the entirety of one were milling around the sandpit. It's called the purple nurple, he corrected, looking somehow annoyed and bored at the same time despite the blatantly ridiculous name. And it has a hallucinogenic drug that is injected into the bloodstream on contact, and Hulk causes massive swelling. Hitoshi picked up a green dart and turned it over in his hand. Yeah, this one, a yellow dart was plucked from his belt, is Zeus, and it electrifies people. Zuko frowns. No, it's a seizure-inducing toxin. It's yellow for visibility so I don't accidentally use it, and it's called Zeus because it's exactly what you shouldn't stick in a person. Jiru snorts nearby. Now tell me what this one does. Zuko wrapped a knuckle on a gray dart. Hitoshi stared at it. This was the one Zuko hit Stain and All Might with, the sleeping dart, he thinks. He opens his mouth to respond, and then notices the black-haired teen is already gone. He scanned the crowd exhaustedly, trying to pick out his short friend, before a flash of purple caught his attention. The Wanna girls were chatting amiably, smiling and practicing quirks. Minda was creeping up to them, and Hitoshi saw his target. Uraraka. She had taken off her hero costume and wearing only gym shorts and a sports bra. She was incredibly vulnerable to attacks from perverts. He stood too late to stop the nasty grape from reaching out. Vibe check. A blur of black and retribution crashed into Minda at top speed the exact moment Momo yelped, and Zuko came into focus just enough for Hitoshi to realize he had put the mask and hood of his hero costume back on just before his legs swept out in a second. Thinner blur connected with Minda's gut and the grape boy went sprawling several meters away. There was a beat of absolute silence as Zuko tugged up his mask to give Minda the ugliest look at full volume, and said, "If I see you look in their direction the wrong way, I will not hesitate to ask Aizawa for your expulsion. And trust me, he listens to what me and Toshi have to say about other people." Hitoshi blinked as the shock settled over the crowd again, but his heart warmed. Really, Aizawa listened to Zuko more. He has proven that he had a good people sense during internship week, and Aizawa had been training the two of them to read people and situations in between kicking their asses. It was nice to be included, even though he was nowhere near the level Zuko was on. Before anything else could happen, the girls rushed over to crowd Zuko in a hug pile. For a moment, Hitoshi saw fear in Zuko's face, but then Uraraka said something and he settled into the hug, apparently more comfortable. Minda was still sobbing on the ground. Hitoshi glanced over to the last unidentified dart. This one black. It had red fins, making it the only bicolored dart, and small light reflectors. Must be for visibility. Rats. Wanna turned their attention to Aizawa, who appeared in the back door with his usual frown. Hit the hot springs. Bathe. You stink. Yes, sensei. Hitoshi suddenly registered that this was going to be very, very awkward. Shouta had preemptively brought along Yui issue bathing suits and curtains for the queer students. Yeah, okay, it was mostly because he really didn't want to put up with Shinsu and Izuku's sexual tension. But he was also 90% sure Jiru was a lesbian, and he was certain Ashido had a crush on Hatsune, so precautionary measures had to be taken. What ended up being set up for the guys was a curtained-off area to generally get clean privately, and then relax in the other areas in the bathing suits. It seemed to be working well enough. He popped in and out to monitor the boys, as Ragdoll was for the girls, and kept a close eye on Monoma. He kept preaching about 1B being superior, and some of his students were getting visibly annoyed. Shouta came in just in time to see Kaminari crane his neck slightly to glance over at Izuku and Shinsu, his mouth opening to sing. Two bros, chillin' in the hot tub, 5 feet apart cause they're. He was effectively silenced by Izuku grabbing Shinsu by the arm, yanking him over, and kissing him roughly. Teenagers. Can't live with them, can't live without them. He ducked back out, shaking his head but still amused. About 10 minutes later, when he heard Izuku shout vibe check for the second time that day, he knew Minda was up to something that Izuku was intercepting. And 3 minutes later, the soaked teen came out with a murderous expression, an unconscious child on his back, and Minda sobbing as he was held aloft by his throat. Shinsu trailed behind, holding a few towels. You fucking faggot. You ruined it. Izuku dropped Minta at Shouta's boots before pressing his own calloused foot on the shrimp's chest to pin him and scowling even deeper. He tried to peek over the divider into the girls' area. Shouta was up there to keep watch, blocked Minta. Minta tried to push him out of the way. Shouta got knocked around a bit. I climbed up and had to restrain Minta. And he tried to shove me but hit Shouta instead and sent him into the girls' area. With their permission, I climbed over to retrieve him while Toshi restrained Minta. Adding to that, he continually called Toshi slurs whenever you were out of the room. He called Zuku a lot, too, but he doesn't think it's all that important. Shouta swore, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka hurried out in their bathing suits, and Shinsu handed them 2 of the towels from his stack. Why is Shouta wet? He hit his head, sir, and it was bleeding. Shinsu jumped in. I took him over to the corner with the drains and we used some buckets and stuff to wash it off as best as we could. This was going to be a lot of paperwork. All right, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, take Shouta to Mandalay. She should be in the dining hall with the other pussycats. Nix, Shinsu, towel yourselves and get shirts on. Then meet me in the dining hall in an hour so we can discuss your training regimens. Understood? Yes, sensei. This was going to be a long trip. Hey, Nix, can you take this to Shouta? Izuku furrowed his brow at his teacher as the underground hero held out the bowl. Isn't he at his hiding spot? Even Mandalay doesn't know where it is. Consider it a tracking exercise. Ugh, fine. Go away. I hate you. I hate me too, kid. But Aizawa asked me to bring this to you and I'm more scared of him than I am of you. Izuku held out the lukewarm bowl of miso soup to the boy, electing not to mention how much noise the boy made when he was pouting, making this spot pretty easy to find. Shouta stood up and tried to knock the bowl from Izuku's hands. But Izuku took a step back and expertly shifted the soup away, continuing to stare blankly at Shouta. What's with you? Shouta snaps. Why do you want to be a hero? Heroes are so stupid. Yep, Izuku agreed, setting the bowl on the ground off to the side. They suck. Then why? The anger was gone, replaced only by confusion. Listen, kid, he sighed in return. I'm not gonna tell you your parents dying makes them true heroes. They did their job and they did something good, but that doesn't make it okay they're dead. Shouta stares. Me? I don't care either way about people seeing me as a true hero or whatever. I don't want to be on the rankings. I don't want the money. I don't want fame. Izuku leaned against the wall of the cave, looking contemplatively over the forest. Me personally, I'm in it because there are a lot of really bad people out there that don't blow up entire city blocks but are just as bad as villains. People who stab others in alleyways, trade children like they're a form of currency, and tell their kids that they aren't worth the trouble. That's why I'm being a hero, Shouta. He left right after, slipping back into the woodland and breathing in the scents that seemed to welcome him. The days flew by in a haze of pain after Minta's expulsion as Izuku was pushed to the absolute limits of what his body could handle. Aizawa was as relentless as he was brutal, and it showed on the 2 transfers. Toshi constantly bitched about the headache straining his quirk gave him. But Izuku constantly had his finger twitching from the pure stress of Aizawa teaching him how to aim Siri in crossbow form and use her effectively, which mostly consisted of Izuku reloading at the speed of sound and firing just as fast. He barely had 5 shots total in the bullseye, which wasn't great, but it was a significant improvement from the blind panic of how the fuck do I use this? At the Hasu incident, today was something different. The test of courage. Izuku was convinced he would fail it. Toshi insisted he had balls of steel, but he really didn't. At all. And it didn't really help that he was paired with Monoma, from 1B. Izuku barely knew anyone from 1B, but Aizawa and Kan-sensei had mixed up the classes to promote interclass teamwork, which was bullshit, but go off I guess. Monoma was completely full of himself, too. The only thing Izuku knew about him outside of that was his quirk, copy. And since approximately 6 people knew he was quirkless, Izuku used his lightning rod to keep the 1B student from touching him and discovering there was nothing to copy. You students are so pretentious, he was saying. 1B is obviously the better class. We're superior in every way. But all you want is attention. There was a haunting sound. Don't shush me. I have a right to. Izuku slammed his gloved hand over Monoma's mouth, hoping his quirk didn't work through padded armor, and scanned the trees. Something's here. When Monoma stopped thrashing, Izuku released him. Well, duh. This is a test of courage. Cowardly one a boy. The other students are trying to scare us. Shut up. That wasn't a student. Izuku veered off the path and rolled into a bush as silently as he could, and cringed at how Monoma was just stomping along. Step quieter, he hissed, peering through the branches. A swirling vortex of Inkai black made his stomach drop just as he heard a shriek from a nearby student and saw an entire tree be engulfed in blue flames. Shouta. Hitoshi tore through the undergrowth, wielding his staff as best as he could to knock branches out of the way. He exploded into a clearing where Todoroki, his hand aflame with a pained expression, kept Dark Shadow docile. Have you seen Zuku? Takoyami looked up from where he had huddled. And no, But the villains are everywhere. I saw a blonde girl fighting Isui and Uraraka. Fuck. Okay, Takoyami, Todoroki, I can't plan like Zuko, but you need to listen to me. The villains are here to kidnap some students. I didn't catch who. We need to get to Aizawa. Shouto was not having a good day. The body of Dabai melted away in a pile of sludge as his chest heaved, cursing himself. Ragdoll, Madelay, send out permission to fight back. Tiger, Vlad, sweep the peripherals for students and take out any petty villains you find. Pixie Bob, with me to the center clearing. That's where the fire originated. What about Kauta? Mandalay cried. We have to hope the villains can't find his hideout or one of the students is with him. We need to contain this as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Shouter replies grimly. Izuku had to hand it to himself. Out of all the bad ideas he'd ever had in his relatively short life, running to find Kauta without backup took the cake. Muscular loomed over him with a predatory smile as he shielded Kauta. Well, it looks like we've got ourselves a little hero, too. I'll kill you right after I smash that brat to pieces. You killed my mom and dad, Kauta shrieked, and Izuku maneuvered a hand to Kauta's chest to remind him to be quiet. I would rather not. Actually, Izuku sniped back. You're Muscular, right? The one idiot that's only still out of jail because your buddies keep breaking you out. How's that going for you? Muscular sneered. Fine, I'll kill you first. His skin swelled and horrible tendrils of muscle exploded from his body with a wet sound. And Izuku pulled his crossbow from his back on instinct. Panic setting in as he searched for a way to escape with both he and Kauta intact. He was thrown into a wall, and Kauta screamed, diving the other way. Thankfully, Muscular ignored him, attention still on Izuku. Well, maybe not thankfully. Izuku groaned, lifting the crossbow again. The wall of muscle slammed into him again, and Izuku crumpled to the stone floor, his chest stabbing with pain, a broken rib. His crossbow went skittering away. Before he could recover his wits, Izuku felt himself be picked up and thrown across the cave, crashing into the opposite wall with a cry. When another blow didn't come, Izuku blinked the blood from his eyes and took in the sight. Muscular was so slow in muscle form, he had to deflate before turning to face him again. Izuku heard a hissing sound, and Siri bounded over, eyes flashing red in her panic and almost immediately forming back into a crossbow when she came into contact with his hand. Muscular had turned around and was swelling again as Izuku fumbled with his belt, grabbing a dart from one of the pouches at random and loading it. Muscle was soft tissue. Soft tissue had blood vessels in it. If he could hit an artery, the dart could, well, do something, probably, depending on what dart it was. He couldn't really tell, between the dim lighting and pure terror coursing through his veins. What are you gonna do with that, little hero? He sneered, already swelling with muscle again. Jugular would be best, he reminded himself, taking aim with practiced hands despite the tremors in his body. You gonna dart me? Make me fall asleep? Izuku looked down the scope, leveling his heaving breaths. The muscle rippled and bulged at Muscular's neck, in the same place the jugular artery would be. His chest stilled as he held his breath. Waiting. Muscular surged forwards, hand flashing out, and Izuku knew if he didn't take the shot now he would be nothing but a crushed corpse in the wall of a cave nobody can find. His finger twitched. Muscular suddenly stopped with a laugh, reaching up to pull out the dart and cast it aside. You think you can stop me with a throwing dart, little hero? It clattered on the ground next to Izuku. He released his breath and prepared to take his final one. Then, without warning, Muscular wheezed. Izuku's eyes blew wide as his quirk began receding into his skin, and Muscular stumbled, swaying on his feet, then dropped. Silence. Oh my kami. Kauta was huddled near the back, his own eyes wide and full of tears. Oh my kami. Is he unconscious? Did we win? Izuku reaches over to pick up the dart. Ebony black with crimson streaks and reflective patches stared back at him. His stomach heaved, but Izuku forced it down. No, Kauta. He's dead. You need to get back to the base. Mandalay said there was a bunker through a panel in the hot springs. The boy didn't resist, only nodding numbly and scampering out of the cave. Izuku stumbled out the entrance and looked around, tearing his mask off to try and heave in the air of the burning forest. I was wondering where you got off to, since you weren't with your classmates. Izuku twisted just in time to see a patterned white mask loom in his vision before, and with a horrible feeling of being crushed, he felt every part of him pressed against glass. Izuku opened his eyes. He was in a ball of dark green glass, and the now massive mask was pulled up to expose a horrible smile, before he felt himself pitching downwards and vanishing into a dark place. The opening shut tight, and Izuku's breath caught. Shouter reeled back, glaring furiously at the villains. A tense peace had fallen over the clearing as the fighting stopped to see the standoff. The villains, the heroes, and the kids. Cheshire, holding an unconscious Takoyami up almost playfully. Shigaraki, with a terrible smile that could be seen from the edges of his hand mask, hovered his hand over Shinsu's face. Here we are again, he sang delightedly. You were a bit slow last time, weren't you? I heard that the Midoriya boy got a nasty scar. They're just children. Shigaraki, leave them out of this, Shouta snarled. Can't do that, he chuckled. Another villain appeared by Shigaraki's side. You see, Sensei really wants us to get some new friends, and these three are just the type we're looking for. 3. The villain, Mr. Compress, reached into a leather pouch at his hip and drew out a marble. He tossed it carelessly to the ground, and with an explosion of dark green smoke, the next thing Shouta saw was Izuku, a knife to his throat and pinned to Compress's chest. Oh, fuck. Izuku's eyes flicked around in wild, confused panic, probably trying to figure out where the hell he was, before they settled on Shinsu. Shouta saw the gears turning. Nix, do not. Izuku suddenly spasmed, his legs giving out. Compress, not having expected that, dropped Shouta's kid and took a visible step back. Meanwhile, Izuku shot back up and decked Shigaraki hard in the nose. Shigaraki shouted, releasing Shinsu, and Izuku grabbed his boyfriend and shoved him hard in the direction of Shouta and the other heroes. Shinsu was too shocked to object at all, just as Compress regained his bearings, and Izuku vanished back into a marble, Takoyami quickly following. Shouta ran forward, capture weapon out to grab Compress. A black portal appeared and swallowed Compress, vanishing just as quickly. The other villains were already gone. A scream of fury and bitter grief rang through the air, and it took Shouta a moment to realize it came from him. Shinsu collapsed, a guttural cry tearing its way from his mouth, and Shouta saw something. A sleek metal figure streaking from the undergrowth. Where's boss? Siri shrieked, her eyes bright red and flashing. Compress took him. I saw him here. Pixie Bob raised her hand to her mouth. Mandalay crashed through the branches nearby, her chest heaving. In her hands was a yellow mask streaked red with blood. Has anyone seen Ragdoll? Shouta's heart would have dropped if it wasn't already gone. They took them. Shouta's voice had a tremor in it, and he couldn't bring himself to care. The League of Villains just kidnapped 2 of my students and Ragdoll. Izuku hates the feeling of being one of Mr. Compress's marbles. It was dark, and no matter how loud he screamed, he couldn't hear himself. A void that allowed not even an explosion to be heard inside or outside the dark, thick glass. He was curled into a tight ball, but even then there was barely room to breathe. He could barely twist his head to the side enough to stare at the dark green glass that held him captive in his pitch-dark prison. When light flooded in, he braced himself, and for good reason. He felt himself being thrown across whatever room he was in until the glass splintered against a wall and he finally could breathe. Brett. A clammy hand took hold of his throat and shoved him against the wall, and Izuku tried to focus his blurred vision on the attacker. Shigaraki. That stunt you pulled cost us a good quirk. Pain, no, agony. And he was pitching backwards, falling. Zuku. Fuck you, he wheezed in return. Shigaraki snarled, shoving him hard before backing up, one of his hands scratching violently at his neck. Izuku shifted his eyes to the side. Takoyami was huddled against the corner, and Ragdoll, her face bloodied, her outfit torn, her mask gone, was crouched beside him, using torn strips of her skirt on the bleeding slash that decorated the former's arms. He must have been really out of it, because Izuku didn't realize Shigaraki was leaving until a metal door slammed closed. A single light hung overhead, flickering and harsh against Izuku's eyes. Empty alcohol racks were sparsely spread through the dim room, the walls and floor a cold, gray stone. Something was bundled against the wall, trailing down to the floor and pooling. The door was beaten metal with no window or even a handle. It swung open a few seconds after he noted its presence. Someone trailed in, and Izuku squinted. Looked like a blonde girl, her eyes cat-like in the same yellow as Mimi's. She beamed at him, and 2 white fangs peeked over her lips. Hiya, cutie. Izuku immediately recoiled internally. You really made Shigaraki mad, didn't ya? Yeah. She skipped closer, her face coming way too close to his, and he brought a hand up instinctively, which she backed away from, still smiling. You're really cute, but you'd look even better if you were bleeding. The dots Izuku wasn't even looking for connected. Oh, you have a vampirism quirk. Cool. She stopped dead, the smile freezing as confusion clouded her gaze. With a nervous giggle, she asked, Huh? You have fangs, and you said blood was attractive. Sorry if I'm wrong. One of the teachers at UE, Vlad King. He has to drink blood sometimes. The girl blinked her yellow eyes slowly. Oh, she walked over to the things on the wall and picked one up. When he heard metal clinking, his stomach dropped. Those were chains. He stood abruptly, backing away. 10 minutes later, he had multiple knife wounds and shackles around his ankles and wrists, both Takoyami and Ragdoll in similar states. Oh, Kami. Izuku's voice shook as the realization of his situation set in. We're being held captive by villains. Midoriya. Izuku is fine. Izuku, Takoyami corrected. Why would they take you, too? From what I understand, myself, Lady Ragdoll, and Shinsu all had quirks the villains could exploit, make us into one of those beastly Naomu creatures. I don't believe that your intelligence quirk could pair well with a Naomu. Izuku pressed his lips into a thin line. I don't know. They lapsed into silence as the minutes stretched into hours, the quiet weighing on them as heavily as the chains, if not more. The door squealed open, All present looked to the new visitor, and Izuku's blood froze. He was vaguely aware of Takoyami saying something, but nothing came. He was focused only on the person in front of him. The person that picked him up by the front of his outfit with a sneer on his all-too-familiar face. "You should have jumped off that building when I fucking told you to, you worthless, quirkless Deku." Shigaraki had made Kurogiri move aside some of the empty racks, revealing to them a whole other half of the room. This one had a simple metal chair, dented and stained with something dark. It was clearly bolted to the ground. Izuku's chain was barely long enough to reach it. And when a villain who called himself Dabai took thick straps and pinned Izuku's limbs to the chair, he knew exactly the purpose of the chair. "He's just a child. He's a kid. Shigaraki, please, have some humanity." Ragdoll's voice drew Izuku's attention, and he looked to her with his own exhausted eyes. Reality felt slightly to the left here. He must have been drugged or something, which would explain the lack of dark shadow. Shigaraki ignored her, instead leaning close to Izuku and grabbing his face, turning it roughly to the right to expose the new scar. Izuku's stomach churned with fear. "You look disgusting," he said delightedly. "Worse than before, even." He released Izuku, backing up a bit with a horrible smile on his face. "I wonder if your friends would want a match. Don't hurt them." The words came unbidden from his mouth despite his unfamiliarity with either Ragdoll or Takoyami. The smile grew. "Oh, then how about we make a deal?" "Oh, that was bad." Izuku flexed his hands, confirming that yes, it was basically impossible to bust out of the straps. On one hand, making deals with a villain is a bad idea and Aizawa would absolutely give him detention until he dies. On the other, images of Takoyami's feathers scorched by Kaken's explosions, Ragdoll's skin bright red and bubbling, flashed through his mind. Their tortured screams, imagined as they were, flooded his ears. "Yes, Izuku, no." Shigaraki slithered closer, his horrible smile never vanishing. "We do what we want with you. And if you make a little peep, we'll put one of them in the chair and you can watch." His head moved up and down, agreeing without even thinking it through. Kaken rounded into his line of sight, a smirk on his lips and hatred in his eyes. Izuku's breath hitched. "Not a sound, Deku," he snarled. Flashes of light and the smell of smoke and charred flesh assaulted his senses. The faceless man gave the impression of looking at Deku despite his lack of eyes. "Completely quirkless, you say?" Deku flinched at the word. Kaken nodded, his smile widening. "Just like you wanted, sensei." The faceless man's hand, pale and gaunt, brushed Deku's chin, and he stiffened, breath and heart quickening in preparedness for more pain, his jaw clenching to keep himself from whimpering. "Not a sound, Deku." Sensei presses his hand against Deku's face, and he flinched again. All at once, pure agony lanced through his entire being. He felt his face warping, shifting, extending, and then returning to normal, every atom feeling like it had been dipped in acid. "Would you look at that?" The faceless man's voice was amused. "It looks like quirkless bodies can't even have a quirk forced into them." "Which one was that, sensei?" Shigaraki asked excitedly. "A mutation called Beak, the very same as your USJ Naomu, actually. His body rejected the quirk entirely and forced me to take it back." "How very curious." Sensei leaned close to Deku's face, and his chest heaved in pained breaths. "After your interrogations, bring him to Ujiko." "No, I'm not going to spend my entire time talking to the fucking vultures while the rest of you go in this mission." Shauna's face twitched. "Midoriya is my intern. Takoyami is my student. I'm not sitting this one out." Toshinori looked over at Aizawa. The entire time he had known the man, he exhibited only mild annoyance. Even when Aizawa lectures him about the importance of reading a student's files after his slip-up with Midoriya, his expression was just annoyed. He had to assume that he didn't anger as easily as others did, despite his grumpy demeanor and long list of expulsions. But now, Toshinori saw nothing but fury as the two faced each other. "Aizawa-kun, surely you understand," he attempted to placate. "All for one took Takoyami Shounen and Shirotoko-san for their quirks, and it's the most likely scenario he, as I did, believed Midoriya Shounen had some kind of intelligence quirk like Netsu. All for one will kill him when he outlives his use. That's just how he—" "Damn your scenarios," Aizawa snarled back, looking positively feral. "Half of my class is too upset to do basic math. The entire class of 1 Fahrenheit hasn't slept and have been staying with Collins in the dorm to keep working. The wards haven't stopped crying. The Hatsum and Shinsu families have both come by the school every fucking day since the camp. Shinsu has been catatonic." Toshinori swallowed. "All due respect, I don't see how that. Do you goddamn expect me to be the one to tell all of them that we couldn't save him and I didn't fucking try? They had finally found where they might be keeping Midoriya." A young woman with a high voice had called Netsu only hours ago, in tears as she told him where the League of Villains base was before the line was cut abruptly. The trace to where the call was made and the address were the same place. A possible 4th victim. School began again in a week. and it was looking like there was still a ghost of a chance 2 missing students could make it back for the first day of the second semester. At the same time, somewhere in a cell, a girl with broken fangs wept, her hair being gently stroked by a scarred boy as a woman with green hair wrapped her still bleeding arms with a scrap torn from a ruined cleaning rag, and a boy with a bird's head used the root of a ragged crow's feather to pick the remains of her shattered fangs from her gums in desperate hope of preventing infection. "Toga-chan, you shouldn't have done that for us," the green-haired woman murmured as she tied the wrap. "Now you're a prisoner like us." The bird-headed boy looked to the scarred. "At least they don't know she gave them the address. Maybe we have a chance." A flicker of something passed through the scarred boy's eyes as they moved to the crow's face. The green pits, usually so full of despair and hopelessness, now had a tiny spark that reminded him of the fire that blazed in their depths all the way back before this happened. The now fangless girl had drifted into sleep, and the green-haired woman gently took her off the stone floor and curled the girl in her lap. The crow sat beside her, some space in between, and the scarred boy huddled beside the crow, carting his fingers through his ruined feathers and taking out the loose ones, then gathering them into a small pile in the corner. "I'll be molting soon," the crow noted as the scarred boy began arranging his feathers to have some semblance of neatness despite the dark of the cellar. The horribly light had long since blown out, but the shadow of the crow had been kept at bay by a metal collar around the crow's neck. "We'll be out by then." The green-haired woman gave him a small smile, a genuine one, before falling again into melancholy, braiding the sleeping girl's hair with cold and stiff fingers. "We'll be out, Izuku." The scarred boy only stared as he had since their capture, punished for every smile that came to his lips with bright explosions and cruel words, instead of thoughts of the night sky or fresh air coming at the thought of escape. The only thing forming in his mind was the oppressive memory of dark green glass and the desperate need to draw air into his lungs. "We'll make it out, Izuku," the crow said softly. "He won't catch us this time. We can get out if the heroes listen to us." The scarred boy's hands dropped, and he retreated to the other corner of the room, as far from the chair as he could get, and curled on the cold stone there. "We'll get out, and you can ramble about heroes as much as you like, okay? Without having to." The long scripts written in crimson on the walls and floor all around them bore witness to the scarred boy's desperate need to vent his thoughts. 3 weeks had come and gone, and Midoriya Izuku hasn't made a sound. Day 2. The door swung open, and the blonde from the day before slipped in. She had a plastic grocery bag on her arm and a platter of food in her hands. She set it on the floor in front of the 3 captives. Fumikage glared at her, wanting to wring her neck but wanting to keep his own attached to his torso. "I'm Toga Himiko," she said in a stage whisper, settling onto the cold floor in front of them. "Shigaraki said to make sure you ate." "You're the one that attacked Tsuyu and Uraraka," he rasped, pouring as much venom as he could into his words. She held his gaze, a spark of mania flashing across her face before her hand came up and she pinched her shoulder roughly, and it vanished. "So, Midori-chan," she smiled at Funikage's soon-to-be classmate. "Bakken says you do quirk analysis, huh? A shame you aren't allowed to talk." He just stared at her blankly. "I'm curious. What do you think of a quirk that could make someone look exactly like someone else, but only if they drank their blood first?" A light came to Izuku's face, and his hands twitched. Fumikage watched in confusion. Toga held up a hand before reaching into her bag and handing him a small notebook and a marker. Izuku's hands were a blur. Fumikage barely caught any of it. Infiltration and underground heroics, possible to check for physical injuries or disease, intimidation, confusion tactics, but it was all terrifying. Toga took it back when the marker stilled, and he passed it back without a word, apparently understanding any implicit threat. His heart ached for the black-haired boy, so full of fear and different from the rather terrifying support student Fumikage had occasionally seen. Toga looked over the page, her eyes flicking over the words. Then they filled with tears. I'm a villain, Midori-chan," she mumbled. "Why would you write about me being a hero?" His hand twitched again, and she passed it back over. A simple string of words in neat print was written at the bottom. "Toshi says I have a good people sense." Tears began to track down Toga's cheeks, and pity swelled in Fumikage's chest. She was the only one that hadn't actively participated in Izuku's torture, simply watching with a conflicted look on her face. For the first time, Fumikage wondered how villains become villains. What brought Toga here? What made her attack his classmates and kidnap Fumikage? What drove her out of nowhere? Her eyes glazed over, and a manic smile appeared on her face. "You'd look so much prettier if you were bleeding," she sing-songed, a knife appearing in her hand. Fumikage barely threw out an arm fast enough to protect the smaller teen from the flashing blade. Pain erupted on his arm, and the smile slid off Toga's chest, horror taking the place of delight. She stood, backing away and stuffing the marker and notebook into the bag, a hand going over her mouth. "Oh no, not again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She was backed against the door until the 3 of them finished a meal that would have been sparse for one person. Then she snatched the platter and the door opened to let her out. Fumikage's arm wept blood in a steady stream. and Ragdoll seemed to decide they had ignored it too long, taking his arm and looking over it. She looked unhappily at her already ruined outfit, and Fumikage jolted. If she tore any more, she would be left exposing her underclothes. Izuku waved his hands weakly. Fumikage glanced over. The black-haired student's hands bunched in his scarf before he unwound it from his neck and passed it to Ragdoll. Fumikage wasn't stupid. He knew the scarf was like a comfort blanket to Izuku, and the only part of his hero costume the villains hadn't scorched beyond repair, and he was taking it off for Fumikage. They barely knew each other. A strip of dark red fabric joined the bloodstained yellow on his arms. Day 4. It wasn't your fault, Hitoshi. Mom was sitting on the edge of Hitoshi's hospital bed, her eyes soft with sadness as she carted her fingers through his wild hair. He wanted to save you. Hitoshi couldn't even blink, his eyes trained on the phone in his hands. May said they had installed a photo and video thing on the May Vision, and he was looking through those now. The first time he'd picked up his own pair, a dark silver that barely glinted in the light. It was clearly taken from Zuko's pair, and he saw his own smile as he inspected the new gear. A picture taken selfie style, Zuko giving the May Vision a peace sign while Hitoshi practiced with the siren call in the background. A short clip of the winners stage for the sports festival. Bakuho chained to the second-place podium while he, May, and Zuko all gave an increasingly anxious All Might a flat look of loathing. In the background, Yamada was screeching about it being the first time a support student won and Aizawa sighing about the complications of the possible transfer. A set of pictures from internships, taken from both of their perspectives, most of them being halfway through, the other having their ass beat by their mentor. A soundless video of the exam and ending with Yamomo locking the handcuffs on All Might and the three of them celebrating. A clip of Aizawa chewing All Might on the importance of reading. A few pictures from the dorms, mostly of Fiend and Zuko doing stupid things, one of the more notable ones being Aizawa with his head tilted back slightly, apparently chugging an entire pot of coffee while Kan-sensei had his mouth half open and an incredulous look on his face. He was stuck on a video with sound, though. He remembered this one. Zuko had set his May Vision on the side table, and he was signing back and forth with Aikido as he sat in a hospital bed. Eventually, he turned and grinned at the May Vision's camera, his smile bright and all-encompassing despite the bandages on half of his face. Aichin says, "I'm getting better." He signs to the May Vision, leaning over, and then the screen goes black. But the video doesn't end. It's just audio only. One of the nurses, she says, talking about it helps. I can't really talk about it much, you know. I'm kinda pretending that you're here. It's easy to talk to you, Toshi. A pause. When I woke up, I thought I was 14 again. I thought Kaken really shoved me off the roof and I didn't know who all these people were. I was scared. But then you were there. I looked at you and it sounds so stupid and cliché, but I looked into your eyes and I remembered that I wasn't a little kid anymore. And I had friends. I think I'd do anything for that, you know. I never had friends before. Aizawa would probably whack me over the head and say it's not healthy, but I'd take a bullet or a dozen for you and Mei. If I hadn't looked at you and remembered, where would I be? Would I just forget everything and be Deku again? A longer silence, and Hitoshi's heart wrenched at the words that came next. I don't want to forget again, and if it means I have to die to keep you two safe, I'd do it. Tears burned in his eyes as the video finally ended. Day 10. Toga came in again, as she did every day. Deku looked at her blankly, as he did every day. This time, she outright started crying. I'm sorry. Shigaraki took the notebook, and he destroyed it because he thought it was my diary and said diaries were stupid. Deku barely reacted despite the disappointment surging in his chest. I think they're putting something in my blood meals, she mumbled. I was never. My quirk makes me go into a bloodlust mode when I'm hungry or weak, and I was never in bloodlust this often before. Deku flinched, his hand extending in some facsimile of comfort. I'm so sorry. Her legs drew into her chest, yellow eyes wet with tears that kept flowing. I'm sorry that I'm too weak to fight it. He scratched his arm, and didn't stop even when the smell of iron tinted the air. Then, an idea came to mind. His finger swiped at the crimson liquid, and moved to the floor. It's okay. Day 18. Shouta paced the floor, his phone in hand as he stared at the screen, and continued to glance at the wall, where news articles were pinned. Shoo, you can't help if you don't get sleep. Shouta didn't reply, only staring at the makeshift map. He failed, and he had to fix it. He refused to think his kid was dead. He fought tooth and nail to be in the hero course, and it was on Aizawa that he wasn't celebrating with his soon-to-be classmate. He killed Muscular by accident, single-handedly saved Kauta, and prevented Shinsu from being kidnapped, his fists balled, fingernails cutting into calloused palms. And I couldn't punch a villain fast enough. Day 22. The League is hiding out at the only bar in the Kamino district. What? I'm sorry, Himiko sobbed, hanging up as fast as her sweaty fingers could manage. Her mouth bled horribly, and she knew she was mere seconds from being discovered by Shigaraki. They saw her crying with Midori and the others, so they had broken her fangs. She was doomed. She was so doomed. Day 23. Shouta skirted around the main battle, taking out small fries as he passed them and making his way to the bar. The others were focusing on the Namu factory, but he was betting his students and Ragdoll were being kept somewhere in the bar. They had to be. The warehouse was already leveled with no sign of them. He opened the window and slipped in, surprised to see only one man in the bar. He was overweight and balding, a gray mustache and thick glasses his only defining features outside of that. The man smiled at Shouta. Eraserhead, correct. You would make for a useful Namu if you had any extra muscle. He kept his face placid. Where are the people you took? The man continued to smile. Of course you'd ask after them. Did you know that if you try to put a quirk into a quirkless subject, such as All for One does with our subjects before they become Naumus, their body will completely reject it. We tried every kind. Mutation, emitter, transformation. Just when it looks like it'll stick, it's just forced back out. Shouta's nostrils flared, and his capture weapon struck out, wrapping around the man. Tell me and this won't have to get ugly, Yujiko. He spat the name like venom, more of a guess than anything. He'd heard of a villain doctor that worked for the League, and he went by Yujiko, but that was it. From the slight change of expression, Shouta was right. Find them yourself if you want them so bad. Before he knew what he was doing, Yujiko was unconscious on the floor and Shouta was standing over him, a knife in hand. The knife he only used to cut his capture weapon in emergencies. Shouta tucked it back away, hands shaking slightly. He didn't want to see any more deaths. Not tonight. Instead, he looked down the dark hall ahead of him and began his search. His footsteps echoed in the silent halls. Below the bar was a labyrinth of tunnels, winding and dark. Shouta would have gotten lost if he was anyone else, subtly marking halls he'd already ventured down. A scent wafted to Shouta's nose, and he curled his lip at the over-sweetness of it. Burnt caramel. What the hell? He knew better than to call out for anyone, with the risk of villains hearing. He opened yet another door, expecting yet another empty room with only a medical table and suspicious stains that sent dread coiling in his gut. Shouta wasn't disappointed, either, but there was something undeniably different. His eyes flicked from place to place until they settled on a stack of files and a sample jar sitting on top of that. He hurried over to it, closing the door softly behind him and shining it on the stack. His stomach lurched when he picked up the sample jar. 4 sharp, bloody teeth, clearly ripped out purposely instead of knocked out or lost naturally. Oh, Kami, what the hell was going on down here? He flipped open the first file. A picture of Toga Himiko smiles up at him with crazed eyes, and he cringed, but kept looking. The first page was a villain file, looking as clinical and professional as the one the police had on her, but much more detailed. And in the status column, there was a hastily scrawled word in blue pen, different from the other, black lettering. Turncoat. Shouta flipped to the next page, this one also in blue pen. She displayed high amounts of empathy with the subjects and was heard attempting to contact heroes before she was caught. Fangs removed to possibly nullify quirk. Unsure if Sensei wants to recycle her quirk, but has not visited to take it yet. Toga Himiko will be detained as subject M4. The teeth were hers. Those were her fangs. The villains ripped them out of her mouth because she was trying to help the subjects, maybe his students. Shouta had carried a backpack on his shoulders in case of finding evidence exactly like this. He hurriedly tucked it in. Damn it, problem children, he muttered, exiting the room near soundlessly. The hall seemed to stretch on forever, and Aizawa finally found another room that was different. A wine cellar. Something was weird, though. Something was. His eyes scanned, flashlight following, until it lit upon one specific shelf. It was completely empty, unlike the others, yet the wood was more worn. The floor in front of it was scratched up. Hidden door. He grabbed the edge and pulled hard. It swung out easier than he anticipated, and he had to take several steps back. A metal door, beaten and dented. The bottom and handle was crusted with blood. He reached out, of course, to open it, and discovered it was locked. Obviously, you don't go through all that trouble to hide a door and not lock it. Slowly, he took up a strong stance in front of the door, shifting his weight to center himself, calling up his training. Then he lunged forward, his left foot swinging up and planting solidly next to the bloody knob, feeling the metal groan under the sudden kick. He repeated it once, twice, and on the third, it screamed open. Shouta cringed at the thought that one of the villains had heard it. It was entirely possible, with how damn loud it was. Pressed against the wall beside the door, he readied his capture weapon. Would he find a Namu? A death robot? He slid in as quietly as he could. Maybe the ringleader. Sex dungeon. Trophy room. Fuck off. Shouta froze in his tracks, his flashlight beam sweeping over the room, seeing nothing. A scraping sound came from the opposite corner, and the light flashed to it. A wine rack was being shoved aside, revealing a bloody woman, her hair a wild mess and red-stained teeth bared in a snarl. All at once, the snarl dropped. You're not Shigaraki. Something rattled, and she limped forward, coming further into the light, her eyes wide with disbelief. Eraser. Her voice was unbelievably soft. Ragdoll, he recognized, his own eyes widening, but keeping his voice low. Oh my Kami, everyone thinks they fucking killed you. Yellow eyes flashed, flicking to the corner she had been concealed in. Almost did. Come on. The rattling sound began again, and she shuffled back to the corner, rounding the shelf and crouching down. Shout appeared in behind her, and saw her moving aside another shelf. Kittens, she whispered. Up, up. 3 shadows pressed together in the very corner began to shift, the center rising first and helping up the other 2. Green eyes flashed in the light and Shouta's heart sped for barely a moment before their owner crashed into his chest, arms wrapping around his midsection, being too short to give a full one. Shouta's hands drifted down to hug his kid back. Takoyami came into the light next, a barely conscious Toga leaning heavily on his shoulder. Something reflected the light, and Shouta swore. Chains. All right, kids, I'm getting the chains off. Here. He pulled his medkit from his utility belt and held it out to Ragdoll. Is anyone here strong enough to run? His gaze flicked between despondent faces, one still buried in his chest. I can, Takoyami said eventually, and Ragdoll bobbed her head in agreement. Toga had a lot of blood loss and hasn't been able to feed since they tore her fangs out. Yeah, Shouta carefully picked Izuku up and shifting him so the kid was on his back, where he seemed perfectly content to continue being a barnacle, and Shouta went to work on the rusted shackles. They sprang loose after a few minutes, and the chains dropped. Ragdoll scooped up Toga, giving Shouta a defiant look and a she's coming with us when he questioned. Izuku was still latched onto his back, and as they wandered the halls, Takoyami trailed just behind Shouta and Ragdoll bringing up the rear. A second exit led to the wreckage of the factory, and Shouta saw flashing lights in the distance. However, the way to them was blocked by 2 very distinct battles. In one, All Might struggled to gain ground against a man with a mask. In the other, Shinsu Itoshi and Hatsume waged a deadly dance with none other than Shigaraki Tamura and Bakugo Katsuki, with several other students staving off the other members of the League of Villains in the fringes of their fight. Somebody was getting expelled. He just wasn't really sure who yet, but someone was. The plan went out the window the moment Hitoshi saw a shock of ash blonde hair among the villains. So maybe sixing Siri on the explosion bastard wasn't the smartest move. But she was only all too happy to launch herself at his face as Hitoshi and his team decided, fuck it, looks like they're gonna fight some villains. Yamomo and Uraraka tag teamed the scarred fire asshole. Hagakure worked with the Reiki twins to fuck around with Compress. Fiend had her trusty laser cannon she was currently chasing Moonfish with. Shirajiri kept finding himself blocked by a rather pissed off Jiru and deadly calm Tsuyu. Mina and Ban danced around twice, always just out of reach. And here he and Mei were, fighting 2 big baddies. Mostly because they're stupid. Fuck. He rolled out of the way of another explosion, using his bow staff to knock away with a fending arm. Hitoshi, Mei shouted. That was the only warning Hitoshi got before something small and dark dodged between the fighting groups and streaked towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi dodged to the side, but he wasn't the target. The streak barreled directly into a figure that had been creeping up behind him. Another streak followed, vaulting past the other fighters, and came to a stop beside Hitoshi. Aizawa. Well, he was fucked. The hero was focused more on the writhing mess of limbs and blood. There was an awful, gurgling scream from one of them, and that was when Aizawa was finally jolted back into action, his capture weapon out and wrapping around one of the figures, and pulling them surprisingly gently from the other. Hitoshi locked eyes with Midoriya Izuku, his eyes alight with feral instincts. Fresh blood sprayed across his face but didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. At his feet was Shigaraki, his red eyes glassy and his throat ripped open. In Zuku's hand was a glinting knife, dripping crimson. Aizawa looked around, and Hitoshi realized that the villains and students alike had all stopped to stare. Hey, boss. A metal cat, more than a little dented and with blood covering her paws like socks, padded up to her charge, taking the knife gently from Zuku and dropping it at Aizawa's feet. Zuku's eyes slid to Bakugo, and Hitoshi felt like he couldn't breathe. Hatred didn't belong on Zuku's face, but it was written in every line of it, chapped lips pulling back to expose blood-stained teeth as his body shook. The 2 enemies, villain and victim, locked eyes, and for a moment, time seemed to still. Black portals appeared under the feet of the villains, including under Shigaraki and the weird villain All Might had been fighting. Zuku's legs buckled without warning, and Hitoshi caught him quickly, unbelieving of what he had witnessed. Midoriya Izuku just killed Shigaraki. Deku cracked open his eyes to white, near painful light. Shigaraki must have fixed the lamp. Everything else came into focus slowly, and Deku tried to figure out where he was. This must be the quirk room, he thought hazily. Hearing the beep of a heart monitor, he must have passed out when Sensei was experimenting again. A door opened, the hinges creaking but not screaming as the rusted metal usually did. Ah, Midoriya-kun, you're awake. Deku blinked slowly, trying to place the voice. There weren't many girls here, which should bring the few of them to mind, but it didn't match anyone he knew of. I'll update your chart, the woman continued warmly, and he listened, trying to find a trace of the malice he knew was hidden there. All of Sensei's students had some breed of hatred in them. I'll send an Aizawa-san right away. Aizawa huddled against Takoyami, Toga trying to wipe the blood from her eyes, crashing into his mentor, arms going around the man's stomach and wrapping him in a tight, desperate hug. A haze of agony and drug-fueled panic, gripping his teacher's now bloody knife and staring at Kaken, a threat coming in the form of mouthing rather than speaking. You're next. Hey, Izuku. Deku blinked again, his brows furrowing as he tried to figure out how to right himself. It took 1:37 seconds exactly to arrange himself and cast his eyes to the ground, knowing better than to meet the other's eyes, fearing new wounds or longer times in the chair. He rescued you, stupid Deku. Why would he send you back? His gaze instead focused on Aizawa's black combat boots, the thoughts of blood and blind panic ruling over all else. How are you feeling? Deku clenched his jaw. Takoyami and Ragdoll have been pretty worried about you. Toga, too, I guess, but Hatsume's been successfully distracting her for the past 3 days. A long silence, before Aizawa came slightly closer, crouching a bit. Deku averted his eyes, looking to the blank wall. Nobody's going to hurt you here. You're safe. Everyone is going to be fine. Everyone is going to die. Shinsu asked me to give this to you when you woke up. Something was gently tossed onto the hospital bed beside him, and Deku flicked his eyes to it. A notepad, and I figured, you might want this. Aizawa came a bit closer, and Deku tensed, expecting pain. Something heavy but warm dropped around his head and shoulders in long coils, and Deku had to shake his head slightly to get a tendril from his face before looking at it, a heavily bandaged hand coming up to touch it delicately. It was made of carbon fiber. That much was obvious, and it would account for the weight. Overall, it was a metallic silver, almost like spun steel made into a scarf. No, this wasn't a scarf. Almost against his will, Deku looked to Aizawa, trying to understand, and searched his teacher's eyes. They weren't angry. A gentle smile had made its way to his face instead, and Deku felt tears burn their way down his face. Aizawa's hand rested on his head, fingers carting through his hair with more care than he honestly thought he was capable of, and Deku cried. And, not for the first time, Deku's heart longed for the embrace of his mother that would always tell him it would all be okay, even when nothing was. Shouta hadn't really seen giving his kid a capture weapon as a big thing. He and Shinsu had obviously wanted to learn, but hadn't pushed the matter at all. Instead, he just sat with the silent teen, sharing what had happened since the camp. It was safe to say he didn't expect Izuku to sign anything back. I was scared you wouldn't find us. He sighed in return, looking up to the ceiling. Searched for weeks, but we couldn't, not until Toga called. Izuku's fingers itched at the bandages, and Shouta winced, recalling the terrible state of his arms when they finally got him to the hospital and the majority of the blood was cleaned off. Not only were there burns and small spots of disintegrated flesh, but gouges in the soft flesh that tore into still healing skin, blood beneath his fingernails. The police found long, scrawling notes written in blood all over the hidden room. Some were almost conversational in nature, but Tsukachi had described most of them as simply like someone was just trying to get whatever was in their head out, usually in the form of single words repeated over and over. The blood was Izuku's. Whenever you're up for it, I'm giving you and Shinsu lessons, he continued eventually, leaning against the wall. And Hizashi's been demanding you fix his laptop again after Kan knocked it down the stairs. And Fiend's just been making weapons of mass destruction recently, so he isn't all that receptive to the idea of having her fix it. When Izuku leaned into his side ever so slightly, Shouta didn't push him away. Not when he was practically draped on Shouta. Not when he fell asleep. Not when he cried silently in his dreams, twitching and pulling into himself. Shouta knew that one couldn't just make someone's trauma disappear with a little bit of care. It was a difficult thing to accept at first, but he understood. He just had to be there for Izuku. The next semester had been delayed 2 weeks because of the kimono incident. One teacher brutally wounded, 2 students traumatized and wounded, plus a villain-turned-victim that the others were determined to help. They definitely needed the time. There would never be enough time to help Izuku feel okay with speaking again before classes. All he could do, though, was be there. The door swung open, and Shouta scowled at the portly woman at the other side of the desk. You say you want Izuku's custody back? He asked. Yes, she glared back. Yui is clearly incompetent when it comes to his care. He's extremely fragile already. And that's where we're ending this, Midoriya-san. Unfortunately for you, Izuku doesn't want to return to your care and is willing to testify against you in a case of child abuse. A bluff, of course, but she wouldn't be able to call it. You drop the case, we'll consider not taking you to court. Another bluff. He was definitely taking this woman to court. Midoriya glared at him, and he wondered how he ever thought she and Izuku were identical. She looked soft, but she was full of bitterness, where Izuku looked hateful and was actually rather empathetic. He met Nezu outside the door, and the principal actually had a worried expression. If she decides to press the case, we only have a 27% chance of winning it. Yui is a top-notch school, but the first years have suffered through 3 major villain attacks recently. I fully expect her to mention that the school already has other wards plus students in dorms now, and won't be able to care for him properly. A very, very stupid idea came to mind. And would all of those problems be fixed by, say, an unnamed associate of Yui legally adopting Izuku? The worry drained from Nezu's face, a knowing smile replacing it. As a matter of fact, it would. Excellent. Are you sure you're okay with it, Izuku? Deku kept his eyes on his bandaged hands, but nodded. His mother wanted to see him, to make sure he was okay. She was his mother. She deserved to know that he survived. The door opened, and his mother bustled in, her hands fluttering as she approached Deku. Oh, Izuku, I was so worried. That school doesn't treat you well, she went on, and Deku found himself paying less and less attention to her words. I'm going to get custody of you back. Izuku, sweetie. That got his attention. 4 days had come and passed since he woke up, a week since he was rescued. The doctors said she never visited, never called. She didn't visit. Aizawa did. Aizawa sat in the uncomfortable plastic chair by his bed for hours, sometimes filling the silence with meaningless chatter and other times just letting it rest, quiet but comfortable. Aizawa came and filled him in on what was going on since he wasn't allowed non-family visitors. Aizawa helped him get into a new set of clothes when fumbling with his heavily bandaged fingers got too difficult. Aizawa held him when he couldn't force away the thoughts screaming that he was never really okay. Aizawa didn't ask questions and messed with his hair when he cried. Aizawa was infinitely patient when he couldn't figure out how to express what he wanted to say on paper. His hand moved over to the notepad, and Aizawa he handed it over. His writing was nowhere near the neatness it used to be from his shaky, wounded, bandaged fingers, but it was legible. What gave you the right to tell me you didn't like that I had more confidence? His mother crinkled her eyebrows. Izuku, I just don't like how you've changed. What gave you the right to ignore me when I tried to tell you about Kaken? Izuku, what gave you the right to try and crush my dreams? Tears burned in Deku's eyes as he scrawled the words, ignoring her denials. What gave you the right to not even visit me when I needed you the most? Tears welled in her eyes. Izuku, please understand, I was busy. Goodbye, Midoriya-san. It physically hurt to write that, his chest heavy and shoulders shaking. He barely noticed when Aizawa escorted his mother out. He barely noticed the passing of time as he sat up in his bed and Deku grieved the loss of someone who still drew breath. Izuku didn't write anything else for the rest of the day, ignoring his food when it was brought to him and only staring at the notepad with an expression that could only be described as wrecked. Shouta stayed the rest of the night there, knowing that any doubt he'd had about his very stupid idea was completely erased by the interaction, guiding Izuku to sleep when he finally came back to reality. The next person to visit was a surprise. Yagi. He was in his small form, likely unable to return to All Might anymore, and he smiled at Izuku. Ah, I see you're awake. I am. A pen hit him in the face with deadly precision, effectively cutting him off, while Izuku scribbled furiously on a notepad with a spare one. He turned the pad around, glare murderous. I remember you, and I remember you're a bastard. All Might. Shouta blinked in confusion before a pencil. This time, hit Yagi to keep him from interrupting. And save the excuses. You did your damage, so why the hell do you think it's okay to just pretend it never happened? An image flashed in his mind. A boy in the subway train with short green hair and teary eyes ripping out 2 pages, where the bold autograph of All Might stood out. You fucker, you were the one that told him quirkless kids couldn't be heroes. Yagi raised his eyebrows. Well, it's dangerous work, Aizawa. Izuku bared his teeth, and though no sound came from him, the semblance of a snarl ran in their minds from the sheer savageness of his expression. When Shouta removed Yagi from the room, it was purely for Izuku's mental health. It wouldn't do to have 3 deaths on his conscience. Speaking of, he probably needed to explain to Izuku that he wasn't getting arrested since it was technically self-defense and he didn't use a quirk. Yeah, that was a good idea. Deku stared at the actual mountain of things he had woken up to find on the nightstand. Aizawa snorted at his bewildered expression. Your friends are adamant on me delivering all that to you since they can't visit. He just could barely wrap his head around that idea at all. Deku reached over tentatively and picked up one of the smaller boxes. This one relatively the size of a book. His hands had been uncasted and now only looked like mummy hands, so he could sign well enough despite his lack of practice in it. Why? The underground teacher smirked. Hatsum found out they missed your birthday. That makes sense. Deku turned the gift over in his hands before tentatively opening it. Checking the signature, this was from Ashido. Peering in, he could only describe himself as dumbstruck. A small note card was stuck to the bag. Hey, Midori-kun. I noticed that you were pretty self-conscious about your face scar. It's kinda badass, actually, but I get where you're coming from. so I may or may not have spent several hours dragging Shinsu-kun through a makeup store to find the right colors and stuff. He's actually crazy smart about that. What the fuck? Anyway, there's foundation, concealer, bronzer, some lip balm because nobody wants chapped lips, and I saw you had some at kimono, eyeliner, brow pencil since you're missing some eyebrows, mascara, and some neutral eyeshadows. Okay, so maybe half of that wasn't really necessary, but I hope you like it. Mina. He carefully set the box next to him. Letting Aizawa glance in, he ended up having to hide that he was laughing. Deku liked the gift anyway. Toshi was good with makeup. Next up was a simple hair care kit from Hagakure. Then some pre-quirk books from Ida, a variety of notebooks and art supplies from One. Momo had tied a bow around a giant plush of a cat, which was depressingly taller than him, with a note attached saying Jiru had designed it with her, so it was from both of them. Uraraka and Asui had collaborated to actually make him a new set of shoes since his were ruined at the camp. These a dark red pair of combat boots instead of the cherry red high tops he used to wear. Majima-sensei sent a shirt he said had matching ones. His was dark green with red lettering saying, "Warning, Chaos God, please return to the teacher of UE Class 1 Fahrenheit or 1A. The second to last package sat in his hand now. He was not avoiding the one without any name at all, but Deku knew who it was from anyway. He opened it carefully and blinked. A simple black pair of leather bracers sat in the middle of the wrapping, and a note was beside it. Deku picked up the note. "Hey, Izuku, in case you were wondering, which you probably were, this is a collective gift from everyone, actually. Pick up the bracer and look at it, will you? I can explain it better then." Turning over the bracer, he picked it up delicately, then smiled weakly. Small gems were studded into it, aligned into a rainbow. Okay, so we couldn't stop ourselves from making a gay joke. The ruby is the main function, give it a try. He slipped the bracers on awkwardly, then tapped the ruby on his left bracer. It was kind of alarming to see the palm of the bracer suddenly start rippling with silver fluid, coalescing into a shape. Deku blinked, and there was a fucking phone in his hand, a silver cord connecting it to the bracer. The bracer is made almost entirely of biomtalica, with leather padding to keep it together. Turns out you can put computer chips in it and store data. So naturally we put a phone feature in it, because you broke yours. And the citrine makes a computer. Oops, not really though. The yellow topaz sends a radio distress signal. It needs to be pressed 3 times for confirmation, so no accidental calls to the cops. Peridot is a fun one. It extends claws, like Wolverine claws, to keep with the cat theme. Sapphire may or may not deploy a smoke bomb. Purple is tame, though, I swear, it makes you a pen that you can't lose because it's part of your bracer. On the phone and computer, Jiru put a bunch of music, too. She said music helps her calm down. Also, fucking text us, we're dying out here. And there's also a file of pictures. We love you, Izuku, May and everyone else. Deku had to blink tears from his eyes, retracting the phone and setting the bracers aside, letting Aizawa mess with those since the man was bored. He stared at the last gift, completely unsure of what to do with it. Slowly, he unwrapped it. It was green choker with a silver bell. A silver tag hung next to the bell, and he squinted to read. Next, local cryptid, needs to stop vanishing. On the flip side, it read, if found, please call Nedzu and report Nick's missing. Despite himself, a small smile bloomed into place on Deku's lips as he studied it. The collar had silver spikes studding it, and he definitely noticed the latch for a leash on the front. Yeah, it seemed like every time he was alone off of campus, something bad happened. Aizawa didn't even bother hiding his laughter when Deku sheepishly showed his teacher the choker. It didn't dingle, actually, but a sticky note said the bell had a tracker in it that activated if the bell was detached or broken. Shouta wasn't sure how to break the news to Izuku that he was technically in the process of being adopted. He also had no idea how to explain that he was technically his parent. Hazashi had supported the idea, but not without some doubts. They were 2 30-year-old heroes with 3 jobs each, plus neither of them could actually raise a child. As a homeroom teacher, Shouta was trained to be a third parent, but that was nowhere near the reality of parenting them full-time. His responsibilities weren't just to make Izuku into a hero and to keep him alive until then. They were to keep him happy, healthy, to keep him safe and care about him. Considering Shouta's version of health was sleeping for 3 hours total a day and eating nutrition packets, Hazashi had doubts. Hey, Izuku. His kid glanced over, green eyes cautious but attentive. So, you heard Midoriya say she was going to try and fight for your custody. Yui doesn't have a good chance of keeping you as a ward with the villain attacks. Everything about the teen just sagged, a deep sadness in his expression. Hang on there. She doesn't actually stand a chance against one of the UE staff personally caring for you. Izuku paused, looking up again. Like adopting. Yeah, exactly like that, Shouta agreed. Right now, even though nothing will really change, you're legally under mine and Hazashi's. The small teen jerked forward, practically crushing Shouta in a hug. And he huffed, half shocked and half amused. You're not going back to her, kid. Promise. So, Hatsum looked rather uncomfortable. her voice low despite the fact that Midoriya had inserted the earbuds and couldn't hear what was being said. We're trying to protect Izuku from Bakugo. Bakugo, is there a particular reason for that? Everyone in the room continued to look more and more uncomfortable, with Shinsu averting his silver pupilled eyes and focusing entirely on Midoriya's hair despite his one broken arm and heavily bandaged ribs. Hatsum looked at the whiteboard before setting down the marker. Then moving to a chair and sitting down, her face sad. Before Yui, Izuku was bullied a lot for being quirkless. If you don't count the teachers, this is a room full of all but 2 people in this school who know about it. She shifted in her seat, and Shadow winced internally. He'd had it rough back in his school years. Everyone was convinced he'd turn out as a villain. He couldn't imagine how it must have been for Midoriya. He just couldn't do anything about it, either. People gave him the nickname. Her voice dropped to a whisper, Deku, before returning, which means useless, and basically everyone but his mother called him that. The teachers at his school didn't do anything about it, either. And it got really extreme. People beat him up and some even told him to kill himself. Shouda's blood boiled, but he kept his composure. He needed the full story before he could help. Bakugo and Izuku grew up together. Their moms were best friends, so they were kind of always together. When Bakugo got a really powerful quirk and Izuku didn't, he was Izuku's main bully. When I first met Izuku, that was the same day Bakugo told him to jump off the roof for the first time. And some asshole hero told him he couldn't be a hero cause he was quirkless. His life just sucked so much, and he didn't tell me but I know he was considering it. Her yellow eyes flicked to her friend, oblivious to the dark look that had come over Shouda's face. He knew something was up with Bakugo, but he couldn't ever prove it with this testimony. I'm pretty sure Bakugo used his quirk on Izuku. When I met him, I was teaching him to build support stuff, and he'd have panic attacks every time something exploded. Shouda glanced around, struggling to keep a cap on his emotions. He couldn't afford to lose it and scare the kids away from telling the truth, and saw several things. Uraraka crying on Yaoyorozu's shoulder, Shinsu's face pale as death and eyes glazed as he arranged Midoriya's hair. The other 3 students of 1 Fahrenheit and Reiki area huddling together and hiding sniffles. Tatsum's own eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Do you have any physical evidence? Midoriya seemed to have tuned in a bit and popped an earbud out. Sorry, could you repeat that? Do you have any physical evidence? The support student looked at his lap, biting his lip. I have a few shitty phone videos on a flash drive I hid at my mom's house. And, There was a long pause as Midoriya's face twisted repeatedly, clearly conflicted, but Shouda was unsure on what. I have a lot of scars. The boy buried his face in his red scarf, hiding from the eyes of the onlookers. His anger swelled again. Scars, as in, others hurt him badly enough to leave permanent marks. Are there any that can be directly tied to him? Midoriya took a deep, shuddering breath. This one. He loosened his scarf and exposed his neck, face tightening. Shouda knew what scars looked like. He knew what bad scars looked like, too. Over the years, skin grafts had become few and far between. People simply had become too different, from quirks that caused skin to be acidic like Ashido or even blue like Bubble Girl, feathered, rock-like, leathery. There were simply too many factors, which was why the metal grafts had become so popular. It was a simple operation often done when skin couldn't be easily replaced. A special type of metal alloy, which was highly adaptive and moved as easily as human flesh would, is injected into the area and it would bond itself to the area and cover it. It was permanent, and the only downside was that the scars would look silver and rather eye-catching. He had a few himself, one on his elbow where Shigaraki had attacked, which was why he immediately knew what the silver handprint was, and why his vision went red. He barely noticed Hatsum fainting. He blinked, and he was throwing open the door to Netsu's office, Shinsu and Midoriya a little behind him. Shouda didn't look on that memory all too fondly. It was really the catalyst for where they were now, Izuku as his charge and lounging on a cot while Shuzenji checked him over. Well, good news. The old nurse smiled to Shouda. We can take the last of the bandages on his arms off, since the injections should be done bonding. Izuku shrank into himself, eyes on his lap as Shuzenji unwound the white bandages. Shouda hadn't really thought much of it, recalling the bloody mess they had been when he rescued the teen and wondering what could be worse. Apparently, the reality of it was much worse. The silver scars glinted in the light of the room, and Shuzenji sighed, her eyes sad as she observed the old damage. There were fingerprints and palms marked into Izuku's arms, climbing all the way up to his shoulders. A jagged silver line ran around both of his wrists, and Shouda suspected his ankles as well. All over his forearm and wrists were the considerably more concerning gouges and cuts from Kami knows what biting into his skin, leaving lines both wide and thin. Some were on the outside, Shouda knowing they were defensive from the moment he saw them, mainly the smaller slices, but the gouges were on the soft inside, raking long and deep. Self-inflicted. Shouda remembered that Izuku had used his own blood to write, but he felt sick seeing the extent of how desperate he was. His kid blatantly looked up, away from his ruined arms, and at the ceiling panels. No words had to be spoken to express that he hated the scars. Shouter reached into the bag Izuku had brought along, and pulled out the bracers before passing them over. Shuzenji fit them on without a word. And even though it only covered the forearms, it seemed to bring him comfort, made easier by putting on his blazer for his uniform and hiding most of the rest, only his elbow and a bit of his upper arm exposed. Just then, the door opened. 3 faces appeared in the door, all worried. Ragdoll, Takoyami, and Toga all hovered there, none really approaching. Then, finally, Ragdoll broke away from the group and hopped up on the bed next to Izuku. "Hey, kitten." Izuku was buried in her side in moments, body shaking. And Toga and Takoyami finally ventured in. "Thank you for saving us, Eraserhead-san," Toga mumbled with a bow before hurrying over to Izuku. Shouta's heart ached knowing she was thanking him for not leaving her behind. "The old bastard snatched my quirk," Ragdoll said gently. And Shouta sighed to himself watching Izuku stiffen and look up. "Yeah, he's a lying bastard. Wanted search so bad he went against the deal. Didn't get fumigage, though. The moment the suppressants were off, Dark Shadow went batshit and tried to kill him. He was safe." Takoyami sat on Izuku's other side, wringing his hands. Toga sat on the floor, observing with sad eyes. "I thought you could give me some tips, though. My license is suspended until I'm battle-ready again. And it's gonna take a while before I get used to not relying on search to fight and find people." The pro hero grinned. "You'll still be the first quirkless pro, with how long it's gonna take me. But I figured I'll need your help." Damn, she was good. Shouta blinked at Ragdoll's casual attitude to being unable to do a job he knew she loved, instead using it to ask him for help, knowing he wouldn't want any help himself. The teen blinked his green eyes, before giving a small nod and smile. Toga popped up and grinned, her fangless mouth on full display. "Hatsume's building me a new set of fangs. Isn't that cool?" He nodded enthusiastically. And Dark Shadow appeared from Takoyami's chest, wrapping himself around the 4 of them. "No more suppressants," he chirped delightedly. Izuku looked up, his teary eyes meeting Shouta's. His lips moved, and 2 quiet words broke his month-long silence. "Thank you." Tamaki didn't know Midoriya all that well. He knew the boy wanted to be a hero. He knew he was chaos incarnate, breaking down every wall that prevented him from achieving his goals. He knew he had a fire in him he'd seen in very few people in his 18 years of life. And when he walked into the private room off of Recovery Girl's office, he knew the first year was also deeply, deeply hurt. He looked so small where he sat, eyes distant and hands up to cover the skin that showed on his arms. Midoriya had snapped his head to observe Tamaki the moment he entered, but hadn't made a witty remark like he expected. Instead, Midoriya just stared. "Hey, I know we're not close or anything, but I wanted to see that you were here." Tamaki trailed off, not really sure how to talk to him at all. I also kind of wanted to say something." Midoriya blinked twice before nodding. I became a ward because, my parents were abusive," he admitted quietly. "I'm still scared of them even now, and they're both in prison. They're responsible for a lot of my anxiety and stuff. I kept thinking I was broken and I couldn't be a hero." Tamaki took the seat next to Midoriya's bed, not making eye contact as the words came in an unfiltered flood. "But what they did to me didn't break me. I'm a whole person, even if I'm cracked a lot, but I'm still gonna be a hero." The younger teen's face fractured into a confused frown. You went through a lot, okay." Tamaki looked over again. "But you aren't broken, and you aren't who those villains said you are. You're cracked like I am, but you're still gonna be a hero. And if you ever think you can't be, then they win." He cracked a tiny smile. "I've never seen you lose at anything, though. So, when you're a hero, I hope we can work together." Tamaki stood again and quietly left, before something tugged on his sleeve. He glanced back and saw Midoriya had climbed from his bed. The smaller boy gently pulled him into a hug despite the height difference, then plodded back to the bed. In the corner of his eye, Tamaki saw Aizawa grin. He left, silently promising he'd see that kid be a hero. May burst into the room with more grandeur than strictly necessary, throwing aside the door and practically throwing herself into Izukun's arms, which had extended out of reflex from her usual entrances. "You're alive," she shrieked happily, hugging him as lightly as he could, since Recovery Girl said something or other about broken ribs. "I was so scared." His hands traced circles on her back before she pulled away, wiping what definitely weren't tears from her eyes. "I was worried you'd lose a limb and I'd have to build you a new one," she sniffed, turning up her nose comically. "I mean, it wouldn't be that bad if you were basically the Winter Soldier. It'd actually be kinda cool. But still, so much work." Izukun gave her a small smile, pen already dancing across a notepad. "And here I thought I'd have to make you a wig to replace all the hair you'd pull out." She laughed, high and relieved, knowing her best friend was actually here, before settling down on the bed next to him and unraveling a blueprint. "So, I might need a little help designing Toga's new fangs." Hitoshi hovered in the doorway, his eyes and Zuku's locked and neither making a move to communicate. At last, the words forced themselves from his throat. I always did say I wanted a man that could put me out of my misery. Izuku blinked. Then a wide smile graced his features as he hopped off the bed. Hitoshi noticed how Aizawa rolled his eyes at the words. But he hardly cared, especially when Izuku wrapped him in a tight hug. You know, I had that skanky ass right where I wanted him, Hitoshi snorted. But what are heroes for, I guess? There was a beat. In all seriousness, I was really. And then before he knew it, his tie was yanked on hard and he jerked down, and was suddenly being kissed and his mind went blissfully blank. When Izuku finally released him, he had his signature annoyed expression. His hands moved to form only a few simple signs. You talk too much. Aizawa, who was still leaning on the wall, smirked in Hitoshi's direction as he went bright red. Careful with him, he's still got broken ribs. Hitoshi made a strangled sound of mortification just as their teacher left the room and the door clicked shut behind him. His name was Aizawa Izuku. He wasn't Deku. The words were his mantra through the 2 days with Recovery Girl, with his friends coming in and out. Neime would turn his attention to support items, not minding when his hand spasmed out of pain when the meds wore off and screwed up what he was trying to sketch. Amachiki would share his own childhood and remind Izuku that he wasn't defined by the experience. Fiend and the Reiki twins would sprawl on the floor and ramble about anything. Arya humming a calming song softly even when Izuku insisted he felt fine. Ban would perch on the chair and recite quotes from pre-quirk comedians and try to make Izuku laugh. Himiko and Fumikage and Shirotoko would all talk about the things they were doing now that they were out. Himiko was beta testing a set of fangs. Takoyami settling into the wanted dorms and being bombarded with concern from his classmates. And Shirotoko was getting used to daily life without a quirk. And Toshi would just sit down, letting the silence rest between them as he played with Izuku's hair, and sometimes they just put a book between them and read in the quiet of the hospital room. And he remembered his bedroom. Izuku had set his stuff down gently, looking around at the place frozen in a time he could never go back to. Self-made hero figurines dotted the shelf, the walls decorated with blueprints and his notebooks scattered all over his desk. If he hadn't known Himiko had been staying in here, he'd think this room hadn't seen a soul in all the time he'd been away. Since he was legally adopted now, he was going to be in the Aizawa Yamada apartment. He couldn't really stay up here, since there wasn't an extra room for Himiko in the ward dorms, and since the Aizawa Yamada apartment came with 2 rooms, the solution was pretty simple. Now, he sat on his new bed, his new room already decorated. Aizawa. What was Izuku supposed to call the man now? He was an Aizawa, too, had simply said that his friends had taken it upon themselves to make it his. Toshi was here now, helping him set up the last of what was left in what was now Himiko's room. I think that's the last blueprint, the lilac-haired teen huffed with a grin. What do you want to do now? Izuku hopped up, offering his boyfriend a grin before pulling him into a kiss, then embracing him. Toshi's warmth soothed his raging thoughts, and Izuku leaned his head against his chest, hearing his heartbeat a tad faster than normal. And they just stood there, Toshi's heart finally slowing into calm as they held each other. It was finally over. My name is Aizawa Izuku. I am not Deku. Izuku was decidedly apprehensive about class. Toshi had moved into the wanted dorms when the others did, and he had told Izuku that the class was excitable. Of course, this doesn't inspire any kind of confidence in him when he stood outside the door to the classroom. He'd only been in there a handful of times, like for picking hero names and internships, but never as a real hero student. The very thought of it filled his lungs with both dread and excitement. On one hand, he was really going to be a hero. He had a hero name, he was in a hero class. On the other, was he even good enough to be one? He was quirkless, he was broken, and essentially an orphan. You weren't gonna go in without us, right? Toshi's voice interrupted his string of thoughts, and Izuku glanced over to see his boyfriend striding up, a certain blonde trailing a few steps behind with a sheepish smile and shiny new fangs. Putting Himiko in the heroics course was probably heavily debated by the teachers. But all in all, it seemed they had figured it was probably the best option, and there was an extra spot in 1A. Himiko hesitantly settles into place next to Izuku, the two of them staring at the door in silent contemplation, before Toshi huffed a sigh and yanked it open. The murmur Izuku has been able to hear through the door hushed as Toshi entered. Then Himiko, and Izuku last, trailing behind and flicking his eyes to the board to make sure his spot was still in the back corner. Hitoshi was also still next to him, and Himiko took Minda's spot in front of Izuku. Izuku felt the pressure of their stares. The door opened again, and Aizawa entered, his eyes scanning the class and probably doing a head count before taking his place at the podium. We have a new student, Himiko Toga, the villain girl. Kaminari's words cut into Aizawa's, and the teacher turned his murderous gaze to the electric teen. She is a victim of the League, and anyone who says differently will answer to me. Moving on, we also have the transfer students Shinsu Hitoshi and Nyx. This time, silence met his words. Tentatively, Shiro raised his hand. You mean Midoriya? I know what I said. Aizawa pulled a file from the podium and slammed it down onto the wood, glaring around the classroom before continuing. In other news, Nyx will be communicating nonverbally. If any of you know sign language, that would be helpful so Shinsu and I don't have to interpret everything. A general matter of assent before Aizawa launched into the actual business of the day. You all had the experience week, but now you have a chance to have real internships at the places you went to. Contact them. And if they decline taking you in for real internships, see me. Toshi raised his hand. Yes, you and Nyx are cleared for internships. Himiko raised her hand. You're going with Vlad King. Anyone else? Again, silence. Great. Now, the door slid open, and All Might stood in the doorway. Izuku cringed when the blue eyes settled on him. May I speak to Midoriya-kun? Aizawa opened his mouth to object, but Izuku stood, tucking a notebook under his arm. Time to see what the blonde asshole wants. My boy. Izuku glared across the small office at All Might. I would like to apologize for how I must have made you feel. I should not have said something to that effect, and I should have handled it more carefully. His lip twitched. And I would also like to offer you something. Silence, and Izuku continued to stare at All Might. My quirk is called One for All. It is a generational quirk, passed from hand to hand like the Olympic torch, gathering strength from every holder. His mind reeled. A quirk that could be passed from person to person. How? And I would like you to be the next user. And there's where the train of thought stops. Izuku stood up, turning to leave. His voice was hoarse and dry when he used it, but he spoke nonetheless. It's funny. If you were a decent person, I might even consider it. Izuku. He glanced up from his notebook, blinking exhaustion from his eyes. Aizawa was hovering in the door, his face grave. Come with me. Standing, Izuku followed his mentor to the common room downstairs. The TV was on, and reports are coming in that the victim was the mother of. The picture on the screen was of a blank wall, probably on some school. Well, it wasn't entirely blank. Red stained it, scrawling words that sank into Izuku's mind with a horrible dread. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. It was a fact, of course, but there was a green blur beneath it all. He listened without any feeling. Midoriya & Co. was found murdered. Her chest burned and bloodied, and her blood was used to write the words. He saw the newsperson bringing up footage from the sports festival, heard the criticisms she read off of a piece of paper, heard the casual slurs, heard his name, repeated over and over again. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. The whole world knew his name. The whole world knew what made him wrong. The whole world knew how broken he was, how subhuman. Distantly, Izuku heard someone saying his name. It was all lost in the fog of despair. It was nearly impossible to get out of bed that morning, but he left before even Yamada the early riser was up, and standing in front of the classroom door. Paint as red as blood decorated the massive door. Deku. Tears burned his eyes, but Izuku looked to the ground. He opened the door and walked in. His desk was covered in black marker, probably permanent. All sorts of slurs were scrawled across it, insults and death wishes mingling. Izuku went to the front and retrieved the cleaner and a rag. Almost robotic and falling back into the habit. Scrub the door, scrub the desk. Check if you missed anything. Check if there was anything on anyone else's desk. He really should have known. As soon as it was common knowledge he was quirkless, everything was just the same. Why would Yui be any different? Izuku. He looked up. Aizawa carefully sat at the desk in front of him, turned to face Izuku. He tilted his head slightly. Are you okay? My mother is dead. My secret is out, so everyone is back to wishing I was too. He didn't say that, though. Instead, his hands reached up to sign, a porcelain smile on his face. I'm fine. Shouta knew something was horribly wrong the moment he stepped into the room and saw Izuku at his desk. The lingering scent of cleaning chemicals clinging to him. The blank, empty smile that didn't reach his despairing eyes as he signed to Shouta that he was fine. The way he barely looked up when the other students filed in. Not even Shinsu and Toga, who cast worried glances at the small teen. The bell rang, and Shouta heard the murmurs cease before coming back full force. Quirkless. Won the sports. News is going nuts. He had to nip this in the bud. Activating his quirk immediately silenced the room as he glared over the group. Yes, Nyx is quirkless. Yes, he beat out every single one of you in the sports festival. Yes, that was his mother that was killed. None of you may ask him about it, or say a negative word towards anyone about their quirk or lack thereof, or you will find yourself in Netsu's office. Are we clear? Kirishima raised his hand. What? Undeterred by Shouta's tone, the redhead turned to face Izuku. Shouta shifted, preparing to silence the boy at the first sign of an insult. Kami knew the boy had dealt with enough. I think that it's super manly of you to beat everyone in the sports festival. He began with a sharp-toothed grin. And you're a certifiable genius, dude. Izuku's eyes widened minutely. Then Kirishima sat without further comment. Classes passed with little fanfare, and Izuku seemed to be slightly more present than before. When Yagi came in for heroics, he watched Izuku shoot the man a dirty look before grabbing his hero costume. Today was a simple hand-to-hand combat lesson, and Shouta took great pride in Izuku and Shinsu not being slammed into the mat by himself as often as the others. Nix. Shinsu. Yes, sensei. The two straightened as Shinsu answered, standing rigid. Toga. Sensei. She looked over, wiping sweat from her brow with a grin. He noticed she was using yet another beta version of the fangs Hatsune was making for her. The three of you are new. You may stand with me and observe as the others are paired to practice. Izuku darted to his side in a black blur, his two friends not far behind before the three students were bunched beside Shouta. He sighed internally. One of Izuku's mysterious notebooks appeared in his hand as the four observed Yagi overseeing the dueling pairs. His pen moved in quick strokes, but pretty much indecipherable since Shouta couldn't spare the attention to read it. Instead, he watched Ashido and Todoroki. There was a weird rumbling sound, and Shouta glanced around. With a start, he realized it was coming from Izuku, his thoughts spilling from his mouth in a jumble of words. Ashido must take dance classes. Todoroki's ice is easily dissolved by Ashido's acid. He has experience but is too stiff, still relies on his ice quirk too much. Nix. He jumped. A bit louder, please. The student stared for a few moments before awkwardly clearing his throat and raising his voice to a mutter instead of the mumble, making it slightly easier to understand him. When class ended, Shouta had already decided he was telling Nenzu about the kid's analysis. Hitoshi led Zuku down the hiking trail. He'd heard from Yamada that there was a woodland area on the other side of campus to hike in, so obviously that was an ideal place to go for a short escape. Zuku was clearly stressed, so why not get away for a little bit? They stopped when they came to a small wooden bridge over a brook, and Hitoshi craned his neck to look up at the treetops, an idea forming in his mind. Hey, Zuku, check it. Once he had his boyfriend's attention, Hitoshi continued to lean back, rocking back on his heels. Trustful. He heard a small squeak as he let himself plummet backwards, and then went straight over the low railing. With a yelp, Hitoshi landed on his back in the shallow brook, the cool water already soaking his shirt all the way through. The railing only did its job by suspending his legs in midair. Great, he mused sarcastically. At least my pants aren't wet. He blinked a few times, and then Zuku's concerned face filled his vision, hand extended. Hitoshi had to blink the water from his eyes before hauling himself and taking it. You were supposed to catch me, he pointed out jokingly. The other teen rolled his eyes, heaving backwards, and Hitoshi pinwheeled his free arm to regain balance. There was an awkward pause before Zuku pointed up, and Hitoshi followed his finger. Stars twinkled overhead, and he stared, finding himself wrapped in the sudden realization of the enormity of the universe. It's late, he noticed. Damn, Aizawa's gonna bite our heads off. Zuku snickered, shaking his head and carefully sitting on the little bridge. Hitoshi followed suit, stripping off the uniform top and tie and draping it over the railing to dry. And then he realized he was shirtless in the middle of the woods with his boyfriend. This isn't ideal. Toshi. Hitoshi turned his attention to Zuku, affection swelling in his chest at the simple display of trust. Takoyami had told him in confidence that the villains had made the teen be completely silent. Or else. The or else part he wasn't clear on. But if it was enough to get Izuku to shut up, it was probably bad. The fact that Zuku trusted him enough to just say his name was really good. What's up, Zuku? Those jungles captivated him. Deep and contemplative as Zuku looked at Hitoshi, his hands scratching absently at his bare arms. Hitoshi vividly recalled the deep, self-inflicted cuts and gently guided Zuku's hands into his own. The silver-patterned skin had reddened where the other had scratched recently. Have to keep an eye on that. I'm sorry I made you upset when I was away. Zuku, and, his voice was rough from disuse, but he pushed on. And I'm sorry they messed me up. Zuku, that wasn't your fault. He looked at Hitoshi, an intensity appearing there. But I'm not sorry I saved you. Hitoshi sighed, reaching out and gently drawing his boyfriend into his arms. Zuku, I'm not mad at you. I was just so scared, because I should have been there to help you. You were in a bad situation with strangers, and I was scared that they wouldn't try to protect you. They sat there in relative silence, Zuku's head against Hitoshi's chest. Hitoshi could smell the soot and sweat in his hair, but they didn't smell bad, not really. It was just Izuku, Toshi. Hitoshi released his hold on Zuku, letting the other pull back for a moment. He hesitated, hands tightening on Hitoshi's. I love you. Hitoshi felt his face go bright red, the shock of a few simple words making his heart go double time. I love you too. And then Zuku was kissing him. As were all the kisses they shared before, it made Hitoshi's mind go blissfully blank, emptying of any cohesive thought, surrendering completely to the rough feel of Zuku's slightly chapped lips on his. It was just the same, but altogether different. They sat side by side on the bridge, legs over the side but entwined. Cold hands were on the back of Hitoshi's neck, sending shivers down his spine, and the summer night air seemed to still for them alone. Only the moon and stars cast light on Hitoshi and Izuku, and Hitoshi let his eyes slide shut. He was all too aware of Zuku's shirt pressed against his bare chest, and of the lingering scent of the woodland that had never quite left since the camp. An eternity later, but all too quickly, Zuku pulled away, a flush high in his cheeks and a rare smile on his lips. So Hitoshi did the only thing that made any sense. He kissed his boyfriend back. It started out soft, before Zuku seemed to get his bearings and reciprocated with significantly more force. Despite himself, Hitoshi felt himself ingraining it into his mind, the feeling of the gentle curve of a smile against his own, the electricity that ran through his veins. Just this one time, everything felt perfect, even when they separated. Knowing they had to get back to the dorms before there was a search party looking for them, time felt a little bit frozen, suspended just for the two of them as they finally arrived at the building. Zuku glanced over and reached up, again holding onto the back of Hitoshi's neck to get him to lean down a bit, to plant a lingering kiss on his lips before disappearing into his own dorm building. Hitoshi, bare-chested with reddened face and lips, clutching his soaked shirt and tie, smiled. And if he was immediately lectured by Ada upon stepping into the common room about public decency and respecting curfew, he wasn't really listening anyway. All he could think about was Emerald Eyes and 3 words. I love you. Shouta was not a forgiving person. He struck hard and fast, and those who had done wrong often met the wrong end of his wrath. It was a hard task to get back in his good graces, something many students he had expelled over the years could attest to, which was why he was seeing red now. He had come to class early that morning, hoping to catch Izuku before he disappeared in the mornings again. He'd just had a feeling that something was wrong, but since the woman that had raised him was murdered recently and he was basically outed to the entire world, he was under heavy fire from the media. And the poor kid couldn't leave campus at all because there were always some vultures just waiting for that to happen. None of those thoughts matched up to the slurs scrawled on the door. Freak, useless, worthless. The list kept going, and Shouta grit his teeth, shoving the door open. The inside wasn't as empty as he had assumed. Izuku, his goddamn kid, was against the wall, blood dribbling from his nose and onto the floor. There was a small crowd of students around him, maybe 5 or 6. He could easily pick out a few names and faces. Daisuk Kai, Quirk Albinism, 1D. Ito Kauta, Quirk Blades, 3B. What the fuck do you think you're doing? His voice was low and cold, and the group of students surrounding his kid froze. Ito turned slowly, his face pale as death. Sensei. In the corner of his eye, Shouta could see black marker covering Izuku's desk. All the pieces slotted together. Get the fuck out of my sight before I decide to use my training. Because believe me, I know how to hide a body. 5 students had come in, vandalized his classroom, attacked his kid, and said Kami knows what. He had his phone in his hand without hesitation. Nedzu, check the security cameras around 1A's classroom. Early morning before classes. I'm sending 5 students your way. Be sure they make it there. A pregnant pause before the door opened 3 minutes later, and Zashi stood in the doorway, his face grave. He had apparently noticed the words decorating the door, and who wouldn't, really? And Nimori was behind him, a deep scowl etched into her face. Let's go, brats, she growled, cracking her whip in a decidedly threatening way. All pretense of her usual deviance lost in her casual clothes consisting of sweats. Zashi has apparently been caught mid-routine, his leather jacket and sunglasses the only things reminiscent of his hero persona and hair pulled into a high bun. Izuku got up from where he had huddled, shuffling after them, but Shouta reached out a hand, stopping him. He didn't do anything wrong. Surprise flickered in his face, but he went robotically to the whiteboard and picked up the cleaning spray and rag. Shouta and Zashi helped wordlessly, each lost in their own thoughts. Shoo, how did they know which desk was his? He paused, glancing over at his husband. That's a mystery for another day. It was a different person the first few times. Izuku's voice startled the two heroes, but they turned their attention to him immediately. I think it was someone from 1A, he mumbled. And maybe they told them. I dunno, I just know. The handwriting wasn't the same. The horrible words scrawled on his desk had been there before. You could have told us, Shouta reminded his kid gently, having to kneel down a bit to reach the teen's height. We could have stopped them before it got here. Izuku looked genuinely so ruined by it, expression wretched and torn. My old teachers just said I was trying to start trouble. Hazashi swooped in as suddenly and emotionally as the man himself was, already clutching Izuku in a tight hug. The teen hushed, eyes going wide, before seeming to relax. We'll happily go beat the crap out of those teachers for you. And like the floodgates opened, Izuku burst into tears. They were quiet but broken. And Hazashi kept the teen in a hug, chatting casually about today's classes with an expertness Shouta didn't possess when it came to children. And when their kid quieted, he just stood there for a while until signing that Zashi had to finish getting ready and then making himself somewhat presentable for class. Shouta crouched next to his desk and just watched. What? You've made progress since the hospital, he commented, before standing and returning to the podium just as students began filing in. didn't stop him from noticing the small smile that graced Izuku's face at the realization. Everything stabbed with pain, as it always did for her. She huddled under the thin, paper-like blanket and wanted to retch at the scent of chemicals hanging like Spanish moss in the air, dripping from every surface and even her own skin. Bandages crisscrossed her limbs, the old wrappings reminiscent of an Egyptian mummy, but only serving to make her think amusedly of the utter uselessness of them. She was perfectly fine, really. She hurt and ached and felt so much pain, but it was all just the aftermath. She had no open wounds, just a broken heart and a shattered mind. Visions of being torn apart and put back together haunted her every thought and waking dream. Nightmares even more ghastly where she simply lay on the ground in pieces, unable to die but never being whole again. She didn't like the boy who smelled like caramel. She didn't like the man made of black clouds that reeked of death. She didn't like the one with the mask that listed off intel about a group called 1A. They were all sick. I'm sick. The familiar mantra played in her head like a broken record, repeating over and over and not caring how distorted it sounded. But I'm a special sick, and I'm gonna cure the world. His lungs burned with the strain of holding himself up. But again, Izuku placed himself between Chisaki and Eri. Don't you understand? The Yakuza cried. You are the cure, the hope for humanity. The world swam in and out of focus. Izuku staggered, but held his ground. Go fucking fuck yourself, you crazy bird bitch. His world went white again. And he couldn't even scream as his body was ripped apart, limbs separated and stitched together over and over again. You could save the world, Midoriya. Izuku curled his lip in return. Iron was the biting flavor on his tongue, the suffocating scent in his nose. It dripped red and deadly from his raised skin. But with every drop he lost, his head cleared a bit more. His eyes focused. The world became that much more firmly in his grasp. Crimson is such a beautiful, terrifying, familiar color. It decorated Izuku's body more often than he cared to admit. The school ground was a war zone. Students and teachers alike fought both Villian and Namu. The villains raged against the attacks thrown at them, fighting tooth and nail. General education and management students had barricaded the buildings, using their quirks and improvised weapons to stave off the encroaching villains. Support students darted in and out of the fray, explosions following closely behind as they took out dozens of the attackers. Heroic students and teachers fought on the front lines, trying to turn the tides of an uphill battle. Izuku had one duty in this war: protect Eri. The standoff was widely avoided by all others. The UE staff and students kept them back to prevent Zero from being snatched. But it left Izuku wide open. With shaking hands, Izuku raised Siri to eye level. What are you going to do? Chisaki's golden eyes danced with a terrible glee. Kill me, like Shigaraki, like Muscular. No, he pulled the trigger, and a blur of yellow rocketed from the crossbow, burying deep into Chisaki's sternum. Chisaki blinked. Then he laughed. You think that will stop me? Chisaki began to lumber forward, his eyes bright with madness. Before he ceased, his entire body locked up, spasming and twitching, and he cried out in agony. Around him, spires of earth shot from the ground, and Izuku barely dodged one that cut deep below his right eye and almost took it out. Nix, Nix. Eri was stumbling towards him, her silver white hair drenched in blood. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the dirt explode next to her. The world almost seemed to slow, the spike of rock and soil shooting towards the girl. His body moved before his mind did. And he blinked. Eri was shoved ungracefully to the ground, and Izuku found himself in her place. Fresh blood was sprayed across Eri's face and clothes, her ruby-red eyes wide with horror. From his chest sprouted stone-painted red. It was a beautifully twisted sight. Really, it lifted him in the air in a crude imitation of floating, dark red boots hovering inches above the grass. His emerald eyes wide and glassy, his mouth open midway through a scream, an expression warped in desperation. His arms, which had shoved Eri out of harm's way, fell to his sides limply. A single tear traced its way down his face. The battlefield had gone silent, shock registering among all. Namu stopped in their tracks as they were called off. Students stared in abject terror. Yakuza crowded around their seizing leader, disappearing through a warp gate. And as the battlefield cleared, only a few people stood at the center of it all. One girl with bubblegum pink hair, her face devoid of any emotion but shock. Her arm was extended, as if to touch the arm of her friend, but another girl with black and yellow eyes held her back, tears streaking her face. Two men, both realizing the mistakes they've made in reference to the boy. One boy with wild hair, fighting and clawing at the arms of a girl with a spiky ponytail, screams and pleas falling from his lips as he thrashed. A second boy, with a bird's head, hiding the face of the bloodstained child in his shirt, sobs shaking his body. The final figure reached up, and with the care of a parent, lifted the boy from the spire. Silent tears streaked down his face, shadowed by long hair as he cradled his son to his chest. Aizawa Izuku was dead. Toshinori, I don't believe in miracles. Night-Eye looked out his window, the inner workings of time itself in his mind. And foresight had never led me wrong. There was a pause as Yagi and Night Eye regarded each other. However, starting a year and 2 months ago, the world began to divert from my prophecies. The USJ incident was originally meant to be only 1A, and Aizawa's eyesight being damaged. Instead, there were 2 classes, and nobody came out with any major wounds besides 13. Yagi remained silent, and the fact that you survived your battle with All for One confirms it. The future can be changed. And why did you call me here, Night Eye? Yagi asked tiredly. I'm just a retired school teacher. Midoriya will die. The former number 1 froze. Midoriya will die saving a girl I have yet to know anything about in a mass attack on Yui. His death will be violent, painful, and sudden. Toshinori. Yagi lifted his head at the name. If you could be saved by something small changing, what would happen if we really tried to change the future? Why do you have so much compassion for him, Night Eye? Yagi's voice was tired, dull. You hate people, most of all children. Night Eye looked back out the window. All he could see in his own reflection was Aizawa, a man he had worked with closely for years, always stoic and silent, crying as he held Midoriya's limp form. You haven't seen what happens, he murmured. And if we do this right, you never will. Special moves. Izuku blinked at the former number 1. Super moves. Why the hell would a group of first years need that? Every hero has at least one. A move that can decide a battle. He thinned his lips. He knew what it was, obviously. But why? Aizawa cleared his throat slightly. The majority of you will be working out how to incorporate your quirk into a finishing tactic. Next, you will be working with me to practice the capture weapon and more advanced hand-to-hand. Nodding, Izuku strode over to his teacher's side, ignoring Yaga's stare. Would Reciprio Burst work as a special move? Izuku heard Ada ask, but he followed Aizawa off to the side, running his hand over the heavy carbon fiber weapon on his shoulders. All right, the first thing to remember is that it took 6 years for me to master this, Aizawa warned. With instruction, it should be easier, but don't count on it. Izuku nodded and copied the stance Aizawa took. The thing about capture weapons, he explained, is that each is bonded to a single person. Before I had yours made, my weapon was entirely unique. Your DNA is woven into it. And because of a personal favor I had to call in, he grimaced at that, someone with a quirk called Neural Link was able to bond it to your will the same way mine is to me. Nodding again, Izuku shifted his grip. He had to get this right. He didn't have 6 years, he had 2.5. All right, try throwing it out, like so. The underground hero demonstrated, his arm extending and wrist flicking out. Fate wasn't quite on Izuku's side, though. He tried to imitate, and he could barely register that he was not holding it right before the fabric wrapped around his ankle and jerked it upwards. He fell in a tangle of limbs and carbon fiber, only getting more thoroughly trapped as he tried to extract himself. Glancing up, Izuku made a face at Aizawa, who watched with an amused smile. Yeah, figured that might happen. Get used to it. Once I got stuck in a tree for hours. The image of a younger Aizawa trapped by his own capture weapon in the boughs of a tree brought a grin to Izuku's lips. Don't try laughing or I'll leave you there. He rolled his eyes, then shot him another dirty look. Yeah, okay. Try imagining the capture weapon as another limb, okay. Since it's bonded to you, when you wield it, it should kind of feel like an extension of your arm. Izuku screwed up his face in focus, trying to feel out what was different. When he moved his arm and hands, it moved minutely to follow it. But when he arched his back slightly, the entire weapon jerked, loosening and falling away. That is so weird. Responds to spinal commands, then. Izuku nodded slightly, gathering the weapon again, wrapping it back around his neck. When he moved his arms and tried to focus on the weapon, it seemed to move directionally. When he flicked his wrist, it shot out slightly in the direction he flicked before rebounding, almost ending up as he had been minutes before. Izuku paused, thinking it over, before winding up again as Aizawa had shown. But this time, as he threw, he twisted his body alongside his arm. The weapon shot out like an arrow, following the path his arm set and hitting the dummy dead on, making it wobble with the force. That seemed to be it, though. Izuku grinned victoriously, a new idea already forming. This time as he threw it, along with twisting, he rotated his ankle slightly. The capture weapon didn't just hit the dummy, it wrapped around it, and Izuku pulled back harshly, the dummy following with a snapping of the wood beams. He looked over at Aizawa, and smiled at the look of pride on his teacher's face. Not bad. Izuku's voice was hoarse when he spoke. I think it follows through with different responses depending on how I move different parts of my body. With time, you'll probably be able to use it without moving much at all, Aizawa conceded. Izuku didn't like school trips. He never had, not really. And especially not since he started Yui, since it seemed every time he left the main building with his class, he ended up knee-deep in all the shit that hit the fan. Needless to say, he was heavily dubious of being on a bus with his classmates on their way to a surprise. It hadn't really occurred to him how tiny buses were. He leaned his head against the cool glass, bathed in the light of the sun. Cracking his eyelids open a bit, he surveyed the place they were pulling up. Students in uniform milled around, none having much of a goal. The bus stopped, and Izuku bolted from it, directly behind Aizawa as he surveyed for threats. A woman with seafoam green hair bounced up, her smile wide and sunny. Eraser. Aizawa took a visible step away from her, and she hugged thin air. Izuku watched her with wide eyes, completely unsure of what was happening. Ms. Joke. Shiksu teacher. Why? It's been too long, Eraserhead. Joke again went for a hug, and again, Aizawa dodged, moving to Izuku's side. I'd rather it be longer, he grumbled coldly, glaring at the other hero. Stay in, Shiksu. Joke grinned widely, her eyes landing on Izuku. Heya, kiddo. You look like a Minazawa. That's cute. This is Nix, he's one of my interns. Izuku shrugged as Aizawa spoke, before hearing someone approaching. An arm was slung over his shoulders, and when Izuku inhaled, he breathed the scent of coffee and mint. Kami, he could get drunk off of that smell. And I'm mindfuck, the other intern. Toshi leaned on Izuku a bit heavily, and he rolled his eyes in return. Fucking best goddamn heroes in training in Alayui. Really? Joke leaned in, her eyes bright with excitement. Are you Eraser's siblings? I always wondered if he had any family, but he wanted to remove his forbidden lover, moi, from his family issues. Joke, would you stop telling people we're dating? Those two wouldn't believe you, anyway. Izuku sniffed, lifting his hands. I wouldn't be screwing him if he was my brother. Joke wheezed a laugh, and Toshi made a strangled sound, burying his face in Izuku's neck. Izuku preened at the reactions, even the half-judgmental, half-amused look Aizawa sent him. His gaze trailed up to a banner overhanging the door of the building. The Provisional Hero License Exam. Aizawa was gonna have cat food in his fucking coffee tomorrow. Izuku shifted under the weight of the stares directed at himself and the other Yui students. He knew it was something of a tradition to target Yui first. Ugh, what a mess. The announcer man cleared his throat, leafing through the papers. Welcome to the Provisional Hero Licensing Exam. He sighed into the mic, looking like he'd rather be dead than here. Only a maximum 100 of you will get them. A ripple of shock ran through the crowd. There had to be at least 10 times that amount taking the test. Go to your designated area and follow the given instructions. The elimination round is the free-for-all, in which each of you will be given vests with 3 targets. To get someone out, take out the 3 targets. Getting out 3 people will result in a pass. Only the first 100 to pass will go on to the actual exam. Fuck. 5 minutes later, Izuku found himself surrounded by his friends. Fumicage's eyes glinted ominously as he rolled his shoulders, scanning the environment with dark shadow, wary of any unfriendlies. Yamomo was sheltered by Izuku himself, pacing himself firmly in front of her with his arms spread to hide her partially naked body with his cloak as she created tools. Toshi had his May vision over his face, likely scanning for life signs. Uraraka and Tsu took to a roof above the group, patrolling. Nina sorted through the various support items Mei had supplied her and the group. Jiru was a surprise, but her eyes were shut tight in her focus as she kept herself plugged into the concrete. Invisible student, coming up from our left, she growled. Don't shoot, it's me. A voice yelped as Izuku grabbed for his crossbow. A floating vest came into view, and Izuku relaxed slightly. Hagakure, I come in peace. Toshi quickly filled her in on what was going on, until Yamomo finally put her clothes back on and strode over with a pleased smile, arms full of BB guns. Aren't those illegal, Kiro? Sue asked, jumping down to check out the guns. They're rubber bullets, Yamomo mumbled sheepishly. And technically these kinds of guns are just heavily restricted, not illegal. Using them for hero work, if the bullets are rubber, is acceptable. Izuku let his arms drop in relief of not having to shield her anymore, and the small group gathered. He did a quick head count. All the girls were here, minus Himiko since she couldn't take the test, plus Toshi, Fumikage, and himself, making 9. He'd have to talk to this many people. That filled his gut with churning dread. And he opened his mouth to speak, but it felt like something was lodged in his throat, keeping the words suffocated and silent. Hey, boss. Siri patted up, her eyes pink with delight. The proctor finally let me in since I'm technically a support item, she crowed. Then, she seemed to recognize Izuku's predicament. Oh, boss. You can use the keypad on the bracer and I'll talk for you. He sighed in relief, pulling up the holographic keyboard and letting Siri talk for him. So, boss has got a plan. Since we're a group of 9 humans and 1 AI, there's a better survival chance, but also a high chance at least one of us will be taken out. We need to stick to the sides and be prepared to ambush any smaller groups and defend from larger groups. Our best chance is from the rooftops, to keep an eye over the battleground, so stealth is a must. Since Takoyami and Dark Shadow have the best defense, as Dark Shadow can block Takoyami's targets, he will lead the group. Uraraka and Asui will guard Jiru. And Jiru will act as a mobile sentry, close behind Takoyami but not beside him and far enough away to turn and flee without slowing Takoyami. Yaoyorozu will supply each group with weapons and act as a patrol unit, keeping an eye on Hagakure. who will be the only ground agent and acting as a kill unit to attack and capture lone examinees. Izuku will be a sniper to incapacitate or scare off major threats. Shinsu will be his retriever, grabbing the threats he snipes and bringing them back to the group. What about me? Mina asked, biting her lip. Siri purred and quickly got to Mina's bit. You will be the one working to keep examinees hostage when you all get 2 examinees out. You're going to need 9 examinees captive for the end. And with your agility and knowledge of the support items Hatsum supplied the group with, you're the only one with a chance to get this to work. Jailkeeper. Cool. Izuku smiled grimly at the group, and they all clambered up the rooftops, sans Hagakure. Yamomo stuck close to Hagakure, but not close enough to reveal her location, which was always good. Fumikage took the point position naturally, Sue and Uraraka a bit behind with Jiru between them. Izuku beckoned Siri, and she transformed into crossbow form mid-jump, which he caught easily. Toshi fell into step beside him. Mina lagged behind a bit, casting glances around apprehensively. Yamomo threw each of them a BB gun. It was a few minutes before they came upon their first group, a gaggle of Shiksu students, rowdy and boisterous, not bothering to hide their location. Izuku recognized one, a boy with dark hair and wearing what was pretty much a bikini, as the leader, from how the others looked to him for orders. He loaded a gray dart, and then fired. It sprouted from his bare chest, and his eyes rolled back, collapsing onto the ground. Mass panic almost immediately. It was a group of maybe 12, down to 11 thanks to Izuku, and 2 more were clocked in the head by a floating bow staff and vest. Izuku's team converged on the remaining 9, the BB guns going off with a loud pop-pop sound. Before 9 BEETs rung out in succession, the Shiksu students groaning in defeat as they picked themselves off the ground, some swearing at the Yui students and others grinning and saying nice job. Mina was quick to use a reinforced rope Mei had given her to bind the 3 unconscious students together, pursing her lips slightly before shrugging to herself, secreting a slick, pale gray acid from her feet and gliding on it. The others were dragged along easily, and Mina cheered in her small victory, joining Hagakure as a ground unit that was fiercely watched over by Yamomo. This process was repeated several times over, with some small groups being outright taken out at first contact. They just needed 2 more hostages and they were home free. Then, Jiru heard a group of 4 students. It was less of a group of 4 as 2 teams of 2 fighting, but close enough. Izuku let the others tag out the 7 hostages, now shoulder to shoulder with only Toshi. He shot his boyfriend a grin from under his mask, before leaping into the fray. A boy with a wind quirk raged against a team of 2, as his friend stood a bit behind, blasting back the other team with spouts of water. Izuku grinned victoriously, pointing him out, and Toshi snuck towards him. Izuku, on the other hand, went straight for the boy with the magma quirk the wind boy was fighting, and took careful aim. Pop pop, pop pop, BLU2, BLU2. Izuku's vest lit up green at the same time Toshi's did, and he gave a mocking bow to the 2 stunned students who had paused to see who had taken out their teammate. The wind boy quickly blasted out the last remaining boy, his vest lighting up green, and then grinned at Izuku. I'm Yurashi Inasa of Shiksu Academy for Heroics. Please, I must know your names. Toshi slid over easily, pulling off his mask and offering the wind boy a smirk. Mindfuck, this is my boyfriend Nyx. Is that your hero name? Yorashi asked them excitedly, and Izuku suppressed a sigh before nodding. Do you have a real name? There was a long silence before Yorashi's face darkened. It's not hero-like to ignore someone, Nyx-kun. A dark chill went down Izuku's spine, a dark, choking feeling crawling up his throat, his arms itchy with pain, the sounds of Fumikage and Shirotoko begging him to just scream, let them take it. Shove off, man, Toshi bit. He's mute, and he doesn't share his name with the latest weirdo that asks, neither do I, we're going underground, so it shouldn't matter what our names are. Yorashi's face went slack, before he turned bright red and gave them a 90-degree bow. I am truly sorry, I will not press. Toshi took Izuku's hand, and he blinked, grounding himself back in reality and glancing at his hands. When did he start scratching? Todoroki, you're being obstinate. Stay out of it. Hitoshi growled under his breath. Are you trying to make everyone fail? No. The tendrils of Hitoshi's quirk snared the half and half teen's mind, and Hitoshi grit his teeth under the strain of holding both him and the wind boy. Stop fighting. When he released them, both stood stock still, staring at Hitoshi, before he huffed and turned on his heel, running back to Zuku. Zuku had a child on his back and another clinging to his leg, a woman leaning heavily on his shoulder. With one hand, he typed out a message that Siri was relaying, and with the other he splinted the woman's broken leg. Ashido, melt the rubble enough to dislodge it, and Uraraka floated as soon as you can, the robotic cat instructed, her tail flicking as the 2 girls worked to lift a fallen roof off of a man. Shinsu, shield Yaorazu. Shinsu hurried to Yamomo, throwing out his cloak so the girl could strip off her shirt and keep making whatever it was she was working on. Jiru, how much longer can you use your sound waves? Almost indefinitely, the punk replied, not tearing her eyes from the crowd of villains around Gang Orca. The main villain, which were being knocked off balance by her heartbeat as other students from varying schools attempted to battle Gang Orca. Hitoshi spotted a floating lightning rod beating the shit out of a throng of confused villains, probably Hagakure, while Takoyami, Sue, and Dark Shadow ferried civilians to the safe zone. Their rhythm had been violently disturbed by Todoroki and Yoarashi's pettiness. So Hitoshi was assigned to both defending the group and keeping an eye on them. This was the third time he'd had to break them up. Finally, Momo put her shirt back on and hefted the thing she had created onto her back. Izuku tossed her a few granola bars without looking up from the woman, now being gently taken by Tsu, and the girl practically inhaled them before rolling her shoulders. "Ready, Izuku," she called. Mina and Uraraka hurried the man over to the safe zone, and Takoyami and Dark Shadow took the kids over, and the 9 of them grouped up, Hagakure having raced over. "Everyone prepared?" Hitoshi asked. Shouta honestly wasn't surprised his kid came up with a plan to use a goddamn flamethrower. He had been at a loss, at first, as to what they were doing. Of course, civilians were always the priority. But aside from Hagakure and occasionally Shinsu, they never fought Gang Orca or his band of villains. Then, Yaoyorozu had a flamethrower and they were cutting their way through the villains to Gang Orca, making him surrender in only minutes, between constant heat applied by the flamethrower and the barrage of attacks from the other 8 students. When Gang Orca surrendered, it took all of 10 minutes to find the rest of the civilians, and now Izuku and Shinsu both looked to him, incredibly self-satisfied grins on their faces. "I'm not condoning using a flamethrower on villains," he muttered at his personal students, and the grins just spread wider. "Stop being proud of yourselves. You're all awful. You love us, sensei," Shinsu teased, swinging his hero uniform case at Izuku's, resulting in a metallic clank that set Shouta's teeth on edge. "No, I don't," he hissed back, herding them along. They were already back at the dorms, all the Yui students but Todoroki and Toga now proud owners of their own provisional hero licenses. Currently, they were in the Aizawa Yamada apartment, a rather smug Shinsu Hitoshi refusing to leave. "And if you're going to make out, go somewhere else." Shinsu went bright red, and Izuku cackled at his boyfriend's horrified face. Shouta crossed his arms over his chest, tilting his head slightly. Eventually, he broke the silence with a sigh. "Good job on the licenses, but there's only so much sexual tension I can take. Either Shinsu leaves or you both find somewhere else to fuck." Izuku just laughed harder, practically doubling over and leaning heavily on what appeared to be a mentally broken Shinsu. Eventually, he gathered himself enough to gasp out a single word. "Denzawa." A pause. "Get the fuck out of my house." 1637 divided by bastards of Yui. Loki, have you ever regretted being born? D&D cleric, every day, dearie. Chernobyl, eyes, D&D cleric, ice but faster. Scram, Cheo's dealt with like 50 years of teenage bullshittery. Have her back by 5. Yeah, and she sees you brats often enough. Have her back by 5. Okay, who changed my username? I'm not planning on just talking. Scram, my kami. Chernobyl, I'm going to die and it will have been your fault. Chernobyl, Izuku, I am crying. Loki, bold of you to assume that I know who did this. Hentai has come off idle. Hentai, I was just gonna watch, but then one of you changed my name too. Hentai, it was Majima and I'm gonna hurt him. He promised he would stop calling me Hentai. Have her back by 5. Jazz music stomps. Loki, father. Have her back by 5. Stop calling me that. Scram, what do you mean stop? Loki, don't be so full of herself, dad. Loki, Majima is grandfather. Scram, dad. Oh, worm. Has come off idle. Oh, worm. It seems we've been bamboozled. Oh, worm. I don't recall picking this nickname and I didn't change Amajiki's. Loki changed Have her back by 5's nickname to Duolingo. Duolingo, size. Hentai. This is the worst possible timeline. Loki has changed Hentai's nickname to Mirioator. Oh, worm. Izuku. Loki has changed Mirioator's nickname to Wywer into Waddle practice. Begun at HOT has come off idle. Begun at HOT, worm. Duolingo, Izuku, you did this to yourself. Loki, wow, that's cursed. Loki, never thought I'd be threatened by the Duolingo owl. Begun at HOT. Oh my kami, you know what that shit reminds me of? Begun at HOT. The old fucksing Zootopia abortion memes. Scram, Nimuri no. Loki, fucksing. Begun at HOT, shut. Begun at HOT has changed Wywer into Waddle practice's nickname to It Will Survive. It will survive. This is why mom left. Loki, ha, check it, this kid has a mom. Begun at HOT, XD, what a nerd. XD uwu. Loki has kicked Begun at HOT from the chat. Loki, you come into my house. Loki, you used 2012 Tumblr girl text. Chernobyl, it was for the best. Loki, anyway, Denzawa, can I come home yet? Loki, one or more like one annoying. Duolingo, depends, are you gonna have sex if I make you stay? Loki, TBH, it's tempting, so that's a solid maybe. Chernobyl, I didn't need to know that, my dude. Loki, get over yourself. I know for an absolute fact you sneak area and at night. Chernobyl, I trusted you. Begana HOT has joined the chat. Begana HOT, I've paid for $1 million budget movies less entertaining than this. Scram, why aren't you online more often then? It's literally always like this. Loki, she's busy texting joke these days. Duolingo, eyes, Begana HOT, I spit faster. Duolingo, will you never call me that fucking nickname again? Loki, Denzawa. Duolingo, you can stay over there and perish. Toga Himiko has joined the chat. Toga Himiko, Fiend added me. Toga Himiko, Izu, are you deadass still a virgin? Damn, get that dick. Loki, HELLYEH. Duolingo, don't encourage him, Toga. Toga Himiko, am encouraging him. Loki, she deserves a god's name. Loki has changed Toga Himiko's nickname to Hell. Hell, am I worthy? Loki, my child, you were always worthy. Hell, I weep. Hell, get that dick, my dude. Begonnet HOT. Wait, have they had the shovel talk? Duolingo, not from me. Loki, say Toshi's dad is a doctor. He gets it like 3 times a week. Duolingo, at D&D cleric, do it for me. D&D cleric, no. Duolingo, fuck. Hell, Edward Izawa said the bad fuck word. Edward has come off idle. Edward, I literally do not care. Loki, at Edward make Denzawa shut up, I can see him typing. Edward, if I knew how I would have done it years ago. Begonnet HOT, ha. Loki, am disrupting your class for bringing this upon me. Begonnet HOT, okay fair. Begonnet HOT. Wait, hang on, Duolingo doesn't fit our Catman V well, does it? Loki, no, not really, hang on. Loki, you know Microsoft Word and Excel and stuff. Begonnet HOT, yeah. Loki has changed Duolingo's nickname to Microsoft Expelled. Scram, Izuku, you're going to kill me. Loki has changed Screm's name to Cockatiel. Cockatiel, if I die I will die happy. Microsoft Expelled, practice safety. Loki, that was a lot of typing for the equivalent of use a condom. Microsoft Expelled, do you want to give Shinsa's little sister the shovel talk? Loki, fair. Loki, this has been fun, but like I seriously wonder why y'all assume I'm gonna get dick tonight. Microsoft Expelled, we've all been teenagers. Cockatiel, cheers, ill drink to that bro. Loki, SR Sly Kaminari is really annoying. Yamaded make Denzawa let me come home. Lesser than. Cockatiel, gasp. Cockatiel, IAM, YAMADAD. Loki, Yamadad. Loki, Dadmic. Begonnet HOT. What, how come he gets a dad role? Loki, he's legally one of my father's Aunt Nem. Begonnet HOT. UIBELFJKSND. Begonnet HOT has added Ida Tensei to the chat. Ida Tensei. What is this OO? Begonnet HOT. T. Ensei, am an aunt. Loki, yo, can I please come in? Ida Tensei. What's going on? Edward, Izawa wants his kid to sleep with his boyfriend. Ida Tensei, Shouta has a kid. Microsoft Expelled, legally yes. Microsoft Expelled, biologically no. Loki, Yamadad, open the window. Cockatiel, Amwa. Boof has come off idle. Boof, long story short, Ada, Loki was a ward but his mother was going to fight for custody. Izawa was his mentor and legally adopted him so that he wouldn't have to be given back to his mother. Ada Tensei, but I wasn't told. Ada Tensei, I'm scooting this shitty wheelchair as fast as I can to Yui, but at this pace it'll be there by morning. Loki, home base motherfucker, you can't keep me out. Microsoft Expelled, damn I tried. Ada Tensei, Shouta, how could you not tell me about her child? Microsoft Expelled, TBH, like 2 people outside of this chat know about the adoption, it's not personal. Microsoft Expelled, it was mostly a logical decision to keep Loki out of an abusive home. Ada Tensei, okay fine. Loki has changed Ida Tensei's nickname to Scoot Scoot Motherfuckers. Scoot Scoot Motherfucker, am touched. Loki, I have Denzawa, Yamadad, Grandfather Majima, Aunt Nem, Aunt Mihoko, Uncle Hajime, Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and now fucking Uncle Tensei. Scoot Scoot Motherfucker, Shouta, you're forgiven him an uncle. Microsoft Expelled, don't you hate the Bakugas? Loki, Uncle Masaru and Aunt Mitsuki were the most supportive PPL in my life when I was growing up. Scoot Scoot Motherfuckers, Bakugas, like the kid that got second in the sports festival? Microsoft Expelled, Tensei, please don't bring him up. Loki, oh my kami. Loki, oh my kami. Microsoft Expelled, Izuku, where are you? Don't panic, you're fine. Loki, that's not the Fusi King problem. Loki, Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru could be in danger. Scoot Scoot Motherfucker, oh my kami, I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was a touchy subject, I'm scooting faster. Microsoft Expelled, I'm calling Shinsu over, well get them on Skype. Transcript, MITSUKI, oh my kami, Izu, you're okay. Masaru, I'm so sorry. HITOSHI, IZUKU, it wasn't your fault. MITSUKI, that brat, he fucking vanished one day, and me and Masaru were so scared because we couldn't contact you, and then with the kidnapping. Masaru, we thought you were dead. MITSUKI, I'm just, oh, Izuku, your mother. I'm so sorry we couldn't protect you. Hitoshiizuku. I don't want you to protect me. I want you to protect yourselves. Hitoshiizuku. With Kaken, that's Katsuki. With Katsuki out on the loose, you might be in danger. Masaru, we'll keep looking over our shoulders. I promise. Mitsuki. We should probably find something else to talk about. How's heroics, Squirt? Hitoshiizuku. Me and Hitoshi, that's me, got into one. I take lessons with 1 Fahrenheit during extracurricular bell, though. All Might's a pretty awful teacher. And Aizawa threatens to expel someone every other day. Off camera, I don't. Hitoshi, you do. Mitsuki. Aizawa, I assume. Hitoshi, yeah, he's 1A's homeroom teacher and stuff. Masaru, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be in bed? Hitoshiizuku. Yeah, bye. Mitsuki. Visit sometime, brat. Bye. Call end. 132 divided by class 1IE. Trauma. But designer, I'm here queer and ready to party. Trauma. But designer, hey, if I mix coffee 5 hours energy monster and caffeine pills, would I be able to finish Kayama's art essay by dawn? BC Asawa is a slave driver who wants me up with the sun to get my ass kicked before homeroom. Mad banquet. Alas, you'll probably end up killing yourself in all likelihood as your heart overpalpitates until it stills in your chest. Trauma. But designer, neat. 219. Whipped. Zuku. Mad banquet, you're about 47 minutes too late. Whipped. Zuku, are you alive? Talk to me. Trauma. But designer, Guadnesim LV and DI can see at time. Jackknives. Please tell me it's working because I need a swig of that shit. I need to peer edit Kaminara's English essay by second bell and I've been up all night crying about his stupidity. Trauma. But designer, on me way. Trauma. But designer, Sunasim gun W this peeper. Mad banquet, should I go stop him or? Whipped. At this point. Whipped, just let it happen. 348. 3D printer, I just heard glass breaking from Kayuka's room. Martian Manhunter, oh my kami, what's going on? Is Kayuka okay? Jackknives, guys, I'm okay. Izuku was dropping off my elixir and he didn't see that the window was closed. 3D printer, Izuku, are you alright? Jackknives, he passed right TF out after giving me the good shit, so I'm letting him use my bed. I'm not sleeping tonight anyway. Martian Manhunter, phew, now May won't want me dead for neglecting her bestie. Lurker, may you say. Martian Manhunter has gone idle. Lurker, eyes. 631. Lurker, at everyone early morning thought of the day. Are you a top or a bottom? Whipped, what a way to wake up. Trauma, but designer, he's the bottom. Denki, while Midoriya's really out here selling Shinsu out. Flex tape can't fix that. Denki subtops. Trauma, but designer, you were saying Kaminari. Whipped, Zuku, we haven't fucked, how would you come to that conclusion? Trauma, but designer, Vietnam flashbacks to the hike. Lurker, this is incredible to watch. What hike? Martian Manhunter. What do you mean Shinjuku haven't fucked? Trauma, but designer, not everyone wants to pop their cherry at the first chance. Mina. Trauma, but designer, anyway you have no room to talk. Trauma, but designer, you haven't even confessed to Mei. 3D printer, Kami, the tea is so fucking hot today. Lurker, MOMO. Buffy the vampire lesbian, but is Mei a top or bottom? Trauma, but designer, she's an ace. Buffy the vampire lesbian. Makes sense. 1547. Lurker, okay, so you guys all know how Aizawa hides all his shit under his scarfy thing. Trauma, but designer, capture weapon but go off egg. 3D printer, yeah. Lurker, so in foundational heroics today when we were going over patrols and stuff, Todoroki did a stupid again, so Aizawa had to restrain him, but guess what I saw? Lurker, a wedding band on a chain around his neck. Icy hot pain, Sensei is married. Flex tape can't fix that. More importantly, someone married Sensei. Trauma, but designer, that's cold zero. Trauma, but designer, almost as cold as the look Sensei's gonna give you when I send him this screenshot. Flex tape can't fix that. You want. 1616. Whipped, update, he did. Trauma, but designer, jokes on him, I got extra credit for being a snitch. 1631 divided by bastards of Yui. Loki, I just realized Aunt Mitsuki still thinks him straight. Loki, and my mom never knew. Loki and Kaken. Loki and Uncle Masaru. Loki and my dad. Loki, wow, I'm not out to like anyone from back then, huh? Loki, and you welcome to the reimagining of Bo Burnham's My Whole Family Thinks Him Gay as interpreted by Aizawa Izuku. Loki, my whole ex-family thinks him straight. Cockatiel, and oh, I wasn't gonna check who was spamming this, but I'm very pleased that I did. Oh, worm. Izuku, you're going to give me a heart attack. Loki, the weak perish in this new world order. Loki, adapt or die, worm. Microsoft expelled, improvise, adapt, overcome. Hell, he gets it. Hitoshi was, unfortunately, head over heels for Aizawa Izuku. The shorter boy did things to his heart and head that made him wonder if he was the one with the brainwashing quirk, and Hitoshi was quirkless, drowning under the waves that were purely Izuku. He could remember everything about Zuku if he tried. How he tasted like wood fire and mint, smoky and fresh and woodsy. Nature itself invading his senses as Hitoshi bowed to his kisses, his lips chapped and rough and intense and perfect. How his hands were narrow and calloused and cold, grounding him in reality when his head was in the clouds. His hair, soft and curly and long and dark, so easy to manipulate yet absolutely untamable, refusing to ever be neat. How deep and devoted his eyes were. Those crystalline jungles tearing him to shreds, and he would say thank you as he got lost in them forever. Hitoshi used to be friendless, alone in a crowded place, an outcast among the elite. Then Zuku and Mei barreled into his life with the force of a hurricane, bringing him into their world where he wasn't so lonely, found companions in their classmates and a kindred spirit in the black-haired boy. Hitoshi loved Izuku, and he remembered how it felt when he was ripped away, again and again. When he pitched off the roof, his face bloodied and eyes terrified. When he lay in the hospital bed, no one certain if he would ever wake up. When he shoved Hitoshi away, his body vanished in a flash and replaced by an orb that was taken by villains. When he stood over the corpse of Shigaraki Tamura, eyes wild with a deadly promise as he stared at Bakugo Katsuki, and Hitoshi wondered if the man he loved was even still there. All he could do now, though, was curl his body around the sleeping form of his boyfriend, face still flushed from the night before, and bury his face in his boyfriend's hair. Please don't leave me. 734 divided by class 1 Niam. Has anyone seen it Chaos Incarnate and its sleep? Homst. Chaos Incarnate. Of course I know him as me.png. Niam. Class is in 1 hour. Midoriya-kun. We will be dispatched to our first day of official internships as soon as class starts so we may familiarize ourselves with it. Are you prepared yet? Chaos Incarnate. I'm gonna give a hard no to that one. Niam. Please come to the common room with utmost haste. We are having a class meeting before we depart. Chaos Incarnate. Trust me, buddy, you don't want to see me and Toshi before we're dressed. Niam, are you still in your sleepwear? Sleep. Whomst has come off idle. Sleep. Whomst, you could say that. Niam, what do you mean? Sleep. Whomst, sweats. URA has come off idle. URA. Tenneth there, naked sweetie. Niam, Chaos Incarnate, take your time. Niam, sleep. Whomst, at Momopedia can I borrow some concealer? Momopedia has come off idle. Momopedia, sure, what shade? Sleep. Whomst, ivory and suburban mom white. Chaos Incarnate, wow rude. Momopedia, I'll be there soon. Chaos Incarnate, that's not good. 2032 divided by sneak sneakily. Eraserhead, check in. Mindfuck, all quiet here, this place is boring. Eraserhead, Shinsu, that is a good thing. You two aren't well trained enough to take on villains by yourself. Eraserhead, are you still in your spot? Mindfuck, if you mean crammed underneath a dumpster while you get to sit in a window on the other side of the street. Yes. Eraserhead, why hasn't Izuku checked in? Mindfuck, God admit not this shit again. Can I check on him? Eraserhead, no, just wait a few minutes. Mindfuck, incredible. With his track record he's probably getting stabbed right now. Mindfuck, why was it a good idea to let him do a patrol around the block? Eraserhead, honestly, not certain. Nix, I am alive. Everything is completely and perfectly fine. Eraserhead, fuck you. Mindfuck, he only uses proper syntax when something is wrong. What did you do? Eraserhead, problem child. What have you done? Vix, is it technically kidnapping if I am 100% certain that the dude claiming to be her dad was definitely not her dad and she was begging me for help? Eraserhead, you're shitting me. Nix, her name is Eri and I think I might have accidentally knocked the man out with a rusty pipe. Nix, my hand slipped and he may or may not have ended up locked in the dumpster. Mindfuck, Izuku, what the fuck? Nix, in my defense he had a gun and a mask. Eraserhead, come back to us, we're headed to Yui now. Eraserhead, Kami above, why do you have to make my life so fucking difficult? Eri was scared. She was scared of the Birdman, she hated him, so she ran. And now a boy had wrapped her up in his black cloak after stuffing him into a trash box and saying nice things, promising he can help her, and he typed on his phone. He took her to another boy and a man. The first boy called himself Nix and the second Mindfuck. And the man was Eraserhead. They were heroes. They picked her up and took her to their school where the boys were being taught to be heroes. And now an old woman was carefully replacing her bandages as Nick sat with her, his arm over her shoulders gently and comfortingly. She clung to him, and he said gentle words to her. He said over and over that she was safe, and she didn't have to be hurt anymore. I'm sick, she whispered. Quirks are sick. They're not, he assured her with a hoarse voice. A lot of people are sick a lot, but quirks are normal. They're like extra hands, and they help the people they belong to. But Chisaki says quirks are sick things. We're supposed to cure them. Nick stiffened, and she flinched, preparing for a blow. But he carted his fingers through her hair. You're not sick. Chisaki's one mean man if he thinks that. You're perfect the way you are, Erichin. Hey, as I'm sure you've noticed, my updates have been few and far between recently. As someone who prides myself on updating quickly, I'm really sorry about that. I know I don't owe anyone an explanation. And a big thank you to my Discord for being hella supportive of me and making sure I knew that. But this is mostly for me, so I know you guys are updated and not left in the dark about this. I use my writing as a coping mechanism for my anxiety. It's a lot easier for me to transfer my problems into writing and make other people feel a bit better about themselves with some jokes and assurances that it will get better. I am going to see this story through. I've never had a story idea that went this deep or was as important to me, and I want you guys to know that. I love this story as much as you do and more, because it's like having a child that doesn't scream and shit itself. I started my second semester of school around the time my fic started slowing down, which is unfortunately around the time I stopped really knowing how the canon plot went. My second semester, as expected, has not been going great. Hot tip: chemistry is literally awful, and being too socially stunted to ask for help is worse. Between trying to not fail 2 classes, catch up on late work for another, eating canon out the window, and the family issues that come with parents that expect me to make honor roll, I'm also trying to write my D&D campaign, deal with emotions, and also be a decent girlfriend. So, that's been my life. If anybody has a link to a website I can read the Shy Hisekai raid arc and beyond in the manga, please share, because I am struggling to keep you guys entertained while I'm stuck on writing. I'll be sharing something I'm gonna call the interludes, songs and musicals that take a step away from the main plot to address other things. The interludes will have corresponding songs, like the main story does, but with musical songs instead to keep them separated. They are all taking place in the BNHA universe, not always in the Ripples, but none of them are canon in Ripples. This is just my way of dumping some ideas out a window while I try to sort things out. The interludes will be moved to a separate story when I'm back on track with Ripples, and will have a separate Spotify playlist. Or I'll put little snippets from the interludes in one chapter of Ripples and link the full interlude storybook. Who knows? I certainly don't. The first interlude is below. Just for reference, it's pretty likely none of these are connected, and if they are, they might have their own plotline, and if people like those enough, they might even be a story. Again, I don't know what I'm doing. The goal for the interludes is for them to be about 1k words in the preview, and hopefully 10k plus for the full. Remember, everyone, the most important thing will always be your mental and physical health, and I am doing this so I won't completely burn out and leave this story behind, which is the last thing I want to do. Much love, Silver Leopard 86. I rewrite the stars. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those words echoed around the dirty space that seemed more like a prison cell than a child's bedroom. It was a chant, a mantra, repeated over and over again. A boy, still in bloodied clothes too big for him. A girl, clutching him and tears streaming down her face. The boy's face was blank with a mixture of shock and confusion, like he was trying to remember something that was just out of reach. The girl was the one speaking, her tiny voice barely carrying in the small room that served as her prison. Eri was wretched, halfway to tearing her own silvery hair out and unable to do anything but apologize to the person who had no idea what she'd done. Izuku was confused. The last thing he remembered was, well, he's a bit foggy on that part, actually, but he's sure his name is Midoriya Izuku and his best friend is Kaken and he isn't supposed to be here. The door slid open, and Izuku felt a tremor run through his body. The man in the doorway didn't look nice. He had mean yellow eyes and a beak mask, and it reminded him of the plague doctors, and that was scary. So, you're awake, he said, crouching down to Izuku's eye level. Izuku instinctively pushed Eri behind him, holding out his arms. The look in his eyes was the kind that Kaken got when he was being mean, and it was better for him to be mean to Izuku than this girl. Who are you? The man inclined his head. I'm Chisaki Kai. What's your name? I'm Midoriya Izuku, he managed, still not budging. His arms were tired already. What was happening? How old are you? Izuku visibly tensed at the question, but answered anyway. 6, see Chisaki-san. What Izuku didn't know was that Chisaki Kai knew that the hero in training Deku was quirkless in his childhood. Not even a quirk factor. The fact that he had developed a quirk was a literal miracle, but Chisaki figured it must have been all for one. The old man had been rather interested in the student. A cruel smile, hidden under the mask, split Chisaki's face. Yes, this quirkless boy would certainly do for his research. I'm terribly sorry to be the one to tell you this, Izuku, but you were in a big accident. Aizawa Shouto was a calm, collected man. He had a loud, scatterbrained husband in a class of reckless teenagers, but he was rational, ordered his thoughts, kept a straight face and strict demeanor. That being said, Shouto was absolutely not calm at the moment. Everything had gone rapidly downhill since the start of the planning for the raid on the 8 precepts of death. First, Midoriya and Tagata ran into Eri and overhaul on Midoriya's first patrol, which only reinforced Shouto's theory that the hero student had some sort of secondary bad luck quirk. Then they all met up to discuss plans. Fine. And not even 24 hours after that meeting, he gets the call from Nedzu. who got a call from the police. Someone had broken into the Midoriya household and killed Midoriya and co. Midoriya Izuku was nowhere to be found. The raid was delayed by months in a desperate scramble to find the intern, who had vital information and might have been abducted to be interrogated, so the entire plan had to be thrown out just in case. All the while Shouta and the rest of Wano waited in what felt like some suspended reality, hoping that maybe, just maybe, someone would find the class sunshine child. Then Shinsu vanished, leaving the campus to visit his family, and nobody had ever seen him again. The only theory Shouta had was that Midoriya wouldn't talk, so they saw Shinsu's quirk, brainwashing, and assumed that they could use him to make the green-haired student break. Even Night Eye was at a loss, having looked into Midoriya's future and having seen nothing like vanishing off the face of the earth in it. The informant hero proposed they held Midoriya and Shinsu's funeral before the raid, and Shouta broke his nose. He refused to believe his problem children were dead. And it all paid off for this one moment. Shouta was at the tail end of the initial assault, meant to sneak into the Yakuza's base and sweep the area for Eri before they could order themselves and spirit her away again. He peered into the room, trying to see through the thick darkness. The smell of copper sat heavily in the air, and he felt his stomach churn. Still, Shouta pushed the door open slowly, capture weapon ready. He almost left, thinking it was empty, until he heard soft breathing. That's when he noticed the soft glow, muffled by fabric, and the tiny seal and K of metal links. Eri, he called softly. There was no reply. My name is Aizawa Shouta. Shouta continued anyway. I'm here to rescue you. He heard a small gasp, then shuffling of sheets. The glow dimmed, but persisted, and no longer muffled. Shouta stepped out of the doorframe, letting light into the room, and saw with a sinking heart not one, but 3 small children huddled under a rickety bed. The girl squeezed between the 2 boys was clearly Eri, silvery but ragged long hair, a horn sprouting from her forehead. The boy to her right was pressed into the shadows, the only things distinguishable being indigo eyes and a muzzle over his face. The third was peeking out, his gaze wary but utterly relieved. Cherry red eyes were set into the pale, gaunt face of a dark-haired child, but Shouta's own face snapped to other, more defining features. The spray of freckles over his face, the darker freckles almost seeming to shape diamonds on each cheek, the defiant glint in his eyes, the analytical stare that made him feel pinned to the wall as the child regarded him carefully, assessing if he was one of the good or bad guys. Midoriya, I might have lied when I said that I was making the interludes one-shots or short stories. They're more or less scattered story ideas that haven't formed enough to be real fics that I've worked on a bit. And the things I've shared are small sketches of an actual idea condensed into about 1K words. When I end up publishing the actual interludes, I might make them separate side fics that I'll work on for fun, less frequently than Love Tap, probably. And they'll likely be under a series called Wingbeat of a Butterfly rather than the interludes. So, I just wanted to add that. Ciao, Silver. No good deed. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, hold it, focus. A hero walked the streets, alone with his thoughts. His life was coming to a close, but he thought he had a legacy. How naive of him to think anything would last. One bullet, one shot from a gun, ended everything. One moment in a life full of them that shattered 1,000 hopes and dreams. Shift. Breathe out, nudge to the right, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, hold, wait, out, in, hold. A villain sat in a bar, dragging a twitching finger around the rim of a glass. His chapped lips were curled into a deep frown, lost in thought as he considered what had happened. It wasn't supposed to end up like that. That Deku, his archenemy, his plaything, wasn't supposed to try and save that Eri brat. Exhale, inhale, exhale, hold, pull. The sound of a gunshot split through the chaos. Chisaki Kai's plague mask was ajar on his face, knocked loose by the fighting. Behind it was revealed a manic smile, frozen in place. Those who were there could swear time moved at a crawl for a few seconds as a second gunshot, only heartbeats after the first, though it felt like hours, rang out. Those who were watching could swear they saw the first bullet, brass, long and narrow, go straight into the Yakuza's left eye. Gold meeting gold before the point pierced it, and blood flew from the sudden impact in a crimson explosion. The second bullet was no less accurate, blasting out his other eye in a twin spray of gore. Chisaki Kai's face was frozen in a cruel smile as his body tumbled backwards, dead. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. It seemed ludicrous that anyone could have snuck into the Shy Hasekai base with the heroes. Impossible. But one by one, eyes turned to where the gunshot had come from. A ruined wall, caved in during the fighting. On the other side of the wall, a figure stood. Aizawa Shouta, who had his eyes on the child called Eri, turned his gaze in shock to the silhouette, as did all the students in the crowd. The villains were frozen in place as the heroes arrested them, but all those from Yui were frozen themselves, eyes on the figure. A pair of green eyes glared from the darkness, unapologetic and flinty. The coldness in them disturbed the students and Aizawa himself, as they had always been warm and kind. Midoriya Izuku expertly unloaded a sniper rifle, flicking on the safety as he tucked the ammo into a jacket pocket. He slung it over his shoulder, rolling his shoulders. Aizawa found himself approaching the boy. Provisional hero license. The card came up, and the boy's voice was flat. In moments of crisis, I am licensed to use force to end conflict. That's not what I was going to say, Aizawa said softly, his chest aching. We thought you were dead, Midoriya. Tagata saw you take that bullet. By the time he got an ambulance, you were gone. The green-haired student stared back at his teacher. Then he smiled, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion, and tugged down the collar of his hoodie. On the upper left side of his chest was an ugly scar, practically ripped across his chest, like someone had to tear him open to retrieve something from within. Aizawa's stomach lurched. If it was a centimeter lower, I would be, he said, voice flat and cold. Doesn't matter, though. I'd be just as useless if I were a corpse. Aizawa felt like his feet were stuck to the ground as his student turned, gun strapped to his back like it belonged there. From his pocket, Midoriya produced a single bullet. It was silver and sharpened to a deadly point. Aizawa's heart went cold as the student tossed it to him almost carelessly. Blood, probably Midoriya's blood, coated the entire thing. But what caught his attention immediately was the vial embedded in the bullet. The glass was shattered, and blood coated in inside and outside of that. But he recognized it. It was the same as the bullet Chisaki had just used on Tagata. The same as the ones the police force was studying. Quirk-destroying drugged bullets. He looked up, but Midoriya was already gone, vanished into the sewer tunnels. Shouta saw Midoriya again. Months later, he was walking into his apartment on campus, Eri in tow. She had a toy in hand, one that Shouta had no idea how she got. It was a Nerf gun. And though it definitely distressed Shouta that she had it, she liked it. Eri's head shot up as she came in the apartment, eyes darting around like she sensed something. Then, she squealed. As in, so delighted that cohesive words didn't suffice. Shouta looked up just in time to watch her barrel past him and into the legs of one Midoriya Izuku. A small smile appeared on his face as he kneeled down to embrace the child. Not looking at Shouta, Eri chattered cheerfully, her eyes alight with joy as she clutched the former hero student. Little tidbits about Class 1A, stories about games she played. Finally, Midoriya looked up and met Shouta's eyes. Eri, how about you go do some target practice, huh? I put a target at the end of the hall and got you some sticky darts. Eri squealed again and streaked down the hall. There was a long pause as the two regarded each other, the silence pressing harshly down on them. You were the one that got her into guns, Shouta observed. Midoriya's dull eyes gained a glint of amusement that vanished just as quickly. I liked Nerf when I was a brat. How did you even get in? Card was never deactivated, he said casually, holding up his old student ID, still technically valid until the end of the school year. Another pause. Why did you run, Midoriya? Shouta noticed the differences in Midoriya's physique. His hair had grown out, now drifting at his shoulders and revealing that his hair was black aside from highlights of dark green at the tips. His eyes seemed to have more of a toxic hue than the soft emerald they had before. I'm not like Mirio, he said eventually, eyes sliding to the window that overlooked the training field. Familiar flashes of red and orange noted the presence of Bakugo Katsuki there. I'm nothing like Mirio. What does Mirio? He was the one that covered for me whenever I broke in. That pulled Shouta up short. The rule-following kid hadn't reported seeing, even interacting with a missing child. He stared at Midoriya, disbelieving. He's okay with being quirkless, Midoriya sighed. Well, maybe not entirely, but he's coping pretty well. I made contact with him to make sure he was okay. Being quirkless in this day and age fucking sucks. The use of curses again startled Shouta, but he just sat heavily at the kitchen table and listened. Sensei, I grew up quirkless. And just when he thought the surprises were ending, my quirk was given to me. It was something of a sacred torch, if you want to think of it like that, stockpiling power as it was passed from person to person. All might, he realized. Midoriya nodded once, then sighed. I had to build muscle mass until my body would be able to physically handle the quirk without all my limbs blowing off. Shouta flinched, and that's why I was so inexperienced. I hadn't been able to actually use my quirk until the entrance exam. I can't describe to you the kind of hell being quirkless is. I had exactly one person that tolerated me growing up, and that was my own mother, and she treated me like glass. Peers tormented me in every way, every chance they could. Before Yui, I can't remember going a day without getting a new bruise or nick. Teachers turned a blind eye to it at best, and blamed me for causing problems when I tried to get help. Even strangers on the street would look at me and say to each other, oh, that's the poor quirkless boy. His mother must struggle so much. Shouta had no idea what to say to that. He wanted to reach out, to help the boy, but he knew he needed to let Midoriya speak. That's why I had to disappear. When Mirio left to find help, Overhaul came back and dragged me to some back alleys so my body wouldn't be found or something. A stranger found me, had to rip open my chest a bit so the bullet wouldn't kill me if it shifted and pierced my heart, and I spent some time recuperating. I didn't come back because I needed to. I needed to think about my life from now on. And what's that, problem child? Midoriya lifted his head, toxic green eyes oddly focused. I'm not giving up anymore, sensei. I'm done with letting things happen. Shouta hummed to himself before giving the boy a sidelong glance. Nobody's touched your dorm room. Be up at dawn for drills. A faint smile appeared on the boy's face. Yes, sensei. Red eyes flashed in the darkness, dangerous and hateful. A hand rested on his shoulder. A dull spike of pain followed as he smelled burning flesh. The smile in the darkness was feral, terrifying. The chains keeping him in the chair clanked noisily, tightening. He couldn't feel his hands from the numbness that flooded them. Tears of terror, tasting like shame and copper as it dripped into his mouth and mixed with his blood, traced his cheeks. Kaken, please. He realized what he'd done only moments later as the chains released and he was somehow in the corner of the room. Shirotoko was glaring at him hatefully. Her face was streaked with gore, the tears on her cheeks red with blood, her delicate skin patterned with burns. Look at what you've done, Deku. She snarled, her yellow eyes full of fury and blaming him. Fumikage's scream cut through the fog in his mind. And Deku looked and the tears came back at full force. His friend's feathers were smoking and charred, beak cracked and dripping blood. Emiko's smile was pure white as her knives slashed deep into Fumikage's skin, drawing blood and making her expression even more crazed. My fault. Izuku. He jerked upwards, a scream on his lips that he bit back, chest heaving in his silent terror. Dark gray eyes stared into his, and he focused on them. They were good. Kaken didn't have gray eyes. There was a long silence as he slowly began to register his surroundings. Sheet CLNG to his skin, soaked in cold sweat. His hair was half in his face, and he managed to brush it aside. Siri was in his lap, her eyes yellow-green with concern. Aizawa knelt in front of him, face stoic but eyes kind. Are you awake now? He asked. Izuku swallowed thickly before nodding. Just a nightmare. The door was slightly open, and Himiko had her head poked in, yellow cat eyes glossy with worry. Zu. He glanced over at her and smiled shakily. When she smiled back, the 4 silver fangs glinted in the low light back at him, and Izuku felt the last of the tension drain from his shoulders. Himiko trotted in, practically tossing herself onto the sheets and began blabbering about the all-nighter she had just pulled to do her English work and eventually giving up and using Google Translate. Fumikage was the next to come through the door, shooting a confused look at Aizawa before making a weird nest out of Izuku's bed and copying Himiko's homework. Shirotoko showed up at some point. She gave the trio a lopsided grin as she took her place amongst the 3 teens, trading a notepad back and forth with Izuku as he gave her advice, as Shirotoko had problems with reading situations without her quirk. Things weren't good. Not yet, but they were better. Incredible how only hours later, Izuku is soothing an abused child. What was he? An angst magnet. This was a lot of tragic backstory for one kid. So, maybe his life had kinda been in serious danger. That's normal enough. Eri, however, insisted that if that one weirdo with the tacky jacket so much as touched Izuku with his bare hands, he'd be a red smear on an alley wall. So, nothing new, considering Shigaraki. What was it with villains and touch-based quirks? He was starting to think Uraraka was gonna try to stab him or something. Speaking of Eri, after surprisingly little convincing, Izuku had a new little sister, Denzawa. Aizawa looked up with an annoyed expression, but Izuku knew he liked the nickname. Continuing in sign, he told him, you need a break. No kidding. Aizawa sighed in frustration. The entire class, just problem children. The moment anyone sets foot off campus, everything goes to hell. Fucking Night-Eye contacted me. The guy you knocked out was Chisaki Kai, of the 8 Precepts of Death. Homst. Izuku inclined his head slightly. A Yakuza group that Night-Eye agency has been tracking. They've been getting more active. And Night-Eye needs concrete proof of their crimes to act. You might have jeopardized that. Indignant, Izuku signed. So I should have left Eri? What? Fuck, hell no. His guardian scowled. I'm just reminding you that even good actions have bad consequences. Shit, motherfucker. He is the bad consequence. Izuku just sighed in reply, before turning slightly to view the sleeping Eri, who was curled on the couch. Yamada sat beside her, also out cold. It was way early in the morning, like 3 a.m., so of course the Aizawa males were awake. Adopted or not, Izuku certainly had his father's sleeping habits. Izuku, can you go grab the class list? Changing seats again. Not really, Aizawa shrugged. You can tell me what you notice about them. I heard you muttering in class when they fought Tagata. Recalling that disaster of a demonstration made Izuku frown. But he crept across the floor anyway. The class list was tucked under Izuku's math textbook, and he snagged it before heading back over to Aizawa. Hagakure needs to work on actual hand-to-hand fighting instead of relying on luck. He mumbled after awkwardly clearing his throat. And I think Mei already made her a new costume so she isn't naked the whole time. Todoroki relies too heavily on his ice and is far too hesitant to use his fire. I think his quirk is more of temperature control rather than creating ice or fire. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Half hot, half cold, Aizawa remarked. Yeah, it's pretty easily exploitable, though. Izuku frowned. What he does is lower the temp enough to freeze the water molecules in the air, which in turn causes his own body to freeze. And he also makes the atoms so superheated they combust, making fire. So, if there were, say, a vacuum introduced, his quirk would be useless. The elder felt a slow smile spread across his face. Not bad, problem child. I'll have to set up a training session between Todoroki and 13. Izuku found a small smile tracing across his features at the praise. Neither of them felt fate herself pressing down on their shoulders, bridled by a vengeful man missing his favorite experiment. Neither of them felt that death was upon them, suffocating and ruthless. Neither of them saw the ice-cold gaze of the turncoat as they lifted a phone to their ear, staring up at the dark window where they knew their classmate resided. Neither of them heard their voice, distant and heartless as they spoke. We have a problem. Neither of them knew, and both of them would pay the price. Eri was clutching Izuku's leg when the knock came. It resounded through the pseudo-apartment, and Aizawa frowned from where he was sitting on the couch. I've got it, he mumbled, standing up and setting Eri in his arms. He sidled up to the door, trying to balance a 6-year-old as he pulled it open. Hey, Todoroki, Eri screamed. Aizawa was up and over in the blink of an eye, his own eyes wide with surprise. Izuku, what's wrong? What happened? Todoroki was staring at Izuku, and he took a few steps back, holding Eri close to his chest. The teen held a spike of ice in his hand, and his eyes were empty. He sneered, hand over the brat and nobody has to die. What? Shock set every nerve on fire. Mind control. Todoroki never acted like this. He was cold and distant, but he was Izuku's classmate. What are you? Izuku grunted in pain as the ice spike stabbed into his side, pulled away just as quickly. Shut up and give her to me. Izuku, get out of here. Aizawa shoved him harshly aside, kicking Todoroki solidly in the chest and slamming the door, locking it as quickly as possible. Get Eri out. Ice, cold and sparkling, splintered the door apart. As Izuku broke the window, he saw far below a dark portal swirling open, people filing out of it one by one. On the fire escape, he ran, Aizawa right behind him and swearing to the high heavens. Neither of them knew where Yamada was. The class was beginning to trickle out in panic. The teachers were in disarray. A man with golden eyes and a plague mask stood before it all as Izuku set Eri down behind him. His wound bled steadily, but he shifted, reaching for weapons that were not there. Distantly, he heard screaming as students clashed with villains and Namu flew from the portal to battle heroes. Chisaki Kai stared at Izuku with a murderous glee in his eyes. You are powerful. You have so much potential. Yeah, he wheezed, trying to hide Eri behind his legs. Yes, he agreed. Come with me, little Deku. We can save the world together. With a flick of his hand, a villain beside him nodded, and a pillar of earth slammed into Izuku's side, sending him reeling. His lungs burned with the strain of holding himself up. But again, Izuku placed himself between Chisaki and Eri. Don't you understand? The Yakuza cried. You are the cure, the hope for humanity. The world swam in and out of focus as the Yakuza walked closer and closer, his gloves nowhere to be seen. Izuku staggered, dizzy, but held his ground. Go fucking fuck yourself, you crazy bird bitch. His world went white, and he couldn't even scream as his body was ripped apart, limbs separated and stitched together over and over again. You could save the world, Deku. Izuku curled his lip in return. Iron was the biting flavor on his tongue, the suffocating scent in his nose. It dripped red and deadly from his raised skin. But with every drop he lost, his head cleared a bit more. His eyes focused. The world became that much more firmly in his grasp. Crimson is such a beautiful, terrifying, familiar color. It decorated Izuku's body more often than he cared to admit. The school ground was a war zone. Students and teachers alike fought both villains and Namu. The villains raged against the attacks thrown at them, fighting tooth and nail. General education and management students had barricaded the buildings, using their quirks and improvised weapons to stave off the encroaching villains. Support students darted in and out of the fray, explosions following closely behind as they took out dozens of the attackers. Heroic students and teachers fought on the front lines, trying to turn the tides of an uphill battle. Izuku had one duty in this war: protect Eri. The standoff was widely avoided by all others. The UE staff and students kept them back to prevent Eri from being snatched. But it left Izuku wide open. Metal brushed his leg, and he reached down, stroking the robotic cat as her form twisted and shifted into a crossbow. With shaking hands, Izuku raised Siri to eye level. What are you going to do? Chisaki's golden eyes danced with a terrible glee. Kill me, like Shigaraki, like Muscular. No, he pulled the trigger, and a blur of yellow rocketed from the crossbow, burying deep into Chisaki's sternum. Chisaki blinked. Then he laughed. You think that will stop me? Chisaki began to lumber forward, his eyes bright with madness. Before he ceased, his entire body locked up, spasming and twitching, and he cried out in agony. Around him, spires of earth shot from the ground, and Izuku barely dodged one that cut deep below his right eye and almost took it out. Nix, Nix. Eri was stumbling towards him, her silver-white hair drenched in blood. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the dirt explode next to her. The world almost seemed to slow, the spike of rock and soil shooting towards the girl. His body moved before his mind did, and he blinked. Eri was shoved ungracefully to the ground, and Izuku found himself in her place. Fresh blood was sprayed across Eri's face and clothes, her ruby-red eyes wide with horror. From his chest sprouted stone-painted red. It was a beautifully twisted sight. Really, it lifted him in the air in a crude imitation of floating, dark red boots hovering inches above the grass. His emerald eyes wide and glassy, his mouth open midway through a scream, an expression warped in desperation. His arms, which had shoved Eri out of harm's way, fell to his sides limply. A single tear traced its way down his face. The battlefield had gone silent, shock registering among all. Namu stopped in their tracks as they were called off. Students stared in abject terror. Yakuza crowded around their seizing leader, disappearing through a warp gate. And as the battlefield cleared, only a few people stood at the center of it all. One girl with bubblegum pink hair, her face devoid of any emotion but shock. Her arm was extended, as if to touch the arm of her friend, but another girl with black and yellow eyes held her back, tears streaking her face. Two men, both realizing the mistakes they've made in reference to the boy. One boy with wild hair, fighting and clawing at the arms of a girl with a spiky ponytail, screams and pleas falling from his lips as he thrashed. A second boy, with a bird's head, hiding the face of the bloodstained child in his shirt, sobs shaking his body. The final figure reached up, and with the care of a parent, lifted the boy from the spire. Silent tears streaked down his face, shadowed by long hair as he cradled his son to his chest. Aizawa Izuku was dead, and the girl, dyed with the lifeblood of her brother, began to glow, her eyes burning brilliantly and horn extending, glowing a pure white as she screamed in grief, shoving away from the bird-headed boy and running to her brother, grabbing his hand desperately. The dark-haired man reached out, panic flitting across his features. A brilliant flash of light enveloped his vision, and he sat bolt upright in his bed as an alarm went off, and dazedly, he slapped it, forcing the wail to be cut off abruptly. This isn't my room. With dread pooling in his gut, he stood and looked around until he caught a glimpse of the cracked glass of the window, the dark before dawn allowing him to see his reflection. Aizawa Shouta, 14 years old, stared back at him. She rewound time. I can save him. I can do it right this time. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.